The celestial device heralded the rising sun as it cast its orange glow. Thud thud. A dull pounding echoed from within a dilapidated old house. The old man engaged in his morning exercise was long accustomed to such clamor. Little Su is training again, isn't he? This child is truly diligent. I wish my grandson had even half his determination. No, barely 1/10. I'd be laughing in my dreams. What a pity such a fine child, yet his parents. Alas. Without expression, Su Bai ignored the discussions outside as he struck the 5 cm thick steel plate with his bare fists. The steel plate was riddled with countless fist imprints, and in some areas dark red stains of blood marked the impact, clearly not the result of a momentary effort. Beside him, a kitten-sized little beast with golden fur lay crouched, its large shimmering eyes fixed on Su Bai as it occasionally yawned. The tangerine sunlight gradually waned, its golden rays filtering through the window onto the young man's bare torso, accentuating the chiseled contours of his sweat-dappled muscles. Ring, ring, ring. The crisp sound of an alarm resonated in the room. Su Bai drew a deep breath as his gaze sharpened. Then, gathering force in his right fist until the veins bulged, he unleashed a resounding blow. With a dull thud underscored by a barely perceptible crack, a 3 cm deep fist imprint emerged on the steel plate at the point of impact. Su Bai's right arm drooped, its bones visibly distorted. Unperturbed, he gazed at the fist mark on the steel with a trace of delight. Seeing him pause, the little beast hurried over, yelping. Yuan Bao, I'll feed you in a moment. Su Bai bent down, massaging Yuan Bao's golden fur with his left hand as he headed toward the bathroom. His right hand, previously hanging by his side, began to twist in an uncanny manner, as if a master repairer were at work. Reaching the bathroom door, he turned the knob and entered using that very hand. Clang! Su Bai shut the rusted iron door. This antiquated relic would have even a citizen of the Yixing Federation exclaiming, "What a treasure from the ancient era." Winding through dilapidated alleys, he arrived at a circular platform, once accommodating a dozen or so, now deserted. Yo-yo, how much longer? Suddenly the watch on Su Bai's wrist illuminated, revealing a delicate maiden dressed in ancient attire on its dial. With exquisitely chiseled features reminiscent of a divine masterpiece, yet with eyes void of life, this virtual intelligence, present in every human across the cosmos, could one day serve as the neural control system for mecha piloting. And Yu spoke in a clear, crisp voice. It is now 7:32, and train No. 3 is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Su Bai nodded and plucked Yuan Bao, who had perched atop his head, down. The little fellow, does he not resent his shorn hair? A whoa. Yuan Bao drooped his ears and let out 2 feeble sounds. Stop playing the pitiful one, it's not as though I can go without food, Su Bai remarked wryly. Su Bai smiled helplessly and reached into his pocket. There a small handful of glass marbles awaited. He grasped 3 and skillfully channeled a mysterious inner energy with his mental strength. The 3 once translucent glass beads gradually acquired a hint of golden radiance, expanding rapidly until within seconds they transformed into 3 small golden orbs. Su Bai gave a subtle signal, and Yuan Bao obediently opened his mouth as the 3 tiny golden orbs plunged in with astonishing speed. Though aware that there was no surveillance, he remained exceedingly cautious. After all, on Xinguang no one had ever been known to transmute objects into gold, a fate he had no desire to endure. At the very thought of it, Su Bai felt aggrieved. Precious golden matter was exceedingly rare in the cosmos, and he possessed the power to transmute matter into gold. Yet owing to his reluctance to expose his gift, he remained impoverished to an extreme degree. Fortunately, the Lianbang Federation provided some subsidies, otherwise he would have been forced to resort to begging. Gazing at Yuan Bao, who eagerly moved his mouth, Su Bai mused, "You are indeed fortunate to have followed me, otherwise if others did not deem you a golden beast worth killing, your luck alone would be remarkable, not to mention affording to keep you." If it weren't for the fact that he could also absorb golden substance to fortify his body, one might have presumed that his ability to transmute matter into gold was solely meant to serve this little progeny. Su Bai withdrew his thoughts, tucking Yuan Bao into his loose school uniform while silently fixating on the distant train, a vehicle that, though lacking tracks, gracefully traversed the skies. After the train halted above the platform ascended to align with the car doors, and Su Bai boarded. The conductor, upon seeing him, exclaimed with a smile, "Ah, it's you, kid." Face recognition. Su Bai offered an awkward smile, dutifully completed the face scan, and hastened to find an empty seat. On the public trains of Baixing, no conductor failed to recognize him. It wasn't due to his affable nature, but rather the haunting memories of the past. The Lianbang public shuttle provided free rides to Bai school students. In the old days, conductors would allow boarding upon seeing the school uniform without a face scan. Until driven to near destitution, Su Bai sold his school uniform, only for it to inexplicably fall into the hands of an old man. The conductor, observing the elderly man clad in the Bai school uniform, was led into contemplation. Following an investigation, Su Bai rose to notoriety. Seated by the window, Su Bai directed his gaze outward as the train accelerated wildly, rendering the scenery a blur. With vacant eyes, he began to peruse his memories. To think he was a transmigrator, having journeyed from within the womb, and now at 18 years a span so extensive that he sometimes could no longer discern whether his transmigration was nothing but a dream. Yet such musings were fleeting, for his exquisite martial prowess and the ability to transmute matter into gold were undeniably genuine. After his transmigration, he was blessed with both parents, a harmonious family, and no non-biological siblings. Clearly not the typical protagonist template. Su Bai soon embraced this reality, a family of 3 plus Yuan Bao, making a household of 4 that managed quite well. His parents were ordinary people, neither versed in genetic arts nor mecha piloting. The tranquil and serene life persisted until that fateful day 6 years ago, the first time he encountered the Lianbong, Zhongling, a figure one typically saw only on Xinguang. The Lianbong Zhongling trailed behind a group of self-proclaimed members of the Shenpan Suo, acting like lackeys. They claimed that his parents were cultists of the Shoshin Jiahui, betraying humanity, selling themselves to the golden beasts, and then being forcibly taken away. Absurd indeed. Having shared over a decade under the same roof, Su Bai knew his parents all too well. Helplessly, for they were outmatched. His parents were taken away, and he, being just a child, escaped unscathed. Later, through inquiries on Xinguang, he learned that the apprehended heretics of the Shoshin Jiahui would not face execution. Instead, they were deported to various star regions for mining. From that moment on, he set himself a goal to rescue them. The sole path to exonerate those branded as traitors to humanity was through monumental achievements. Su Bai's pupils refocused his gaze steely. The first step was to join one of the 5 class academies. Su Bai disembarked and at the school gate boarded a bus. Half an hour later, he arrived at the teaching building. Along the way, many teachers greeted him, though his classmates remained rather indifferent. Thanks to his exquisite martial arts and diligent commitment during his basic education, the teachers held him in high regard, some out of genuine respect, others out of pity for his circumstances. However, among his peers, at that tender age, the world was seen in stark black and white. With Su Bai's parents branded as heretics of the Shoshin Jiahui, his peers regarded sharing a school with him as a disgrace. Anonymous complaints even sought his expulsion. Upon entering the classroom, instead of a warmer reception, his classmates remained even more distant, to save for a few girls none deigned to meet his gaze. With youthful infatuation and a dash of dashing charm combined with a level-headed temperament unlike their peers, he naturally attracted the attention of many girls. Years of training coupled with his ability to absorb golden matter to fortify his body rendered Su Bai's physique far superior to that of his classmates. Standing at 183 meters tall, he secured the coveted window seat at the rear. Gazing out the window, he cradled Yuan Bao from his bosom and gently scratched its soft little belly, awaiting the arrival of the teacher. Su Bai, still lost in nostalgic reverie for every blade of campus grass, just as he presumed those days would never return, a girl hurried over to interrupt him. Gazing at the cherubic-faced girl with abundant charm, Su Bai could only remark on her excellent condition. Blushing, she timidly inquired, "Could you tell me which academy you plan to apply to? With your grades, even a class academy would suffice." "Class?" Su Bai chuckled, shook his head, and casually uttered Zhenyuan. Zhenyuan. The girl echoed, her eyes flickering with perplexity as she pondered which class academy bore that name. Just then another eavesdropping girl exclaimed, "Zhenyuan, you're applying to Zhenyuan." Her exclamation caught the attention of everyone in the classroom as all turned their gazes in that direction. Many boys, upon recognizing Su Bai and then seeing the class belle blushing by his side, were suddenly gripped by jealousy. One of the 5 class academies, Zhenyuan, you dare even dream of it. But class academies recruit from across the universe. Only the elite of the elite may attend. Do you even have the funds? I doubt you can even afford the fare to Zhenyuan Academy, they jeered. The cherubic-faced girl, coming to her senses, immediately apologized contritely. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for speaking out of turn." "It's all right," Su Bai replied calmly, untroubled by the classroom's mockery. After all, they were destined to part ways, so petty grievances were of no consequence. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels striking the corridor floor resounded deliberately, overwhelming the classroom chatter. Everyone instantly recognized the teacher's arrival. They straightened their postures, not due to outstanding discipline, but because the looming threat of withheld graduation certificates made misbehavior unwise. Lan Xinxue entered clutching a stack of hardcover books. At over 30, serving as the homeroom teacher for the graduating class underscored her formidable teaching prowess. Approaching the podium, she spoke in a gentle tone. "To be brief, 2 matters. First, your graduation certificates will be issued, marking the end of your foundational schooling. As for applying to advanced academies, you'll handle that yourselves. The details can without doubt be found comprehensively on Xinguang. Second, Bai school graduates may directly pursue further studies at Chongning Academy. Those interested should consider it, noting that Chongning is a class institution with notable teaching resources. I am finished speaking, you may now disperse." With that, everyone immediately revealed their true selves as chaos broke out. "Tonight, let's gather at the Baiyun Hotel for a graduation banquet. My treat." Someone shouted out, prompting enthusiastic agreement from all. Even Lan Qingxue smiled in assent. The cherubic-faced girl eagerly sought to discuss the future with Su Bai, hoping to persuade him further. But when he turned around, Su Bai's seat was conspicuously empty. At night, the moon in the heavens shone particularly full. In the old district stood a modest bungalow. Inside an old dilapidated room with peeling walls besides a worn bed, the most striking feature was an upright steel plate, so impoverished that even a thief would feel sorrow. In the unlit room, Su Bai wore a grimace as he counted something, while Yuan Bao gleefully clutched 2 golden beans on the bed. What am I to do without money for a ticket? I have gold yet dare not sell it. Where can reason prevail? In a way, Su Bai was the richest man on this planet, and yet the poorest. Perhaps this was what one might call Schrodinger's Su Bai. Knock, knock, knock. Su Bai glanced toward the door, puzzled as to who might come seeking him at night. In the old district where lawlessness reigned, judging from the knocks, it was unlikely to be a mech. After a moment's thought, he picked up his knife and stepped out, lowering his voice as he inquired. Who is there? Is this Su Bai's home? I am his teacher. Meanwhile, Lan Qingxue thought, isn't Su Bai's home supposed to be empty? She glanced at the door number, confirming she was at the right place, and inwardly she and Su Bai shared the thought that in this unsafe old district, perhaps he was not in danger after all. Musing to herself, she retrieved a glove from her bag and put it on. From its tip burst forth a jet-black laser dagger, an anti-defense glove from Quanren Company. As a teacher from Bai College, she possessed considerable skill. At that moment, Su Bai cracked open the door, just a sliver, and both regarded each other warily. As the gap widened, both exhaled in relief. One retracted the dagger, while the other discarded his knife. Teacher, what brings you here? Weren't you attending that graduation banquet at some hotel? Won't you invite me in? Oh yes, indeed, please come in, Su Bai said, scratching his head as he gestured for Lan Qingxue to enter. Lan Qingxue remarked, you still remember the graduation banquet. I noticed you were absent and couldn't reach you, so I rushed over to check on you. Su Bai felt a warmth in his heart and smiled without explanation. During their years at school, Lan Qingxue had always taken care of him, even inviting him over during festivals. In this world apart from his parents, she was perhaps the one he respected most. Why don't you turn on the lights at this hour? Well, I couldn't pay the electricity bill, so the power's out. Su Bai hurried off to light a candle. The two then sat on small stools with a small table between them bearing a half-melted red candle. The dim candlelight danced on their faces, casting a strangely eerie atmosphere for a moment. One might think we were meeting for an underground rendezvous, he joked. Lan Qingxue, at a loss for words, yet mindful of Su Bai's plight, shifted the topic. I heard you're applying to Zhenyuan College. Yes, that's right. You know how demanding Zhenyuan is. Teacher, you know me. Lan Qingxue's words fell silent as in the candlelight she fixed her determined gaze on Su Bai and the steel plate behind him marred by fist marks and bloodstains. She fully understood Su Bai's purpose and the long years of hardship the boy had endured. After a moment she sighed. Indeed, she knew him well. An inherent pride, genuine inner defiance, and a determination carved into his very genes. Without a word, Lan Qingxue took Su Bai's left hand and pressed her wristwatch against his. Beep. A transfer of 100,000 Lianhe coins. Lianhe coins are the official currency issued by the Cosmic United Bank, led by the 5 great divine nations in cooperation with various divine realms circulating among all factions of the universe. Teacher, I can't accept this. Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment, repeatedly refusing as he attempted to return the money. Lan Qingxue pressed his hand and smiled. It's just a loan. Ew, I don't have much money either. From here to Zhenyuan College, even the lowest tier starship ticket costs 5800, and you'll need funds to live. How can you manage without any money? Su Bai opened his mouth, but words caught in his throat, leaving him speechless. This sum of money was nothing short of a timely downpour for him. Earlier, he had even considered selling some gold substance for cash, but the risk was too great. Being discovered would spell disaster. It's late, so I'll be on my way. Get some rest, Lan Qingxue said as she patted Su Bai's hand, encouraging him, keep it up. Hope I can also see one of my students admitted to one of the top 5 level colleges. Su Bai rose to see Lan Qingxue off and, returning to his room, stared blankly at the flickering candle, silent for a long while. Farewell, Bai Star. Goodbye, Teacher Lan. Goodbye, Liuzi. With Yuan Bao perched on his head, Su Bai stood at the edge of the deck, gazing down at the place he had called home for 18 years, and at the bustling crowd below. He almost imagined Lan Qingxue's radiant smile, bidding him farewell. Indeed, Lan Qingxue watched the starship, not with a blooming smile, but with eyes glistening with tears. Women, after all, are often more sentimental than men. Her son was gone, and her husband had perished on the battlefield defending against the Golden Beast. For years she had regarded Su Bai as her own son. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entrusted all her savings to him. Now her role was no longer that of a teacher, but of a mother sending her child off on a long journey. Warm reminder from Yuanyang Interstellar Company Flight Z7198 will depart from Bai Star towards Zhenyuan Star with an estimated journey of 13 cosmic days. This route is regularly swept by warships, ensuring high safety and passes through the Shanmeng and Guchuan star systems. 6-star systems in total, with each system stopping for half an hour for passenger boarding. The starship will burst through the firmament in 5 minutes, causing some turbulence. Please return to your cabins and do not panic. Finally, Su Bai cast one last longing glance downward, though nothing could be seen clearly, before following the crowd back to the cabin. Zhenyuan Interstellar Company is a major passenger starship transport operator in the Godhood stellar domain. Although the fare was rather steep, the conditions were indeed pleasant. Even a ticket costing 5/8 Liana coins, the lowest tier, provided a room for two. Holding his access card, Su Bai returned to the cabin. Between two single beds stood a small table, while one bed remained empty, reserved for passengers boarding at later stops. His only luggage was a backpack containing his diploma, 2 changes of clothes, a pouch of glass beads, and a full backpack of compressed biscuits. At Bai Star, his home was utterly impoverished. The steel plate and bed were sold to a junk dealer for a total of 350. He felt shortchanged by the sale, but there was nothing he could do. He never understood the market. Then with that money, he bought compressed biscuits for himself and a large bag of marbles to feed Yuan Bao. According to Starnet, meals on passenger starships were very expensive, and with so little money, he had to economize. Fortunately, water was free. The cabin was small and cramped, leaving little room to stretch. Su Bai, with his limited strength, lay down to sleep. Then a sudden thought crossed his mind, and his face turned gravely dismal. Damn, I didn't receive this month's Federation subsidy. The pain was so acute it stole his breath. After all, that was a full 200 Liana coins. Determined, Su Bai searched Starnet for the Federation Subsidy Office's contact number and dialed. Hello, this is the Chongning Federation Subsidy Office. How may we assist you? Su Bai asked hopefully. I am no longer on Bai Star. Could you transfer the subsidy to me? No. The sweet voice was surprisingly harsh. Su Bai tried to protest. Please make an exception. I haven't eaten in 3 days. No. Beep beep beep. Su Bai's face turned ashen as he listened to the busy tone, clutching Yuan Bao and sinking into silent sorrow. By the 5th day, Su Bai performed push-ups with his hands on the edge of the bed, his body suspended in midair. With a low-tier ticket, he was barred from the upper decks, his movement confined to the deck. Standing on the deck and gazing at the universe had initially felt novel. But as time passed, the monotonous darkness sprinkled with starlight became wearisome. Occasionally, he spotted another starship or a solitary formidable mech. With nothing much to behold and idle, Su Bai resorted to various methods inside the cabin to push his physical limits, absorbing gold substance bit by bit to strengthen himself. Then he browsed Starnet's information, which claimed that advanced instruments could link one's consciousness to the Starnet, the second world of humanity. Alas, he was too poor. The device on his wrist was only a free gift from the Federation. 981. Huff. 980. 2. Su Bai's forehead bulged with veins, his cheeks flushed as he panted heavily. On his back, the diminutive Yuan Bao bounced around, seemingly trying to exert some pressure. It probably didn't fully understand him. Beep. At that moment, the cabin door opened, and Su Bai suddenly remembered that at the 3rd stop another passenger was due to board. He looked up, intending to greet, but his sweat-drenched face resembled that of someone whose throat had been strangled, barely clinging to life. Even his otherwise handsome face could not mask this terror. Had a mirror been placed before him, he would have been shocked by his own reflection. Not to mention Song Ran, who, caught unprepared, opened the door. Su Bai grinned, trying to offer a warm smile in hopes of making a good impression on his future roommate. Unexpectedly, his fierce appearance, paired with a mouthful of broad white teeth, made Song Ran's mind go blank. Seconds later, Su Bai was puzzled by his unresponsiveness. Ah, a ghost. A piercing, high-pitched cry resounded, followed by a rapidly enlarging view of a sneaker sole right before his eyes. Thud. Sorry, it's nothing. Really sorry for bothering your work, Song Ran said as he saw off the security personnel, and after closing the door looked at Su Bai with deep remorse. I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean it, he added softly, internally thinking that it was just too startling. A ghost smiling at you as soon as you enter, who could bear that? A clear imprint of a sneaker sole marked Su Bai's face as he coldly scrutinized Song Ran, who wore white sneakers, jeans, a white t-shirt, and boasted a slender, yet fairly tall build. Song Ran's slightly curled black hair brushed his shoulders, his oval face, framed by 2 slender willow-like eyebrows and large watery eyes brimming with remorse, was complemented by a small pouting mouth beneath a prominent nose. Although it was clearly I who had received the kick, why are you so indignant? In the end, he nonchalantly glanced at a crucial spot with utter disinterest. All right, Su Bai waved his hand. I am Su Bai, let's get along well in the coming days. Song Ran, relieved, chose not to press the issue, though that sneaker imprint lingered, evidence of a rather harsh kick. Hello, I am Song Ran. After a pause in a neutral and even somewhat crisp tone, he added gender male. Su Bai was left utterly dumbfounded. Zhenyuan Starship reception platform. A handsome youth and a delicate young woman walked side by side onto the platform. Their harmonious appearances drew admiring glances. Few could resist praising them as a perfect match. The perspective draws closer, yet reality diverges sharply from expectation. Though 8 days had passed, Su Bai still wore an expression of profound existential doubt. Are you truly male? Song Ran clenched his fists, then slowly released them, sighing in resignation. Yes, I am. After 8 days of relentless torment, even his gentle introverted nature had finally snapped. Yet his inadequate strength proved no match for Su Bai's effortless one-handed suppression. Seeing Su Bai about to ask again, Song Ran said nothing, merely seized his arm and dragged him toward the restroom. As the two entered the men's lavatory together, a chorus of outrage erupted behind them. Morality is collapsing. The world is upside down. Minutes later they emerged. Su Bai relaxed his arm around Song Ran's shoulders, beaming with fraternal camaraderie. Why not prove it this way from the start? Recalling the scene, Song Ran's forehead twitched with a visible vein. Each word ground out through gritted teeth. Just wait. I'll have my brother avenge this humiliation. You have an older brother. Is he like you too? We're twins, but he's far stronger than I am. At the mention of his brother, Song Ran's eyes shimmered with quiet pride. Since childhood, no matter how cruelly others mocked or bullied him, his elder brother always stepped forward, striking back without mercy, until even bullies now gave him a wide berth. Su Bai murmured softly, twin blossoms. Song Ran froze, glaring at him, furious yet too timid to speak his mind. His glistening tear-brimmed eyes sent Su Bai hastily turning away, silently repeating in his mind, he is male. He is male. Arm in arm they strolled out of the station exit, when a colossal stone monument loomed into view. With this body, I shall eternally seal the abyss. Su Bai stood motionless before the 8 bold iron-stroke characters, each carved with unyielding authority. Bystanders paid no heed, as such, all was commonplace. Carved by the dean of Zhenyuan Academy himself, the inscription radiated palpable gravitas and an unshakable blood-deep resolve to subdue the golden beasts, a first glimpse that struck newcomers with overwhelming force. A vision unfolded before Su Bai's eyes, an abyssal void, pitch black and ravenous. Then suddenly countless crimson pinpricks ignited within its depths. As the red light swelled, monstrous forms surged forth, vast, numerous, and terrible. Beyond the chasm, starships hung like constellations. Legions of Mechs stood battle-ready and charged headlong into the maw, clashing with the beasts in desperate, unflinching waves. War, raw, visceral, and merciless. When the tide receded, only wreckage remained, twisted metal shards and grotesque flesh drifting silently across the void. No hands reached out to gather the dead. The monsters withdrew. Starships reformed their formations. Mechs returned to standby, silent, stoic, awaiting the next assault. Su Bai broke free with a gasp, sweat beading on his brow, his body trembling violently as consciousness snapped back. He sensed a subtle surge in his spiritual awareness. Was this Zhenyuan Academy's welcome gift? Soon after, Song Ran also emerged from the trance. Wordlessly they walked forward, still weighted by the vision's suffocating gravity. Across the vast plaza silence reigned, no chatter, no clamor, only the hollow echo of their footsteps. Most had witnessed that same vision, yet none were immune to its oppressive weight. Stepping beyond the plaza's edge, the world seemed to awaken, vibrant, alive, and humming with latent power. Su Bai gazed upon sleek high-tech vehicles, towering Mechs, and pedestrians with gleaming cybernetic limbs, bewildered, uncertain where to begin. This was his first journey beyond Bai Star, the first time he'd set foot in such a metropolis. According to the StellarNet, Bai Star housed 300 billion souls. A Zhenyuan star several times larger held merely 5 million permanent residents. Only now, with enrollment season approaching, did the planet stir with unusual bustle. Su Bai turned to ask Song Ran what to do next, only to find him huddled behind his back, clutching the strap of his backpack. He quietly looked away again. Days aboard the starship had revealed Song Ran's purpose. He too sought admission to Zhenyuan Academy. With a resigned shrug, Su Bai prepared to seek guidance, when a crimson hovercar screeched to a halt before him. Its side door retracted upward, revealing a striking woman. Voluptuous crimson waves cascading over her shoulders, lips painted flamered, clad in a sleek red leather jacket, nails polished to matching brilliance. Su Bai studied her with mild curiosity, then gave a subtle, approving nod. Impressive breadth, promising future. Young man, you've brought your girlfriend to enroll. Before Su Bai could reply, Song Ran peeked out timidly. I'm male. The woman blinked, then burst into laughter, hand flying to her mouth. My apologies, I misjudged. Come along then. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Unprompted kindness always concealed ulterior motives. He maintained his guard, refusing to follow a stranger blindly. Seeing neither move, the woman glanced between them and asked, What's wrong? Afraid I'll sell you both. She flicked her wrist. A holographic card materialized. With a graceful swipe, it shot forward like a beam of light, settling onto Su Bai's forearm and dissolving into a soft glow. Zhenyuan Academy Student ID card. Name Suwon. Major Mecha Engineering. ID B2000391 The dazed look, you two were stepping off the ship. Classic first-time applicants. I'm in Mecha Engineering, your senior. If you pass, you'll call me senior sister. Now get in. Su Bai hesitated, then reasoned aside from his looks he possessed little worth stealing. Surely she wasn't after the last few nutrient bars in his pack. He and Song Ran climbed into the rear seat. The upholstery, of unknown material, was luxuriously supple, the interior boldly crimson contrasted with the car's vintage sports exterior, yet offered surprising spaciousness. Hello, I'm Su Bai, he said, then introduced Song Ran, who stood mute and flustered. He's Song Ran. Oh, you share the same surname. How fortuitous. Su-won pressed the accelerator. The vehicle launched forward, racing down the broad avenue for moments before retracting its wheels and igniting twin thrusters roaring skyward in a blaze of crimson fire. They exchanged light banter until soon enough the city faded behind them, and a mountainside villa appeared. We've arrived. Out you go. After parking, Su-won stepped out first and opened the villa's grand entrance. This is... Su Bai gazed past her at lush ancient woods and a crystal-clear mountain spring, where tiny fish darted beneath the surface. Most astonishing was the villa itself, a five-story luxury residence. Did Academy students truly reside in such opulence? And shouldn't she have taken them to the registration center instead? Su-won replied matter-of-factly, it's my home. Don't dawdle, come in. Su Bai's suspicion deepened. Why bring us to your house? What do you think? What else could it be? Both youths paled. Su Bai felt despair rise. Had he truly escaped nothing? Back on Bai Star, a wealthy matron had offered to sponsor him, firmly rejected. Now on Zhenyuan Star, history repeated itself. Was sheer handsomeness a curse? He stole a glance at Su-won. Long legs, refined features, hints of Eurasian heritage. Perhaps, possibly. Not entirely unacceptable. Ha ha ha. Their expressions sent Su-won into peals of laughter. She wiped tears from her eyes before composing herself. Enough teasing. Enrollment requires no formal registration. Senior students fetch applicants directly from the platform, then escort them to centralized assessment sites. Each year, applicants flooded in like schools of fish crossing a river. Zhenyuan and Steer Academy accepted candidates galaxy-wide. Billions applied annually, but only 10,000 were admitted per cohort. With numbers so vast, the Academy abandoned meticulous tracking, tasking seniors instead. It became a lottery of sorts. Seniors selected prospects at whim and earned academic credits if their picks succeeded in the trials. Su Bai grasped it instantly. This was betting disguised as mentorship. Yet a faint, unspoken disappointment flickered within him. So why choose us? Because you're handsome. Why not pick someone pleasing to the eyes? Su Bai preened inwardly. Clearly beauty was currency. Then another thought struck him. What happens to those not chosen by seniors? Fortune is part of strength. Those overlooked simply return home. Su-won produced 2 pairs of slippers and pointed toward a room on the left downstairs. You'll stay here tonight. Assessments begin tomorrow at noon. With that, she strode upstairs on long, elegant legs. Su Bai exhaled in quiet relief. His good looks had saved him. Had he been overlooked, all would be lost. Her voice floated down from above. Don't ascend the stairs, or else, humph. They shivered and bolted into the designated room. They wouldn't step outside, not even to climb the stairs, until morning. The room was Spartan, a standard guest chamber devoid of ornamentation. A 3-meter bed accommodated them both comfortably. A bathroom completed the space. Nothing more, nothing less. They freshened up, in turn browsed archival data on past Zhenyuan assessments, and retired to rest. The night passed in silence. Su-won made no overtures. No meals, no conversation. Her gesture had been impulsive. Once they departed tomorrow, they'd likely never meet again. At dawn, the crimson hovercar returned. Su-won pretended to drive, though her AI assistant handled navigation flawlessly. Su Bai saw through the charade completely. How could anyone steer seriously while constantly checking their reflection or reapplying nail polish? Accelerating skyward, the vehicle wove through increasingly dense aerial traffic. Su Bai stared astonished as a massive cargo hauler zoomed past, packed wall-to-wall with passengers. Su-won clarified, many seniors cast wide nets. There's no limit on how many they may recruit. We've arrived. Su-won tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and hovered the car midair. Hand me your foundational education diplomas. I'll exchange them for official credentials. They handed over their certificates, offering quiet thanks. Then watched stunned as Su-won swung open the door and leapt out. Whoa! Su Bai craned downward, unable to discern individual figures, only a swirling sea of black specks far below. The altitude was staggering. Senior Sister Won, don't do anything rash. Leaning out, he shouted desperately, just as Su-won smiled brightly. Behind her, space rippled like water, and a crimson war mech coalesced from thin air, encasing her in gleaming armor. The mech arrested its fall, then shot forward, vanishing into the distance in an instant. Inside the car, Su Bai sat agape. This is allowed. Song Ran, by contrast, remained utterly unruffled. A bewildered head poked out of the crimson hovering vehicle. The fierce wind at high altitude stung Su Bai's cheeks, and only then did he come to his senses. Retracting his head, he turned to the back seat and asked Song Ran, Xiaohua, why can you open the mech space while descending? Isn't it supposed to require stable brainwaves? What's so strange about that? Just practice more. Song Ran was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized, glaring at Su Bai, "What did you call me?" Su Bai realized he had misspoken, awkwardly scratching his head, then defiantly replied, "Xiaohua." She was beautiful and had a twin brother, a pair of sister flowers, so the younger one must be Xiaohua. Song Ran's finger trembled as he pointed at Su Bai's nose in anger. Su Bai held his neck high, unafraid, convinced that Song Ran could do nothing to him. Sure enough, Song Ran was so furious he couldn't utter a word, scoffing and turning his head away, thinking fiercely that he must have his brother teach Su Bai a lesson. At that moment, the unmanned vehicle suddenly moved, flying toward the direction Su-won had vanished. Before long, a red mech came into view with two people standing on its shoulder, one of whom was Su-won. "Teacher, this is the person I selected." The middle-aged woman beside her scrutinized the two in the vehicle. Su Bai, sitting in the car, was also watching her. It wasn't that he was rude, it was just that he had nowhere to land outside, and opening the car door felt like stepping into paradise. The middle-aged woman appeared to be in her 40s, her appearance rather ordinary, with the only notable feature being her mechanical arm. Gradually, the woman focused her gaze on Su Bai. After observing him for a while, she exerted strength in her legs and jumped directly onto the vehicle. Using her mechanical arm, she pinched Su Bai's back, shoulders, and neck, rendering him as defenseless as a doll. After pinching him, she smiled, and with a somewhat rough voice said, "Hello, I am Su-won's teacher, Li Cheng." Though Su Bai was extremely dissatisfied with her pinching him, he weighed their strengths and extended his hand sincerely. "Hello, teacher Li, I am Su Bai." Su-won's red lips slightly parted, unable to believe the scene before her. When did the cold-blooded orange become so friendly to someone they just met? This must be a fake. Li Cheng's smile was somewhat stiff as she took out two cards and handed them over. "This is your proof. I have other matters, so let Xiaowan take you inside. You are quite lucky, this is a good seed. Your body has probably already reached the strength of a level 3 gene user." Upon hearing this, Su-won couldn't help but look at Su Bai, her expression one of disbelief. This young lady had indeed struck gold. With a level 3 gene lock, she was only at level 2 herself. Among her peers, the strongest in genetics was only at level 3. Li Cheng saw that she understood and stepped forward under Su Bai's astonished gaze. It was as if there were transparent glass in the sky, and she walked towards the distance. Su-won retracted the mech and returned to the vehicle, slapping Su Bai back to his senses. "You hit it pretty well. A level 3 gene user, honestly, tell me, which divine realm are you from?" "Divine realm?" Su Bai shook his head. Su-won was even more surprised. "Could it be that you are from one of the 5 divine nations?" The geographical distribution of forces in the mythological technological universe was quite odd if one viewed the universe as a large circle. The top 5 divine nations were on the outermost edge, followed by the territories of various divine realms, while the central forces were the weakest, consisting of a federation composed of countless stars, without any mythological mech stationed. Moreover, the 5 strength academies and other advanced academies were established in the inner circle known as the safe zone. Each divine nation and realm would send the majority of their juniors to the inner circle to grow independently, graduating from advanced academies and then return after maturing. Though it was said to be independent growth, they were all from large forces and resource supply would not be lacking. Therefore, it was not surprising that Su-won had such thoughts in her eyes. Su Bai must be a junior of a powerful faction. Otherwise, how could he unlock level 3 gene locks at such a young age without a large amount of money and resources? It was impossible with just training. What she didn't expect was that Su Bai was a cheat. Su Bai shook his head again, honestly saying, "I am from the Chongning Federation, a native citizen of Bai Star." "Chongning Federation, Bai Federation." "That's right. That's impossible, it's too unscientific." Su-won looked at the departing Su Bai, and both she and Song Ran murmured. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot to brief them about the trial." Hurriedly, she got out of the car, but among the bustling crowd, the two had long vanished from sight. "Hope they have good luck." In the crowd, Su Bai stuffed the card printed with Song Ran's name into his hand. "Xiaohua, are you still angry? How can a big man act like a girl?" Song Ran took the card but ignored him. Su Bai pretended to ask casually, "I remember seeing somewhere that if a friend doesn't respond, what should you do? Can you guess the answer?" Song Ran glanced at him, ignoring him. Su Bai continued, "Hey, someone replied below saying, just give them a beating. Don't you think that makes sense?" Song Ran transformed into an angry cat, glaring at Su Bai, and exclaimed, "You dare?" "Ha ha ha." Su Bai found it too amusing to tease Song Ran. "I was just joking." Time passed, and the sun in the sky slowly rose overhead. Out of boredom, Su Bai played with his proof. "This little card is quite exquisite." The pure white card was printed with the logo of Zhenyuan along with his large portrait and a name. Yet being extremely sensitive to metal, he could clearly feel a golden thread hidden inside. The fine gold thread was engraved with his and Su-won's names, which was why he marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship. Putting away the card and glancing at the time, the second hand had just ticked, and the time was precisely at 12 o'clock. It was noon. The sky turned dark. Su Bai looked up and saw a colossal object suddenly manifest, blocking the sunlight. The divine pressure emanating from it made it hard for him to breathe. If he felt this way with his physical condition, one could only imagine how others fared. Many people collapsed to the ground, and only with Su Bai's support could Song Ran barely stand. Hiss! The hissing of a snake clearly echoed in everyone's ears. The pressure lasted for a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. Su Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze fixed on the rapidly shrinking object above. It stopped once it reduced to a size of 100 meters. Xuanwu! Su Bai exclaimed in surprise. A giant Xuanwu was coiled around by a large snake, and anyone who saw it would immediately think of the legendary four sacred beasts Xuanwu. Song Ran added, to be more precise, it is the mythological Mech Xuanwu. The origin of mythological Mechs could no longer be traced, but their status as the pinnacle of power in the universe was unquestionable. Based on a divine core, they are eternal and indestructible. The mythological Mechs are made of iron, while the pilots are like flowing water. With a unique master recognition mechanism that perfectly matches the pilot's growth potential along with various other miraculous features, they are beyond the reach of today's technological capabilities. Of course, the most crucial point is that there is no divine core. It is also due to this growth potential that a saying exists in the universe: there are no weak mythological Mechs, only weak mythological pilots. Hiss! The large snake on the back of the Xuanwu hissed again, drawing everyone's attention. At some unknown time, an old man appeared at the head of the Xuanwu. With a head of white hair and leaning on a cane, one couldn't help but worry whether he would be blown over by a gust of wind. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the headmaster of Zhenyuan Academy, Xuanwu. The old man Xuanwu didn't use any equipment, yet everyone could hear his voice. Today is the day of the enrollment assessment, and the rules are very simple. Someone will take you to a planet, then introduce golden beasts. You must survive under the chase of the golden beasts and keep your proof intact. When there are only 100,000 left, the assessment will end. Oh, and you cannot operate mechs or starships, and no external items are allowed in the assessment planet, otherwise you will bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar below. Out of 1 billion people, only 100,000 left. What about the others? Are they all going to die? I want to apply for the research department. Oh, why must I also participate in this assessment? I oppose. Two mechs are also part of my strength. Oh, why can't I use them? Xuanwu frowned, and the amiable demeanor vanished. The massive front limb of the mythological Xuanwu stomped down, sending violent waves crashing down, causing chaos below. Anyone unwilling to participate can step back now. If you crush your proof after entering the assessment planet, someone will come to rescue you, but whether they can make it in time is uncertain. Moreover, all professions will be treated equally. If you don't accept, get lost. Xuanwu vanished from the head of the Xuanwu, and then the mythological Xuanwu disappeared from above. After he disappeared for more than 10 minutes, the oppressive pressure in the area gradually dissipated. Su Bai helped Song Ran stand up and asked, "How are you? If it's too much for you, you can withdraw." He was very confident in his body, but Song Ran seemed a bit. "Fine, I can participate in the assessment." This made Su Bai regard him with a higher opinion, thinking that Song Ran's delicate nature would surely cause him to back down. At that moment, a massive black void appeared in the sky. A starship squeezed out of the opening, dropping down several iron chains. A voice came from the starship. "Participants in the assessment board the ship. You have half an hour." Su Bai raised an eyebrow, hoisting Song Ran on his back, his body shooting out like an arrow. Even carrying someone did not affect his agility. In the midst of swirling movements, he passed through the crowd like a butterfly weaving through flowers until he reached an iron chain. "Hold tight." Su Bai grabbed the iron chain and swiftly ascended. From the moment the voice rang out until he reached the deck, while carrying Song Ran, only half a minute had passed, and the deck was completely empty. A few people in the cockpit looked at Su Bai, their eyes brightening. "Headmaster, we have a good seed this time." The recently vanished Xuanwu stood at the forefront, nodding. Carrying someone and being the first to board the ship is indeed impressive. Li Chung Suwan's teacher was also in the crowd, saying, "I know him, his name is Su Bai. He was chosen by my student and should already be a level 3 gene user." Oh, Xuanwu became interested. Li Chung, stay with him during the assessment and make sure he doesn't get hurt. With such a good seed, once he grows up, he will be a fierce warrior against the golden beasts. Others began to discuss. I wonder which powerful faction he comes from. Could it be from the heavenly court divine nation, or perhaps the offspring of a deity? This kid is still carrying a partner. What a deep bond between them. Li Chung cut in nonchalantly, "That's a male." "Ahem. Then, brotherly bond. It's just a harmless little kitten. Meow." The staff looked at Su Bai, and the pitiful golden beast in his arms hesitated for a moment, and then firmly said, "No. Please make an exception. It's just a harmless little kitten." Meow. The staff looked at Su Bai, and the pitiful golden beast in his arms hesitated for a moment, and then firmly said, "No. Please make an exception." Su Bai said with a bitter face. He had never been separated from Yuanbao in all these years, and was unwilling to part with it. At that moment, something sounded in the staff's earpiece, and she responded a couple of times. Then someone brought a card, and the staff handed it to Su Bai saying you can take it in, but it also needs a certificate. If its certificate is lost, you will still fail the assessment. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Su Bai nodded in agreement. He took the certificate, which had Yuan Bao's head printed on it. He didn't know when the photo was taken, and below it was written little kitten. This question mark seemed quite clever as Su Bai didn't pay much attention to it, and put the card away waiting aside. Go in already, why are you standing here? Wait for him, we're going together. Su Bai pointed at Song Ran and said. The staff glanced at him and said hurry up and go in, do you still want to form an illegal team? Dream on, does the academy not consider that? After entering it's all random teleportation, if you really have the ability find her after you get inside. Su Bai shrugged helplessly at Song Ran, there was nothing to be done about randomness. Then take care of yourself. He then turned and stepped into the intense white light. It felt like being thrown into a washing machine on the highest speed, swirling crazily for hours. As soon as Su Bai felt his feet touch solid ground, he immediately hunched over and vomited violently. 5 minutes later, he finally felt a bit better in his stomach. Woof. Yuan Bao peeked out from his collar. If the staff were here, they would definitely be puzzled. The random teleportation device targets all living creatures, not to mention holding hands, even tying them together won't work. How could these two possibly still be together? There are too many people outside, so we'll feed you here. Su Bai rubbed Yuan Bao's head, reached into his pants pocket, and suddenly remembered that the glass beads had been taken away. So he picked up 2 chunks of broken stone, reached into his collar, and turned them into gold to feed Yuan Bao. What he didn't know was that this caution developed since childhood inadvertently allowed him to escape a calamity. In the sky, Li Cheng sat in a spherical flying device tasked with ensuring Su Bai's safety. The spherical flying device had a special coating showing no trace from the outside. Above the planet, numerous spherical flying devices were patrolling manned by rescue personnel. Su Bai was one of the very few who enjoyed the privilege of a solo vessel. After calming Yuan Bao, Su Bai began to observe his surroundings. Beside him was a large river which solved the water issue. Next to him were lush green trees with dappled sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. Su Bai looked up and was stunned. The towering tree trunks were probably 100 meters high, and there were many of them. So this is a small creek. It felt like being in a giant's world. Everything was magnified 100-fold. Standing in the jungle, Su Bai felt particularly small. Su Bai thoughtfully sniffed the earthy scent from the soil. An untouched planet. An untouched planet is an undeveloped natural life planet, more precious and rare than life planets that have been modified using sky curtain devices. The price of an untouched planet in the universe is second only to mining planets. With trillions of people entering the planet, Su Bai hadn't seen a single one, yet illustrating just how vast the planet was. Such a large, untouched planet, and the Zhenyuan Academy actually uses it as an examination planet. They are indeed extravagant. Su Bai walked toward the riverbank. With trees growing so well and the presence of water, it would be normal to have fish and such. First, he needed to solve the problem of food. Thinking this, he chuckled. During his time on the White Garment Star, due to poverty, he had frequently climbed trees to catch birds and fished in the river. Even with 3 levels of gene locks opened, he still needed to eat. It was one thing for him, but those pampered young ladies and young masters who might be eliminated due to starvation would be quite amusing. Su Bai walked up to a huge rock and punched it with all his might. Bang! The rock instantly shattered into pieces. A punch could break stone, a hallmark of a 3-level gene user. He picked up a suitably sized sharp stone and approached the riverbank. But after just one look, his expression changed and he cursed as he retreated. Damn, what kind of place is this? The two of us combined don't even equal the size of one fish. Oh, what can we eat? I hope it doesn't eat me. Rustle. The leaves rustled in the wind and the light spots on the ground began to ripple. Su Bai nimbly climbed up the nearest large tree. In the air, Li Cheng lost sight of Su Bai and could only see a figure moving in the treetops through the thermal imaging screen. Owl, did you feel that too? Someone is watching us. It should be from the academy. Su Bai didn't take it to heart. He had nothing to hide, just needed to be cautious while turning objects into gold. As for the problem of lacking food, it was no big deal. Absorbing golden substances to strengthen his body would provide the necessary nutrients. In other words, he could eat golden substances just like Yuan Bao and wouldn't starve. Reaching the top, a buzz cut appeared from the treetops. Su Bai scanned the area feeling a bit dazed. As far as he could see, it was all tall trees. Not to mention people, he hadn't even seen a golden beast. Just as he thought about golden beasts, he suddenly saw countless black dots falling from the sky, like a cedar running while scattering. Su Bai quickly ducked his head. Whatever I think about seems to come true. On the White Garment Star, there were no gold mines, and being in a safe zone meant Su Bai had never seen a golden beast in his life. Only seen their true forms through videos and pictures on the Star Network. Golden beasts in the human world have always been synonymous with ruthlessness and brutality. Although he was confident in his abilities, he had never actually interacted with a golden beast, so he inevitably felt a bit apprehensive. After some contemplation, Su Bai decided to lay low for now. Oh, it was impossible to give up such a good opportunity for real combat, but he couldn't be too reckless either. He needed to assess the situation and play it safe. Then in the air, Li Cheng saw the figure in the treetops lying down, not moving for several hours. If it weren't for the body heat, she would have thought Su Bai had died. This kid. Li Cheng was somewhat speechless. It was her first time seeing someone so adept at hiding. Then she thought of something, and a hint of mockery rose in her eyes. If he can rely on hiding to pass the assessment, that would be too easy. The number of cedars in the sky increased. The planet was too large, and massive starships were continuously dropping golden beasts. Countless golden beasts fell from the sky like dumplings. Roar. A roar echoed through the woods. Su Bai perked up slightly, moving his stiff body. Finally, they are here. Rustle. In the depths of the jungle, something was moving towards him, making faint sounds as it brushed against the tall flowers and grasses. Every little sound in the silent jungle was amplified infinitely. Su Bai widened his eyes, staring at the direction from which the sound was coming. The noise grew closer. Suddenly, a strange creature several meters tall appeared with black fur interspersed with golden stripes, walking on 4 legs, a white tail, pig ears, a sharp beak, and red eyes. It cautiously walked through the forest, occasionally emitting a low growl. 1-star golden beast. Su Bai recalled the most straightforward way to identify golden beasts. A body size within 10 meters is a 1-star. 10 to 20 meters is 2-star. 3-star ranges from 20 to 100 meters. Anything over 100 meters is a 4-star golden beast. 5-star golden beasts do not grow larger, but rather shrink until 7-star golden beasts, which revert to within 10 meters. Higher-level golden beasts are hardly seen within the safety zone. Golden beasts continuously grow before reaching 5 stars, then gradually condense to significantly increase physical strength. The Academy would never be cruel enough to introduce 7-star golden beasts, though otherwise it wouldn't be an assessment, but outright murder. The strange golden beast sniffed around, approaching the tree where Su Bai was hiding. Just as Su Bai thought it would do the same as before, sniffing a few times, and leaving the golden beast suddenly looked up, raised its forelimbs to strike the trunk, and roared at it. Discovered. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, feeling the strength of the golden beast strikes against the treetop, and felt relieved. 1-star golden beast is weaker than I imagined. He hugged the tree trunk and slid down, preparing to welcome his first battle with the golden beast. Seeing the person appear from above, the golden beast's eyes glowed even brighter, not realizing that when the prey isn't threatened, coming out voluntarily means something. Su Bai estimated he was still 20 meters off the ground, using his arms to stop his descent, pausing on the rough tree trunk. Then he pushed off with his feet, jumping into the open area 10 meters from the golden beast. As soon as he landed, the golden beast rushed over impatiently. Standing on the same level, Su Bai could see more clearly. He was 183 meters tall, and the height of the golden beast on all fours was probably close to 5 meters. From the golden beast's gaping mouth, its dense teeth resembled saw blades. Su Bai didn't recklessly approach. He stepped back half a step, raising his arms in front of him for defense. He only had 1 life, so caution was paramount. In just 10 meters, the golden beast was upon him in an instant. The golden beast raised its forelimbs and struck at Su Bai. The thick paw didn't have sharp claws, which was also why Su Bai dared to take it heed. Thud. With a muffled sound, the massive paw landed on the junction of Su Bai's arms, blocking his upper body. Su Bai was pushed back half a step, grinning, a little painful, but just a little. After experiencing it firsthand, the force transmitted through his arms was far less than his own strength, making things easier. The mindless golden beast clearly didn't realize this. Seeing its attack blocked, it became enraged and was about to retract its forelimbs and strike again. Could Su Bai let it pull back? He immediately grabbed its forelimbs, attempting to execute a wrestling move. Lift. Su Bai gritted his teeth, exerting force with both arms, but it was of no use. After all, the size of such a huge creature meant that striking it was one thing, but lifting it was entirely different. Cough, cough. Su Bai awkwardly coughed a couple of times. He didn't forget someone was watching him, and shot a glare at the golden beast. Why are you so big? After gauging the golden beast's strength, he felt bored. Such strength was not even a bit challenging for him. He grabbed the golden beast's forelimb, fur jumped onto its back, and rained down punches like a storm. The golden beast didn't even struggle before it ceased to breathe, with blood tinged with a hint of gold oozing from the wound on its head. Su Bai curiously touched it. To his surprise, the golden dots in the blood suddenly sped up, flowing toward his fingertips. Note the following level-related settings are quite mixed. Please view with caution or wait until later when there are unclear parts to refer back. No need to memorize, it won't affect reading in the early stages. Due to the requests of several readers, it has been specifically added to the main text. The word count for this chapter is sufficient and does not have the suspicion of water words. At the mid-low stage, humans of the same level are far from the match of golden beasts. Children and small dinosaurs are not of the same level. It's the same principle. The key aspect of human gene levels is the ability to withstand the load brought by certain levels of mechas to pilot them, countering golden beasts. Mechas are the same. It's not that the stronger the mecha, the stronger the strength. One must also consider the load the pilot can bear. Forcefully piloting a high-level mecha not only fails to unleash strength, but can also result in being crushed by the load. For example, a level 1 gene user meteor level mecha, 1-star golden beast. A level 2 gene user satellite level mecha, 2-star golden beast. A level 3 gene user planet level mecha, 3-star golden beast. And so on. Mecha spaceship levels. Meteor level, satellite level, planet level, star level, nebulae level, star cluster level, galaxy level, star domain level, star realm level, universal level, mythological mecha. There are also star core mechas, planet core mechas, star core mechas, made using special methods which are not included in the levels. Note there are fewer levels of mechas since the upper limit of human technology is there. Under normal circumstances, only mythological mechas have strength above universe level. Golden beast levels. 1 to 7 stars, leader beast, king beast, lord beast, saint beast, god. Note golden beasts below the leader level can be identified by their size. The higher the golden beast level, the higher its intelligence. Those at the leader level can even speak human language. Higher level ones can even fully transform into human form, indistinguishable from humans by appearance. Gene user levels. 1 to 7 levels, transcending the ordinary, ceiling kings, dignitaries, domain, lords, deities. Note there is a risk of gene chain collapse when breaking through after level 5 gene users. Su Bai's expression changed drastically as he leaned forward, blocking the strange sight of the golden beast's wound. The golden energy flowed from his fingertips into his body, ultimately converging in a mysterious space overlapping with his heart. In the pitch-black space, a brilliant golden core spun around, absorbing the golden energy. This golden core was the source of his ability to transmute materials into gold, commonly referred to as the blue strip. Unfortunately, the blue strip was too short, only amounting to the equivalent of 3 glass balls. For years, he had not ceased his exploration into how to enhance the golden core, even purchasing golden beast meat, but to no avail. After a while, the golden energy within the golden beast would dissipate after its death, and since Su Bai had only bought dead meat, it was no wonder he had never discovered it. But now, it was different. He had stood up. The golden core absorbed the golden energy from the golden beast, significantly enhancing itself. It increased by the amount of a glass bead. Alright, while it may not be much, having a direction for enhancement was better than always being at 3 balls of gold. Even the ingot resented him for being short. With the blue strip being short, 3 golden beads simply couldn't satisfy his needs. After 3 seconds, no more golden energy flowed from the golden beast's wound. Su Bai wiped the blood from his finger on the golden beast, silently pondering. 1-star golden beast, the amount needed to transmute 1 glass bead. From the overhead starship continuously dropping golden beasts, it was evident that there were plenty of golden beasts on the planet. With trillions of participants in the assessment, wanting to eliminate down to a mere 100,000 would not take a short time. This meant that for such a long duration, they could continually hunt golden beasts to enhance the golden core. In theory, a level 3 gene user should be stronger than a 1-star golden beast, at least in Su Bai's case. Now, with an academy specifically filtering 1-star golden beasts to throw in, he could easily walk through this. And with such a great opportunity, Su Bai felt a bright future ahead. He pulled at the golden beast's forelimb. Without the support of golden energy, the deceased beast's body became somewhat soft and easily tore off. In this vast world, eating was of utmost importance. Absorbing golden substances could stave off hunger, but if one could eat, who would want to survive on glucose? He took the forelimb of the golden beast to the riverbank to wash it. The blood of the golden beast stained the river's water, and the violent factors in the blood instantly scared away the fish in the river. Su Bai sneered, a mere appearance, and you thought you were strong. After cleaning the beast's leg, he discovered a key issue. Upon entering the assessment planet, everything on him had been confiscated, leaving him without fire. Did that mean he had to learn from ancient people to create fire by friction? He had never learned that. Just when he was at a loss, a lighter suddenly fell from the sky. It was naturally thrown by Li Cheng, as providing a bit of convenience without violating regulations was acceptable. Su Bai picked up the lighter. Click. He pressed it twice. It was windproof. Was there a river god? Could he ask for anything? He instantly dropped what he was holding and prayed sincerely to the great river. I want money, I want money. Even Li Cheng, with her indifferent personality, felt like going down to grab his ear and yell, you are truly a talent. Su Bai was simply too poor. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to earn money. After praying for a while, the river god did not appear, but a fish splashed the water, splattering his face. Su Bai shook his head regretfully and returned to the tree's base, gathering some dry branches to start roasting meat. Before long, the golden beast meat began to sizzle and release a rich aroma. Su Bai tore off a piece first, called Yuan Bao out to eat, and then, without caring about the heat, he began to devour it. Golden beast meat was a great delicacy on the planet. 1 pound of 1-star meat cost nearly 1,000 United coins. Long ago, he had bought a small piece of scrap to see if it could enhance his golden energy, and the taste had lingered in his memory ever since. Su Bai's belly visibly rounded. 5 minutes later, delicious. After finishing, he washed his hands and Yuan Bao at the riverbank, then returned to tear off a rib from the golden beast. It was about 1.5 meters long, slightly curved. He waved it a couple of times, and it felt quite good, very handy. After thinking for a moment, he walked to the place where he had just made the fire, drew something on the ground with the rib, and then headed deeper into the jungle. Since the golden beasts weren't coming, he would go find them. Li Cheng maneuvered the flying device, curiously flying down. She saw two characters shining brightly on the ground. Thank you. Beside a fire that had not completely extinguished, a large piece of golden beast meat was left sizzling. She slightly pursed her lips, picked up the golden beast meat, and returned to the flying device. In the woods, a small golden beast suddenly leaped out from nowhere and jumped onto the young man's body. Oh woo! Su Bai transmuted a stone into gold and fed it to Yuan Bao. No doubt about it, someone is following me. He felt puzzled as to why someone would specifically follow him. With so many candidates, the academy couldn't possibly send someone to follow all of them. He shook his head, not wanting to think about it anymore. If they could give him a lighter, they should mean no harm. Su Bai had no idea that Li Cheng was actually there to protect him. Having stayed in a small place for so long, he was completely unaware of what it meant to be a young level 3 gene user. 3 days swiftly passed. Li Cheng watched as Su Bai held a half-meter-long fong, skillfully stabbing it into the brain of the opposing golden beast, then reaching in to absorb the golden energy, executing the action fluidly, as if he had done it many times before. She connected to the communication channel above. Old Wong, the 1-star golden beasts pose no threat to the candidates. I am following UI request to increase the difficulty. Oh. On the other end of the communication, Old Wong responded with surprise. The vast majority of those participating in the assessment had not unlocked their first-level gene locks. Even first-level gene users would struggle against golden beasts of the same level. At this moment, he thought of something. The one being followed by Li Cheng seemed to be a level 3 gene user. Truly a rarity, they must have been infused with gene agents from birth. Old Wong felt a bit of a headache, then let the second round begin with him. The deployment of 2-star golden beasts, originally scheduled for the 10th day, was forcibly advanced by 7 days due to Su Bai. Before long, a starship flew directly overhead Su Bai. Instantly, he was shrouded in shadow as he looked up. He saw a large number of golden beasts descending toward him. In his ear, it seemed to echo a wave of undead. No golden beasts are approaching. As the distance between the golden beasts and the ground diminished, his pupils contracted sharply, and he turned to run. A voice full of grief and anger echoed through the forest. Damn, I want to file a complaint. There's a conspiracy. They're all 2-star beasts. Are they playing with me? Bang, bang, bang. Centered around Su Bai, a rain of 2-star golden beasts began to fall. Large branches were broken and craters were smashed into the ground. Su Bai dodged the falling golden beasts, taking advantage of their disorientation from the high drop to escape. If there were only a few, there might be a chance to fight. But with so many, he couldn't even count. Even a level 3 gene user was human, and under the pressure of these massive bodies, being surrounded would lead to dire consequences. Behind him, more and more golden beasts were regaining their senses, and the only anomaly in their sight stood out, causing them to start chasing after Su Bai. As more golden beasts awakened, Su Bai was obstructed by beasts towering over 10 meters, but it did not prevent the later awakening beasts from keeping up with their companions. Thus, a striking scene appeared in the jungle. A relatively small young man led a torrent of golden beasts behind him. Under the impact of the massive golden beast flow, large trees collapsed, kicking up clouds of dust. As the sun set and the moon rose under the bright moonlight, a young man leaped atop the treetops. Below the golden beast, despite not being able to see his figure, could always accurately locate his position. Su Bai panted heavily, his brow furrowed. His speed was faster than the golden beasts, but with just a slight rest, no matter where he hid, the golden beasts were able to find him. Golden beasts are inherently violent and exhibit great aggression toward humans. Su Bai muttered the basic records on golden beasts. Their main diet is gold, and they have an extremely keen sensitivity to golden materials. That's right. They have an exceptionally sharp sense of smell for golden materials. Su Bai's expression brightened. No wonder the certificate provided by the academy had golden threads. It was specifically to attract golden beasts. He quickly fished out 2 certificates. Oh, just as he was about to throw them away, he suddenly remembered that before entering, Dean Xuanwu had mentioned that losing the certificates would result in failure of the assessment. He paused his actions, falling into deep thought. Since he couldn't throw them away, he just needed to block the golden beast's perception of the golden threads. Su Bai took a deep breath. The golden core rotated, and a stream of golden energy flowed to his fingertips, turning the nail of his right index finger into gold. Then, without hesitation, he cut open his left arm, forcefully stuffing the 2 certificates inside. Damn! The intense pain from inserting foreign objects into his flesh made him curse. Then he turned the wound to gold, and after canceling the golden transformation, the wound returned to normal. Fortunately, he had killed plenty of 1-star golden beasts in recent days, otherwise he would not have been able to perform the above actions. Su Bai stopped fleeing, standing on a branch and holding his breath. The success or failure depended on this. In the air, a hint of worry flashed in Li Cheng's eyes. Was this giving up? She regretted applying for an increase in the assessment's difficulty while simultaneously blaming the fool responsible for deploying the golden beasts. How could they deploy an entire starship's worth of golden beasts? She would definitely file a complaint after returning. As the torrent of golden beasts drew nearer to the tree where Su Bai was located, and he had yet to act, Li Cheng sighed, helplessly, always ready to summon her mech to save Su Bai. As for the assessment issue, since it was the Academy's mistake, she should be able to apply to take a special route or something. Her virtual assistant was already ready, just waiting for her command to open the mech space. But the next scene left her dumbfounded. The massive swarm of golden beasts seemed to have lost their target, wandering in place. Frustrated, they banged against the nearby trees. The prey they had chased for an entire day had vanished, and they clearly could not accept it. In the darkness, Su Bai silently observed the commotion below, grinning. It worked. The suffering had not been in vain. Taking advantage of the chaos among the golden beasts, he lightly tapped his toes and darted away into the distance. He soon ran out of the encirclement of the golden beasts. Li Cheng frowned. Could it be that Su Bai discovered the issue with the certificates and threw them away? That would be troublesome. If he got saved by her, it would be an error on the part of the staff, but if he threw them away, it would be equivalent to giving up on the assessment. No, wait. She then thought that if he threw them away, the golden beasts shouldn't be this violent. Li Cheng connected with the monitoring team's communication. Send me the signal points of the certificates in my area. Yes. Soon a pale blue panel unfolded before her, displaying dozens of red dots, with the two closest red dots overlapping. Li Cheng flew forward, focusing on Su Bai and comparing the trajectories of the two overlapping red dots. She knew Su Bai had a little companion, which was why there were two overlapping dots. Since the certificates hadn't been lost, what was happening with the golden beasts? Could it be that golden substances can also expire? Or did the golden beasts collectively lose their minds? Under the dim night, Li Cheng used her equipment to observe Su Bai's every move, still perplexed about how he managed to escape. Watching Su Bai skillfully take down a one-star golden beast and roast its meat with a smug demeanor made her feel displeased. Teacher, look at him. We haven't even eaten yet, and he's enjoying his meal. The speaker was her proud disciple Su Wan. Senior students could apply to observe battles provided someone accompanied them. Upon hearing that Li Cheng was following Su Bai, Su Wan was eager to come and see, leading to the current scene. But now she regretted it immensely. In her haste, she had skipped meals, and there was no food in the aircraft, forcing her to watch Su Bai feast on the meat with an empty stomach. What could Li Cheng do? She couldn't just go down, snatch the meat, and throw him into the pack of two-star golden beasts, could she? After thinking for a moment, she reconnected the communication to the monitoring room. Are you sure the credential is still with Su Bai? Absolutely. Is there any way to extract the golden material inside without damaging the credential? The person on the other end seemed to have heard a joke and replied firmly, it's impossible. The golden material inside appears to be a single entity, but it is made using special methods. A slight touch will cause the credential to ignite spontaneously. Hearing this, Li Cheng also found herself at a loss. It felt surreal. Su Bai was enjoying his meat, contemplating that once the pack of two-star golden beasts dispersed, he would seek out the solitary ones. The golden energy contained within the two-star golden beasts must certainly be greater than that of the one-star, and the meat should taste better too. The more she thought about it, the less appealing her roasted meat seemed. However, on second thought, not much time had passed, and the golden beasts were likely still grouped together. It was hard-earned to escape. She could wait a little longer. At that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from afar. Su Bai, like a startled bird, tightened his heart, wondering if they were pursuing him again. But upon listening closely, he relaxed. The golden beasts were too large to move quietly. It wasn't the golden beasts, but rather other examinees. Su Bai felt a surge of excitement. Humans were social creatures. It was the first time in his life that he hadn't seen anyone for 3 consecutive days. It smells so good. There's fire over there. Could it be the golden beasts? Are you stupid? Can a one-star golden beast start a fire? Let's go take a look. The voices grew nearer as a group emerged from the darkness. Su Bai sat by the fire, observing the group across from him, which consisted of both men and women. He hadn't encountered anyone for 3 days and wondered how they managed to gather over 20 people. All more than 20 of them were dressed in various forms of tight combat attire, clearly expensive. In contrast, Su Bai's already poor quality clothing had become tattered from 3 days of battling golden beasts. Fortunately, he knew where the river was and would wash up while fetching water. Plus, his close-cropped hair didn't look messy, otherwise he would indeed resemble a beggar. The group of over 20 was led by a man and a woman, both of striking appearance. After all, those brave enough to apply for Inscribed Academy likely came from well-off families equipped with various resources from a young age, including gene serum, making it quite difficult to end up lacking. They approached the fire and locked eyes with Su Bai, neither side speaking first. Su Bai wondered what was wrong with these people, why approach without saying anything. The others were also pondering why a lone person in the jungle wouldn't inquire when over 20 people approached him. The flickering firelight danced on their faces, creating an oddly tense silence. Ultimately, it was the other side that broke the silence first. The leading young man said, "Hello, my name is Wang Kong. Su Bai extended his hand and replied, "Hello, I am Su Bai." Unexpectedly, Wang Kong merely glanced at Su Bai's hand, showing no intention of shaking it. "Brother, you can't possibly finish such a large golden beast alone. Why not share some with us? What do you say?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow, subtly retracting his hand, and replying coolly, "Why should I?" With the other side clearly looking down on him, Su Bai naturally wouldn't offer a warm response. Centered around the campfire, the atmosphere between the two distinct groups grew tense once again. Although Su Bai was alone, his presence was not diminished. Inside the aircraft, Su Wan and Li Cheng silently observed the scene below. The universe was indeed a very realistic place. The wealthy looked down on the poor, and the strong scorned the weak. It was perfectly normal. After a moment of stalemate, a girl standing to Wang Kang's left suddenly smiled brightly, acting as a mediator. "We're all compatriots. Let's not make the atmosphere so awkward. Wang Kong, you should know better than to be rude." The girl then turned to Su Bai with a smile, saying, "Your name is Su Bai, right? I apologize on his behalf. He's just like that. Don't take it to heart. It would be a waste if you can't finish all that golden beast meat, so why not share some with us?" As she spoke, the girl blinked, her sparkling eyes filled with expectation. Su Bai took the opportunity to ease the tension and decided to relent. He simply disliked Wang Kang's attitude, but with someone apologizing, he could let it slide. Unlike golden beasts, humans couldn't display their strength based on appearance. If a conflict arose with over 20 people, it would be embarrassing if things went wrong. Moreover, such a large golden beast, he couldn't take it with him, and certainly couldn't stay here guarding it. "All right, for the sake of the beautiful lady." After saying this, he picked up a thong and climbed up a large tree. He would never admit that he was mesmerized by those two soft curves. Once Su Bai was up the tree, they immediately began to divide the golden beast. Using the fire, Su Bai had started to roast the meat. At that moment, Su Bai suddenly remembered something and ran back down to cut off a large chunk of meat to roast. The others thought he was still hungry and went about their business, ignoring him. After the meat was cooked, Su Bai carried it away and stuck a few branches into the ground before returning. Su Wan looked at Su Bai's actions, puzzled, saying, "What is he doing?" Li Cheng smiled as she piloted the aircraft down to retrieve the meat, sharing half with Su Wan. "This kid is clever. He noticed me long ago. Every time he roasts meat, he saves me a piece." Hearing this, a hint of curiosity appeared in Su Wan's eyes as she looked at Su Bai. He was truly interesting. "Sister Kong, what are you afraid of? Are over 20 of us really afraid of him?" Wang Kong chimed in. "Exactly, look at how he's dressed. He doesn't even have a decent combat outfit." Kong Qing tore the meat into small pieces, elegantly chewing it. "Can you take down a one-star golden beast by yourself?" The two fell silent as she continued, "I can't guarantee victory. Even if I win, he'll take some damage. Look at him, he has no wounds at all." "Well," Wang Kong wanted to say something, but Kong Qing interrupted him directly. "There's no need to say that. Just go apologize to him. If we bring him into our group, our chances of passing the test will increase by another point." "Apologize? Me apologize to him? I'm a member of the Yundu Federation. Who does he think he is?" Kong Qing shot him a cold glance and said, "Then get out of the group and go back to your Yundu Federation. He'll personally go apologize." She remained calm and collected. It was clear in her mind that a useless person could never compare to someone capable of taking down golden beasts. Seeing Kong Qing angry, Wang Kong dared not retort. Although the Yundu Federation was a 5-star federation, it meant nothing in the face of the divine realm, and Kong Qing's family was a power within the divine realm. He knew that Kong Qing could back up her words. After a moment of indecision, he finally lowered his head, saying, "They'll go do it in a bit." Rustling sounds. Hearing the commotion below, Su Bai quietly opened his eyes, gripping the thong in his hand warily. "Hey Su, whatever. Sister Kong sent me to apologize to you." Wang Kong, not seeing a response, impatiently said, "Did you hear me? Answer if you did." Su Bai cursed him silently, giving a casual response, hoping this person would leave quickly and not disturb his rest. Wang Kong thought Su Bai had submitted disdainfully, thinking that lowly people were just lowly people. He became more arrogant, reaching out to slap Su Bai's face. "And one more thing, just join us, and we'll guarantee you pass the test." Su Bai raised an eyebrow, grabbing the thong and stabbing downward. The sharp thong pierced through Wang Kang's palm. "Get lost." "Oh!" Wang Kong screamed, the intense pain in his palm spreading throughout his body, causing him to lose his footing and fall. Falling from a 100-meter-high tree, given his physical condition, he would definitely not survive the fall. In a critical moment, Kong Qing leaped high, grabbing his arm and using her feet to push off the tree trunk to lessen the impact, landing safely. Seeing that he was saved, Su Bai lay back down. "What an idiot! Golden beasts hunt people using their golden material. You all gathered together looking like a spotlight to the beasts. I barely managed to hide the credential, and now I'm following you all. Aren't I crazy?" Wang Kang's face was pale as he collapsed to the ground, continuously moaning. A few people carried him to the fire pit, and among them was a medical student who, with limited resources, performed basic first aid to prevent him from bleeding to death. Once the bandaging was complete, Kong Qing asked, "Didn't I tell you to apologize? What happened?" "Sister Kong, look at what happened to Brother Wang. Don't mention him. It must be that kid's fault. He was brutal. Why should I apologize to him? Look at how he's dressed. Does he deserve it? Kong Qing frowned, but said nothing. Everyone began to speak for Wang Kong, who immediately started to play the victim. If you want me to apologize, I'll definitely do it sincerely, but that kid's attitude was extremely arrogant, calling me an idiot. If Su Bai heard his words, he would surely be astonished at how well this person could read minds, as everything he thought was guessed perfectly. And he also said we were useless, that we couldn't catch the golden beasts and should eat his leftovers, and even said that he peed in the golden beast meat. Upon hearing that there was urine in the meat, someone nearby retched. Kong Qing looked at Wang Kang's expression, not believing what he said, and was about to question him when, "Sister Kong, let's kill that kid. He's too arrogant. I can't stand it. He definitely won't survive tonight. If you're still thinking of bringing that kid into the group, then we're leaving." Kong Qing's gaze remained fixed on Wang Kong. Seeing a flicker of triumph in his eyes, she understood everything. However, given the current situation, it would be nearly impossible to persuade them. Wang Kong alone couldn't match Su Bai, but with so many people combined, Kong Qing had to reconsider her stance. "Fine, do as you wish. I won't interfere." After saying this, she climbed up another large tree and closed her eyes. The remaining people shot a fierce glare at Su Bai's location, and centered around Wang Kong they began to hatch a clandestine scheme. With over 20 of them, even if Kong Qing didn't intervene, could they really let that kid turn the tables? Crackling. Dry branches burst with sparks under the flames. As the firelight gradually diminishes and the last flicker of brightness fades, the jungle plunges into darkness. With the flames extinguished, the people sitting around the campfire instinctively looked up toward the crown of a large tree not far away. Wang Kong exchanged glances, and a small, slender man among the crowd quietly climbed up the tree, holding a bone fragment. The man moved like a trained professional, making not a sound in the stillness of the environment. Once he vanished into the shadows, the others gathered around the tree, quietly waiting for something. From another tree, Kong Qing observed everyone's small movements, showing no intention of warning them. As a competent merchant, profit was always the decisive factor in her choices, and the 20-odd people before her were clearly more important than Su Bai, at least for now. That was her belief. Su Wan yawned and disdainfully stared at the figure on the screen, saying, "Is this all they can do? Resorting to underhanded tactics?" Seeing that there was no reaction from Su Bai's figure in the thermal imaging device, she couldn't help but worry, as the person climbing the tree was now less than 20 meters away from him. "Teacher, you have to take action. Just watch closely," Li Cheng replied leisurely. "This kid is sneaky." Su Bai, lying on a sturdy branch, opened his eyes the moment the slender man climbed the tree. One had to admit that the slender man indeed had some skills, but they could never have imagined that this ragged-looking boy, who couldn't even afford a combat suit, was a level 3 gene user. The shadow clung to the tree trunk like a maggot, inching upwards. Su Bai grasped the fong, silently observing the shadow. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. A glint of pride flashed in the shadow's eyes. But the next moment, a sound of air being pierced rang out, and the bone-white fong pierced through the darkness, impaling its head. As the fong withdrew, the shadow plummeted downwards. Su Bai expressionlessly tore off a leaf to wipe the blood from the fong. The metallic scent of blood in the air made him feel a bit nauseous. This is much simpler than killing a golden beast. Thud. The man's corpse fell from the height of 100 meters, and the force of the impact scattered blood and flesh everywhere. In the darkness, the others could not see the corpse's face and instinctively thought it was Su Bai, rushing forward and trampling the body on the ground. Su Bai jumped to a lower branch, staring below as he muttered, "Is it really worth killing me over such a trivial matter?" His features were swallowed by darkness until Yuan Bao gently licked his chin, bringing him back to reality. Snap! A lighter burst into flames, and the crowd was drawn to the sound from the tree. Looking up, in the dim light, Su Bai's face was clearly visible. The people below were suddenly dumbfounded. He was still alive. What about the one they had just trampled? What kind of feud is this? Is it really necessary? Look, that's turned to mush. Kong Qing, who had somehow come down to stand before the crowd, said to Su Bai, "Su Bai, this matter was their fault. You've killed one, so why don't we both take a step back and let it go?" This wasn't out of newfound conscience or a desire to protect Su Bai. In her heart, she had never changed her view that Su Bai could not defeat over 20 people. The reason for this was that killing Su Bai would be meaningless. With his strength, he could still take down a few in a fight to the death. In that case, the loss of manpower would reduce the chances of passing the assessment, which would bring no benefit to herself. "Let it go." Su Bai snorted coldly. "That's easy to say. Wanting to kill me and not succeeding is just fine." As the firelight went out, Su Bai's figure vanished from the sight of the crowd. Although they could not see him, they all knew he was up there watching them. At this moment, the people below also regained their senses and began to shout loudly, as if the louder they were, the more they could cover up the fact that they had trampled their companion's corpse to pieces. "It can't be counted. We must kill him today. Brother Su's hand was injured, and Alu was killed. Why should it be let go? Killing one must pay for it." Kong Qing turned and impatiently pointed at the crowd, saying, "Alu was killed without the power to fight back. It sounds easy to say to go kill him, but who will go first? The crowd flushed with anger, especially those who had been pointed out, who lowered their heads. While shouting, each voice was louder than the last. When it came to who would go first, not a single one dared to speak. After all, Lu was a level 1 gene user and had no resistance when killed. No one dared to guarantee a good outcome against Su Bai. After a moment of silence, Wang Kong spoke up saying, "Sister Kong, we followed you because we trust you, but you didn't care when a brother was killed. This isn't fair." Right, they rallied again saying, "As long as Sister Kong takes action, then it will be much easier. Sister Kong, you are a level 2 gene user and Brother Su is as well. If both of you lead, we will go together. That kid definitely won't escape. You said you would lead us safely through the assessment, but now that Lu is dead, you don't care. It's truly disheartening." Kong Qing's expression darkened, and she coldly glared at Wang Kong. With the crowd backing him up, Wang Kong felt a bit braver and said without changing his expression, "Don't be angry. I'm just speaking the truth." Kong Qing, caught between a rock and a hard place, took a deep breath and resolutely climbed up the tree. There was no point in saying more, just to put on an act for a bit and let him go. Wang Kong smirked and followed her, with the crowd trailing closely behind. Seconds later, astonished voices rang out from the tree. "Where is he? Damn, that kid ran away." Under the moonlight, a figure darted among the treetops. Su Bai had run away the moment he heard that there were 2 level 2 gene users among them. Otherwise, would he just wait to be besieged? With 2 level 2 users, the rest might only be level 1 at best, and some might not even have broken through to level 1 gene locks. Su Bai truly wouldn't be afraid if he decided to go all out. It was possible but unnecessary. Humans are smarter than low-level golden beasts. Having a brain meant they were not easy to deal with. Going in blindly was reckless behavior, but he couldn't just swallow this grievance without retaliation. Su Bai considered himself clever, so he decided. He broke off a twig the size of his little finger, and golden energy surged slowly, transforming the twig into gold. Holding the golden branch, he carefully listened to the movements nearby and ran in a certain direction. 10 minutes later, roar, continuous roars echoed through the jungle. Su Bai stopped to wait. Even a small golden thread could be detected by golden beasts, let alone such a large golden bar. Golden beasts also needed to sleep. Now that it was late at night, they had likely already fallen asleep. But the rich and intense golden material aura awakened them, and one by one, they instantly came to their senses, instinctively rushing towards Su Bai. Feeling the slight tremor beneath the great tree, Su Bai smiled proudly. Having such a large group of 2-star golden beasts as helpers was a free opportunity. As he could faintly see the distant trees being knocked down, estimating the distance was about right, he turned around and ran back in the direction he came. The golden beasts might have sensed the movement of the golden material, and their steps quickened again. Half an hour later, Su Bai returned to his previous location. Those people had already rested, and there wasn't even a lookout. He truly didn't know how they had survived until now. Bang bang. Su Bai struck the tree trunk forcefully with the fong and broke off another branch to ignite, illuminating his face with firelight. The awakened individuals were momentarily stunned before excitedly shouting, "You dare to come back!" The shouts woke even more people, and half a minute later, everyone looked towards Su Bai. Su Bai didn't hesitate. The golden beasts were not far away, so he immediately took out the gold bar to throw. But after hesitating for a moment, he first stuffed the gold bar into his pocket, letting Yuan Bao eat just enough to leave a fingertip-sized piece before throwing it to Wang Kong. "Wang, what was your name again?" "Never mind, it's not important. I'm here to deliver a treasure to you. Consider it compensation for hurting your hand earlier. Oh, and I'll also give you some fire." With that, Su Bai tossed the torch down, as well, lightly stepping onto a nearby tree. The crowd was left bewildered by his actions. Wang Kong picked up the torch and stared at what he held, exclaiming, "Golden material." Although he didn't know the purity, weighing it should be about 10 grams, and considering the current gold price in the universe. Never mind, you can't even buy it with money. After the injury on his hand healed, he could spend 50,000 to buy some ordinary healing potions to recover, but now he didn't know how many times he had profited. Wang Kong suddenly felt an urge to call Su Bai back. As long as he offered golden material, anything would be fine. The more he accumulated, the closer he was to becoming wealthy. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, and Kong Qing took the golden material from Wang Kong deep in thought. She didn't believe Su Bai was truly that kind-hearted. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Could it be the golden beasts? How is that possible? With such a loud noise, how many golden beasts would there have to be? Filled with doubts, Kong Qing quickly climbed to the top of the tree to look out. Without the cover of branches and leaves, the bright moonlight made her vision exceptionally clear. A scene of smoke and dust rising a kilometer away fell into her eyes, with large trees continuously toppling and rushing towards this side at great speed. Kong Qing's expression changed drastically as she let out a sharp cry. "Run! It's the golden beasts." She instantly understood why Su Bai had thrown them the golden material. It was a plot to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How ruthless. Kong Qing dropped the golden material and ran into the distance. The golden material fell to the ground, and no one dared to pick it up. running away with golden material in front of golden beasts was akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom. Watching the crowd scatter, Su Bai patted Yuan Bao, who swiftly darted down, swallowed the piece of golden material on the ground, and returned. Roar! The disappearance of the golden material sent the golden beasts into a frenzy, and those who had fled became new targets for the golden beasts mingled with golden threads. In an instant, the distance of a kilometer closed under the furious charge of the golden beasts. And at this moment, the first to run, Kong Qing, had barely covered 100 meters. I'll be damned if I let you go. The sounds of screams and wails echoed continuously. Tragically, some of them even died without remembering Su Bai's name. A golden beast swung its massive claw at Kong Qing, and in a moment of desperation, she turned and forcefully met it with a palm. Rushing to intercept the attack, combined with the overwhelming size, she was sent flying like a fly, crashing through dozens of branches before finally stopping against a sturdy trunk. As Su Bai prepared to retreat, he suddenly felt someone climbing up his tree. He looked down and chuckled. Wasn't that the one named Wang? At least there was a smart person who noticed something was off with the credentials. If I had left, perhaps you would have truly escaped a calamity. Unfortunately, it's your fate. Su Bai's expression was teasing as he called out, Wang Kong, I predict with a flick of my fingers that your fate is sealed. Wang Kong, who had been relieved to escape a calamity, looked up, his eyes turning red in an instant. Damn, you still dare to show your face. Su Bai threw something at him, and he instinctively reached out to catch it. A flash of gold entered his sight, and Wang Kang's hair stood on end. Damn it, you still want to harm me. Before Wang Kong could throw it away, Su Bai jumped down first and kicked him into the pile of golden beasts. Holding onto the golden object, Wang Kang's fate in the midst of the golden beasts was inevitable. He didn't even have time to scream before being devoured. Not far away, Kong Qing saw Su Bai's figure, and like grasping the last straw for survival, cried out in panic, Su Bai, I know, I was wrong, save me. Unfortunately, Su Bai merely ignored her as the golden beast lunged towards her, her expression identical to that of the previously frail man when he climbed the tree. The gaping maw of the golden beast loomed larger in her vision, and Kong Qing panicked, losing all her previous composure. No, I can't die yet. I have money. He'll pay you. Please save me. Su Wan couldn't help but laugh in the flying vehicle. This person is really amusing. Doesn't he realize the situation? Surrounded by two-star golden beasts, how could Su Bai possibly care about money? What the hell? Is this foolish kid really choosing money over his life? She widened her eyes and exclaimed. Li Chung, standing nearby, saw the scene below and realized that this kid was really going for it. When Su Bai heard money, his eyes lit up, the previous indifference vanishing without a trace as his body instinctively lunged forward. You beast, shut up. A figure gracefully arched through the air, landing on the head of a golden beast. Having descended from a 100-meter-high tree, Lu was left as nothing but bones while Su Bai remained unscathed. With the momentum of his descent, Su Bai stomped down on the golden beast, grabbing the bewildered Kong Qing and leaping back up the tree. If you had money, why didn't you say so earlier? Su Bai continued without stopping, exasperated. If you had said it earlier, there wouldn't have been so many issues, and you wouldn't be hurt. What was the point? Kong Qing was confused, wondering, from now on, should I tell everyone I have money? That I'm super rich? She thought this in her heart, but didn't dare to retort, fearing Su Bai would throw her away. In the chaos of the golden beasts, the small team of over 20 people was left with only Kong Qing, meaning she had become the sole target of the golden beasts. Su Bai once again experienced the treatment of the day, being chased by golden beasts, and this time with a person in tow. His speed was even slower than during the day. The sky gradually lightened. The young man carried the young girl on his back, while a small golden beast rested on her head. This peculiar trio fled through the forest, pursued by a torrent of golden beasts. The golden beasts seemed inexhaustible, chasing them from night until dawn without a break. Su Bai panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Even the golden little beast that had been resting on his chest climbed onto Kong Qing's head in disdain. He suddenly felt a pang of regret, having acted impulsively, forgetting that Kong Qing still had the voucher. I estimate I can hold on for another hour. Looking at the golden beasts running for another day should be fine. Su Bai's breath was not steady, his tone hurried. The voucher has golden threads, you decide what to do. Kong Qing fell silent, her intelligence quickly grasping Su Bai's underlying meaning. There were two choices: either she threw away the voucher and failed the assessment, or Su Bai threw her away, leaving her to await death. But she couldn't accept the consequences of failing the assessment. Under immense pressure, tears slowly seeped out, filling her eyes. Su Bai urged, make a decision quickly. What will it be? Kong Qing bit her lower lip until it turned pale. Clearly one option was certain death, while the other allowed survival. Such a decision should be simple, yet she couldn't bring herself to speak the next words. Roar! Su Bai's pace slowed increasingly, now matching the speed of the two-star golden beasts. 3 minutes later, the light in Kong Qing's eyes slowly faded as she made her choice. Forget it, living is more important than anything. As for the rest, he'll find a way. Just as she despondently prepared to throw away the voucher, her movements suddenly froze as she thought of something. Wait a minute, why didn't the golden beasts chase Su Bai earlier? She recalled that when Su Bai didn't save her, no golden beasts had looked at him while he was in the tree. The voucher would be taken by the inspecting examiner if damaged or lost. Since Su Bai was still on the assessment planet, it meant his voucher was still intact. Could there be a way to hide the voucher? Kong Qing held on to a glimmer of hope and asked, "Can you help me think of another way?" "No. They'll pay more." "No, it's not possible." Kong Qing rolled her eyes, as she had never seen someone so greedy. Su Bai was a principled person. He did things for money. He took Kong Qing's voucher, gritted his teeth, and made another cut on his left arm before stuffing the voucher inside. Instead of immediately using golden energy to heal, he first wrapped it up simply with his clothes to cover the wound before using golden energy to heal it. Sure enough, the golden beasts lost their target. Su Bai changed direction and ran to the left while the beasts continued charging straight ahead. Kong Qing's big, beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the retreating golden beast horde, incredulously saying, "Was it really that simple?" "What do you mean simple? It seems like I just stuffed the voucher inside, but the unique technique involved is not something ordinary people can learn, and it's extremely dangerous." Su Bai replied irritably, extending 2 fingers, "Including the previous fee, you owe me 20,000. After he finished, he grumbled in his heart. If only he knew why only his body could isolate the aura of the golden material, he would have definitely stuffed the voucher inside Kong Qing's body. After all, forcibly cutting open his arm to stuff something inside was incredibly painful. 20,000. Kong Qing's tone held a hint of doubt. Su Bai's heart sank. Was he asking for too much? Teacher land savings for decades was only 100,000, and aside from the 58,000 for the ticket, Su Bai's biggest expense in his life had been the few hundred joint coins spent on scraps of golden beasts. Thinking about it this way, asking a girl who was about the same age as him for 20,000 was indeed a bit unfair. As he pondered whether to lower the amount, Kong Qing directly brought her wrist's smart brain closer. 20,000. It is, the Academy has isolated the star network of the assessment planet, but it can pre-transfer. Once we connect to the star network, after going out, the money will directly go into your account. Huh. Su Bai was shocked. Was it really that easy? Could it be that she was a rich lady? All his previous doubts were instantly cast aside as he revealed the Federal issue wristwatch, emphasizing, "I mean joint coins. Don't try to fool me with the currency from the indigenous planet. The currency from the indigenous planet doesn't circulate in the universe. It wouldn't be useful no matter how much you gave me." Kong Qing's expression turned strange, and she said nothing further, merely pressing her wrist against Su Bai's watch. The two devices coming together vividly illustrated what was intricate and what was simple. Kong Qing's looked like a top-tier mastercraft piece adorned with diamonds, while Su Bai's was a children's digital watch from a $10 shop. Little Ming, transfer 20,000. A silver fox hologram appeared on the smart brain, and Kong Qing added more forcefully joint coins. The silver fox, holding a bag of coins, tossed it towards the ancient-clad girl on Su Bai's wrist. After the transaction was completed, Su Bai stared at the screen projected by the watch, grinning foolishly. Joint bank account balance, 62471 joint coins. I'm rich. Kong Qing looked at him and said, "Can you protect me to successfully pass the assessment? Don't get too greedy. Add another 20,000. I got you covered." Su Bai instantly perked up. Had just made 40,000 in a short time, and this money was too easy to earn. After the transfer, both were secretly pleased. Su Bai thought Kong Qing was naive with too much money, while Kong Qing thought Su Bai had a few screws loose. Yet whenever she thought about the assessment planet later, her heart would feel an indescribable pain filled with regret. Li Cheng gazed at the retreating golden beasts, lost in thought, wondering what had gone wrong. Had the golden beasts malfunctioned? Or were they simply uninterested in the golden material? Su Wan also noticed something was off and asked in confusion, "Why aren't the golden beasts paying attention to those two?" "I don't know. Let's report it to the higher-ups. If we don't clarify this kind of assessment method may not be usable in the future." This time she directly applied to connect to the central control room, which was the place where the previous director Xuanwu had been. Mecha Department Teacher Li Cheng, employee number 5712. This is the control room. Please report any issues. The assessment student Su Bai I've been following has already evaded the golden beast's pursuit twice. Did the voucher get lost? Strangely, the voucher has not been lost. The signal point in the voucher has been moving along with him. There was silence on the other end for a moment, as if they were discussing something. Received, filed, continue monitoring. Su Bai led Kong Qing to the river where they initially landed. Kong Qing had been injured while fighting unilaterally, beating the golden beasts, and needed immediate care to prevent infection. Here, unlike the outside, even a small injury or illness could lead to failing the assessment. Splashing sounds echoed as Kong Qing cleaned her wounds by the river, using Su Bai's clothes to bandage herself before walking over. As for why she used Su Bai's clothes, it was simply because her battle suit was hard to tear, and Su Bai was quite agreeable to exchanging one sleeve for 1,000 joint coins. She looked at Su Bai, who was lost in thought, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Making money." Su Bai replied without thinking, having just earned 41 joint coins from Kong Qing, making him realize that sudden wealth was within reach. This silly girl was easy to make money from, but continually milking her, especially because she was a girl, made Su Bai feel a bit guilty. After all, there were plenty of people on the assessment planet. Even if there weren't silly girls with money, it shouldn't be a problem to get 2,000 from each person. Small amounts would add up. In a short time, he devised a perfect plan and started explaining it to Kong Qing. After a while, Kong Qing twitched her mouth. "Are you sure this won't get us killed?" "Yeah." Su Bai smacked his head. This indeed was too antagonistic, and he needed to come up with a different approach. He slowly turned his gaze to Kong Qing and said, "He'll take care of the upper half, and when it's time to collect money, you go. How about we split it too?" Cough. 70-30, you get 30, I get 70. "Not possible, though, I won't go." Kong Qing rejected without a second thought, as she wouldn't stoop to such a trivial amount of money. Su Bai raised an eyebrow leisurely, saying, "If you won't go, we'll crush your voucher." "You? So will you go or not?" "I will go." Outside the assessment star, a fleet was anchored in the starry sky. At the center was a massive starship, its hull hollowed out. The cabin was intertwined with a silvery white floor and highly transparent glass materials, exuding a sense of technological beauty. Precision equipment was arranged in an orderly fashion with numerous images projected into the air. Upon closer inspection, the scenes depicted were from the assessment planet. Staff members in white uniforms with the words Zhenyuan printed on their backs hurriedly moved between the screens. Xianwu walked in with his hands behind his back. Everyone stopped their actions and respectfully said, "Hello, Dean." Xianwu smiled and waved his hands, signaling them to continue working. At this moment, an old man who looked to be about the same age as Xianwu walked over. "Grandpa Xian, why are you here?" "Xiaoshen, I've told you to call me Dean, not Grandpa. You're making me sound old." One of the vice deans, Shin Mingyang, who also served as the head of the research department, helplessly called out Dean. He felt that calling Xianwu Grandpa was already too young, recalling how when he entered Zhenyuan at a young age, Xianwu looked exactly like this and had not changed at all. Xianwu nodded in satisfaction, indicating that the youth was teachable. "Tell me, are there any promising candidates this year?" As the discussion turned serious, Shin Mingyang led Xianwu to a piece of equipment. With a wave of his hand, images switched, and a video appeared showing Su Bai skillfully slaying a golden beast. His name is Su Bai, and he is currently expected to have a 100% chance of passing the assessment. "I know him. A third-level gene user at such a young age should have no problem passing the assessment under normal circumstances." "Oh, he is a third-level gene user." Xianwu was taken aback. Could it be that his high pass rate was due to his being a third-level gene user? After recovering from his shock, Shin Mingyang explained his high pass rate is due to some unknown method he used to block the golden beast's tracking of the credentials. It is said that he also saved a female examinee from the Credibility Association. Xianwu pondered for a moment, not asking about the credentials, but rather inquiring how did he end up with the people from the Credibility Association. As a neutral force in the universe, the Credibility Association's financial power could only be rivaled by the Universal Joint Bank led by the Divine Kingdom. A large influence means many troubles. Getting involved with them is not a good thing. Shin Mingyang's expression became strange as he hesitated. According to the report from the teacher protecting him, it seems to be about tens of thousands of joint currency. Xianwu was astonished, opening his mouth, but unsure of what to say. He could only return to the main topic. "Let's talk about the next one." What a bizarre situation. What can tens of thousands of joint currency do? Truly, the people from the Credibility Association are all cunning. Shin Mingyang waved his hand, and the video switched, his face becoming grave as he pointed at the video. In the video, a person with their hair tied back had their face obscured by blood, and their clothes were completely soaked in blood. Even their eyeballs were red, merging with the blood. That person was devouring the meat of a golden beast. Suddenly, someone rushed out beside them. The meat-eating individual seemed to have sensed the danger beforehand, instinctively reacting, without even looking, thrusting the bone with meat attached at the attacker. After killing the attacker, without caring about the blood on the golden beast's meat, they resumed tearing into it, their ferocious aura akin to an infernal demon, causing a nearby golden beast to tremble in fear and flee. Currently, we have not found his information. He has killed 13 golden beasts, but the number of examinees he has slain may have surpassed 100. Xianwu said softly, "This style has a hint of the Hell Divine Domain." Shin Mingyang swiped again, and a new video appeared showing a girl in a pink combat suit with long black hair and light purple eyes. She wielded a straight long bone, its sides sharpened, as if it were a flawless bone sword. At this moment, under the assault of several golden beasts, the bone sword was wielded with impenetrable precision, rendering the golden beasts utterly helpless against her. Lu Shi, a second-level gene user. He swiped again, revealing a robust man with short hair and gray eyes holding a golden beast's thigh bone. "Jeremy." Swiping again, a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure appeared, a formidable presence. Hibble from the Olympus Divine Kingdom. At this moment, the video suddenly disappeared, and an image of a middle-aged man appeared. Dean in the Mountain Dream Star system on Zhuandong Star, traces of the Evil God Council have been found. Xian Wu remained unfazed. His task was to oversee the assessment star, and the Evil God Council would naturally have others to handle it. He even wondered why this news was reported to him. The man hesitated slightly and said quietly in the transmitted image, the leader is mythical Qinglong. Qinglong. His gaze darkened as he turned to walk outside. Shaoxin, the assessment will proceed as normal, and you are fully responsible. There are 2 star-class warships in the fleet. Safety is not a concern. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from Shun Mingyang's sight. Moments later, a black hole opened above the fleet, and the massive Xian Wu descended only to disappear in the blink of an eye. Robbery. Cough protection fees. A bare-chested masked man jumped on a tree chased by a group of golden beasts. Below, 3 boys huddled together shivering. The oppressive presence of the dozen clearly identifiable second-level golden beasts was overwhelming. The masked man's head was tightly wrapped in white cloth except for a pair of eyes. He ran around the 3 boys with the golden beasts only following him, completely ignoring the others. Did you hear that? It's a robbery, otherwise I'll run away. 2,000 joint currency per person, no credit. The 3 boys were nearly in tears. What kind of person was this? There were only 6,000 joint currency in total. Was it worth it? Ancestor, I call you ancestor. Just hurry and leave. I can pay, can I? I will pay too, I will pay too. Please stop playing. Ooh, I'll give you money right away. The masked man, delighted, shouted after running a little distance with the golden beasts. Silly girl, come out and collect the money. After a while, Kong Qing lazily jumped down from a tree and walked up to the group. Though it wasn't her first time, she still couldn't let go. The 3 boys dared not have any other thoughts, hurriedly transferring the money to Kong Qing, now just hoping that these 2 ancestors would leave quickly. After Kong Qing appeared, the masked man's identity became clear. Su Bai saw Kong Qing signal him and joyfully led the golden beasts away, then fed the golden substance to Yuan Bao, shaking off the golden beasts. Upon returning, the 3 had long since fled, leaving only Kong Qing leaning against a tree with a face that seemed to say, you might as well kill me. Su Bai removed his headscarf and patted Kong Qing's shoulder. What are you daydreaming about? Quickly transfer the money to me. 3 people, 6,000 transfer, me 5,004. Kong Qing numbly transferred all the money. Ding, 6,000 received. Su Bai grabbed Kong Qing's hand and returned 600 dissatisfied. I am a principled person. A 9,010 split means exactly that. Don't try any tricks. Please let me go. Under the threat of the golden beasts, Kong Qing, who hadn't cried, even then suddenly burst into tears. If those people find out, what will happen to my face? She couldn't imagine the expressions of others if they heard that someone from the Credibility Association robbed a few thousand joint currency. She would certainly lose face. Su Bai looked at her as if she were a fool, waving his hand at his improvised outfit and saying, sure enough, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Silly girl, can't you cover your face? Kong Qing was stunned. Over the past few days, the stories of the bare-chested masked man and the leaf-wrapped girl robbing everywhere with golden beasts had spread among the assessors. Among those who had been robbed, some claimed to have seen a woman following the bare-chested masked man, saying she was Miss Qing from the Credibility Association. But no one believed it all, scoffing, ooh, would people from the Credibility Association rob a few thousand joint currency? Don't joke around. Moreover, what kind of person is Miss Qing? She is a young lady of a prominent family, well-mannered and educated. The leaf-wrapped girl, aside from her good figure, had an extremely arrogant tone and demeanor. How could she resemble Miss Qing? On the aircraft, Su Wan watched the robbery duo, unsure of what to say. She had witnessed Kong Qing gradually taking on Su Bai's form. Teacher, isn't what they are doing bad? Li Cheng sighed and said seriously, it must be kept confidential. Don't let it out. Why? I'm afraid he will be beaten to death once he goes out. Over these past few days, Su Bai had encountered hard bones, especially some from the divine domain, each more arrogant than the last. With no grievances or enmities, Su Bai wouldn't really kill anyone, as seeking wealth and taking lives are 2 different matters. Li Cheng had personally witnessed someone refusing to pay, leading to Su Bai helplessly luring away the golden beasts only to return with a changed approach. He didn't even bother with the pretense of collecting protection fees, directly beating the person until they were bruised and clearly robbed. Some of the identities of those people would make her tremble upon encountering inside the academy. They were just teachers and students. But outside, the words divine kingdom and divine domain could truly oppress people. Universal bank account balance 399071 joint currency. Su Bai calculated and exclaimed excitedly, I made a profit of 336600. Wow, that's amazing. Kong Qing feigned admiration. Although she had almost earned back the money she gave to Su Bai, she felt no happiness. That string of numbers represented 187 victims. Over these past few days, she had gained a clear understanding of Su Bai's strength. Even the Zhao family member from the heavenly divine domain had been beaten and cried by him. Fortunately, her face was covered. Otherwise, given the people offended over the past few days, she probably wouldn't have good fortune after going out. Su Bai thought it was time to expand his reach. The protection fees in this area had nearly all been collected, and it was time to spread the wealth to other places. Having figured out the method, second-level golden beasts posed no threat to him. If he couldn't beat them, he could simply run. Having strength brings confidence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the jungle, Baka Sakamoto from Takamagara was surrounded by two second-level golden beasts. After one collision, he was severely injured. Seeing the golden beasts pounce again, Sakamoto instinctively summoned his mech, and as a result, a black and red mech 10 meters tall appeared, instantaneously enveloping him. The golden beast struck the mech back, but it was merely a retreat. Sakamoto was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't know why he could summon the mech, he had no time to think about it now and hurriedly fought against the golden beasts. In the command room, Old Shin, someone has summoned a mech. Shin Mingyang had anticipated this. How are the examinees doing? A total of 12. 74 billion participants with 80 million not eliminated, 18 billion rescued and sent back with the remaining confirmed dead. The death toll is under 1 billion. The rescue team has done a great job this year. I will commend them later. Gather the examinees begin deploying 3-star golden beasts and announce the lifting of the mech ban. The final assessment begins. The blazing sun hung high in the sky with no wind at all. Su Bai excitedly discussed the next step of the plan. Kong Qing nodded repeatedly, expressing her approval. Yet her dilated pupils seemed to convey an unspeakable truth. Suddenly thunder roared in the clear sky. Kong Qing, instead of being startled, showed a face of relief as she hurriedly climbed a tree. Let me see what's going on. Su Bai paused his speech, then sighed and followed her up. In the air, a glaring red dot shone brightly. At that moment, the starship hovering above the planet emitted a voice. All candidates proceed towards the light point to begin the final assessment. Candidates outside the designated area after 3 days will be eliminated directly. From now on, the mech ban is lifted. You may use Mechs freely. After repeating this 3 times, all starships flew towards the light point simultaneously. Su Bai, puzzled, asked, "What is the final assessment?" Kong Qing's expression grew serious. As one of the 5 seeds of the Credibility Merchants Association, she knew more than the average person. The use of Mechs will trigger the final assessment, and a large number of 3-star golden beasts will be released into the assessment area. The Academy merely prohibited Mechs verbally. The mech space was connected to the human brain, making it impossible to be completely sealed. Despite this, an unwritten rule circulated among the upper echelons during assessments at S-level academies. The use of Mechs was strictly forbidden. 1- or 2-star golden beasts were simply not on the same scale as 3-star ones. Just the sheer size of several dozen meters, or even close to 100 meters, was beyond their capability to handle, even with Mechs. The higher the level of a conventional mech, the greater the burden on the user. Otherwise, anyone wealthy enough could easily wield a star-level mech. It must be someone from a certain faction who cannot defeat the golden beasts and is unwilling to give up the assessment, thus harming everyone else. She did not suspect that the mech space was opened by a civilian. It was simply due to poverty. A meteor-class mech costs over 1 million United coins, far beyond the means of an ordinary civilian. Kong Qing suddenly asked, "Do you have a mech?" "No," Su Bai replied firmly, his innocent gaze allowing no room for doubt. "What a pity, then." Kong Qing laughed, her demeanor resembling that of a peasant who had just risen up to sing. "It's quite a distance to the light sphere. Without a mech, it's impossible to get there in 3 days." As she spoke, she communicated with the mech space using brainwaves, and a magnificent mech floated behind her. The mech stood approximately 20 meters tall, its elongated body predominantly rose gold with 2 dark cannons on its shoulders glinting dangerously under the light. Planet-level mech, gold powder rose. It wasn't that she couldn't afford a higher-level mech, but with her physique, the burden of a planet-level mech was just right. Piloting a star-level mech would instead hinder her abilities. Kong Qing crossed her arms and looked at Su Bai. 200,000, and it'll take you there. She seemed to envision the expression of someone who valued money above all else, causing her to laugh out loud, the gloom of recent days lifting. Not that there was no revenge, it just wasn't the right time. "You also have your day today." Unexpectedly, Su Bai remained expressionless, simply responding with a faint, "Oh, then you can go. If you want my money, dream on. Aren't you afraid of failing the assessment? Did you forget something?" Su Bai pursed his lips. "Your credentials are still with me. Guess what will happen if I don't enter the final assessment circle?" Kong Qing's expression stiffened. Ew, she had been overly optimistic. "Hurry and pay me 2,000, and he'll let you take me in." Su Bai reversed the situation, making Kong Qing's face turn as ugly as if she had eaten something bitter, glaring at him fiercely, but ultimately, she still obediently handed over 2,000. She then took Su Bai into the mech cockpit, piloting the mech towards the light point, during which they did not exchange a single word. With the credentials in Su Bai's possession, it meant she had to protect him within the assessment circle, which only darkened her expression further. South. A blood-soaked demon withdrew its hand from the terrified person's body, casually shaking it off before swiftly climbing a tree and leaping high into the air, where a crimson mech enveloped it, transforming into a stream of blood-colored light, heading towards the light point. North. A girl with light purple eyes tied her black hair with a thin branch and secured a bone sword behind her, summoning a bright red mech. West. A short-haired, grayed, sturdy man gazed at the light point, a giant wolf mech appearing. He did not enter the mech cockpit, but sat on the wolf's back, which galloped along the ground, surprisingly not slower than those flying in the sky. Simultaneously, countless mechs soared into the sky, all targeting that dazzling light. 3 days later, the final assessment circle. Boom. A cannonball was fired in a spinning motion, exploding upon impact with the golden beast. The cannons on the shoulders of the gold powder rose, emitted smoke, and the noble mech bore some scratch marks. Su Bai shared Kong Qing's perspective, gazing at the two golden beasts reduced to mush, and leisurely remarked, "Silly girl, if we can defeat two-star golden beasts, we should be fine." "Oomph." Kong Qing snorted coldly. The assessors were all rushing towards the finals, and naturally the golden beasts were drawn in as well, occasionally meeting them. While she fought desperately over the past 3 days, Su Bai remained leisurely, and the key was that she still had to pay him. She deeply regretted why she had to adhere to that ridiculous rule. Summoning the mech directly would have been much better. Faced with Kong Qing's attitude, Su Bai raised an eyebrow, not angered. After all, who wouldn't want to win without putting in effort? It's just a pity that money couldn't be made. The thought of so much small money slipping away made his heart ache to the point of breathlessness. Boom. Suddenly, another thunderclap resonated in the clear sky. The last one had summoned the light sphere, and this time the light sphere exploded. The light sphere that had hung in the sky for 3 days scattered down, transforming into a luminous barrier that enveloped the final assessment circle. A voice echoed from the starship. 3 days are up. Candidates outside the barrier will be eliminated. Good luck to everyone. Meanwhile, the few remaining candidates outside the barrier found their credentials igniting spontaneously, and the rescue team began to take them away. Above the final assessment area, the starships began releasing golden beasts, which were larger this time. Many were several dozen meters long. 3-star golden beasts were not comparable to 1 or 2-star ones. They possessed a certain level of intelligence, albeit not high, representing a greater challenge. Moreover, they could fly, with the smallest among them standing as tall as a normal 7-story building, rendering the advantages of mech flight and size moot. So huge. Su Bai sighed, then lay back. "Go for it, I have faith in you." Kong Qing's eyes turned red with anger. After a moment, she forced herself to calm down and began analyzing the current situation. Currently, she possessed an advantage that others could not match. Su Bai had blocked the golden material's aura from the credentials, making it impossible for the golden beasts to track them, greatly improving their safety. Thinking this way, she found Su Bai to be a bit more agreeable. But one would never know which would come first, tomorrow or an accident. Under the direction of high-ranking officials, Li Cheng took a small bag filled with a highly adhesive golden powder and sprinkled it over Kong Qing's mech. Su Bai, waving the golden beast flag to Rob, found that the people above could no longer tolerate it. Wanting to continue to smoothly mingle into Zhenyuan in the final circle was simply wishful thinking. But they did not know how Su Bai blocked the golden beast's perception of golden materials. They had no targeted solution and could only spend a huge sum on this desperate measure. Now, in terms of quantity, the golden material adhered to the gold powder rose had leaped to the highest among all candidates. Ding. Warning: unidentified materials attached to the mech. Scanning. Scanning results: total weight of attachments 300 g, golden material 78, super adhesive 22. The expressions of both in the cockpit changed. The mech's warning struck them like a heavy blow. Su Bai's expression turned furious as he recalled the scene of being relentlessly pursued by 2-star golden beasts for the first time. So you can't handle it anymore, right? Kong Qing was no better off. With so much golden material, the golden beasts would undoubtedly target her first. Under her control, the pink rose struggled to face several 2-star golden beasts, let alone 3-star ones. Wasn't the Academy clearly trying to kill her? What should we do? Kong Qing furrowed her brows. Do we have to give up the mech? Su Bai fell into deep thought. He could absorb the golden material. As long as he absorbed the golden powder on it, the danger would be resolved. However, the cost of exposure was something he could not bear. He slowly spoke. I've never fought a 3-star golden beast and don't understand its strength level. Can you find one to spar with? At the same level, humans were far inferior to golden beasts in terms of physical strength, especially at lower tiers. A level 3 gene user trying to engage in close combat with a 3-star golden beast was akin to a pipe dream. Don't joke around, a 3-star golden beast could kill me in an instant. A planet-level mech could indeed contend with a 3-star golden beast, but Kong Qing was not up to the task. With the strength of her body, supporting a planet-level mech in full combat would likely leave her crushed by the immense burden. Su Bai tentatively asked, "Can I pilot your mech?" Kong Qing hesitated upon hearing this. Piloting a mech was not as simple as borrowing a car for a quick drive. Under the dual control system of physical sensation and mental command, having a second pilot for the mech required authentication through virtual intelligence. This meant that the virtual intelligence would have a second master posing a significant threat to her information security. Su Bai did not rush her. He understood what this meant, but it was also the only solution. Only gene users of level 3 or above could fully unleash the combat power of a planet-level mech. Kong Qing did not outright refuse as she stared directly into Su Bai's eyes. Give me a reason that can convince me. I am a level 3 gene user, is that enough? Kong Qing's pupils subtly trembled, suppressing her shock and uttering 2 words. That will do. As a member of the Credibility Merchants Association, she had grown up in gene fluid and was only at level 2. Breaking into level 3 was a distant goal. Without further hesitation, she instructed Su Bai to close his eyes, then placed the smart device on her wrist against his forehead. Little Meng pair with his brainwaves. A silver fox appeared rushing towards Su Bai's forehead. The moment it made contact with his skin, it vanished. Su Bai suddenly felt that aside from an Yu, his consciousness had connected to something else. Kong Qing warned, "Don't pry into my information. If you see something you shouldn't, don't blame me." She was not threatening Su Bai. The silver fox contained a wealth of internal information from the Credibility Merchants Association, and the consequences of its leakage were beyond anyone's capacity to bear. Su Bai nodded in agreement. He had no inclination to invade others' privacy. He smoothly took over the control of the mech and moved it a few times. The gold powder rose moved, just like his own body, or whatever he did the mech mirrored. Beside him, Kong Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. So skilled. Did you just tell me you don't have a mech? Beep, beep, beep. Alert. Enemy attack. The sharp alarm sounded on the fleet outside the assessment star, with red lights flashing wildly, signaling danger. A warship emerged from the depths of the starry sky, a blinding ray shot towards the fleet, followed by a surge of massive mechas. The ray was not powerful enough, blocked by the energy shield, but the lack of direct communication regarding the attack made the signal very clear. Shen Mingyang stood under the energy shield, his expression grave. Have you contacted the Dean? The communicator beside him shook his head. It's a premeditated attack. Shen Mingyang turned and walked into the command room. Recall all the rescue teams from the assessment star, prepare for battle. I am under the Dean's orders to protect Su Bai. Unless the Dean himself gives the order, I cannot comply. If anything happens, I will take responsibility before the Dean. Li Cheng cut off the communication, his expression unpleasant, choosing this moment to speak up. Su Wan asked with concern, Teacher, what's wrong? Enemy attack. It's the rabble from the Evil God Council. Su Wan's heart jolted. The Evil God Council consisted of mentally twisted lunatics. The terrifying part was that these madmen possessed formidable power. She didn't know much about this organization, only that they had mythological mechas stationed, and even the mythological Azure Dragon from the Heavenly Kingdom was among them. With the Dean here, they shouldn't cause too much trouble, right? The issue is that the Dean has been drawn away. Li Cheng lowered the altitude of the aircraft. The higher-ups want to recall the rescue teams, but the 3-star Golden Beasts have descended. What about the safety of the candidates? Before the 3-star Golden Beasts were deployed, everything was fine. But now with their deployment and the rescue teams retreating, it would be a miracle if even 1 million out of the 80 million who reached the final assessment circle survive. Among the 80 million who made it to the final assessment circle, most came from distinguished backgrounds. She could already foresee the public outcry the Zhenyuan Academy would face after the assessment. As the assessment circle shrank, the chances of encountering others increased. In the jungle, dozens of mechas gathered together with the golden powder rose among them. If it were before, Su Bai would never have huddled together. That would only attract more golden beasts. But now he needed someone to help share the pressure, and whether others were willing was no longer his concern. Su Bai, doesn't something feel off? It does feel off. Where did the golden beasts go? They arrived here half an hour ago, but until now not a single 3-star golden beast has been seen. It's as if they vanished into thin air after entering the assessment circle. In the silent forest, no one knew what to think. Finally, someone unable to endure the atmosphere spoke up to lighten the mood. It's been a while since we saw a golden beast. They didn't get scared off by our numbers, did they? Huh. All the mechas shot him a cold glance, and no one responded. This joke was not amusing. Aside from Su Bai piloting a planetary-class mecha, the rest combined might not even be able to defeat a single 3-star golden beast. The fear of not being able to fight the golden beasts was overshadowed by the pressure of their absence. What should we do? Should we go take a look? At this moment, the decision to leave the group was not wise, but a bad feeling lingered in Su Bai's mind, making him uncomfortable. After a moment of hesitation, Kong Qing nodded. She knew how much golden material was clinging to the golden powder rose, yet not seeing any golden beasts was too strange. Rather than waiting to die here, it was better to investigate the situation. If they were to die, they should at least understand why. Crack. As the golden powder rose moved, it stepped on a dry twig, the crisp sound echoing eerily in the quiet environment. Everyone turned to look at the sound, seeing the golden powder rose heading deeper into the jungle. Where are you going? Isn't it better to stay put? Don't attract the golden beasts. Su Bai replied without looking back. It's fine, him just wandering around. The forest was as still as a stagnant pond with neither insect chirps nor bird songs, only the occasional sound of mechas stepping on dry twigs. They had been walking for 2 hours encountering several people, yet still no trace of the golden beasts. As they passed another mecha gathering place, just after leaving, footsteps suddenly echoed behind them. Su Bai turned around to see a sapphire blue mecha running towards him. Sister, wait for me. The sapphire mecha quickly approached and said, Sister, I want to go with you. Su Bai's face darkened as he corrected, Imagai. Oh, sorry big brother, it's just that your mecha color. This time it was Kong Qing's turn to look displeased. The golden powder rose was designed by a famous mecha designer, Master Lon, and this person was truly a bumpkin. Alright, why are you following me instead of staying there? You've noticed too, haven't you? Something is wrong, but they are all unwilling to come out. I don't dare to go alone. I've seen in horror films that those who wait till the end without doing anything usually don't survive. Someone just crushed their certificate, but no rescue team has come. Without the rescue team, encountering a 3-star golden beast means certain death. I don't want to wait to die, I want to live. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, continuing to walk forward. The person took it as Su Bai's tacit approval and hurriedly followed. By the way, big brother, my name is Damon. Su Bai cut off the external sound and asked, what do you think? Kong Qing focused on the sapphire blue mecha behind them, her professional instincts kicking in. A satellite-level mecha from the Sapphire Knight series produced by Deep Sea Technology Mecha Company, primarily sold in the Yalu Star field, priced at 720,000 United coins. I'm not asking about the mecha, I'm asking about the person. Su Bai twitched his mouth. The price of 720,000 United coins made him acutely aware of his own poverty, instantly losing interest. Forget it, let him follow along, he poses no threat. Another hour passed. The golden powder rose, and the Sapphire Knight flew carelessly in the air, one behind the other. Su Bai glanced around. There wasn't a single 3-star golden beast flying in the sky. Interestingly, aside from himself, many other mechas were also searching for something in the air. Inside the aircraft, Li Cheng frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy about the disappearance of the golden beasts coupled with the battle situation in outer space. However, with personnel tied up, there was no way to investigate the anomalies on the assessment star. Where did all the golden beasts go? A sinister thought arose in her mind. Strange, I can't see anything from above either. Su Bai muttered as he descended. Returning to the forest at a height of 100 meters, he stopped moving, standing still, lost in thought. Suddenly, boom. Su Bai whipped around, grabbing the Sapphire Knight by its neck with his left hand, while his right hand fiercely reached for its cockpit. The seemingly sturdy Sapphire Knight was no match for the intact golden powder rose, being pierced through directly, and Damon was pulled out from the cockpit. Su Bai released his left hand, and the sparking Sapphire Knight crashed to the ground. He held Damon, whose expression was twisted and whose gray eyes were filled with madness, up to his face. I sensed something was off with you long ago, couldn't hold it in any longer. He wasn't famous himself. If he wanted to live, he should have just followed the main group. But he mentioned horror films, not knowing that those who die first in horror films are usually the reckless ones who run around. Cough, cough. Don't be smug. The Beast God will avenge me. All of you will die. Beast God. Su Bai's pupils constricted, his right hand tightened, and the immense force crushed Damon into a pulp. He is a beast slave from the Beast God cult. The golden powder rose ascended, and Su Bai jumped out of the mecha, waving at the sky, hoping his teacher, who had been following him, was still there. Li Cheng watched Su Bai's actions. The Academy's regulations stated that teachers must not reveal themselves except during elimination times. However, the situation was special now. Perhaps Su Bai discovered something. Justifying herself, the aircraft descended, revealing a silver-white sphere. The aircraft door opened, and Li Cheng stepped out with Su Wan behind her, blowing a kiss to Su Bai. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, surprised to see a familiar face that made things easier. He first asked, Teacher, was the disappearance of the golden beasts arranged by the Academy? Li Cheng frankly replied, no. In that case, Su Bai pointed directly at the pulp on the right hand of the golden powder rose, saying, he is a beast slave. I suspect this is all a conspiracy by the Beast God cult. Li Cheng's expression grew solemn, recognizing yet another Beast God cult. Are you sure? Sure. Alright, I understand. Li Cheng returned to the aircraft, stating, due to special circumstances, I need to return to the command room to report. No one will protect you. Be careful. The situation in outer space is intense, and the strong magnetic fluctuations cause the signals to be unstable. I can only report in person. The Evil God Council and the Beast God cult have teamed up. This is a serious problem. No one will protect me. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. This meant no one was monitoring him. As the silver sphere vanished, he looked down at the mecha beneath him, as if he could see Kong Qing inside. After pondering for a while, he pressed his hand against the head of the mecha, and the golden material debris adhered to the body was rapidly absorbed. After completing everything, he returned to the cockpit. Xiaoming, check if there are any residual golden materials on the mecha surface. Checking. Check complete. No golden material residue found. Su Bai smiled with satisfaction. Now it was safe. He didn't wait for Kong Qing to ask. He preemptively said, "The teacher gave me a bottle of something that cleaned off the golden material." Kong Qing responded with skepticism, but did not pursue the matter further. Whoa! After a long period of silence, Yuan Bao suddenly barked towards one direction. Su Bai picked up Yuan Bao. "You mean we should go that way?" "Whoa!" Yuan Bao nodded its little head. Su Bai did not refuse and guided the mecha towards that direction. With skill comes courage. Since the golden powder rose no longer had golden material, there was no need to fear being discovered by golden beasts. It would be good to take a look. Perhaps Yuan Bao would make some discoveries. The forest was full of large trees. Moving too slowly, Su Bai took to the skies. Although the scenes below were obscured by the dense treetops, under Yuan Bao's guidance, he continuously headed towards the destination. "Whoa! Turn left." "Whoa! Keep going straight right." Yuan Bao lay on Su Bai's head, its chubby little paw pointed in whatever direction Su Bai flew. Kong Qing watched the scene before her expression strange. Why did this look so much like Yuan Bao piloting Su Bai? After flying for an unknown amount of time, the sun began to set in the west. As the last rays of twilight fell, Yuan Bao jumped down, barking excitedly. "We've arrived." Su Bai looked down. The dense branches obstructed his view, and he could see nothing. He piloted the mecha downward and activated the searchlight of the mecha. Next to a bottomless pit, two cold white lights pierced the darkness as the golden powder rose leaned in to peek inside. "Yuan Bao, what is this place?" Whoa. "The place I'm looking for." "What am I looking for?" Su Bai's expression suddenly changed as he reacted, turning to run. "Damn. Thank you to your 8 generations of ancestors." At this moment, countless red lights ignited in the pit, terrifying and chilling, like the red light in the endless abyss created by the Zhenyuan monument. The roaring cannon fire illuminated the starry sky. The Academy's fleet and Mechs were steadily retreating under the assault of the Black Mech army of the Evil God Council. Logically, with the presence of a starship fleet, the Academy should not have retreated so quickly. However, 3 Mechs floating above the battlefield showed no signs of reason. They had only attacked once since their emergence, and that single strike had destroyed a starship. Since then, the Black Mech army had begun to steadily consume the Academy's fleet. Mech remnants and severed limbs were scattered everywhere, the once mighty fleet now reduced to less than 100 vessels. "Old Shen, we can't hold on any longer." A man rushed in to report the situation. "We've lost 1 starship, 7 Nebula-class ships, and 6 Mech masters. 28 Stellar-class vessels and 58 Mech masters remain. All planetary-class and lower ships have been destroyed, and the casualties among the Mech masters are incalculable." Shen Mingyang gazed at the 3 Mechs overhead, the signs of defeat evident. The mythic Mech Qinglong had 3 subsidiary Mechs from the 7 stars of Qinglong present. Most mythic Mechs have subsidiary Mechs varying in quality. As a standout among the mythic subsidiary Mechs, the 7 stars of Qinglong shared the same high growth potential as the mythic Mechs. Although Mechs are generally inferior to starships of the same level, the mythic subsidiary Kong Jinlong was capable of piercing a starship with just one of its horns, indicating its growth to at least the starship level. Shen Mingyang tapped his fingers on the table and ordered, "Request the Zhenyuan Guard for support." "But the Zhenyuan Guard." "Hurry," he shouted angrily. "Their target is clearly the examinees on the assessment planet. Every second wasted means someone dies." "Yes." Meanwhile, a red streak shot towards Zhenyuan Academy. "Teacher, why are we going back to the academy?" Su Wan asked in confusion. "Shouldn't we report to the control room instead?" "I suspect there's a traitor. I'm not at ease," Li Cheng replied, focused on piloting the mech. Before Su Wan could ask further, a massive tail descended, blocking their path. "Yuan Bao, I've really gotten myself into trouble. You'll have good food to eat later." "Whoa." Yuan Bao, hearing about food, excitedly licked Su Bai. Su Bai paid no attention to it, desperately pushing the mech to its limits, maximizing its speed. Nevertheless, he still couldn't shake off the golden beasts behind him. 10 3-star golden beasts seemed to be coordinated, 5 flying in the sky and 5 chasing on the ground, leaving no chance for Su Bai to escape. The largest golden beast was over 80 meters long, while the smallest was still 30 to 40 meters. The 20-meter golden powder rose looked like a doll in front of them. "Kong Qing, how many are following us from behind?" Su Bai skillfully maneuvered through the gaps between the trees, not daring to take his eyes off the front. If he crashed into a tree, it would slow him down. Kong Qing confirmed 3 times, not missing the ones in the sky, and replied, "A total of 10 with 5 in the air." Only 10 came. Su Bai felt slightly relieved. That made it simpler. With his exceptional combat skills, he was never afraid of battles at the same level. Xiao Ming, 10-minute countdown. A virtual clock appeared in the cockpit, starting a countdown precise to the millimeter. Kong Qing asked curiously, "What's this for?" "To calculate their demise." 10 minutes passed in a flash. When the countdown reached 0, a soft chime sounded. "Watch closely, learn well." Su Bai smiled broadly, gripping the hilts of the 2 golden powder rose daggers. He then halted his forward movement, the golden powder mech turning back and leaping like a butterfly. Clang! The two daggers were drawn simultaneously, tips facing down, and struck upwards suddenly. Two arcs of blade light, like a full moon, crossed and slashed at the golden beasts. Before the 5 golden beasts could react, one bore an X mark on its face. Moments later, with a loud bang, the golden beast's head exploded and its body collapsed. 3-star golden beast instant kill. Did you learn? The blades of the golden powder rose were all of the same hue, and during the recent kill the blade surfaces hadn't even gotten a drop of blood on them. Kong Qing's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth. This is my golden powder rose. What else could it be? At that moment the golden beasts reacted, roaring as they surrounded Su Bai, with the 5 in the sky descending to block his rear. The golden beasts closed in, but Su Bai showed no fear. The 2 daggers seemed to be extensions of his body, maneuvered with precision. Roar! The 9 golden beasts spread out, cutting off all of Su Bai's escape routes. The sky darkened, and under the trees one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Su Bai retracted the spotlight. Fighting with 2 laser eyes was just too cliché. Fortunately, the mech had decent night vision capabilities, which worked fairly well. Both sides were at a standstill while Kong Qing was still in shock, savoring the moment of the golden beast's instant kill. The 9 golden beasts circled slowly around the golden powder rose. Su Bai frowned slightly. Given the nature of the golden beasts, they should have charged in directly. Something was off. They seemed intent on stalling for time and were not rushing to attack. Su Bai relaxed his brows. You want to waste time? I won't oblige. He swept his gaze around, locking onto the largest one. When the golden beast approached from behind, it would undoubtedly be at its most relaxed moment. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Such chances were rare, and the most threatening golden beast naturally became the prime target. Su Bai gripped his dual daggers tightly, watching the movements of the golden beasts. Now's the time. The golden powder rose stomped heavily, leaping backward. The golden powder mech turned like a butterfly in the air with dagger tips aimed straight ahead. The glint of the blades was cold and lethal, the 10-meter-long blade buried into the golden beast's body. Everything was going smoothly except Su Bai had overlooked one detail. That was the size. Originally planned to pierce the golden beast's brain for another instant kill, he instead struck its chest. Su Bai didn't have time to feel disappointed and quickly devised a follow-up action. He cut off the energy supply to the Mech's flight, causing the nearly 100-ton weight to hang entirely on the daggers. Next, just as he envisioned, the sharp dual daggers under the weight of 100 tons cleaved downward, opening 2 long gashes in the golden beast's chest, each several dozen meters long. Oh whoa! The fluid manipulation was completed in a flash. By the time Su Bai landed, the golden beast finally reacted, letting out a mournful cry. Its innards and blood gushed out from the wound, and the golden powder rose bore the brunt of the blood rain. The once pristine view was now obscured by a layer of blood mist. Thud! With a loud crash, Su Bai smirked. He had taken down another one. The remaining golden beasts, seeing this, no longer delayed, charging at him with claws and fangs. With the largest one taken care of, dealing with the others was simple. A quick step back avoided 2 golden beasts charging up the energy cannon on his shoulder. 2 dazzling beams shot out, leaving dark imprints on the golden beasts' bodies. Su Bai smacked his lips. That power. Were those 2 cannons just for show? Were they meant for scraping? The firepower was insufficient, and the dual daggers rose once more. The trees in the forest were too numerous, and each one was thick and sturdy. The maneuverability of the mech was compromised as Su Bai took to the air the golden powder. No, it would be more accurate to call it blood-red rose now. Just as he flew out of the treetops, the golden beasts closely followed, bursting out behind him. The previous 2 cannon shots had typical low power, but loud sounds. The massive explosions shattered the night's silence like throwing stones into a calm lake. In just a few seconds, a swarm of Mechs took to the sky, and Su Bai, battling the golden beasts, fell right into their line of sight. Seeing the golden beasts, they inexplicably felt a surge of excitement, as if everything had returned to the main theme of the assessment. But soon after they were engulfed by shock. Wow, amazing! Who is this god? How can they battle so many 3-star golden beasts? Killed one. Oh my god, guess what I saw? Killed another one. That's swordplay, absolutely stunning. As the crowd exclaimed, the wise ones hurried towards Su Bai. The threat of the 3-star golden beasts was too great, making it safer to band together for the assessment. Under the moonlight, the one capable of slaying 3-star golden beasts was clearly a significant figure. However, the distance was too far. Just because the Mechs could see him didn't mean the people could reach him quickly. The fastest among them was still a kilometer away from Su Bai. He had already sheathed his blades, having decapitated all 10 golden beasts. The golden powder rose landed, picking up a piece of golden beast meat, as food quickly vanishing into the thicket. As others arrived, they could only see a ground littered with neatly severed golden beast limbs. In the distance, a giant wolf hovered in the air, watching in the direction of Su Bai. Seeing all the golden beasts slain, the giant wolf's pilot descended, cursing with a grim tone. Trash. Just then someone approached and said, "Hey buddy, your mech looks pretty cool. Oh, why don't we team up?" Before he could finish, the giant wolf mech suddenly lunged at him, biting him in half, dark red blood spilling from its mouth and dripping to the ground. Splash! A clear lake gradually turned red. The golden powder rose jumped out from within, its body washed clean of blood. Kong Qing retracted her mech into the mech space. The two began to roast meat by the lakeside. The flames flickered as Kong Qing looked at Su Bai, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Teach me your swordplay. She genuinely loved swords. The golden powder rose's originally intended weapon was a sword, but it was changed to daggers under her insistence. Since childhood, she had spent a lot of money learning swordplay, and she had also been deceived numerous times. Therefore, the merchants of the Credibility Merchant Association had mentioned her more than once. The people of the Credibility Merchant Association were notorious for their cunning. To have one of the contemporary 5 sons deceived and to be tricked in the same pit was simply a disgrace. Even so, she had never changed. Now, witnessing Su Bai's clean and decisive kills of the golden beasts, she could no longer contain her eager heart. In the face of swordplay, her rationality vanished. I won't teach you. I'll pay you. I won't teach you. 2 million. I won't teach you. 10 times more. I won't teach you. Kong Qing stared at Su Bai in disbelief of what was going on. Has he changed? Su Bai's expression remained calm, but his hand roasting the meat trembled slightly. He did want to teach, but his strength did not permit it. Those techniques came as instinctual reactions. He would subconsciously strike during offense or defense, as if every strike belonged in that spot. How could it be called swordplay? Like a seasoned warrior, his combat experience was ingrained in his bones. Fighting on the field was no problem, but teaching others was a different matter. 20 million. Su Bai felt like his heart was bleeding. He endured the pain, maintaining a calm facade, pretending to be a lofty figure who was not swayed by fame or profit. One must choose either money or face. Losing both would be a loss. Seeing him unmoved, Kong Qing snorted coldly and began scrutinizing the combat footage recorded by the mech. If you won't teach, then I'll learn myself. Zhenyuan Star. Besides the assessment period, the planet is particularly quiet. At this moment, a passage opened in the sky and a mighty fleet surged forth. It was the Zhenyuan Guard Team, the most powerful and the only defensive force of Zhenyuan Star. Once the Guard Team departed, everything returned to calm. Half an hour later, at the starship docking platform, an unremarkable passenger starship landed. As one of the 5 level academies, it is not unusual for visitors to come to see it. As the starship docked, it was strange that only 4 people disembarked. 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 walked out of the hall and saw the Zhenyuan monument at the exit, sneering with disdain. The woman with a captivating appearance laughed and said, "Eternal Zhenyuan. Such arrogance." Another burly man replied, "It's just to fool those youngsters." If it were usual, their comments on the Zhenyuan monument would certainly draw the displeasure of the surrounding people. But today, Zhenyuan Star was particularly quiet, with very few people in the square. After chatting for a while, the 4 began to walk out. However, as soon as they stepped out of the square, 7 people blocked their way. The leading man wore a polite smile. "Gentlemen, you are under arrest." The enchanting woman pouted, "Oh, you Zhenyuan Academy are really overbearing. Visitors come to sightsee, and you just arrest them." "Oh." The man's smile remained as the 6 others behind him spread out, and from behind each of the 7 emerged a massive mech. "So do you want to resist?" Jiao Mu Jiao D2, Hu Wei Hua Hu, and Lady Xin Yu Hu. The faces of the 4 suddenly changed, and the enchanting woman Xin Yu Hu spoke in a shrill voice. "Impossible. Why are the 7 constellations of Xuanwu here? You should be at the northern heavenly gate." In the forest, 2 people rested for the night. Su Bai pinched the soft flesh on Yuan Bao's neck. "Yuan Bao, it's time to settle the score right." He sneered. "Fortunately, only 10 came. If you want to change masters, you don't need to do this." "Ying, don't imitate the whining." Aowu Yuan Bao blinked its big watery eyes, looking as if it was saying, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Su Bai was amused and threw Yuan Bao aside. "As punishment, you want to eat for 3 days. Ow, ow." Yuan Bao immediately became unhappy, claiming that even if it didn't eat for 30 days, it would not starve. As soon as Su Bai shot a glance over, Yuan Bao immediately extinguished its flame, its little ears drooping, looking dispirited. Kong Qing picked up Yuan Bao. "Oh, cute little animals have a fatal attraction to women," she said discontentedly. "Why are you angry with it? If you can't stand it, just sell it to me. I actually quite like it. Not for sale. Not interested in money anymore." Kong Qing thought to herself, it's just a little animal, not like it's a skill that can't be leaked. Not selling is just that the price wasn't enough. 1 million United coins, how about it? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, smiling at her. "Are you sure?" "I'm afraid I might not be able to resist selling it, and then killing you to take it back." Kong Qing shivered. Ew, she had dealt with all kinds of seasoned characters since she was young, and she could accurately gauge people's hearts. She could tell Su Bai was not joking. This golden little beast named Yuan Bao was his reverse scale. And indeed it was true. Yuan Bao was the creature that had accompanied him the longest in this world. From birth until now, they had never been apart. It had long become an inseparable part of his life. Su Bai stretched his body, and with a twist his bones crackled. After a night of deep contemplation, he decided to find a place to hide. The pit might be hiding numerous golden beasts, and he didn't know what they were conspiring, but it certainly wasn't anything good. The Academy's teachers had all withdrawn, and it was best for a mere third-level genetic user like him not to get involved. Su Bai had a clear understanding of himself. Killing 10 3-star golden beasts did not make him arrogant. Among the 3-star golden beasts, the difference in strength was substantial. The smallest 3-star golden beast was 20 meters long, while the largest was nearly 100 meters. Last night, apart from that 80-meter one, the others were all less than 50 meters. If he hadn't ambushed and killed the strongest one, it would have been quite difficult to resolve the battle. 3-star golden beasts correspond to planetary level. Even the specially made golden powder rose couldn't exceed the range of planetary Mechs. Out of humanitarianism, Su Bai asked Kong Qing, "I need to find a place to hide, how about you?" Kong Qing replied, "Without hesitation, I'll follow you." She was a smart person. The current issue wasn't whether she could pass the assessment, but whether she could survive. Clearly, following Su Bai had a greater chance of survival. Su Bai did not refuse after all he had taken her money. Although reflecting on it now, he felt he had charged too little and was at a loss, especially a big loss. But he was a principled person and wouldn't go back on his word. The two walked leisurely through the forest, not driving the Mechs as the Mech size made it too obvious a target. They walked for an unknown amount of time. With Kong Qing's second-level genetic physique, her feet were starting to hurt. "Hey, where are you going?" "I don't know." Su Bai walked slowly, looking for a safe place. Creak. A faint scream came from ahead. Su Bai changed direction. Since the golden beasts didn't come out, it must be a human conflict. Right now, he just wanted to find a place to stay, not wanting to deal with others. He thought so, but the people over there were unwilling to let him go. Boom, boom, boom. A giant wolf mech crashed through, unabashedly showing its killing intent. Kong Qing looked at the giant wolf and instinctively began to introduce planet-level beast-shaped mech Mad Wolf, produced by. "Never mind, you're not interested. The newcomers are not friendly." Su Bai sighed, clearly just wanting to find a place to hide. Why was it so difficult? Silly girl, summon the mech. Control rights and ownership are two different things. The golden powder rose is still in Kong Qing's mech space. Kong Qing didn't waste words. The golden powder rose instantly appeared, and the two appeared in the cockpit. Then the aggressive giant wolf ran away. Su Bai, Kong Qing, Jeremy among the wolves kept cursing in his local dialect, not daring to pause his steps. He witnessed the mech chop down several 3-star golden beasts as if cutting vegetables. As for recognizing the mistake, impossible. The golden powder mech was simply too distinctive, unique and striking. Yesterday he had insulted the golden beasts as worthless, but when faced with them for real, he had to run. On the golden powder rose, the two regained their senses. The mad wolf had already fled without a trace. What was that? Perhaps they saw me kill the golden beasts. That's all I can think, otherwise why would they run before even fighting? It can't be because my kingly aura scared them away, right? Kong Qing stowed away the mech and the two began to stroll forward again. Their leisurely appearance made others think they were here for a vacation. Jeremy stopped, seeing no one following, and let out a long breath. He heard the sound of flowing water near his ear and followed the sound. He saw a girl with her back to him in the stream. Her wet shoulder-length hair curled slightly at the ends, and her tender skin glowed white and rosy. The person in the water slightly turned their head, their long eyelashes distinctly visible in the dim light. One could tell from their exquisite features that their appearance was certainly not lacking. Clear water droplets slid down their cheeks, creating ripples in the water. This scene made Jeremy's heart flutter. After all the killing, he decided to relax a bit. Jeremy revealed a smile. He considered elegant, stepped forward, and bowed. "Hello, beautiful lady." The person in the water turned around, and if Su Bai were here, he would immediately recognize this person as Song Ran, who had come with him to Zhenyuan Star. Jeremy's smile suddenly froze on his face, his terrified eyes trembling slightly. "Oh my God, the great Shrouder, you absolutely won't believe what your loyal follower has seen. This beautiful lady is actually older than me." He felt deceived, anger rising to his face, and a giant wolf manifested, charging toward the girl in the water. "You scum, you deserve to die." Song Ran stood still, seemingly stunned, until the giant wolf was less than 20 meters away from her. Suddenly she screamed, "Brother, save me." Boom. The sound of explosions continued near the creek, and minutes later the sound subsided. Dressed neatly, Song Ran walked out, pale and trembling. She looked up gratefully and said, "Brother, thank you. You saved me once again." At this time the creek behind her was stained red with blood, and a head frozen in fear floated up. The body was already gone. Shattered metal fragments scattered by the creek, piecing them together vaguely, revealed the shadow of the mad wolf. "My feet hurt. Oh, I can't walk anymore." Kong Qing sat on a large rock, her tone pitiful. Su Bai glanced at her unfazed. This woman is too good at acting. She's not to be trusted. Seeing this, Kong Qing put away her pitiful expression and said, "You've been walking for a day and you still haven't found a place. You don't understand." Su Bai smiled proudly. "I want to find a safe, good place based on my intuition, and my luck has always been good." "Ow." Kong Qing seemed to hear a hint of disdain in Yuan Bao's cry. Su Bai glared at Yuan Bao and said I think we're almost there, just another 500 meters at most. Looking around, all the trees looked the same. Kong Qing didn't know where Su Bai's confidence came from to find a good place. She got up to follow, simultaneously making up her mind that just 500 meters, since they no longer had the credentials, it wouldn't count as failing the assessment. If he kept walking, she would just dig into a tree to hide. Snap. The sound of withered branches and leaves being crushed echoed through the forest. After walking for a while, Su Bai wondered, do you feel like this place is a bit familiar? What's familiar? Other than trees, it's still trees. Hurry up, we're almost there. Kong Qing pushed Su Bai, urging him to hurry up and not dawdle. She had never been this exhausted, even when shopping. Crack. Kong Qing looked down while walking and suddenly bumped her forehead against Su Bai's back. She angrily said, why did you stop? Su Bai replied stiffly, I just said. This place feels familiar, right? Kong Qing suspiciously walked out from behind Su Bai, and the scene before her made her tone turn just like Su Bai's. It seems a bit familiar. A massive pit appeared in the jungle, surrounded by numerous footprints of various sizes. Su Bai and Kong Qing curled up, and on the other side of them a large area of trees had collapsed, forming a path that extended into the unknown. This was caused by the golden beasts that pursued them after they fled with the golden powder rose last night. Kong Qing leaned closer to Su Bai, her warm and humid breath brushing against his earlobe. Is this the safe place you found by intuition? You really managed to circle back here. Shoo. Su Bai's face shifted between green and white as he pulled Kong Qing back, cautiously, his gaze fixed on the pit, fearing that a golden beast might suddenly emerge. They retreated 100 meters, quietly, sighing in relief. Kong Qing was about to summon the golden powder rose to flee, but Su Bai stopped her, frowning and saying, there's something odd in the pit. I know something's odd. All the golden beasts are here. It would be strange if it weren't. Not that odd. Su Bai covered Kong Qing's eyes and said, listen carefully, do you hear anything? Kong Qing didn't understand what he meant, but she didn't struggle. Holding her breath, she listened intently. The forest was silent, devoid of any sound, as if only their breathing filled the world. After a long moment, she opened her eyes. I didn't hear anything. That's right. With so many golden beasts, don't you think it's too quiet? Could they have run away? Su Bai remained silent, his expression grave as he stared in the direction of the pit, lost in thought. Crack. A faint sound suddenly came from behind them. The two jumped in surprise and turned around, then let out a long sigh of relief. It's a human. A girl in a pink combat suit with long black hair casually tied behind her approached while holding a peculiar bone sword. Her eyes were a light purple, exuding a mysterious aura. With a standard oval face, her skin was snow white and delicate, and her beautiful eyes seemed to smile at all times, making it hard for anyone to feel aversion. Su Bai maintained a basic level of vigilance, first making a silent gesture before quietly asking, who are you? Kong Qing rolled her eyes. Indeed, all men were visual creatures, treating the girl before them very differently than they did with Damon. She puffed out her chest, comparing herself, secretly feeling she was not much different. The girl stopped 5 meters in front of them, her lips naturally red and slightly parted, and a pleasant, gentle voice sounded. Hello, my name is Lu Shi. Kong Qing jumped in, the second daughter of the Lu clan from the ancient demon god's domain, Lu Shi. Lu Shi nodded. Kong Qing recalled the information about the Lu clan, and a strange expression crossed her face. She never expected to encounter someone from the Lu clan here at Zhenyuan Academy. It was indeed interesting. What are you two playing at? It's nothing, she's one of us, safe. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. As long as she was one of them, it was fine. Otherwise, if such a beautiful girl were a beast slave, he would have to think twice before acting. Hello, I'm Su Bai, and this is the silly girl. Kong Qing's smile froze and she scoffed. I'm Kong Qing. Puffed Lu. She couldn't help but laugh, startling Su Bai, who quickly covered her mouth. The slippery sensation from his hand made Su Bai quickly let go, apologizing before pointing to the pit and explaining, the golden beasts are all in that pit. Lu Shi, ignoring Su Bai's explanation, nodded repeatedly to indicate she understood. After her heart settled, she summoned a crimson mech, and under Su Bai's puzzled gaze, a thumb-sized mechanical insect quickly crawled toward the pit. Kong Qing, the know-it-all, explained in time, planet-level mech flame, and that little bug is a detection device. Detection device? Does the golden powder rose have one? Yes. Su Bai's eyes widened in shock. Why didn't you mention it? Otherwise, why would I have been chased by golden beasts yesterday? Kong Qing replied naturally. I thought you knew isn't a detection device standard for Mechs. Humph. Just then Lu Shi suddenly stood up and walked toward the pit. Su Bai quickly grabbed her. Are you crazy? Lu Shi raised the spider-like detection device in her hand, saying, it checked, and there's nothing in the pit. That's impossible. Su Bai refuted without a second thought, pointing to the trees that had collapsed on the other side, and said, I saw it with my own eyes last night. 10 3-star golden beasts chased after me. Lu Shi was taken aback. Initially, she doubted if this person was a fraud, but once those words were spoken, things changed. The battle from last night had spread overnight, and almost no one among the assessors was unaware of the fierce individual who could single-handedly take down multiple 3-star golden beasts. What about the golden powder mech? Yes. But I checked, and there really aren't any golden beasts. Su Bai felt a bit uncertain. After some thought, he told the two to stay put while he crouched down and slowly approached the edge of the pit. The distance of over 100 meters quickly brought him to the edge. He cautiously peered over the edge and was dumbfounded. Where did all those golden beasts go? They were gone. The two girls rushed over, and Lu Shi gestured as if to say, "See, I didn't lie." Kong Qing's expression mirrored Su Bai's. What they had both seen, the countless golden beasts clinging to the pit walls, had completely vanished overnight. What happened? How would I know? Su Bai rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Let's summon the Mechs and take a look. I feel like something is seriously wrong. Kong Qing's thoughts shifted and the golden powder rose appeared. Looking at the distinct golden powder rose, Lu's eyes last shred of doubt vanished. Su Bai and Kong Qing entered the mech and turned back to Lu Shi asking, "What about you?" implicitly suggesting that she should leave first. Su Bai didn't really want to take Lu Shi along, at least Kong Qing was in the same mech with him. If another mech was added, escaping might become inconvenient. Lu Shi also entered the flame mech, replying, "They'll follow you down to take a look. You? Let her come along. Lu's eye strength is quite outstanding among her peers, and she's no less capable than me." Su Bai glared at her, almost writing just this on his face. "Then I'm even more worried." Kong Qing gritted her teeth, wanting to say something, but when she thought about Su Bai's ability to single-handedly take on 10 of her, she wisely closed her mouth. "Received a squad application, do you agree?" "What's a squad?" Kong Qing pondered for a while and explained, "A squad can stay on the same communication channel for internal communication without broadcasting their voices and can also share locations." "Oh, I agree." Then Lu's eyes' characteristic gentle voice sounded, "Don't worry, I won't hold you back. If we encounter danger, I can run." Having said that, what could Su Bai say? Since they were both planet-level Mechs, he figured her escape speed wouldn't be too slow, so he had no choice but to agree. The golden powder rose led the way with the flame following behind as the two Mechs descended into the pit. "Little Ming, calculate the depth and remind me every 100 meters. Ding 100 meters, the light dimmed, and everything outside became somewhat blurry. Ding 200 meters, it was extremely dark here, one had to squint to vaguely see the rock walls. Ding 300 meters, the light completely vanished, and the mech automatically activated its night vision function. In the dark green view, claw marks on the rock walls indicated that golden beasts had once lingered here. Ding 400 meters. Ding 1,000 meters, the utter darkness made even the small light point of the pit's opening above disappear. Someone with claustrophobia would surely go mad here. Kong Qing felt somewhat scared, even hesitant to look outside. "Do we still need to go down?" Su Bai halted, having already reached a depth of 1,000 meters. How deep could it be? He decided to consult Lu Shi about whether they should turn back. "Little Shi, do you want to go back?" Kong Qing scoffed, looking at Su Bai with disdain, calling her Little Shi after just meeting. Do you think you're that familiar?" "All right, silly girl." Humph. The usually gentle Lu Shi didn't mind Su Bai's address. Perhaps she felt it wouldn't matter once they were outside, and wasting time worrying about titles was unnecessary. The all-consuming darkness seemed to have no effect on her, her voice still gentle with a hint of playfulness. "I don't care if this place is far worse than the 10,000 Serpent Star in the ancient demon god's domain." Su Bai looked at Kong Qing. Kong Qing, not wanting to back down, replied, "Then I don't care either. All right, then we'll dive another 1,000 meters, and if we're not at the bottom yet, we'll return. There should be limits to courting death." 2,000 meters was his safety line. If they went deeper, even running away might become impossible. Ding 1,800 meters, ding 1,900 meters, ding 2,000 meters. Su Bai stopped, feeling a bit reluctant. Sigh. He sighed. Saying 2,000 meters is just 2,000 meters. He held himself back, knowing that living longer was better. Just as he prepared to turn back, Kong Qing suddenly said, "Su Bai, you listen, there's a sound." Su Bai closed his eyes, listening carefully. "Bang, bang, what is that sound?" Su Bai asked suspiciously. "Little Ming, detect the source of the sound." "Ding, detecting. Detection results, sound source 300 meters below this." Su Bai hesitated. Kong Qing said boldly, "Let's go check it out. We can't leave empty-handed after coming this far, can we?" "All right." Su Bai spoke to Lu Shi in the squad communication channel. "You fly up a bit. I'll go take a look." Lu Shi obediently flew up several hundred meters and stopped. She was bold, but not reckless. Su Bai could slay 3-star golden beasts, but she could not, as she still needed to be cautious. Once Lu Shi stopped, Su Bai dove down, this time much more carefully, taking 5 minutes to cover the 300 meters. Bang, bang, the sound grew louder. At a depth of 2,300 meters, even the night vision function had difficulty working. Su Bai turned on the spotlight. The white light emitted by the golden powder rose pierced the darkness like 2 lasers, illuminating the area ahead. What is? A golden beast. A gigantic egg was pressed against the rock wall, and a strong white light pierced through the shell, revealing what was inside. A lizard-like golden beast curled up, its size definitely exceeding 100 meters. Why was there a 4-star golden beast here? Before the assessment, the Academy would arrange for personnel to conduct a thorough sweep of the assessment planet, ensuring that not a single golden beast was left above, and the highest level released for assessment was only the 3-star golden beasts. The spotlight illuminated the depths of the pit. The fleshy conduit attached to the lizard egg extended into a sea of blood. Floating on the vast unknown depths of the blood sea were the corpses of golden beasts with energy continuously transported through the conduit to the lizard golden beast egg. It is estimated that all the missing golden beasts perished here. Looking closely at the egg, one could clearly see that the lizard was growing slightly every second. Su Bai took a deep breath and said to Lu Shishao, "You go up first." "What?" "Go up, remember to run far away." "Okay." 10 minutes later, the positions of the team members were already several thousand meters away. He took out a large knife and flew toward the giant egg. Kong Qing's pupils constricted. "Su Bai, are you seeking death?" Su Bai said solemnly, "It is still growing, and no one knows how much it will grow. I am not doing this for others, but for myself. If I wait until it reaches 5 stars, I won't be able to escape either." He never considered himself a person with grand ambitions. As he said, the rescue team on the examination star was not present. If the lizard grew to 5 stars, or even higher, he could not guarantee he would escape the pursuit of high-level golden beasts. While it is still a 4-star golden beast, I am confident I can kill it. The problem now is how to damage it while destroying the egg, weakening its power. Su Bai's tone was filled with strong confidence, but Kong Qing did not understand where this inexplicable confidence came from. Let alone a 3rd-level genetic warrior, even a 4th-level genetic warrior piloting a planetary-level mecha could not match a 4-star golden beast. Unless, do you have a stellar-level mecha? She scrutinized Su Bai. "Don't deny it, I can't think of any other possibility." Su Bai smiled slightly. "A stellar level, perhaps." Kong Qing's gaze sharpened. A stellar-level mecha had already surpassed the lower tiers, and its price was several times higher than a planetary-level mecha. Su Bai couldn't even afford a combat suit, so how could he possibly have a stellar-level mecha? "Don't lie to me. The mecha can channel all its energy into a single strike, but after that strike the golden powder rose will lose all combat effectiveness. You should understand what that means. I want joke with my life." Kong Qing looked at Su Bai deeply. "Xiao Ming, unlock the golden powder rose and start charging." "Yes." Next on the examination star, the golden powder rose was completely unusable, and she pinned everything on Su Bai. The strongest technique of the golden powder rose is also called the golden powder rose, made from the Z-173 material developed by the Morningstar Research Institute. It can store the energy of a planetary-level mecha entirely, with the advantage of a large energy capacity, but the disadvantage of instability. Su Bai nodded in understanding as a phantom of a golden powder rose gradually solidified before him. Kong Qing continued, "You can think of it as a high-concentration bomb. Once the rose phantom completely solidifies and the energy storage is complete, 1 minute later the golden powder rose will explode due to instability." This time Su Bai understood it was an unstable explosive set to detonate in 1 minute. He approached the giant egg, silently waiting while simulating the next actions in his mind to ensure everything would go perfectly. Since coming down, some time had passed, and the lizard had grown several meters. The fleshy conduit continued to transport energy. Su Bai noticed that it was golden energy, and an idea struck him. If he jumped in for a soak, wouldn't he be directly indulging? It's a pity he hadn't thought of it sooner. While he was lost in thought, Kong Qing patted his shoulder. "Almost done, are you ready?" Su Bai nodded, drawing a large knife and getting ready. Ding, the golden powder rose's energy storage is complete. Countdown begins. 59. 58. A large version of a rose flower floated in front of the mecha's chest, about half a meter in size. Su Bai pinched it with his left index finger and thumb, examining it. The golden powder color looked quite beautiful, and the delicate rose petals seemed almost real. 47. 46. Seeing Su Bai still not acting, Kong Qing became flustered. "What are you doing? It's about to explode." Su Bai glanced at the countdown, remaining calm. "There's no rush. Who knows what the giant lizard is up to? Timing is crucial, otherwise what if I throw it in only to have it thrown back out?" Though he said that, Kong Qing, watching the golden powder rose, was still terrified. Within it gathered the entire energy of a planetary-level mecha. 23. 22. 21. Su Bai's eyes suddenly sharpened, adjusting his right arm, holding the knife to the proper angle, and without hesitation, he thrust it forward. The eggshell was not as hard as imagined. It was more like a fleshy membrane. The moment the membrane was pierced, the giant lizard's eyes opened simultaneously. Its large eyes were filled with confusion, clearly not understanding what had happened, and then it felt a poke at its rear, as if something had been inserted inside. Then a golden powder mecha shot up rapidly. The residual energy of the golden powder rose in the mecha was depleting, quickly nearing its end. Hiss! A short hoarse cry rang out, a faint sound clearly audible beneath the massive body of the golden beast. The giant lizard realized that its advancement had been interrupted. Ignoring the foreign object inside its rear, it clawed at the rock wall, its 100-meter-long body swiftly climbing upward. 7. 6. Su Bai did not look back. A red light flashed in the cockpit, signaling that the mecha's energy was about to run out. The energy core was empty, with no energy replenishment. Relying solely on the energy in the transport conduit would not last long. Su Bai's only requirement was simple hold on until he escaped the pit. 3, 2. Su Bai puffed up his cheeks and applied a bit of force bang. Though the golden powder rose was said to be stable, it could only store energy for 1 minute, and despite being unstable, it was remarkably timely. Not a second more, not a second less. The intense heat generated by the explosion evaporated a significant portion of the blood sea below. The blazing flames completely engulfed the giant lizard, the fire surging upward with tremendous force through the tunnel. It directly propelled the golden powder rose still a kilometer from the cave entrance into the sky. Ding energy depleted, all functions of the golden powder rose ceased, and Su Bai could no longer see the outside scenery. Outside Lu, she had remained nearby, without leaving. Upon hearing the deafening explosion, she rushed over. Seeing that the golden powder rose was propelled into the sky and remained silent and unable to connect to the communication channel, she hurriedly dashed in retrieving the golden powder rose from the flames. Once on the ground, the charred golden powder rose vanished, and the unscathed Su Bai and Kong Qing appeared in Lu's eyes view. What happened? Lu, she pointed at the still erupting flames, puzzled. Here they could feel the intense heat. Cracks were forming on the ground surrounding the pit under the violent explosions. Exciting. Su Bai's eyes sparkled, and his eager expression seemed to suggest he wanted to do it again. Kong Qing looked at the flames with lingering fear, not offering an explanation. The flames gradually subsided. Hiss hiss. Urgent hissing sounds emerged from the pit, filled with anger that anyone could hear. The sound of massive feet pounding against the stone wall echoed, growing louder. Almost forgot about the giant lizard. Su Bai said to Kong Qing, "You go with her, I'll handle the rest." Kong Qing did not hesitate. At this moment, time was life. By the way, take the Yuan Bao with you. Lu, she brought Kong Qing inside and called out to Su Bai, "You hurry up too. You go first." Su Bai waved his hand, "Don't worry about me. Don't worry, hurry up, and don't leave anything for him to mess with." Lu, she looked at Su Bai with concern and decisively closed the cockpit door, soaring into the sky. Just as they took off, a giant lizard emerged from the pit. The lizard's scales were charred, and it still bore signs of flames. Only the front half of its body was revealed, stretching over 100 meters long. Lu, she exclaimed, "4-star golden beast." Anything over 100 meters is considered a 4-star golden beast. That's common knowledge. She hadn't expected it to be a 4-star golden beast, or she would have insisted on taking Su Bai with her. The blazing flames stopped and looked below. Kong Qing pressed down on Lu's shoulder. If he dares to stay, he must have something backing him. Don't act impulsively, otherwise he will have to split his attention to take care of you. While Lu, she hesitated, the giant lizard scanned the area with its eyes, which were larger than Su Bai's. It was searching for that hint of golden powder. However, the golden powder rose had already been put away. Oh, if it could find it, it would be a miracle. Hiss hiss. Finding nothing, the only living creature in the arena, Su Bai naturally became the target for the enraged giant lizard, that damned human. The giant lizard exerted its forelimbs, revealing its rear half, overall measuring nearly 300 meters long and taller than most 2-star golden beasts. Its body was covered in steel-like scales, though its tail and hind limbs appeared somewhat unusual. With a sweep of its tail, it broke off large trees. Hiss. The giant lizard emitted a painful hiss during the collision, indicating that the earlier explosion had indeed injured it. With red eyes, the giant lizard charged towards Su Bai. At less than 2 meters tall, Su Bai might not even be enough to fit between its teeth. The hearts of the two women in the air tightened. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intensely on the giant lizard. With a thought, a 100-meter mecha appeared out of thin air. The mecha was primarily black, adorned in ancient armor with a large knife at its waist. Inside, it bore a skeletal shape with black flames burning on its body, seemingly capable of scorching souls, fierce and intimidating. This is a mythological mecha from the underworld. Kong Qing could no longer maintain her ladylike demeanor and tightly grasped Lu's shoulders. No, it's not a mythological mecha. It's a mythological subordinate, underworldine soldier. No wonder he is so confident. Though it is a subordinate mecha, it is still exceedingly precious. So precious that even Kong Qing, one of the 5 members of the Credit Association, does not possess a single one. While the soldier mecha may be weaker among subordinate mythological mechas, it is still sufficient to accompany its pilot to the stellar level. With Su Bai's strength as a 3-star genetic warrior, piloting the soldier could unleash power comparable to that of a stellar level. Lu, she gazed at Su Bai, contemplating that there were only a few existing mythological mechas in the underworld, and she had not heard of any subordinate pilot being a young boy. The familiar feeling of oppression, the harsh sound of bones grinding against each other, seemed to emanate from hell, sending chills deep into the heart. The giant lizard gazed at the sudden appearance of the massive 100-meter figure, hesitating to halt its forward momentum. The intellect of a 4-star golden beast was comparable to that of a 10-year-old human child, and the armored skeletal mech was clearly not something to be trifled with. Su Bai found himself in the very heart of the shadow soldiers, his body enveloped by an inexplicable black substance, which was the energy core of the mech, and also its most fortified area. His neurons were completely merged with the shadow soldier. He was now an avatar of the mythological entity, the shadow soldier. The burden brought by the 100-meter shadow soldier was on a completely different level compared to the 20-meter golden powder rose. This was a characteristic of mythological mechs. The greater the load the pilot could endure, the more power the mythological mech could unleash. Even the material power and other aspects would experience significant changes. A single mythological mech in the hands of a first-level gene user and a 7th-level gene user would be entirely different. Su Bai adapted to the burden of the shadow soldier, drawing out a large knife, its blade covered in rust appearing fragile enough to shatter at the slightest touch. He looked up, his hollow eyes fixed on the giant lizard, a ghostly blue light emanating from his eye sockets, as if to devour its soul, instinctively unsettling the lizard. Hiss! The lizard, with its belly pressed against the ground, anxiously issued a warning. Its evolution had been interrupted, and coupled with the explosion of the golden powder rose, it had greatly affected its strength. Su Bai paid no mind to that, seizing the opportunity to strike while it was down. After all this trouble, even the shadow soldier had been exposed. If he didn't slay it, he might not be able to sleep. Swipe! The rusted large knife erupted in black flames, sweeping horizontally, severing a circle of nearby trees in half. Suddenly the view opened up considerably. Su Bai's hand holding the knife dropped, and he walked slowly towards the lizard, each step of his massive frame accompanied by a resounding boom. Hiss! The lizard issued another warning, flicking its tongue while taking an offensive stance. Thud! Thud thud! Thud thud thud! Su Bai broke into a run, gaining speed, dragging the black fire knife along the ground, carving a long gash. Seeing this, the lizard swung its tail fiercely, its tail, which accounted for a third of its body, covered in scales, thick and powerful. Faster than lightning, the tail lashed at Su Bai, creating a series of explosive sounds. Boom! Su Bai pressed his foot down hard and leaped high into the air, his right arm dragging the knife, suddenly exerting force, causing the large knife to spin, with black flames forming a full moon as it swung down towards the oncoming tail. Clang! The blade struck the scales of the tail, producing a crisp, ringing sound. So hard. This was Su Bai's first thought. The defensive power of the lizard's scales exceeded his imagination. As they made contact and immediately separated, the probing strike made Su Bai retract his earlier underestimation. You're so tough, yet you pretend to be afraid. Su Bai shouted angrily, flipping in midair and landing lightly on the ground after dissipating his force. The lizard's tail swayed behind him slowly, the extremely hard scales only showing a slight knife mark. The armored skeleton before him seemed not as strong as he had imagined. With Su Bai's third-level gene user physique, even with the enhancement from the shadow soldier, he could barely touch the threshold of stellar level. He was still far from a true stellar level, even if it was an injured stellar level. The lizard began to take the initiative to attack, its stout limbs appearing short, yet its speed was not slow at all. Boom! As it charged, its tail swung continuously, knocking down trees on both sides, raising a massive cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Su Bai, its robust tail lashing out once more towards him. Su Bai's expression turned serious as he flickered and retreated, the lizard's tail slicing through the afterimage he left behind, striking the ground with a force that caused a crack to appear. Little Deer scanned for weaknesses. Understood. An ancient dressed in Yu appeared in Su Bai's line of sight, quickly constructing a model of the lizard, and soon a half-transparent miniature lizard emerged. Su Bai glanced at the model, noting that the lizard's eyes and jaw were marked in red. The lizard's entire body was nearly flush against the ground. He couldn't attack the jaw, so it had to be the eyes. Holding the knife with both hands, he shot out, the large knife engulfed in black flames, slashing towards the lizard's head. The knife was fast, but the lizard's tail was faster, instantly blocking his attack path. Su Bai watched the mockery in the lizard's vertical pupils and decisively abandoned the knife, his figure flashing. The large knife was knocked away by the tail, but the shadow soldier circled around, landing directly on the lizard's head. The 100-meter mech plummeted down, immediately smashing the lizard's raised head into the ground. Su Bai waved, calling the knocked-away knife back to his hand. Then he reversed the grip on the large knife, fiercely stabbing it towards the lizard's eyes. The lizard instinctively closed its eyes, its fragile eyeball covered by the scales on its eyelids. Stab! The tip of the knife, engulfed in black flames, struck the scales of the eyelid, producing a sharp, piercing sound, as if a knife were scraping against glass. As they rubbed against each other, red sparks occasionally erupted. It wouldn't penetrate. Su Bai felt a chill. He had underestimated the term stellar level and overestimated his own strength. If he couldn't even breach the weak point's defense, what was the point of fighting? The lizard's tail swept towards him, and Su Bai hurriedly dodged. He hadn't given up. His speed in close combat couldn't possibly match its speed in closing its eyes. If the eyes wouldn't work, then it would have to be the jaw. Su Bai flew upwards. The cocky lizard without a second thought pursued him, ascending into the sky even faster than Su Bai. "You two stay back," Su Bai shouted to the nearby blazing flame. Each level felt like a chasm. The higher the level, the more pronounced it became. If a planetary-level mech were to join in, it would likely obliterate everything in an instant. Lu Shi quickly retreated. By now many people had been drawn over by the fluctuations of the battle. However, none dared to approach, all watching from a distance. "Is that the teacher?" "It must be the teacher, otherwise what other peer could fight a 4-star golden beast?" Someone who had their credentials destroyed didn't have a rescue team come. How could a teacher arrive here? "Are you implying it's a student?" Everyone fell silent. If it was truly a student, that would be terrifying. Just last night, someone had independently slain several 3-star golden beasts, and today another could take on a 4-star golden beast. Indeed, the world has changed. Su Bai took a careful glance at the lizard's jaw, noticing a half-meter section where the scales appeared different from the surrounding ones. Compared to the neatly arranged regular-sized scales on its body, those scales were smaller and scattered, and he could see the tender pink flesh beneath. He speculated that it was due to the interruption of its evolution. The lizard shook its tail and opened its mouth to bite at Su Bai. Its large blood-filled mouth with sharp white teeth lost the cover of the giant tree, and its speed was faster than on the ground. Su Bai twirled the large knife, flames surging from the blade, the small patches of black fire enveloping the knife, distorting the surrounding air from the heat. As the lizard charged within 100-meter range, Su Bai gripped the large knife with both hands and met it heat. He dodged the lizard's massive jaws, and in a flicker the black fire knife struck the lizard. The large knife in Su Bai's hand drew a phantom as it was swung, and the points where the blade collided with the scales produced a series of dense hammering sounds. Hiss! Although the scales blocked the knife's edge, it did not go without effect. The powerful force still penetrated. In pain, the lizard let out an enraged hiss, its tail thrashing wildly like a swift, poisonous snake pursuing Su Bai. Su Bai adjusted his angle deliberately, leaving an opening. Bang! The tail, carrying immense force, struck the Mech's chest, sending it reeling backward. The shadow soldier's armor absorbed most of the damage, but the remainder was still enough for Su Bai to drink a pot. He felt as if he were being pulled forcibly, performing a chest-crushing stunt, blood flowing backward within him, and ultimately, he couldn't hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Bai endured the pain, narrowing his eyes. Under his deliberate control, the shadow soldier was directed towards the lizard's head. Tightening his grip on the black fire knife, now was the time. With the black fire on the knife's blade receding, it suddenly thrust upward. The not fully developed scales failed to block the large knife. The dozens of meters long blade pierced through its jaw like a hot knife, through butter, breaking through the hard scales from within and emerging from the upper jaw, penetrating its skull. However, to Su Bai's disappointment, this strike did not take its life. Kh. Kh. The lizard couldn't emit a cry. The indistinct sound came from its throat. It used its powerful body to clamp down on the large knife. The blade lodged in its brain, sealing the wounds on both sides, even preventing blood from flowing out. Su Bai attempted to pull out the knife, but the lizard had it clamped too tightly, rendering his efforts futile. At that moment, the lizard's tail struck again, forcing him to abandon the black fire knife and dodge. "This is troublesome." Su Bai furrowed his brows. Without the knife, it was still not dead. Without Su Bai's control, the flames on the black fire knife extinguished, revealing its rusty body. With a mighty force, the knife shattered, and without the blade to block the wound, blood gushed out like a small fountain sprouting from its head. It hurriedly clenched its muscles. As a 4-star golden beast, it could control every muscle in its body effectively. The wound was clamped shut, and the blood ceased to pour out. The fragments of the shattered blade flew back into the knife sheath at the waist of the shadow soldier, rendering it unusable for the time being. "There's no other choice," Su Bai sighed. "Then I'll use my fists." Thud! Thud! His heart began to beat heavily, and with each beat a mysterious energy surged from the golden core in the space, attaching itself to the blood flowing from his heart to every part of his body. Under the influence of this golden energy, his blood veins and flesh gradually took on a golden hue richer than that of golden beast blood. Moments later, the golden core was depleted. Su Bai grinned. The enhancement of his physical strength was evident. Enough. Fortunately, he had killed numerous golden beasts during this time, absorbing a substantial amount of golden energy. Otherwise, even reinforcing a hand with golden energy would have been strenuous. He had already exposed the shadow soldier, and unless absolutely necessary, he truly did not want to use golden energy to enhance his body, as being discovered would lead to complications. But now, what could he do if it didn't die? Scraps come again. The armor on the shadow soldier extended, enveloping the skeletal palm, the surface patterns becoming more intricate and the black material growing denser. Su Bai charged forward, the ghostly blue flames in his eyes surging higher. The irate lizard showed no fear. Its tail swept out, creating a blur with the ensuing wind stirring up dust to form a small tornado. The blazing flame retreated a bit further back. Even from a kilometer away, the battle's impact reached her. The enhanced Shadow Soldier experienced a significant boost in speed and strength across the board. If previously he could be said to have just touched the threshold of stellar level, now he could say he had completely stepped into it. Fierce winds erupted, shrouding the battlefield in a choking veil of dust. The lizard's tail descended like a collapsing heaven, charged with its seething, unbridled fury. Facing the very weapon that had once beaten him to bloody unconsciousness, Su Bai stood firm, neither retreating nor flinching, but surging forward. Heated. Has he lost his mind? This is a full power strike from a 4-star golden beast. Dodge now? Spectators froze, eyes wide and unblinking. A dense swarm of Mechs hovered silently in midair, some forgetting whether Su Bai could even hear them, cried out instinctively. No matter their titles or affiliations in this moment, they shared only one identity: human. Before this battle, none wished for Su Bai's defeat. Tum! A deep, muffled impact silenced all sound. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. Su Bai raised his head and scoffed. That's it. The lizard's tail slammed onto his crossed forearm guards, yet the Shadow Soldier armor yielded only a few meters downward. The beast recoiled in stunned disbelief. This human defied logic, growing stronger on a whim. Su Bai seized the tail as it recoiled, driving a brutal elbow strike straight into its scaled flank. Shattered scales flew outward like splintered blades. Mute with agony, the lizard writhed violently as Su Bai rained blow after blow. Within moments, its thick, muscular tail hung in tatters, slick with blood and torn flesh. Yet as he struck again and again, something felt wrong. Twist. Scream. Why? No reaction at all. He looked up and froze. Cradled in his arms was a 100-meter-long severed tail, while the tailless lizard fled headlong toward the ground. Don't run. Enraged, Su Bai hurled the tail aside and shot after it. The lizard trembled at the shout and accelerated, vanishing into a deep crater gouged into the earth. Only after Su Bai vanished into the pit did the onlookers snap back to awareness. He drove off a 4-star golden beast. Oh heavens, I can scarcely believe my own eyes. Which faction bred such a prodigy? That's obvious. It must be from the Takamagara divine realm. Just look at that battle armor. Nonsense. Clearly he's from the Greater Korean Federation. Our land is vast and rich. Ascension to the divine realm is imminent. Precisely. A sovereign realm is inevitable, and only the Greater Korean Federation could produce such genius. They exchanged glances. No one replied. Silently they dispersed. Yes, yes. The entire cosmos belongs to your Greater Korean Federation. Among the spectators were seasoned observers who instantly recognized the origin of the Shadow Soldier armor. Yet none spoke aloud, each harboring the same thought as Kong Qing. A new Mythos-class underworld mecha had emerged, and the fewer who knew, the better their chance to quietly secure its pilot's allegiance. Even as they pondered who he might be and how best to recruit him, Su Bai suddenly burst from the crater, moving at blinding speed. Spotting Qi Yin instantly, he lunged forward and roared urgently, "Deactivate your mech. Now, get inside." Lu Shi and Kong Qing stared bewildered, but both were quick-witted enough to sense the raw urgency in his voice. Without question, Lu Shi immediately deactivated her mech. Su Bai seized the two women and Yuan Bao and pulled them into the Shadow Soldier's interior. In an instant, the black-armored form dissolved into a streak of obsidian light and vanished. Bewildered, the crowd turned their gaze toward the crater below. The trees surrounding the crater had been flattened during Su Bai's clash with the giant lizard, leaving the area utterly exposed. Then the lizard re-emerged from the depths, not to fight, but merely to crawl forth before collapsing motionless. Confusion deepened. Isn't it already dead? Why flee? Then another golden beast emerged, 70 or 80 meters long, identical to the first, as if its offspring. With so many witnesses present, even a 3-star golden beast posed no threat. Bold souls gathered in groups, eager to test their mettle against a rare 3-star golden beast and savor its meat, famed for both flavor and vitality-enhancing properties. Hundreds of Mechs advanced in formation, while the shrewder ones had already begun fleeing. Su Bai's brow glistened with cold sweat. His pallor betrayed a body pushed far beyond its limits. What's wrong? Kong Qing, most familiar with him, asked at once. Lu Shi blinked up at Su Bai, eyes wide with equal curiosity. Su Bai staggered, then recounted what happened after he pursued the great lizard down into the pit. At the bottom, behind the first egg, lay another, already hatched, with a juvenile lizard crawling free. At first he dismissed it, until the hatchling casually tore off the adult's leg and devoured it. You mean, it's a 5-star golden beast? Beyond the 4-star tier, golden beasts shrink in size, not grow. A 5-star golden beast stands between 20 and 100 meters tall, just like its 3-star counterpart. Boom. Tum. Violent explosions echoed from behind, confirming his dread. To hell with 3-star. I ate the 3-star golden beast's mech. Who the hell said that? Hundreds of Mechs that had charged forward now fled twice as fast, panicked, disordered, desperate. But with average stellar rank strength, equivalent to a 2-star golden beast, fleeing a 5-star golden beast was sheer folly. Its speed blurred even to their eyes. Each time it appeared, claws flashing, a mech detonated in violent fragments. Their plan to scatter and evade proved useless against such overwhelming velocity. Within minutes, the crater's perimeter was cleared, sky empty, not a single mech remaining. The juvenile lizard landed, then began devouring the still-breathing adult, bite by bite, before turning, drawn by traces of golden matter in its credentials and its acute predatory sense of humanity, and hunting began. In deep space, the Academy's fleet dwindled to mere dozens of warships. Energy reserves exhausted, unable to fire a single energy cannon. Just as the Black Mech Legion prepared to conclude hostilities, the Zhenyuan Guard arrived. 3 Mythos-affiliated Mechs descended, Kong Jinlong, Fong Ri-Tu, and Ji Shui Bao, blocking the Guard's advance. Kong Jinlong resembled a coiling dragon crowned with a single horn, its serpentine body coiled across the starfield, glaring defiantly at the Guard. Then an elderly man stepped forth, unarmed, unarmored, treading barefoot upon the void. A colossal black tortoise materialized above him, coiled atop its shell. A massive serpent fixed Kong Jinlong with icy, unwavering eyes, its aura rivaling the dragon's in sheer ancient might. Will you surrender peacefully, or only after a thorough beating? The elder's tone remained gentle, as if asking, have you eaten yet? Xiaoming Star System, Zhuangdong Planet. An azure dragon, so vast its head vanished into cloud, its tail, unseen, glided slowly through the heavens. Citizens cowered below, paralyzed with terror. They had held this posture for hours. Zhuangdong belonged to the Zhuangdong Federation, a single-star federation centered on one habitable world. Though merely a one-star federation, it was nonetheless integrated into interstellar civilization, and its leadership instantly identified the celestial presence as the Mythos Azure Dragon. They sent distress signals, but dared not raise a hand in resistance. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon showed no intent to harm. It simply circled overhead, waiting. Whoosh! A gentle breeze scattered the clouds, revealing the Azure Dragon's sinuous, coiling form. As the wind faded, 100 Turtle Mech appeared before it, bearing a scepter clad in winged boots. The Azure Dragon opened its eyes, mechanical yet eerily lifelike. Its cold vertical pupils locked onto the newcomer as a deep resonant voice echoed, Mythos Hermes. Your Eminence Azure Dragon, I am honored to meet you. Lord Zeus, sovereign of the gods, sends his regards. Hermes bowed deeply, offering full reverence. Hypocrisy, the Azure Dragon replied. Where is Xuanwu? And why are you here? Hermes ignored the barb entirely. Lord Xuanwu was unable to attend, hence my dispatch. My speed makes me ideal to prevent any impulsive actions. It seems my concern was unfounded. Unable to attend, the Azure Dragon snorted, knowing full well it had been outmaneuvered. All 7 Mythos-affiliated stars were likely already captured, yet he feared not for their safety. Mythos-affiliated Mechs, upon pilot death or destruction, returned to the Mythos Mecha's internal dimension, where they regenerated anew. Xuanwu would imprison them, nothing more. Humph, I wouldn't deign to lay a hand on them. With that, the dragon's form shrunk, then tore open space and vanished without trace. Hermes made no move to stop him, nor could he perhaps have prevailed in battle. After all, he was merely a messenger. Then a soft breeze stirred, and he too dissolved into thin air. Under the Zhenyuan Guard's assault, the Black Mech Legion was swiftly eradicated. Xuanwu strolled forward, holding a frayed hemp rope. 3 men of distinct appearances bound in a line behind him, heads bowed in dejection. The rope was flimsy, easily snapped by any of them, yet none dared try. Xuanwu chuckled amiably, like an old man walking 3 dogs after dinner. The group landed aboard the examination command vessel, where Su Wan and Li Cheng awaited. En route to the academy, they'd been intercepted by Xuanwu. Li Cheng explained the situation. Xuanwu nodded acknowledgement, and promptly returned here. Shun Mingyang emerged from the command chamber, startled by the scene outside, then frowned in confusion. Dean, weren't you en route to the Shanming system? Xuanwu lifted the rope with a grin. If I'd truly gone, how could I have caught so many fish? He handed the rope to Shun Mingyang, clapped his shoulder, and strode toward the command chamber. Young Shun, you've done magnificently. Once we return to the academy, I'll petition for official commendation. Shun Mingyang accepted the rope, about to protest that it was merely his duty, when Xuanwu's voice continued, feigning alliance with the Azure Dragon to successfully apprehend the 7 stars of Azure Dragon. Anything under 3,000 merit points would be beneath contempt. At those words, Kong Jinlong and his 2 companions jerked upright, eyes blazing crimson, staring at Shun Mingyang as if to tear him limb from limb. Shun Mingyang paled. His aged, trembling hand tightened around the rope, then met their murderous gaze, speechless, defenseless. Inside the command chamber, Li Cheng rushed forward, catching up to Xuanwu urgently. Dean, the golden beasts on the examination planet are compromised. Please, rest assured, it's already handled. Xuanwu pointed outward. The colossal black tortoise's back was now empty. The serpent had vanished. Su Bai had fled with the 2 women, then inexplicably doubled back. Now he regretted it bitterly. He ran with every fiber of his being. Each sliver of recovered golden energy instantly drained, and channeled throughout his body. The shadow soldier darted with uncanny agility, threading effortlessly between towering trunks. 70 or 80 meters behind, the great lizard crashed headlong, shattering countless trees in its path. Even with massive trunks obstructing its way, the gap between them narrowed relentlessly. Kong Qing and Lu Shi glared daggers at Su Bai. So this is your hidden in plain sight strategy, and this is your good luck, guaranteed to avoid golden beasts. Wah! Su Bai grimaced, truly a mute man swallowing bitter gall, unable to explain. His and Kong Qing's credentials had been embedded within their bodies, undetectable to the beasts, but he'd forgotten Lu Shi still carried hers openly. At that instant, a colossal serpent dropped before the mech, its endless coils crushing untold trees beneath its weight. Its gaze glacial and merciless locked onto Su Bai, and without warning it lunged jaws wide. Su Bai ceased resisting. All three closed their eyes, only one thought echoing in their minds: this is the end. The mythological guardian stood quietly in place. Su Bai closed his eyes and scenes from the first half of his life flickered through his mind like a passing parade. It's a pity I haven't found a girlfriend yet. Oh, what a shame. At Bai school, many girls liked me because I was somewhat handsome, but good looks cannot be eaten. I was so poor that I could barely afford food, let alone a girlfriend. TSK. Speaking of which, Lu Shi is quite nice. She and the silly girl each have their own merits and align more with my aesthetic. Never mind, why think about such things when I'm about to die? He began to feel pain for the 399071 union coins in his bank account. It was difficult to earn money, yet he had not even enjoyed being extravagant before his demise. Then he heard a crisp child's voice. Hey, what are you doing? You aren't a fool, are you? Su Bai thought it was surprisingly quick. He hadn't even felt pain before it was all over. Hiss! A sudden pain shot through his lower back. He opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, even after dying you still want to poke my back? Pa, what do you mean dead? Don't speak nonsense. Lu Shi playfully pouted and then apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I just got a bit too excited and poked you. Su Bai ground his teeth, looking at the area Lu Shi had indicated, precisely the lower back, and thought, this area should not be poked carelessly, it could be fatal. Stop being silly. Look outside. Kong Qing gestured for Su Bai to observe the exterior of the mech. Su Bai looked out in confusion and was startled again. A gigantic snake head loomed over the guardian's head, so close that every scale could be seen. The giant snake then emitted a puzzling yet crisp child's voice. Could it really be dead? Should we bite it open to check? It opened its mouth, looking eager to try startling Su Bai. He hurriedly withdrew the guardian, and the three humans and one beast emerged. No, it can still breathe. The giant snake curiously examined the three, thought for a moment, and swallowed them, flying into outer space. Su Bai felt a chill run through him. So you brought us out just to eat us? Then everything went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small metallic room, which was surprisingly bright despite the lack of a light source. This? Su Bai looked in shock at Kong Encyclopedia Qing. True to form, Kong Qing said, this should be the snake on the back of the mythological tortoise of the Dean. But why can it talk? Su Bai and Lu Shi both nodded in synchrony, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at rice. Logically, Lu Shi should know, but due to family circumstances, she had very little understanding of such matters. Kong Qing explained, everyone has their own virtual assistant. For example, my silver fox, Xiao Meng, which also serves as the intelligent control system for the mech. Normally, virtual assistants have no consciousness. However, mythological mechs are an exception. When the virtual assistant takes over the mythological mech, perhaps influenced by the divine core, it gives birth to its own consciousness, becoming a sentient being. The advantage of sentient beings is their ability to operate mechs or starships independently, performing simple tasks. For the mythological tortoise, killing that 5-star golden beast is quite simple. Moreover, the mythological tortoise is special. It possesses two sentient beings. The snake and the turtle are independent, and the child's voice heard earlier should belong to the snake. There's such a good deal. Buy one, get one free. And killing 5-star golden beasts is just a trivial matter. How boastful. Su Bai sighed, truly the mythological mech is impressive. When the snake head approached the guardian, he could see no trace of the mech. The densely packed scales and the vividly alive snake eyes were indistinguishable from a real snake. When it opened its mouth to swallow the three of them, the massive maw and sharp fangs were breathtaking. Now that he thought back on it, he realized he hadn't even detected a foul smell. Everything was just like a real snake. In just a few moments, everything went black again, and a strong sense of weightlessness surged through his brain. When the light returned, he found himself in free fall. The giant snake flew towards the deck of the starship, expelling the three of them onto the back of the mythological tortoise. Li Cheng, seeing the three fall, leapt up quickly to catch two of them. Then bang! Su Bai landed dramatically while holding Yuan Bao. Li Cheng beside him elegantly caught a beautiful girl in one arm. The mythological tortoise, having received the giant snake's report, emerged. A translucent small child stood on its shoulder. The tortoise asked, what did you bring them here for? The child replied naturally, I need someone to witness that I completed my task. Seeing the tortoise appear, Su Bai hurriedly stood up, saying, hello, Dean. Although he had only seen the Dean's face once on Zhenyuan Star, it was still firmly etched in his memory. Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean. The two girls slightly bowed of basic etiquette must be observed. The tortoise smiled and nodded, teasing Su Bai. Young man, your body is quite fit, but you also shouldn't go without clothes. Su Bai bare-chested, and with his pants in tatters scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. His cheap clothes were not as durable as combat gear. Considering the time that had passed, it was fortunate they could still cover the important parts. Su Bai, here, wear this. Su Wan produced a large red cloak from somewhere. Su Bai took it, but wasn't sure whether to wear it or not. Ultimately, in front of everyone's teasing gazes, he slipped it on. Being completely bare was not good either. The cloak was large, but after all, it belonged to Su Wan. The large red cloak enveloped his body, exposing only his buzz-cut head and leaving most of his smooth legs bare. He had no shoes, making him look extremely odd. Even the serious soldiers around couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone laughed for a while, and Su Bai, disregarding his embarrassment, adopted an attitude of do as you please. At that moment, Li Cheng spoke up to help Su Bai. Dean, there are still 80 million candidates, but there are no golden beasts left. What should we do about this year's assessment? The tortoise had already made plans for this, replying, for every golden beast killed, there is a record of proof. We will admit the top 100,000 based on quantity. Good. Li Cheng looked at Su Bai and the others. You three are here, so let's start with you. Lu Shi took out her proof and handed it over. A staff member carrying a device resembling a POS machine stepped forward, took Lu Zai's card, and swiped it. Beep. Lu Shi killed 126 one-star golden beasts, 13 two-star golden beasts. Li Cheng nodded. This score was quite excellent and guaranteed her passing the assessment. She then looked at Su Bai and Kong Qing, asking, what about you two? Kong Qing lowered her head and said nothing, while Su Bai's expression was conflicted. Li Cheng frowned slightly. They wouldn't have thrown it away, would they? She was just about to defend Su Bai when the staff made an error, mistakenly inputting hundreds of two-star golden beasts, resulting in an unexpected situation. Suddenly, they heard Su Bai grunt and hand over 3 bloodstained proof cards. The left sleeve of the originally red cloak became increasingly vibrant, taking on a somewhat enchanting red hue. The tortoise narrowed its eyes. This kid is quite ruthless. The staff member took the proof, paused for a moment. The blood on the 3 cards was still warm. He refocused his attention on his job. Beep. Kong Qing killed 27 one-star golden beasts. So little. That can't be right. Then came another 2 beeps. Beep. Su Bai killed 41 one-star golden beasts. Beep. Little cat killed 41 one-star golden beasts. Li Cheng and Su Wan were both stunned. There must be an issue. They had been with Su Bai all along, and Kong Qing had also been with Su Bai, so it was impossible for them to have killed only this few. Dean, this data has a problem. My flight machine's imaging record can prove that Su Bai and Kong Qing, along with Little Cat, the number of golden beasts they killed is definitely more than this. Su Bai thought that perhaps the concealment of the golden beasts from the golden material had inadvertently blocked the proof from recording the kills. The reason he and Yuan Bao had 41 was that it was before the proof was inserted into their bodies. He was not worried at all. The mech had onboard recording images, and the golden powder rose and the Guardian could definitely provide evidence. The tortoise did not pay attention to Li Cheng, but instead asked Su Bai, do you have a way to prove it? Yes, Su Bai pointed at Kong Qing, saying, her Mech's recorded images can prove it. The tortoise turned to look at Kong Qing. Kong Qing said, my Mech's energy is depleted. It needs to recharge before I can extract the onboard images. Under normal circumstances, the onboard images would sync to the star network, but the problem was that the assessment star had no network. The tortoise did not make things difficult for the two and had a soldier take Kong Qing to recharge the golden powder rose, then led everyone into the command room. Bring the candidates back. Oh, after the records are compiled, report it. Yes. In the command room, there were only the Dean, Li Cheng, Su Bai, and Lu Shi. Su Wan had been assigned to bring in the candidates. On the wooden desk, a small child the size of half a palm was playfully teasing an old man, mainly the child teasing the old man. Su Bai guessed the child was the intelligent being that had just controlled the giant snake. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Kong Qing walked in with a silver fox perched on her wrist, holding something in its mouth. Dean, the images have been extracted. The tortoise nodded, indicating for her to play it. The silver fox raised its head, tossed out the object in its mouth, and displayed an image before everyone. The image was split into small frames, showing the golden powder rose killing golden beasts, and Kong Qing could clearly be seen piloting the mech. The small child darted towards the screen, and after a moment emerged, saying cheerfully, a total of 33 one-star golden beasts and 12 two-star golden beasts. Oh, that's not enough. There are you and Su Bai in the mech. We should also count that cat. The quantity should be evenly divided. Kong Qing remained silent, and the silver fox threw out another image. This time the pilot in the image was Su Bai. The footage was complete, showing less than 20 minutes of action, from swiftly killing the first 3-star golden beast to stealthily eliminating the second, and finally efficiently dispatching the others. The clearly recorded process of slaying 10 three-star golden beasts displayed every strike of the golden powder rose as a textbook example, not resembling slaughter, but rather an art. Even the well-informed tortoise couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in his eyes, and Li Cheng was even more impressed. His eyes, sparkling, Wainer had struck gold. Kong Qing said, with 10 three-star golden beasts, each person also gets 3. She was certain of passing the assessment. Once they entered the final evaluation circle, all the golden beasts disappeared, except for the 10 slain by Su Bai, and no one else had killed a single 3-star golden beast. The tortoise nodded slightly. Indeed, this is sufficient, and the results are quite impressive. The onboard images did not record Su Bai's kills of 1 and 2-star golden beasts, but even so, the 10 3-star golden beasts were enough to compensate for the lack of 1 and 2-star golden beasts. In the command room, Xuanwu looked at Su Bai with a smile and said, "The higher your ranking upon admission, the better the rewards from the Academy, especially for the first place, which offers extraordinary rewards. You understand what I mean, right? Rewards." Su Bai's eyes lit up, his pupils turning into the shape of coins as Xuanwu had him firmly grasped. Ever since he heard the reports from below, knowing this kid was willing to take a girl from the Credible Merchants Guild through the assessment for a few thousand union coins, Xuanwu understood what kind of person he was. As expected, Su Bai had Yu throw out a segment of footage. In this scene, there was only one golden beast larger than 10 3-star golden beasts combined. And facing the golden beast was none other than the mythological subordinate Yinbing. Su Bai felt at ease since so many people had seen it during the assessment. There was no need to hide. What is this? Li Cheng rubbed her eyes. A 4-star golden beast. She looked at Su Bai with a strange expression, recalling that at her age the most she could handle was a 2-star golden beast. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? A small child jumped onto Xuanwu's shoulder and said, "I didn't lie to you, but it's just a pitch-black skeleton." Xuanwu glanced at him, indicating he wasn't interested. "All right, the first place in the admission assessment is yours." Su Bai put away the footage and grinning asked, "So Dean, what about the rewards?" Xuanwu smiled and said, "You won't be left out, you'll know once you enroll. You all go help with the counting." Su Bai felt hopeful. In such a large academy, the first place reward would be substantial. After Li Cheng led the 3 out, Xuanwu absent-mindedly tapped the table and pulled up a document. It was clearly Su Bai's history, detailing everything from his birth, enrollment, parents' arrest, to his participation in the assessment, even including a photo of him selling that steel plate before leaving Bai Star, presenting every detail. This is the terrifying aspect of the technological era. Under big data, in places with cameras and electronic devices, nothing can hide. He lightly slid his fingertip and a document about Bai Star appeared. Xuanwu gazed at the white-clad figure, lost in thought. Is this mythological mech affiliated with the underworld? He wondered whether it was the revival of old gods or the emergence of new ones. He chuckled and shook his head. There were no new gods being born. It was merely a fortunate individual recognized by the mythological mech. Old friends were becoming fewer. Suddenly losing interest, he shut down all the documents, looking despondent. Su Bai, barefoot and with his calves exposed, draped in a bright red cloak, stood out wherever he went. Especially with 2 striking beauties following behind him, he was even more eye-catching. Su Bai's expression was solemn, cradling a golden little beast, exuding an air of mystique. They stepped onto a flying vehicle heading towards the assessment star. Their task was straightforward: just swipe the POS machine, and the candidate scores would automatically upload to the back end for unified statistics. They also needed to collect the vouchers back, as they contained valuable materials. The Academy was wealthy, not foolish. They wouldn't simply discard valuable items. The vehicle carried the 3 back to the assessment star, flying towards a cleared piece of land. Many staff members were already swiping cards here, and candidates continued to pour in, with those who had already swiped orderly heading to the starship behind them, waiting for the results. Su Bai glanced around and found a relatively less crowded spot to land the vehicle. The protective shield of the flying vehicle retracted, and the surroundings contracted, forming a platform about half a meter high. Su Bai's thighs were covered, only revealing his upper body, paired with a solemn expression clearly showcasing a priestly aura. Just then someone approached, and Su Bai glared, voice deep, "Swipe the card." "Candidate, don't mess around." Lu Shi glared at him and gently said to the candidate, "Hand me the voucher." The candidate looked at Su Bai strangely, but handed the voucher to Lu Shi without hesitation. "Humph." Su Bai scoffed disdainfully, "If you want swipe for me, plenty of others will." An hour passed, and while Lu Shi and Kong Qing had a line hundreds of meters long, Su Bai's side remained empty. Seeing everyone line up behind the 2 women, those coming from behind thought Su Bai couldn't check vouchers. This led to the line for the 2 women growing longer, while Su Bai still hadn't experienced the joy of swiping even once. Su Bai felt a bit embarrassed as he anxiously scanned around, when suddenly a figure caught his eye. "Xiaohua!" Su Bai exclaimed in delight, looking at Song Ran. "You're still alive." Song Ran, hearing the familiar voice, instinctively turned back, then his body trembled, and he started to run. But Su Bai was faster, lifting the hem of his cloak, jumping out of the concave platform to catch up to Song Ran forcefully, pulling him back to the platform. Come, swipe here, no need to line up. The people nearby twitched their mouths. No one was lining up at your spot. You kid or something, you survived this far. Su Bai patted Song Ran on the chest with a carefree demeanor. Song Ran felt a pang of bitterness. It was truly a misfortune to have chosen this path in such a large place. Kong Qing couldn't stand it any longer and pulled Su Bai into the concave platform, saying, "Be careful, a guy shouldn't be touching a girl's chest. That's harassment." But Su Bai pointed at Song Ran. "He's a guy." Kong Qing froze for a moment, silently letting go and returning to her position to continue her work. Su Bai grabbed Song Ran, who was trying to take advantage of the situation to escape, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "Voucher, swipe the card." Song Ran, looking bitter, pulled out the voucher, silently sighing that he should have observed earlier next time. Su Bai took the voucher and swiped it on the POS machine. The feel was unmistakable. It was the sensation he had longed for. So smooth, just as he imagined. It felt great. Having his wish fulfilled, Su Bai heard the sound from the machine. Beep. Song Ran killed 379 1-star golden beasts, 87 2-star golden beasts. The crowd erupted in disbelief, staring at the delicate young lady. So many. How is that possible? The machine must be malfunctioning. Swipe again. I don't believe it. The surrounding voices made Song Ran lower his head in unease. Su Bai frowned, his smile disappearing as he coldly shouted, "Silence. If you're not testing, get lost." He dragged Song Ran into the concave platform, showing no intention of retesting. In the concave platform, a look of gratitude appeared in Song Ran's eyes. He didn't want to make things difficult for Su Bai and softly said, "Let's retest, it's fine." Su Bai hesitated and looked at him. Song Ran took the voucher from him and handed it to Kong Qing. A few seconds later, Beep. Song Ran killed 379 1-star golden beasts, 87 2-star golden beasts. The crowd's uproar diminished significantly, and then he handed it to Lu Shi. Beep. Song Ran killed 379 1-star golden beasts, 87 2-star golden beasts. The crowd fell silent. It was impossible for all three machines to malfunction. Su Bai scoffed, raising Song Ran's voucher without saying a word. The silent mockery was the deadliest, like slaps hitting the faces of those who had just voiced their doubts. Soon a large wave of people left the line to find other places to check their vouchers. The remaining people continued to test with Su Bai still having no one in front of him. Bored, Su Bai started chatting with Song Ran. "You kid did well killing so many golden beasts." He calculated in his mind, estimating it was similar to his own kills. Song Ran replied shyly, "It was all my brother who killed them. I hardly did anything." Su Bai suddenly understood, so that was the case. No wonder Song Ran appeared so delicate. How could he possibly have such a killer instinct? Unlike him, Song Ran didn't need to absorb the golden beast's blood for its energy. He had learned in the command room that the golden beasts killed together would count as a collective score. For example, when he brought Yuan Bao, who did nothing, he still had a record of 41 1-star golden beasts killed. Su Bai teased, "This is what you call a free ride to victory." He glanced at Kong Qing, realizing he had been foolish to think that the silly girl would help him win. As night fell aboard, Su Bai dozed off. "It's you. You stole from me." The sudden commotion startled Su Bai awake. "It's definitely you. Oh, I can't be mistaken. There was also a guy with a white cloth over his head. The two of you were in cahoots." He got up and walked over. His enhanced physical qualities included a better memory. Su Bai recognized the man shouting immediately. He was one of the three men who had previously extorted protection fees in the jungle. Kong Qing spoke slowly. As a qualified merchant, having a thick skin was essential. "Don't make wild accusations. I don't even know you. Stop pretending. It's definitely you. The two who were with me at the time can testify." It was only 2,000 Union coins, which the man didn't care about. What mattered was his dignity, as he had almost been scared out of his wits. Su Bai approached coldly, saying, "Stop shouting. Are you testing or not? If not, go play somewhere else. The others are still waiting to test." The man became more agitated upon hearing Su Bai's voice. "The guy with the cloth over his head. You brought the golden beast to scare me, and she came to collect the money." Kong Qing shot Su Bai a glance, signaling that she could handle it, and that he should not interfere as it could lead to trouble. Su Bai didn't even look at her, placing his hands on the edge of the concave platform, leaning forward and staring at the man. He'll ask again, "Are you testing or not?" "Testing? Testing my ass. First apologize to me." Before he finished, Su Bai grabbed his collar, snatched the voucher from his hand, crushed it into powder, and threw the man aside. After finishing everything while everyone gaped, he put on a friendly smile and said loudly, "Everyone, you all saw it. He refused to test the voucher and continuously disrupted the order, delaying everyone from testing. I have ample reason to suspect that his voucher has issues and that he didn't dare let me test it, so I destroyed his problematic voucher. Isn't that right?" Who among the crowd dared to disagree? Even the man's accomplices did not dare to speak up. If their own vouchers were crushed, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. "Yes, I can testify. I can also testify that person really is unreasonable. I heard you asked him several times and he refused to test. Moreover, he even tried to assault the testing officer. There's a problem, a big problem." Well, it seems everyone here is sensible, so let's not delay anyone. Oh, please continue testing. Su Bai smiled in satisfaction and lay back down. Kong Qing looked at Su Bai and touched her delicate face, murmuring, I've gained some insight. It seems I still need to practice more. The assessment command room. Xuanwu closed his eyes, seemingly asleep. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Shen Mingyang, with a pale complexion, entered. Xuanwu opened his eyes and looked at him with no hint of surprise, as if he had anticipated his arrival. Director. I was wrong. Shen Mingyang lowered his head, his already hunched back, bending even further due to his old age. Why, oi? Zhenyuan's voice was calm and emotionless, making it impossible to discern his feelings. Isn't the position of vice president of Zhenyuan Academy and the highest authority in the research department enough for you? He did not understand why at this level he had access to money and power. As the vice president of Zhenyuan Academy, he could easily command respect within the safety circle. Even if he went to the Divine Realm or the Divine Kingdom, people would still give him some face. As one of the 5 level academies, the students from Zhenyuan Academy each year became pillars of their respective regions, representing the most substantial force of humanity. To call himself the vice president of Zhenyuan Academy would not be an exaggeration. He did not believe that the Evil God Council and the Beast God sect with their shady dealings could offer better conditions. Shen Mingyang raised his head, his eyes wild, as if he wanted to argue, but after a long moment of his lips moving, he lowered his head again and with great pain managed to squeeze out a sentence. I want to live. Qinglong said he has a way. I still have many projects I haven't understood. I can't just die like this. I refuse to accept it. A hint of understanding appeared on Zhenyuan's face, but then he fell silent again, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the table, the sound echoing in the room. Aren't you afraid he will deceive you? I have no choice. Every time a human unlocks a gene lock, their physical strength increases and their lifespan extends. However, unlocking a gene lock is not solely dependent on having resources. Some people have poor innate genes, and forcing the issue only leads to one outcome: the collapse of the gene chain, resulting in instant death, unless one can absorb golden energy like Su Bai to fundamentally strengthen their genes. Shen Mingyang was just one of the ordinary people. He was already 97 years old, and despite Zhenyuan's constant efforts to find him specialized gene serums from various divine kingdoms and realms, he was ultimately just a mortal. He could feel that his lifespan was nearing its limit. At that moment, Qinglong appeared and claimed to have a way to help him unlock the first gene lock. Unlocking just one layer could extend his life by at least a decade, which was a deadly temptation for him. Xuanwu looked at the old man in front of him, resembling a helpless child, and he couldn't quite articulate his feelings. How did the once ambitious youth end up like this? After a long pause, he sighed. You can go now. The project from the Morningstar Research Institute has made progress recently, and I have helped you apply for an experimental quota. Shen Mingyang abruptly lifted his head, joy surging in his heart. Once again receiving Zhenyuan's affirmation, he excitedly walked out. He had been waiting for the Morningstar project for so many years, and he was nearly in despair, yet he finally saw hope. At a credential verification station, Li Cheng and Su Wan were busy. Su Wan asked, Teacher, has the director not left yet? Li Cheng nodded. She then asked, Then why hasn't he intervened? So many people died in the fleet outside the assessment star. If the director had intervened, no one would have died. In the universe, death is quite normal. What Su Wan couldn't understand was that those people died too unjustly. Li Cheng paused his actions and looked at Su Wan. The director has his considerations. Their deaths are not without meaning. Weren't they able to capture the Qinglong's 7 constellations? And there was also a traitor. Moreover, the deceased were all condemned prisoners from nearby federations. Those who survived will have their sentences reduced. Dying was their fate. The Academy's loss was merely a few warships. Su Wan mechanically brushed the POS machine, lost in thought. Hey, what are you doing? Don't snatch my credentials. Staff. Look at how long this line is. They'll help you swipe it so you can leave sooner. Su Wan was distracted by the commotion and looked up, her eyes stinging at the sight of a deep red. Annoyed, she ran down and pulled Su Bai over. What are you doing? Li Cheng looked over and couldn't help but say, The director told you to work. Why are you running around instead of working diligently? Su Bai awkwardly replied, I'm on a floating position helping to share the workload. Alright, no one was looking for me to swipe over there. They all went to Kong Qing and Lu Shi, so I came out for a stroll. At Li Cheng's gesture, Su Wan forcibly sent Su Bai back. Su Bai hung his head and returned to his station, ignored by the 2 girls. Song Ran also refused to pay attention to him, with only Yuan Bao occasionally calling out to him. In the starry sky, the Zhenyuan guard team escorted all the candidates back to Zhenyuan Star, while those eliminated left on starships. Due to the extremely high elimination rate of the 5 level academies, the assessment period each year is earlier than that of other academies, and those eliminated still have a chance to apply to other schools. Su Bai, with the top score, sat on a starship with Xuanwu. At least he believed it was his merit, with Lu Shi and Kong Qing also by his side. In a cabin, Su Wan enthusiastically gossiped. I heard that a 4-star golden beast came out during the assessment, and someone even killed it. Do you know who that was? A 4-star golden beast. When we in turn just being able to single-handedly kill one would be a remarkable achievement. I didn't expect this batch of freshmen to be so fierce, able to take down a 4-star golden beast right after enrollment. Several of them looked at each other with strange expressions. Su Bai hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Sister Wan, do you think there's a chance that person is me? You? Su Wan laughed. Haha, I didn't realize you had such a sense of humor. The room filled with her hearty laughter while the others stared at her wide-eyed until she gradually fell silent. Could it really be you? Li Cheng, unable to bear his disciple's embarrassment, sent her a video. See for yourself, it really is this kid. After a few minutes, Su Wan finished watching and looked at Su Bai in shock. Remembering her previous behavior, she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, cleared her throat to mask her awkwardness, and shifted the topic. I heard that the second place in the assessment was a cat. It's really strange, every year has its oddities, and this year seems particularly abundant. A cat could even get into Zhenyuan and still place second. Su Bai took Yuan Bao out from his arms, and Yuan Bao with big round eyes instantly understood Su Bai's intention. Meow meow, Su Wan's face stiffened, unwilling to admit defeat, and once again changed the subject. Did you know? I heard that the third place killed nearly 400 1-star golden beasts, and even over 100 2-star golden beasts. Apparently, it was a beautiful young girl. Everyone's expressions grew stranger, and Song Ran silently lowered his head. Su Bai slightly turned, revealing Song Ran behind him. Sister, Wan, do you think he looks pretty? Does he look like a young girl? Su Wan. She made one last desperate attempt, feeling she could still salvage the situation. She tried to change the topic again. I heard that. Don't listen to that anymore. Li Cheng, unable to watch any longer, pulled Su Wan out. Closing the door, Su Wan felt like crying without tears in the corridor. She had just casually pulled in 2 big shots, especially Su Bai, who had brought a cat to take the second place among the freshmen. Li Cheng patted her and comforted. Just think of it this way, the top 3 in the freshman assessment all count under your name. You've wrapped it all up, and you will definitely receive plenty of credit rewards. Su Wan, hearing this, revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Hee, I'm so happy. In the room, only Su Lu Kong and Song remained. Without Li Cheng, the atmosphere relaxed significantly. One must say that teachers always have a natural suppressive effect on students. Kong Qing asked, which major are you planning to apply for? Major? Su Bai scratched his head, his expression confused. This was a bit beyond his understanding. Are there different majors? Didn't we not have majors at the white-clothed school? Can basic education be compared to higher academies? Lu Shi explained, this level academy has 4 core majors, which are the mecha department, which teaches mecha piloting skills, and has the largest number of students, the starship department, which focuses on commanding starships and warships, allowing graduates to go directly into fleet management, mostly consisting of wealthy and powerful nobles. After all, if there's no fleet at home, having skills won't help. The research department, which is a path for commoners, or those who can't break through gene locks. Researchers are well treated wherever they go, and outstanding individuals can even intern at the Morningstar Research Institute. Finally, the gene department, which primarily focuses on physical training with the goal of breaking through higher gene locks. Breaking through gene locks requires vast resources and carries great risk, so this department has the fewest students but the strongest capabilities. Is breaking through gene locks dangerous? Lu Shi took a sip of water while Kong Qing took over the conversation. No one knows what their genetic limits are. During the breakthrough of gene locks, aside from the resources consumed, the most terrifying part is the collapse of the gene chain. Once you fail, it's a dead end. 4 gene users below level 5, as long as they can unlock the first layer of gene locks with money and resources, they can eventually make it through with time. However, after that, the risk of each breakthrough increases exponentially, making it a gamble with one's life. Thus, low-level gene users are quite common, while high-level gene users are rare. However, the gene department is recognized as the strongest with the highest growth potential in the universe. The top-tier powerhouses are all high-level gene users, for only with enhanced physical attributes can they bear the loads of higher-level mechas, especially mythical mechas. Su Bai stroked his chin, which had grown a bit of stubble from not being groomed for a long time, lost in thought. It seemed that he had never broken through a gene lock or used any gene serums, being so poor that he was barely able to make ends meet, let alone consume resources. He had completely relied on absorbing golden materials to make his way up. Doesn't that mean that this so-called tremendous risk does not apply to him at all? He suddenly felt that the future was bright and a promising future was beckoning him. I want to go to the gene department. The others were not surprised by his answer. He was unaware of how he had grown up. It would be problematic for a young level 3 gene user not to apply to the gene department. I will also go to the gene department. A soft voice sounded, surprising the 3 of them slightly. Su Bai laughed and wrapped his arm around Song Ran's shoulder. From now on, I'll look after you. Song Ran felt a sudden panic in her heart, wanting to change her mind. Lu Shi then spoke up, her voice more gentle than Song Ran's. I also choose the gene department. Didn't they say the gene department is very dangerous? Why does everyone want to go there? Su Bai was puzzled, thinking they may have some hidden advantages. Lu Shi smiled brightly, and together with Song Ran said, to become stronger. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and looked at Kong Qing. You're not going to the gene department too, are you? Kong Qing shook her head, her delicate chin lifted slightly, revealing her long, fair neck, which was noble and elegant. Don't you think the Starship department suits me better? The honor square of Zhenyuan, the most sacred place of glory in the academy. The ground is paved with pure white marble, and a series of equally tall jade statues shine brilliantly under the sun. Every student who has made outstanding contributions to humanity and the academy throughout the years has a statue dedicated to them here. The holographic projection in front of each statue records their life story and remarkable achievements. They are the glory of Zhenyuan and the goal that the students of the academy strive for. 100,000 new students dressed in black pants and white shirts with the Zhenyuan Academy emblem emblazoned on their chests stand in the square like a drop in the ocean, occupying not even 1,000th of the area. The number of statues surrounding the square is evident. Around the new students, there are quite a number of senior students observing the ceremony. Even with so many people, there is a solemn silence in this place of honor. At this moment, Su Bai and Song Ran stand on the podium facing the new students below. Xianwu gives him an encouraging look, but Su Bai feels a bitter taste in his heart. No one told me there would be this. I haven't even given a class speech, or what am I supposed to say? Countless pairs of eyes are burning into him, and Su Bai, gritting his teeth, raises the microphone, forcing a smile onto his lips. Hello everyone, my name is Su Bai. Well, look at the ground, it's really white, and the sky is really blue. I love the academy. The academy is my home. Xian Wu's expression darkens, and he gives a glance to the teacher beside him. The teacher forcibly takes the microphone from Su by trying to ease the situation. Haha, it seems that student Su is a bit shy and doesn't feel comfortable. Below, Kong Qing and Lu Shi twitch their lips. Is he shy? What kind of joke is that? The teacher is about to hand the microphone to the next person when he suddenly meets Yuan Bao's wide, innocent eyes and hesitates. He grits his teeth. He has to keep up appearances. Just because Yuan Bao isn't human doesn't mean he can skip over it. The microphone is brought to Yuan Bao's mouth, and the teacher kindly holds it up for him. Yuan Bao's fluffy little head is mostly obscured by the normally sized microphone. Yuan Bao tilts his head, looking at Su Bai. Su Bai observes with a calm demeanor, appearing indifferent. Ow, ow. Yuan Bao's cute and naive cry instantly captures the hearts of the girls present. Xian Wu's face darkens even further. What kind of teacher is this, lacking any sense of the situation? After this, he should be sent to the North Gate to deal with the Golden Beast. The teacher shivers and quickly hands the microphone to Song Ran. If Su Bai is like this, then Song Ran is no better. Taking the microphone, he fidgets for a moment and says softly, Hello everyone, my name is Song Ran. After a pause, he quietly adds, Gender male. Great, the freshman conference. Ruined. Xian Wu is sure this is the worst speech he has ever witnessed. He walks over, leaving the teacher behind, and without needing a microphone, his powerful voice resonates throughout the square. Alright, the final segment, the academic credit rewards. The first place in the freshman assessment receives 150 academic credits, the second place receives 100 credits, and the third place receives 80 credits. Those ranked 4th to 100 receive 50 credits, and those ranked 101 to 1000 receive 10 credits. Each student should fill out their department on the Zhenyuan Star Network platform, 1 for the main and 1 for the secondary department. Once submitted, it cannot be changed, so be cautious. Next, there will be a day of rest followed by training for the freshmen according to their main department. Before the training ends, accommodation will be unified. That's it, dismissed. After saying this, Xian Wu is about to leave when Su Bai grabs him and anxiously says, Dean, you promised that the first place would have generous rewards. You won't go back on your word, right? 150 academic credits isn't generous enough. You little brat, don't be ungrateful. Xian Wu, remembering Su Bai's earlier statement about how blue the sky was, snorts and disappears. Is 150 academic credits a lot? Su Wan walks over just in time to hear his words and explains, 1 academic credit is equal to 10 universe coins. Universe coins? Su Bai replies, that sounds rather grand, who knows where that currency comes from? Su Bai only recognized the united currency. Su Wan looks at Su Bai as if he were a country bumpkin. The exchange rate between universe coins and united currency is 1 to 10,000, meaning 10,000 united currency equals 1 universe coin. 150 academic credits is enough for you to live lavishly in the academy for a year. Su Bai thinks of something and opens his United Bank account. United Bank account balance 399071 united currency. Su Wan glances at it casually and mocks, poor loser. Su Bai becomes displeased. Just because he is poor doesn't mean she should say it out loud. He wants to retort, but Su Wan reaches out and taps on exchange. United Bank account balance 3990 universe coins. Su Bai, where did my 71 united currency go? It's gone. Universe coins are only calculated to 2 decimal places. Su Wan replies matter-of-factly. She pulls Su Bai along as they walk out of the square, with Song Ran obediently following behind. I'll take you to buy a star instrument. This broken wristwatch was probably a gift when your citizen information was certified. You won't even be able to enter the Star Network world with it. Su Bai's heart sinks. The wristwatch was indeed a gift. A bright red flying car stops in the commercial area. The shops stretch endlessly with roads wide enough to accommodate dozens of cars, but there aren't many people around at the moment. Su-won seems unfazed and casually parks the car outside, saying, "Cars aren't allowed in the commercial area. Generally students buy everything online, but..." She glances at Su Bai's old wristwatch, her meaning unmistakable. Su Bai suffers another blow. Su-won leads the two straight to a shop selling star instruments. Dingling, an old-fashioned bell rings, and a small robot slides out. "Welcome. How can I assist you? We'll look around ourselves." "All right, customers." Su Bai curiously scans the surroundings, amazed by the variety of star instruments. There are wristwatch shapes, pocket watch shapes, necklace shapes, bracelet shapes, and ring shapes. There are just too many. After much deliberation, Su Bai chooses a pair of pure black circular star instruments. "Why are you buying two?" Su Bai points at Yuan Bao. "One for him." Su-won shrugs and doesn't comment. "Xiao, why do you want to buy one?" Song Ran shakes his head. "I have one and no need to buy." Su Bai puts on the circular instrument, which shrinks to fit his wrist perfectly without hindering movement. The total for the two-star instruments is 7 academic credits. The credits will be temporarily withheld until training ends. Su-won pays for it. The little robot's electronic screen displays a smiling face. Where should the accompanying equipment be delivered? Su-won provides a set of coordinates and leads the two out. The accompanying equipment is a simulation cabin that allows you to experience real sensations in the Star Network world. "After both of you finish training, you can stay at my place since I have a big space, and it would be empty otherwise." Su Bai becomes wary. Will there be a charge? There's no way he's going to pay. He will never pay in this lifetime. Su-won rolls her eyes at him and says, "No charge. Building a villa like that would only cost 5 academic credits. Zhenyuan Star is so vast you can find a place to build anywhere." Back in the flying car, Su-won drives the two towards the accommodation area. At this moment, Su-won says, "Hurry and register on the Star Network, then add me as a friend." Su Bai nods and puts the other star instrument around Yuan Bao's neck. It fits perfectly, resembling a collar. He then closes his eyes. The black circular instrument emits a strange wave connecting with his brain waves. When he opens his eyes again, Su Bai finds himself in a pure white space with a dialogue window in front of him. "Would you like to enter the current coordinate Star Network world?" "Yes, no." Just as Su Bai is about to select yes, a flash of gold suddenly catches his eye. It's Yuan Bao. "Ow, ow." He picks up Yuan Bao and chooses yes. As the white mist dissipates, he finds himself back in Zhenyuan Honor Square. After taking a round and going through a series of simple, yet extremely tedious operations, he connects his previous personal information account with the star instrument, verifying his identity as a Zhenyuan Academy student. He then sends friend requests to Song Ran, Su, Wan Lu Shi, and Kong Qing. Then he suddenly thinks of something and searches for Xian Wu on the Zhenyuan forum, surprisingly finding Xian Wu's contact information. He decisively sends a friend request. Lastly, he reports his good news to Lan Qinshui, who is far away on Bai Star, and waits for a while, but for some reason there is no response from her. Su Bai thinks she might be in class and doesn't take it to heart. He then logs out. "All right. Beep. Beep." Just as he exits, the star instrument gives several alert sounds. He lightly taps and a semi-transparent light screen appears. Su Wan Lu Shi and Kong Qing have accepted your friend request. Xian Wu and Song Ran have declined. It's no surprise that Dean Xian Wu declined, but Song Ran. Su Bai reaches out and hooks his arm around Song Ran's shoulder, wearing a bright smile. "Xiao, why do you have a problem with me?" It was a slip of the hand." Song Ran shivers, looking like a bullied girl, and under Su Bai's friendly gaze, he sends a friend request to him. "Tisk, it's a pity Xiao Hua is a boy." Su Wan jokes as they pass through another teleportation node and stop in front of a building. "Here we are. After the training session ends, I'll come to pick you up." The 4 major core departments have different training content, and their accommodations are not together. Though it's called training, it can also be seen as a second screening. In the first round, standing out from billions of people indicates exceptional strength. In the second round, mentors will further observe and eliminate those with unscrupulous intentions. Cultivation starts with cultivating the heart. Out of this batch of 100,000, the genetic department has less than 3,000. Connected single rooms form the base of the genetic department. There are no differences aside from the room numbers. However, the closer to the front, the nearer to the assembly point. During the training period, the genetic department cannot use Mechs, flying cars, etc. Crossing such a long distance from the back to the front takes quite some time. According to their rankings, the staff places Su Bai and the others at the very front. Su Bai suddenly thinks of something and asks the accompanying staff. "The top 3 rooms belong to us, right?" The staff looks confused. "Oh, weren't there just 2 of you?" Then Su Bai pulls Yuan Bao out of his pocket. Only then does the staff realize this year's selection is quite peculiar. The second place is a cat. Thus they helplessly say, "That's right. Can I invite someone else to stay, eh?" Of course. Su Bai understands. If he remembers correctly, Lu, she also registered in the genetic department. Yuan Bao definitely cannot stay in a separate room. It would be empty otherwise. Since he isn't familiar with others, it's better to give the room to Lu Shi. He opens the star instrument and dials Lu's eyes contact. The experiences on the assessment star have made the two of them like sworn brothers. Lu Shi doesn't refuse and soon arrives with a graceful figure carrying a bag. The two chat for a while before returning to their respective rooms. Training starts tomorrow. Su Bai washes up and also cleans Yuan Bao. After giving Yuan Bao some golden material to eat, he lies down on the bed and falls into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time passes. Beep, beep, beep. The black star instrument suddenly turns bright red and a sharp alarm echoes continuously in the room. Su Bai suddenly opens his eyes, a burning sensation spreading along his wrist. A distress signal. Su Bai's expression grows serious as he taps on the star instrument. A voice plays weak and urgent, revealing an unmistakable despair. Help me. Save me. Imat. Sender Lan Qin Shui. Teacher, I need to take leave. I'm sorry. Leave is strictly prohibited during the intensive training period. Absence will be deemed forfeiture of admission eligibility. I truly have an urgent matter. I'm sorry. And how much? Are you trying to rob me? I only need a single starship ticket. I want rent or buy. I'm sorry, sir, but except during special periods, no public starships operate from Zhenyuan Star. Only privately leased vessels are available. This vessel you see is manufactured by Sinew Voyages Group, a subsidiary of Sinew Commerce Guild featuring. I have no money. And the receptionist closed her mouth and smiled silently. Su Bai stepped out of the gate with a grimace, racking his mind for solutions on the arrival plaza. And should he sell some gold-grade materials? And that was indeed his only viable option. Just as he gritted his teeth and prepared to seek a buyer, a figure approached. What are you doing out at this hour? Hey, you dits. It was Kong Qing. Ever since learning Su Bai possessed a Mythos-affiliated mecha, she had activated the authority of the Sinew Five Sons to place him under discreet surveillance, intending to leverage his connection to the legendary Mythos mecha pilot. Su Bai's eyes lit up. This girl was wealthy. Lend me money. Urgently needed. I'll repay you absolutely. You. Kong Qing paused mid-sentence, then suddenly recalled something. Urgent. Urgent. How urgent? A matter of life and death. Kong Qing confirmed her suspicion. It must be the Mythos mecha pilot summoning Su Bai back. Failure would cost him his life. Meanwhile, Su Bai thought of instructor Lan Qinshue's emergency distress signal. Her life hanging by a thread. Was that not truly a matter of life and death? Unbeknownst to each other, their thoughts converged. After a moment's contemplation, Kong Qing detached a translucent orb from her bracelet, amber-like, containing within it a miniature interstellar vessel. Fold space storage technology, planetary class microstarship. Su Bai's face brightened. He reached eagerly to take it. Wait. Kong Qing withdrew her hand. Why should I lend it to you? Planetary class starship storage device, 3000 cosmic credits. Planetary class microstarship, 7000 cosmic credits. In total, 10,000 cosmic credits, equivalent to 100 million Lena credits. 100 million. Su Bai recoiled in shock. He owned less than 4,000 credits in total. I have 250 academic credits. Yuan Bao's credits belong to me too, naturally enough. Leaving now means forfeiting your admission eligibility, and with it those 250 credits. Even if you retained them, Kong Qing scoffed, they'd amount to only 2500 cosmic credits, still short by 7500. Na Poi's confident smile played upon her refined features, her mental calculations clicking like tiny bells. A mere starship meant nothing to her. She could gift it outright. Her aim was to first test Su Bai's resolve, compelling him to grasp its true worth. To incur her favor, to owe her a debt, would surely open the door to the legendary Mythos mecha pilot. I'll trade it for the starship. What could you possibly offer? Yuan Bao was valuable, but worth 100 million. A fantasy. Kong Qing fixed him with a searching gaze. Su Bai's tone grew subtly distant. On his wrist-mounted stellar instrument, a petite, ancient costumed girl clutched what looked like a toy. Mythos-affiliated soldier, the mecha seal. Give me the starship and the mecha is yours. She had been wrong. Utterly catastrophically wrong. Su Bai's move had placed her on precarious ground. Accepting the mecha would sever all prior rapport, reducing their bond to pure transaction. That was never her intent. She had overestimated her mastery of human psychology and underestimated Su Bai's pride. He would rather abandon an incalculably valuable Mythos-affiliated mecha than beg for her aid. Ha ha ha. Kong Qing's lips twitched as she forced a laugh. Just teasing, you keep it. You saved my life on the assessment star, consider the starship my gift. A consummate merchant never lacks thick skin. To prevent further deterioration, Kong Qing pressed the orb into Su Bai's palm, then tried gently to stroke Yuan Bao. But Yuan Bao bared her teeth and darted back into Su Bai's robe. Then thank you. I'll repay you without fail. Su Bai offered his gratitude. I said it's a gift. Oh, and you don't know how to pilot a starship, do you? Where would a commoner learn starship piloting? Su Bai nodded noncommittally. Then wait a moment. I'll call my brother. He's heading to ASOS Academy and happens to be nearby. He'll arrive in about an hour. Just tell him your destination. Su Bai thanked her again. Kong Qing sensed the growing distance between them, and with quiet self-awareness took her leave. Miscalculated. On her way back, Kong Qing felt a pang of regret. The solid foundation they'd built now crumbling. With a sigh, she contacted an associate and dialed. Kong Yun, are you near Zhenyuan? Yeah. Be on Zhenyuan Star within an hour. No way, sis. I'm the second young master of the Kong family. Am I really supposed to be someone's chauffeur? Don't joke around. If you don't come, I'll flay you alive. She vented her pent-up frustration, then hung up utterly untroubled by the prospect of his refusal. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Bai's eyes burned crimson as he repeatedly sent call requests to Lan Qinshue's stellar instrument, each one unanswered. In this era, the stellar instrument was humanity's indispensable companion, never removed, not even during sleep or bathing. Just as his impatience boiled over, and he nearly seized the controls himself, a lightly mocking voice cut through the air. Your Su Bai. Kong Yun wore a pale pink suit, his white shoes gleaming. Knee's hair parted 3/7 held untold layers of pomade, and though it was night, he still wore sunglasses. Kong Qing's younger brother. That's me. I'm let's go, now. Hearing the confirmation, Su Bai stopped caring about names. He grabbed Kong Yun's arm and yanked him into the already deployed starship. Chongning Federation, Bai Star. How long to get there? Planetary class starship. Maximum velocity. I asked how long until we arrive. By tomorrow morning. Kong Yun answered meekly. The gentle fear the fierce fear the reckless fear the desperate. He considered himself perceptive, and Su Bai's feral predatory aura left no room for doubt. Kong Yun decided discretion was the better part of valor. Knee's left arm trembled faintly as he surreptitiously rubbed the spot where Su Bai had gripped him, inhaling sharply. In truth be told, he simply couldn't win a fight, not unless he wanted to learn firsthand what second young master temper truly meant. He fell silent and began operating the controls. The starship roared to life, its exhaust flames blazing, then vanished in an instant. Su Bai programmed the stellar instrument to redial Lan Qinshu every 10 minutes, then closed his eyes to rest. Silence reigned through the night. At dawn, a micro-starship docked at Bai Star's arrival port. The insignia emblazoned on its hull stirred no commotion. Few could recognize the mark of one of the Sinew Five Sons. At least within this minor federation, those who could identify it were exceedingly rare. At Zhenyuan Academy, Kong Qing was en route to assembly when her communicator chimed. Hello, brother. Did you send Xiao Yun off to be someone's chauffeur? He tattled on me. First thing this morning, Xiao Yun called me complaining. You sent him to drive a provincial native from some low-tier federation. Kong Qing ground her teeth and made a note of Kong Yun in her little book. She understood her elder brother Kong Qin's intent. He sought the rationale behind her actions. Or perhaps he feared she might develop feelings for a provincial outsider, an outcome that would deal a serious blow to both her standing and the Kong family's influence within Sinew Commerce Guild. Kong Qing recounted the entire incident truthfully, and there was a pause on the other end. You said he spoke to no one during this time, and chose to exchange the mythos-affiliated mecha for a planetary-class starship. Yes. Wait. Kong Qing froze, struck as if by lightning. You mean? Click. The line went dead. Bitterness flooded Kong Qing's heart. If yesterday's regret had been mild, today's realization, sparked by Kong Qin's words, left her utterly gutted. Transferring ownership of a mythos-affiliated mecha required explicit authorization from its designated mythos mecha pilot. Yet Su Bai had produced the soldier's mecha seal without consulting anyone, effortlessly, instantly. That alone spoke volumes. The following sequence, while logically coherent, compromised narrative momentum, leading to numerous negative reviews and reader attrition. Readers are advised to skip ahead to Chapter 39 for optimal engagement. White Garment Star. Named after the towering statue at the center of the planet, standing 100 meters high, Kong Yunlai had arrived, and after sending off that calamity, he naturally wouldn't leave without taking a glance at the White Garment statue. The mythical mecha. Kong Yun's demeanor shifted from playful to solemn, standing beneath the towering statue like a pilgrim. The local citizens of White Garment Star might view this as just an ordinary statue, but as the second son of the Kong family, he understood that this was indeed the mythical mecha. Numerous mythical mechas were scattered throughout the universe. However, without a pilot, these were merely statues. Except for a few particularly important, distinctive, and symbolically significant mythical mechas, which would be reclaimed by the deities or nations to which they belonged. The rest remained in a state of wandering. No one in the universe didn't desire to become a mythical mecha pilot. It was the highest honor. Kong Yun was no exception. He tucked away the longing in his eyes and was about to leave when he suddenly received a communication. Sister? What now? What a... Impossible. I never want to see that Su whatever again. You can peel my skin, but I won't go. She angrily hung up, and another communication came in. Kong Yun was about to press the button when he saw it was Kong Chun, and he answered. As soon as he picked up, he began to complain. Brother, my sister must be in love with that native. She even wants me to follow him to see if I can help. Listen to your sister. What did you say? I. Do whatever Su Bai tells you. If there's anything you need help with, you can use the power of the Kong family, but remember, do not assist in the name of the credibility chamber. After saying that, he hung up. Kong Yun was dumbfounded. What was going on? In the entire Kong family, Kong Chen's words held more weight than his father's, already hinting at the authority of the family head. Although Kong Yun was confused, he set off towards White Garment School with a look of existential doubt. He had casually asked a question when they parted before. Su Bai had mentioned he would be going to White Garment School. Ding dong. The White Garment School station is about to arrive. Passengers getting off at this stop, please prepare. Who? Su Bai looked at the familiar sign, his feelings somewhat complex. I didn't expect to return so soon. Oh whoa. The little Yuan Bao peeking out also howled twice. It was currently summer vacation. There weren't many people at the school. Lan Qinshua lived in the teaching apartment assigned within the school. Su Bai walked straight in, but was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Old Wang, it's me, Su Bai. It's only been a few days, and you've forgotten me. Oh, it's you, kid. Aren't you supposed to be enrolling in the academy? Why are you back? I'm here to see Teacher Lan. By the way, do you know where Teacher Lan is? Su Bai's eyes were filled with hope. Unfortunately, the security guard shook his head. I've been guarding here, I haven't seen her for days. Not getting the answer he wanted, Su Bai sighed and walked towards the teacher's apartment. In the past, he used to come here for meals during the holidays. Arriving at Lan Qingshua's door, he knocked, but got no response. Familiar with the routine, he found the key hidden under a flower pot and entered. The room was small and easy to see the back. The items were arranged neatly, but it didn't look familiar. Su Bai was a level 3 gene user with a good memory. Many things were clearly not as they used to be. Some items were even replaced with new ones. Lan Qinshua was a nostalgic person. The arrangement of items in her room had remained unchanged for many years. As long as those items weren't broken, they wouldn't be replaced. Su Bai felt increasingly uneasy. At that moment, a man walked in and was somewhat surprised to see Su Bai. Su Bai, why are you back? Su Bai turned around. This man was also a teacher who lived across from Lan Qinshua. He had only taught him for a year, and their relationship was average. Teacher Li, do you know where Teacher Lan is? Li Ming's eyes flickered as he said, I haven't seen her. She hasn't returned for several days. Maybe she's gone traveling. Oh, Su Bai sensed he might know something and pressed. Did you see her leave? I can't reach her on the star instrument either. I don't know. Li Ming appeared somewhat impatient, waved his hand, and quickly walked back. The sound of a door slamming echoed. Su Bai stared at the closed door across the way, lost in thought. After a long while, he walked out and closed the door. Inside the opposite room, Li Ming, who was lying on the peephole, returned to bed, glancing at the additional 100,000 federal coins on his bank card, smiling. Teacher Ma, do you know where Teacher Lan is? I don't know. Hello, have you seen Teacher Lan these past 2 days? Haven't seen her. Hey, why? Why are you here? I'm not. Hey, I'm Kong Yun. Doesn't matter, go play somewhere else, don't bother me. Su Bai pushed aside the Kong Yun he had just found and continued searching for someone to ask. A day passed quietly. Su Bai sat on the playground, gazing at the simulated sunset in the sky, lost in thought. Yuan Bao gently rubbed against his chin, seemingly comforting its master. Kong Yun, being the second son of the Kong family, wasn't foolish. On the way here, he had someone investigate Su Bai. He learned about Su Bai's performance in the Zhenyuan assessment and knew that Su Bai had a mythical attached mecha. Then he speculated that Kong Chun and Kong Qing wanted to use him to recruit a mythical mecha pilot. That day, while Su Bai was asking around, he went to buy water and food for Su by observing the expressions of those people in the process. Kong Yun handed over a bottle of water, saying, some of the people you asked today truly don't know, but some clearly know something. I understand. It's impossible for everyone to be unaware. Teacher Lan is renowned for her beauty at White Garment School and has always been single with numerous suitors. If an ordinary passerby went missing for a while without anyone noticing, that might be possible, but for Teacher Lan, that's just not feasible. Kong Yun spread his hands. He had no way to proceed. If they were to use the credibility chamber's power to investigate an individual, it would be a minor matter. But they could only utilize the Kong family's influence. Kong Yun felt that the Kong family wouldn't bother with such a small federation. There was absolutely no one here. So what now? Just wait it out. Wait. Su Bai lay on the lawn, pulling a few blades of grass, stuffing them into his pocket, transforming them into gold to feed Yuan Bao, then closed his eyes to feign sleep. Wait. Kong Yun was perplexed. Wait until nightfall, during the day. We can't find anything out. Ding, ding, ding. The clock chimed 12 times. Midnight. Su Bai opened his eyes and stood up. Kong Yun, who had been closely watching him, hurriedly followed, not forgetting to smooth out the wrinkles in his suit. Su Bai glanced at him, ignored him, and walked towards the apartment building. Today he had chased him away countless times. But this guy was like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. Eventually he accepted it. Having someone to run errands wasn't too bad. Teacher's apartment. Su Bai stood in front of Li Ming's door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. There was some movement inside, but no one responded, let alone open the door. Just as Su Bai was about to force his way in, Kong Yun stepped out. You still have to rely on me. He took out a small device the size of a bottle cap and stuck it on the electronic door lock. A little gadget made by a researcher at the Morningstar Research Institute. Opening this kind of lock is a piece of cake. Click, click, click. After a few light sounds, Kong Yun smiled smugly and reached for the door, which opened. Su Bai walked in, and as he passed by the doorway, he made a small motion and tucked the bottle cap into his pocket. Kong Yun was stunned. Su Bai entered, and the room was unlit. With the moonlight, he could see Li Ming standing in the middle of the living room in his pajamas. Ding! Turning on the light and seeing the alert Li Ming, Su Bai remarked, Teacher Li is so energy efficient, you won't even turn on the light when guests arrive. Li Ming coldly stated, as a midnight intruder in a private residence according to the laws of the Chongning Federation, I have the right to eliminate you on the spot. Out of respect for our student-teacher relationship, you can leave now, and I will pretend nothing happened. I'll ask a question and leave it. Do you know where Teacher Lan went? I told you I don't know. Li Ming scolded. You have 1 minute to get out. Breaking into someone else's house at night, is this the kind of student that Lan Xinxue raised? Such a lack of manners. Are you really not going to say anything? Su Bai gestured for Kong Yun to close the door. Li Ming merely looked on coldly and drew a small knife. If he could deal with these two while looking for Lan Xinxue, he might just make a profit. What? Do you want to kill me? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. As a teacher, are you really going to resort to violence against your former students over something so trivial? You really are something. Do you still acknowledge me as your teacher? I don't have students like you who disrespect their superiors and lack appreciation for their teachers. Teachers, students, what a load of nonsense. After being a teacher for so many years, I haven't received more from others than what I get on a whim. If I deal with these two and create a scene, that would at least be another 100,000. Teacher Li, if I'm not mistaken, you are a level 2 enhancer, right? What? Are you scared now? Li Ming sneered, lunging forward with the knife. It's too late. He wouldn't let 100,000 slip away from under his nose. It was a legal kill now. Then there's nothing to worry about. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed within the room. Meanwhile, Kong Yun shut his eyes, sighing. Tisk, are the level 2 enhancers now so brave? Daring to confront a level 3 heat-in, how pathetic. 10 minutes later, Su Bai let out a long breath and said to Li Ming, Teacher Li, do you understand now? I don't. Su Bai cracked his fingers. Think carefully before you speak. Li Ming shivered, realizing this kid was a monster. He had no resources and had spent most of his life to become a level 2 enhancer. Su Bai was also a white robe star, and from what he knew, Su Bai was poorer than him. Even so, someone less than half his age was already a level 3 enhancer. Li Ming stopped struggling, deciding to give up entirely. He sighed. I was captured. I don't know who did it, but I saw the principal among them. They gave me 100,000 to keep quiet. The principal, an image of a short, plump, kindly-looking old man appeared in his mind. Where does he live? Zhenyuan Garden Building 3, Room 202. Thanks for cooperating. Su Bai turned to Kong Yun. Give him 100,000, consider it medical expenses. Kong Yun, who was watching the scene, was stunned. Why should I give it? Because I'm poor. Kong Yun chuckled in anger. So being poor gives you a reason to be so brazen, huh? Hurry up. Su Bai urged, showing no courtesy. He realized that the brother and sister must have something they wanted from him. No need for pleasantries then. Fine. Kong Yun directly transferred 100,000 United coins to Li Ming. Su Bai said, this is for medical expenses and also a hush fee. Don't send a message to the principal as soon as I leave. If I go to the principal's house and don't see him, I'll have to come find you again. Li Ming quickly nodded, looking at the 100,000 that was credited. He suddenly felt that the pain from his injuries had lessened. If you had given me the 100,000 earlier, I wouldn't have needed to take such a beating. On the way to Zhenyuan Garden. Beep beep. Hey, I got it. I'm heading there now. Don't worry, it'll be handled in a few days. Once it's done, I'll come over and I'll bring a group of people to support you. Seeing him off? Well, there's nothing to see off. Kong Yun isn't worth it. Zhenyuan Garden Building 3, Room 202. Confirming that he hadn't gone to the wrong place, Su Bai used the bottle cap he had picked up earlier to open the door and walked in. There was a slight noise, but it didn't disturb anyone. The units in Zhenyuan Garden generally exceed 100 square meters. Su Bai easily found the bedroom. He instructed Yuan Bao to go to the kitchen and grab a fruit knife. Then he walked straight to the bedside and placed the knife on the face of the plump figure lying on the bed. In truth, he had intended to place it on the neck. Unfortunately, the principal was lying down and could not see his neck. With a slight force, a line of blood appeared as the blade pressed down. The principal suddenly awoke. Don't move. This knife is quite sharp. If you scare me and I don't manage my strength well, that would be tragic. Okay. I won't move. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. The principal's voice trembled a bit. The moonlight outside was faint and he couldn't see the face of the intruder, but he could feel the sharp pain from the wound under the cold blade and the light itch of blood sliding down his face. That's more like it. Where's the bedside lamp? Turn it on, it's quite dark. The principal trembled as he reached out with his left hand to feel around. Seconds later, he suddenly jerked back his plump palm, grasping a small laser gun. However, before he could feel pleased, a shadow sprang out from the darkness. In the moonlight, a glint of gold could be seen. Up. The figure flashed by, and the principal's hand holding the gun lost all 5 fingers at the base. The excruciating pain made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. I told you to behave, yet you wouldn't listen. Su Bai picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground and was still stained with blood, his tone somewhat weary. He ignored the principal and found the switch for the bedside lamp, turning it on. Then he shouted at Yuan Bao, "What's wrong with you? Can't you be more careful? You've got blood all over yourself. Hurry up and wash it off." "Oh." Yuan Bao puffed out his chest, defiantly howling. He looked as if he was saying, "I've done something great, and you're not praising me." But when Su Bai shot him a glare, Yuan Bao immediately cowered and obediently went to find a place to wash up. After a while, the principal, whose face was pale and forehead sweating, felt the pain lessen. Wrapping his bleeding hand with a pillowcase, he turned his gaze to the youth in front of the bed. He looked somewhat familiar. After a moment's recollection, Su Bai. Among past students, he had a deeper impression of Su Bai. There were 2 reasons: one was poverty, and the other was talent. He had always ranked at the top in assessments and had never missed out on any scholarship assistance. Ungrateful wretch. The principal snapped back to reality, rebuking, "The school nurtured you, and this is how you repay us." His anger seemed to overshadow the pain of his severed fingers. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. "Enough already. If it weren't for Teacher Lan, I would have been expelled long ago." Lan. Upon hearing Teacher Lan's name, the principal's expression changed, his tone weakening a bit. He wanted to say something else, but Su Bai grew impatient and asked, "Where is Teacher Lan?" I don't know." The white knife went in, and the red knife came out clean and swift. "Where is Teacher Lan?" Su Bai wiped the blood from the blade on the bedsheet, his tone icy. "Think carefully before you speak. Next time it might not be just an arm." The principal gasped in shock, taking half a minute to recover, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. Despite this, he still put on a lecturing tone. "Su Bai, you still have a bright future ahead. I do know who took Lan Qinxue, but they are not something you can provoke. Giving up your great future for Lan Qinxue is not worth it." I'll tell you. Su Bai struck again with his knife. He drove it into the principal's thigh and forcefully pulled down. Instantly, a long gash measuring 30 centimeters appeared on that meaty thigh. Blood gushed out, and in the blink of an eye, the bedsheet was soaked red. "It's the Star Master. He sent someone to capture Lan Qinxue." In his fear, he spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The Star Master is the colloquial term for the highest authority stationed at Bai Star. Star Master. Why did he capture Teacher Lan? The son of Federal Counselor Chun came to Bai Star. It said he suffers from a rare disease that requires frequent blood transfusions. However, his blood type is extremely rare. Previously, the Star Master's organization conducted a nationwide blood test, and out of the entire Bai Star, only 5 people had that blood type, including Lan Qinxue. "So you turned Teacher Lan over to them?" "I didn't." The principal, sensing the situation was dire, hastily explained, "I'm just the principal of a school. How could I possibly be in contact with those big shots? It was the Star Master who sent someone to find me and asked me to lead them to Lan Qinxue. I had no choice. I truly had no choice." "It better be that way." Su Bai shot him a cold glance, tossed the knife aside, and left with the freshly dried Yuan Bao. "Mind your mouth. Tonight's events never happened." 10 minutes later. "Hey, Star Master, it's me." Buzz. A laser shot came, and a blood hole appeared on the principal's forehead as he thudded down onto the bed. The next day, Su Bai keenly noticed that there were stricter checks on the streets, especially around Bai Academy and Jin Shihua Garden. He looked towards the Star Master's residence and murmured to himself, "Wait for me, I'm coming." He resolutely turned around and walked in the opposite direction. There were still some preparations to complete. He passed by the entrance of Bai School. He encountered Li Ming and leaned in to whisper, "Teacher Li, did you sleep well last night?" "Su Bai," Li Ming exclaimed, drawing the attention of those nearby. He quickly lowered his voice, "Did you kill the principal?" Su Bai did not answer. "You just need to understand that you know nothing." Just then, several men in black suits approached. They surrounded the two. A man in front spoke, "You identity." Su Bai flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. "Hello, sir. My name is Su Bai, and I'm a graduate of Bai School. This is my teacher, Li Ming." The man in black took out a device and began searching. After a moment, he confirmed that Su Bai was not lying and asked, "Report your movements from yesterday honestly." "I was in the teacher's dormitory at the school." Li Ming interjected this time. The man in black turned his gaze to Su Bai. Su Bai put his arm around Li Ming's shoulder and secretly applied pressure. "Yesterday, I was with Teacher Li. Since we just graduated, I was about to leave, and I didn't know when I would come back, so I just wanted to catch up with Teacher Li." "Is what he said true?" "Yes. Yes." Li Ming forced a smile and nodded in agreement, leaving him no room to deny. He was certain that if he denied it, Su Bai might not kill him, but he would definitely be the first to have his neck snapped by Su Bai. Perhaps due to the heavy workload, the man in black stopped questioning and shifted to others. Su Bai patted Li Ming on the shoulder. Teacher Li, this is good. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. In the evening, Su Bai got ready and returned nearby school. In a small alley, he ate a bowl of noodles that Lan Qinshui used to frequently bring him. After paying the bill and exiting, he headed to the station to go to the Star Master's residence, when suddenly the advertisement board at the station changed. Bounty, the principal of Bai School, was murdered in his home last night. Citizens are urged to assist the Federation in capturing the murderer. A reward of 100,000 federal coins will be given for valid information. A reward of 1 million federal coins will be given for reporting the killer. Hey, are you coming or not? Oh no. Su Bai's expression changed, and he stopped in his tracks, turning around to rush back to Bai School. 10 minutes later, in front of Li Ming's room, he knocked on the door, but received no response. Su Bai kicked the door open. Inside there was no one, and the room was extremely messy with the wardrobe emptied. Damn, Su Bai cursed angrily, having arrived too late. That greedy bastard Li Ming, upon seeing the million bounty, would undoubtedly not be able to resist. He secretly cursed his own weakness for showing mercy. He hadn't acted decisively. If Li Ming had snitched, it wouldn't be long before a bounty order would be issued, and it was not wise to linger here. Sure enough, just as he stepped out, the previous bounty had already been changed to a wanted notice on all the advertisement boards. The photo on the wanted notice was still from the student files. Checkpoints had been set up all over the street, rigorously inspecting every passerby. Su Bai stood in the shadows, his expression shifting. He hadn't anticipated the authorities would act so swiftly. Now it was unrealistic to openly take a train to the Star Master's residence. After thinking for a moment without coming up with a solution, he saw a large group of law enforcement officers heading toward the school. Forget it, Yuan Bao, bring me a hat. Woof woof. Su Bai put on a hat, lowered the brim, and ran toward the old district through a concealed path. The old district was a mix of fish and dragons. It had the worst security, with many criminals hiding among them. Almost all surveillance cameras were broken. Moreover, he had lived in the old district before, so he was quite familiar with the area. It wasn't an easy task for the Federation to find him here. Firstly, those criminals hiding here were unlikely to cooperate with the investigation. At the Star Master's residence. Not found. You can't find a freshly graduated student with so many of you. What am I paying you for? Liang Hao was furious, kicking the head of the security bureau to the ground. The director did not dare to resist, lying prostrate on the ground. Star Master, I suspect that kid might have run to the old district. You know how it is over there. No matter where he went, send more people. You must find him for me. Understood. After the director left, Liang Hao's wife brought out a cup of tea, her demeanor and tone filled with disdain. It's just a dead principal. Is it really that serious? You don't understand a damn thing. Liang Hao took the tea and drank it all in one go. I've been stuck on Bai Star for so many years. Chen Xiao coming to Bai Star is an opportunity. As long as I meet all his demands, he might say a few good words for me to his father, Counselor Chen, and I might just get promoted. At a critical moment with this incident happening, if Chen Xiao finds out, he will definitely think I'm incompetent. So that kid named Su Bai must be captured. Returning to the place he stayed before, Su Bai took a glance inside. The house had already been rented out. The old-fashioned electric lights were on, indicating that the current owner was wealthier than he had been at the time. There was no need to light candles. After reminiscing for a moment, he prepared to find an empty house that was uninhabited. There were no shortage of empty houses in the old district. If one put their mind to it, they could always find one, though they might lack water and electricity. But at this moment, there wasn't much to be picky about. Creak. The iron door creaked open. A small, thin boy with a sly look poked his head out. Brother. The boy's expression brightened. It's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Lu Zi. Su Bai's tone carried a hint of surprise. Lu Zi's parents left early and even failed to register his citizenship information. Thus, he was a stateless person without school and no eligibility to receive federal aid. After Su Bai's parents were captured, he found some resemblance between them. Since they were neighbors in the old district, Su Bai, with his strength, had always protected him. Lu Zi was also sensible and obedient to Su Bai. Lu Zi peeked left and right, and after seeing no one was watching, he waved. Brother, come in quickly. Su Bai hesitated, and Lu Zi urged again. What are you thinking? Hurry up, don't let anyone see. What? After going out for a while, you look down on your little brother. What are you talking about? I'm just worried about dragging you down. Su Bai no longer hesitated and walked over. In the old district in Lu Zi's home. Brother, this is fine wine worth 300 Federation coins. Lu Zi cautiously retrieved a bottle with a third of its contents consumed from behind the bed. He took out 2 small cups, filling one for Su Bai, and as he poured for himself, a look of pain flashed across his face, only pouring half. Come have a taste. I should have prepared some dishes earlier. Su Bai stared at the wine cup on the table, suddenly feeling a pang of sorrow. Is this the wealth gap in the universe? A fine wine worth 300 Federation coins would be disregarded if thrown on the ground at the Zhenyuan Academy. He lifted the small cup, slurping it down in one go. The strong scent of industrial alcohol filled the air. Good wine. The liquor surged up his stomach, and Su Bai's face flushed crimson. Hey, slow down your drinking. Luzi took a small sip of his wine and felt a bit pained watching Su Bai finish a cup in one gulp. Such good wine, you should savor it, not waste it, he complained while continuously pouring more for Su Bai. He had bought this bottle of wine quite some time ago. He only took a sip every day to satisfy his cravings, and it was only when Su Bai came that he was willing to be so generous. From now on, stick with me. Don't just talk about this wine. You'll have your fill of the heavenly peaches of the celestial kingdom. Then I shall count on you. Luzi laughed heartily. Brother, I heard you went to Zhenyuan Academy. How did it go? Without waiting for Su Bai's reply, he continued to ask and answer himself. You're so strong, but must have gone well. In the chaotic old district, 2 children wishing to grow up safely was hardly realistic. Su Bai was fine, he had school, and being a student would make some ill-intentioned people think twice. But Luzi wasn't as fortunate. He was all alone. If it weren't for Su Bai protecting him, he would have long since rotted away. Thus in his heart, Su Bai was his idol, his reborn parents. Su Bai smiled and recounted his experiences along the way. Luzi listened quietly, refilling the cups when they ran low. Before long, the bottle was empty. Both of their cheeks were exceptionally red, feeling a bit dizzy. A typical case of being inexperienced yet loving to drink. Luzi's large tongue and dazed eyes were filled with longing. Brother, those Mechs. Are Mechs very expensive? And the starships? Once I save enough money, I want to ride one too. With the income level on Bai Star, buying a mech was nearly impossible. Even after so long, Lon Kingshu's savings barely covered 2 tickets to Zhenyuan, and they were the lowest grade. Luzi had hardly seen any mech since childhood, only catching glimpses on television and in novels. In this great cosmic era, mechs and starships represented the romantic dreams of all youths. Luzi's voice gradually faded, turning into faint snoring. Su Bai chuckled. Despite taking a sip of wine every day, this kid had an even lower tolerance than he did. Shaking his head, he got up and helped Luzi to bed. Don't worry, you'll get a mech and a starship too. Su Bai had this confidence, having trained him deliberately since childhood. Perhaps Luzi himself didn't even notice that he was already a first-tier genetic user. Unfortunately, without resources, reaching the 2nd tier was just out of reach. What Luzi lacked now was systematic education. Once things settled down on Bai Star, he would ask Kong Yin to arrange something. Luzi's future was promising. After settling Luzi, Su Bai pinched the sleeping Yuan Bao awake. Ow! Yuan Bao hadn't yet processed what was happening when 2 golden beans were stuffed into his mouth. After the usual feeding, Su Bai walked to the table, but halfway there he suddenly spotted something. He picked it up and unfolded it. It was his wanted notice. Glancing at it, he crumpled it back up and tossed it into the corner, then lay down on the table and closed his eyes. In the late night, Luzi woke up desperate to relieve himself. The drunkenness hadn't yet worn off, and his mind was still foggy. His home was in a relatively good location. There was a streetlight at the door that still worked, so it wasn't too dark at night. Getting out of bed, he saw Su Bai slumped over the table and covered him with a piece of paper. Then he went outside. His small room had no toilet, so he had to go outside for urgent matters. Creak. The door made a slight sound, and Su Bai's ears twitched. Without worry, he turned over and continued to sleep. Luzi wouldn't betray him. He was sure of that. The night wind was cool. As he stepped outside, the wind immediately woke him up a bit. While relieving himself under the streetlight, he looked around out of boredom. At that moment, a group of people suddenly caught his attention. They looked too formal to be from the old district. He recognized the leader. It was the person who rented that room after Su Bai left. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically, and he suppressed half of his urge to urinate, turning to run back inside. Seeing this, the group no longer concealed themselves and rushed towards him. Brother, run quickly. The security bureau is coming. Bang! The gunfire echoed in the silent old street, extremely piercing. As Su Bai pushed the door open, the first sight that met him was Luzi, shot twice, blood blooming from his chest, and his left arm completely shattered. Luzi. The security bureau personnel ceased fire upon seeing Su Bai emerge, surrounding him. Their orders were to capture alive, not to kill. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Bai hoisted Luzi onto his shoulder and turned to run. Bai Star was renowned in the Chongming Federation for its white-clad image, a famous tourist destination. There was a high likelihood of star-level combat power stationed on the planet. Although Su Bai had achieved victory against a 4-star golden beast, that was merely a stroke of luck. Moreover, humans are much more cunning than golden beasts under the same combat strength, making them far more difficult to deal with. Because of this, he had never confronted them directly since arriving at Bai Star. At least not now. His strength was insufficient. Su Bai navigated through the streets and alleys. The number of pursuers was increasing. Not only the security bureau, but also residents from the old district criminals. The people of the old district had been poor their entire lives. The opportunity for sudden wealth was right in front of them, and criminals were driven by a bounty. The security bureau chief had increased the bounty after suspecting that Su Bai was hiding in the old district. Those who captured Su Bai would clear all their crimes. A chance to stand in the sunlight again. Such a chance was something these rats in the gutters could only dream of. Brother. Cough, cough. Shut up. Don't talk. Su Bai hissed lowly, already feeling Lu Ziz's blood soaking through his clothes, and he keenly sensed Lu Ziz's body temperature dropping. This was not a good sign. Save your strength, Bim, here you want die. Su Bai, don't run. You can't escape. Reinforcements from the main city are on the way. Little brother in front, you will be caught sooner or later. Why not let me capture you, and I will burn paper for you every year. Damn, little brat, are you slippery like an eel? You're really fast. Su Bai gritted his teeth, not slowing down in the slightest. Ow. The patrolling Yuan Bao suddenly shouted. The sound of helicopter blades filled the sky. Su Bai changed his pace and dove into the nearest dilapidated building. The helicopter above instantly lost sight of him. In no time, everyone behind received coordinates for Su Bai's last known position. They surged into the building. Meanwhile, Su Bai stood in another building, gazing down at the bustling crowd, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Didn't expect it, huh? I'm a third-tier genetic user. I can jump over here. Then, without looking back, he ran back in the direction he had come from. Almost everyone in the old district was out chasing him. The direction he came from was the safest. Liu Zai, hold on. The valuables in Liu Zai's home had all been taken, not even leaving an empty wine bottle behind. Su Bai laid Liu Zai flat on the bed and scanned the room. Damn, even the sheets and blankets were stolen. Helpless, he climbed over the wall and stole a sheet from the neighbor's house, tearing it up to bandage Liu Zai's wounds. Otherwise, he could bleed to death. Liu Zai's breathing was weak, his face pale, and he had long since fallen unconscious. This won't do. I need to find a doctor. Su Bai paced back and forth anxiously. The scene he dreaded most had indeed unfolded. He shouldn't have come in yesterday. Liu Zai clearly couldn't handle any more jolting. Su Bai decided to go out alone to find a doctor. He remembered a classmate whose family ran a clinic not far from here. Yuan Bao, you stay here, I'll go find a doctor. Oh woo. Su Bai felt reassured to head out. This little guy Yuan Bao was far more formidable than he appeared. Anyone who underestimated it would be in for a big surprise. Wayflower Alley No. 13. Su Bai hid in the shadows, quickly scanning the signs. Soon the words Lele Clinic came into view. I hope they haven't gone out to catch me. Praying in his heart, Su Bai approached and knocked on the door. Fortunately, after 2 knocks, the light turned on. Who is it? A simple voice sounded. After a long pause with no response, the person added, Lele, go check. After about half a minute, the clinic door opened. A doll-like face peeked out. Su. Zhang Lele's eyes widened, suddenly calling out a word, then quickly realized and lowered her voice. Su Bai, what are you doing here? Why did you kill the principal? Su Bai looked anxious with no time to answer. My brother was shot, he's lost too much blood, help. Zhang Lele's face twisted in concern, but she quickly made up her mind to save him. Having been classmates with Su Bai for 3 years, she believed he wasn't the kind of person to kill indiscriminately. What's the patient's blood type? Type A. Liu Zai had been hospitalized many times due to fights, and every time it was Su Bai who took him to the hospital, he already knew the blood type. Okay, wait for me. Zhang Lele turned and went inside. Shortly after, she came back, carrying a pink medical box, and called into the room. Dad, my classmate needs me for something. I'm going to stay at his house today. Is it a boy or a girl? A girl, don't worry. Just be careful, it's not safe outside today. Got it. The 2 of them left. Little did they know this scene was captured by the few surveillance cameras in the old district. It's okay now. Zhang Lele had learned medicine from her father since childhood, and there were often gunshot wounds in the old district. She often watched her father perform surgery. Disinfecting, transfusing blood, extracting bullets, stitching up wounds, and so on were all routine. His life is safe, but this hand. Ordinary medical methods won't work. He'll probably need the holy healing potion from the heavenly domain. As long as his life is safe, I'll find a way for the hand. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. The holy healing potion. Isn't that just money? A small matter. Then I'll wait until he wakes up before leaving. Otherwise, if dawn breaks, and he has any issues in the middle, you won't be able to find me. Then. Thank you. Su Bai thought about it and agreed. Little dear. His smart assistant and Yuyo popped out from the star device. Transfer 39 cosmic coins to Zhang Lele. Understood. A crisp female voice chimed. And Yuyo produced a pouch of money and tossed it towards Zhang Lele. The pouch hit Zhang Lele's star device perfectly and vanished. Beep, your account has received a transfer of 390,000 federal coins. In Bai Star, and even Chongming Federation, apart from the very top echelon, the rest could hardly come into contact with cosmic coins. Zhang Lele was naturally among the latter. Her balance was all federal coins. Unless she actively exchanged them, the cosmic coins would automatically convert into federal coins upon transfer. Previously, Zhang Lele was still wondering which small place the cosmic coins came from. The name sounded rather impressive. But upon hearing the notification sound, she was completely dazed. 390,000. Even though her family ran a clinic and the business was good, making her middle class in Bai Star. But 390,000 was still an unimaginable fortune to her. No, it's too much, I can't accept it. She tried to return the money. Su Bai blocked her hand. My brother's life is worth this price. Seeing that Zhang Lele still insisted, Su Bai directly pretended to pull out Liu Zai's blood transfusion needle. If you don't accept it, I'll pull it out. If Liu Zai woke up, he would definitely shout, "What the hell?" No matter what, don't joke about the needle. Helpless Zhang Lele had to accept the money first, planning to return it after Liu Zai recovered. Dawn approached. The blood in the transfusion bag was also running low. Zhang Lele pulled out the needle and said, "It should be fine now, I'll be leaving first." "Okay, thank you so much, or I can't see you off, take care." After sending Zhang Lele off, Su Bai was troubled about where to go. Staying here was also a problem. Who knew when that group would react and come back to search? Moreover, they hadn't eaten or drunk anything. He and Yuan Bao didn't need to worry, but Liu Zai couldn't hold on. Not to mention Su Bai hadn't forgotten about Lan Qingxue. "Forget it, I'll wait until Liu Zai wakes up to talk." Approaching noon, the sounds of footsteps became a bit noisy. Su Bai knew it was time to change locations. So he carried Liu Zai on his back and took Yuan Bao along. The two of them and the beast made their way to a childhood secret base. Although called a secret base, it was actually just an old warehouse next to a garbage dump. Because it was close to the garbage dump, the smell was quite strong. There were almost no people in this area. The day passed quickly. Su Bai continuously condensed gold material to absorb and strengthen his physique. This experience made his thirst for power reach a peak. As the sun set in the west, the orange sunset bathed everything in warmth. Though the sunset and moonrise, spring and autumn were simulated by the sky system, they were after all products of the Morningstar Research Institute, which could accurately simulate temperature and humidity. Lying in a corner of the warehouse, Liu Zai suddenly moved his fingers, then struggled to open his eyes. "Liu Zai, you're awake." "Bro." Liu Zai's voice was weak. "I'm still alive. I told you with me here you won't die." Su Bai pressed down Liu Zai, who wanted to sit up, took out Yuan Bao, and placed it beside him. "I'll go get you something to eat. Lie still and don't move." "Be careful then." Su Bai found several pieces of cardboard to cover Liu Zai's figure and walked out. At that moment, a garbage truck drove by. He hurriedly hid in a corner. After a while, once the garbage truck finished unloading and left, Su Bai came out. Getting from the warehouse to the outside meant passing through that garbage dump. As he passed the garbage dump, Su Bai instinctively turned his head to take a look. "I feel like I've seen this before." A broken wooden sign caught his eye, still stained with a few blood spots resembling plum blossoms. Lele Clinic. Su Bai's pupils constricted. Lele Clinic. This sign was the very one he had seen last night. A bad premonition spread in his heart. Huaijia Alley. The narrow alley was filled with people watching a performance. A filthy figure dressed like a beggar with a blackened face squeezed into the crowd. The surrounding people caught a whiff of a pungent sour smell and instinctively recoiled. The beggar was none other than Su Bai, who had rushed straight from the garbage dump. Voices from ahead reached his ears. "Dr. Zhang is dead. Who are we supposed to see for medical treatment now? The doctors in the main city are notoriously corrupt." Dr. Zhang was unfortunate. He had such a daughter who harbored fugitives. "Come on, as if you aren't a fugitive yourself. That little girl has a tough mouth. She's been beaten to a pulp, yet still won't confess. If she had come back when her father was still alive, there might have been a chance. But her father was already killed and the clinic was wrecked. If it were you, would you cooperate if someone killed your father?" "That's true, but it's a pity for the girl." Listening to the voices, Su Bai poked his head out from the front. The scene before him made his heart tighten. Several officers from the security bureau, clad in exoskeleton armor, cleared a space in the chaotic crowd. The shop that had been fine just last night was now in tatters. Not far off, a broken wooden sign lay shattered with the character Suo engraved on it. A dismembered corpse was sprawled on the ground in front of the door. Among the debris was a pink medical kit. In front of the shop stood a pillar to which a figure that appeared to be human was bound. This was because the person was already a bloody mess, barely recognizable as human. A middle-aged man in a blood-stained black suit wielded a vine whip, striking the person bound to the pillar. As he struck, he interrogated, "Where are those two fugitives? If you don't talk, I'll beat you to death." But the bound person could only occasionally emit a muffled groan. Clenching her teeth beneath her disheveled hair, her scarlet eyes like a fierce beast fixed intently on the middle-aged man, remaining silent. "Run!" Su Bai felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. He stared blankly as the bound Zhang Lele seemed to notice him, slightly raising her head and moving her lips in his direction. "Run!" Silent without a sound. No one noticed except Su Bai. That single phrase made Su Bai feel like he was about to explode. If someone fell into such a fate because they helped him, could he still run away like this? He questioned himself. Seeing the man about to strike again, Su Bai suddenly dashed through the defense line of the exoskeleton armor, grabbing the man's hand. The man was taken aback for a moment, then angrily pulled his hand away, shouting, "Where did this beggar come from?" "Looking for death." He swung as if to strike Su Bai, but Su Bai was quicker, kicking him several meters away. A level 3 genetic warrior, his punch could shatter stone. He delivered a kick with full force, instantly killing the man. The alley fell silent. Everyone was stunned. A suddenly appearing beggar had just kicked the security bureau chief to death. What a joke. Until a sharp female voice tinged with tears snapped everyone back to reality. "I told you to run." Su Bai had already saved Zhang Lele, and using the rope that had bound her to the pillar, he tied her behind himself. You saved Luzi, how could I possibly run? Moreover, if I run, what will happen to you? There was no response. Zhang Leilei's shout seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and she fainted. From their conversation, the people around quickly guessed his identity. He's worth 1,000,000. Brother's a chance to get rich has come. Let's see how he runs today. Capture him. Su Bai coldly scanned the crowd. Get out of the way, or die. His eyes filled with murderous intent truly startled the people around. But it was just a startle. After all, that was 1,000,000 a chance to stand back under the sun. What did this kid just say? Did I hear that wrong? If we don't get out of the way, we'll die. What a big talk. So cocky, no wonder he's worth 1,000,000. Those exoskeleton armored officers just stood by watching the show, waiting for the old district residents to make their move first. As for the chief's death, they were pleased. It was a good opportunity to clear space. Brothers, I'll gladly take that 1,000,000. One burly man closest to Su Bai took advantage of the crowd's distraction and rushed forward, attempting to claim the reward. However, at that moment, Su Bai was filled with guilt for Zhang Leilei and fury towards the Federation, so he showed no mercy. Every move he made was aimed to kill. The burly man's unexpected rush was matched by an equally surprising return. In the blink of an eye, a dull thud sounded. The burly man fell back into the crowd, his chest caved and blood pouring from all his orifices. This scene frightened many, but there were more desperate men. They exchanged glances. He's tough. Let's all go together. There are so many of us, can't we let this little brat escape? Charge. We'll split the 1,000,000 later. All right. A group of ordinary people who weren't even genetic warriors at best, just tough ordinary folks. What could they do against a level 3 genetic warrior? Su Bai demonstrated with his actions. Nothing. Picking up a steel pipe, which seemed to be a support from the clinic shelves. He held the steel pipe in his right hand, while his left arm supported Zhang Leilei. In Su Bai's hands, the over 2-meter-long steel pipe felt weightless like a spear. Each thrust of the pipe brought down at least one person. In less than half an hour, Su Bai had fought his way to the mouth of the alley, completely drenched in blood, making it impossible to discern his original appearance. The stench of blood was so strong that it could be smelled from 100 meters away. Get lost. Or die. He swung the iron pipe, causing 2 corpses hanging from it to tumble aside. The remaining people were thoroughly terrified, their legs trembling as liquid slowly dripped down. At that moment, the smell of urine even masked the stench of blood. I was wrong. A harbinger of death. This is a harbinger of death. Run. In an instant, the remaining people scattered like birds and beasts. Kid, you can fight pretty well. What good is being able to fight? In this world, you need armor and guns. Little brat, tell me what you have. What, are you blind? Can't you see he has a steel pipe? Oh my, you scared me to death. Killing so many people, and the steel pipe is already red, ha ha ha. The group that had been watching the show surrounded Su Bai. They mockingly provoked him. No matter how tough he was still just flesh and blood. With a burst of bullets, he would be obediently turned into a sieve. All right, kid, come with us quietly. They want you alive, don't make it hard on yourself. Oh. Su Bai tightened the rope binding Zhang Leilei, coldly responding, what if I don't? If not, then you're looking for death. You've killed so many people. According to federal law, we have the right to execute you. Even if the higher-ups question us, we can say you resisted arrest. Su Bai took a deep breath, using the steel pipe to dig a hole. Silently, he buried Zhang Leilei's father's remains on the spot. Afterward, he discarded the steel pipe and faced the few people directly. Hey, you're not bad at noticing. I truly don't have exoskeleton armor. Good that you know. You could never afford this thing in your lifetime. But I have. Su Bai raised his head, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Mythical attachment, in soldiers. Boom. With a loud bang, dust flew everywhere. 100-meter-tall skeleton mech descended from thin air. The locust tree road of the old town no longer exists. What has taken its place is a 100-meter-tall mech clad in armor with a sword at its waist, surrounded by swirling black mist. Just a glance sends a chill to the core. Those who had just run a short distance now wish their parents had given them 2 more legs, desperately trying to escape this area. Su Bai with Zhang Leilei merged into the body of the shadow soldier. The eyes, like ghostly flames, looked down upon several exoskeleton armors below. The exoskeleton armor, no more than 5 meters long, appeared as a mere toy before the shadow soldier, easily crushed. Is this enough for me? The grinding sound of bones scraping against each other was like the howling of tormented souls from hell. Several officers in exoskeleton armor felt a chill run through their bodies, unable to stop shivering. What did they see? A mech. In Bai Star, only the direct Star Master and the most elite mech divisions possess such mechs. The same-sized exoskeleton armors stand no chance against the mech. Moreover, there was a gap of over 20 times. Combined, they might not even be as large as that sword. Little brother, I was wrong. We were ordered here by the higher-ups. We had no choice. Spare my life, I will leave right now. Please don't hold a grudge against a small person. I have elders above and children below. You cannot kill me. Cannot kill you. Su Bai seemed to have heard a joke, no longer talking, simply advancing, without any offensive means. It was merely a straightforward step forward. His left foot lifted and then fell. An exoskeleton armor was crushed into a metal disc, and the person inside didn't even let out a cry of agony. The remaining few were dumbfounded, and one shouted, "Brothers! This devil has gone mad. He won't let us go, let's take him together." We're agile, rush to the cockpit, and drag him out. Good. If you won't let me live, I'll make sure to end you. Go. Several rushed forward, while the one who shouted first fled into the distance. He had fought a mech before and been utterly defeated. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even break its defenses. The most fortified part of the mech was undoubtedly the cockpit. You want to drag Su Bai out of the cockpit? You must be joking. Huh? Su Bai chuckled lightly, seemingly mocking their ignorance. Several small bugs on the mech quickly crawled up, soon reaching its waist. Black flame. A whisper. The mech suddenly enveloped itself in a layer of black flames. The flames flickered out, taking with them a few wisps of green smoke. Su Bai directed his gaze towards the person fleeing hundreds of meters away. Run. Can you escape? Clang. He drew his sword and threw it. The long blade pierced the air, producing a sonic boom. The tip of the sword penetrated the exoskeleton armor effortlessly and plunged deep into the ground. The fleeing armor came to a halt, frozen in place. Su Bai stepped forward, drew his sword, and returned it to its sheath. The armor behind him cracked with a crisp sound that cut smooth. Along with it, the driver was also split apart. Hey Kong Yin, can you get here now? Is it urgent? Very urgent. Alright, I'm nearby Star, I'll be there within 2 hours. In a luxurious room, Chen Xiao had 2 tubes inserted into his back. One tube was for transfusion, while the other was for extraction. The blood being transfused was bright red and fresh, while the extracted blood had streaks of murky black. Beside him, Liang Hao was accompanying Chen Xiao for a meal, and naturally the table was filled with various beautiful women. Star Master, something's wrong. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, startling Chen Xiao and causing the wine in his hand to spill onto his pants. Chen Xiao's face visibly darkened. He reached out and slapped the woman beside him, who wisely leaned down and stuck out her tongue. Liang Xing, Master, why are your subordinates so blind? I'm sorry, Chen Xiao, it's my fault for not managing them well. If this happens again, there's no need to keep such blind subordinates around. Yes, you enjoy yourself, I'll go teach him a lesson right away. Get lost. Liang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, kicked the director of the security bureau over, and dragged him out by his collar. He closed the door and dragged the director to a corner, his expression grim. If you don't give me a reason, prepare for the aftermath. Star Master Su Bai has a mech. Su Bai? That one a kid. Liang Hao kicked him again. You useless fool. How long has it been? You still haven't caught him. With a mech, so what? A poor kid could only have a meteor-class mech, and with so many exoskeleton armors in the security bureau, we could easily overwhelm him. But it looks like the minimum is planetary class, and I really can't do anything about it. Planetary. Liang Hao picked up the video and felt as if his throat was being choked. What the hell is planetary? See, there are even stellar-class ones. Damn, where did this wild kid get a stellar-class mech? Liang Hao couldn't comprehend his own mech was merely stellar-class. Should he personally take action against a little brat? What a joke. If that got out, he would be the laughingstock. He said in a deep voice, go call Huang Zhishao to the Star Master's mansion. Yes. At the Star Master's mansion, the head of the mech division, Huang Zhishao, arrived. Star Master, you called for me. This is a stellar-class mech, the City Breaker. Liang Hao led him to the backyard in front of a blue-gray mech. I grant you the right to pilot this mech. You will lead the mech division supported by the Security Bureau to capture that wanted criminal named Su Bai. Understood. Sugo, what's wrong? Why the hurry? Kong Yun hurriedly walked into the warehouse asking, what are we doing here? The smell is truly strong. He reached Su Bai's front and saw Su Bai's face as cold as water, lost in thought. Beside him was a golden kitten and 2 unconscious individuals. What is this? Do you have the Heaven's Holy Healing Serum? I want to buy it. A low-level 1 is 1,000 cosmic coins, a mid-level 1 is 10,000 ba. Kong Yun laughed awkwardly. It's my occupational hazard. If you want it, Su Gu, I'll give it to you. Su Bai took out a gold nugget the size of half a pinky finger and tossed it to Kong Yun. Is this enough? Kong Yun pressed his hand onto the gold bar, leaving a fingernail mark. Really? This should definitely be enough. Kong Yun chuckled wryly. If you were asking for money, I would definitely refuse, but I'll shamelessly accept this gold material. The gold material was scarce in the universe. Kong Yun didn't have much of it either. This thing is crucial for humans. It's a lifesaver. If being chased by a golden beast, throwing a piece of gold material will definitely attract the golden beast. This item is equivalent to a talisman for survival. It is said that all research conducted by the Morningstar Research Institute shows that mixing gold material into weapons causes additional damage to golden beasts. The quantity of gold material required for mech armaments is certainly not small. Thus, the price of gold material will skyrocket again. Its scarcity will increase significantly. Kong Yun did not inquire about where Su Bai obtained the gold material. Merchants are most averse to others probing into their sources. He understood this principle very well. Leave these 2 to me. The woman looks severely injured, but it's mainly superficial wounds. Soaking for a day or two will be fine. As for the man, if he wishes to regenerate a severed limb, it will take a considerable amount of time. All right, I'll leave them in your care. Su Bai waved at Yuan Bao and turned to walk out. Yuan Bao, let's go. Su Ge, where are you going? To seek revenge. The sunlight outside shone into the dark warehouse, casting an unusually long shadow of Su Bai. Boom. Suddenly, a massive object appeared, blocking the light. Su Bai sped away, hidden within the mech. Brother, I investigated through the channels of the Credibility Association, and Su Bai is likely in danger. The people from the Chongning Federation have kidnapped his teacher and severely injured 2 of his friends. Su Bai went to seek revenge, but the enemy has 2 star-level mechas. Moi. Kong Shun raised his hand to signal a pause in the meeting and stepped outside to question, didn't I instruct you not to use the Credibility Association's power to assist him? I want him to owe a debt to the Kong family, not to the Credibility Association. Don't worry, I didn't tell him. That's good, I understand. You continue to follow him. Having said that, Kong Chun prepared to cut off the communication when Kong Yun hurriedly asked, what about Su Bai? In the Zhenyuan assessment, although he had killed a 4-star golden beast, that was merely an interrupted advancement, and he was injured, it was at best the strength of a 3-star peak. Facing true star-level mechas, Su Bai had no chance of winning, let alone against 2 of them. Should we have Uncle Amo go help him? Don't worry, he can handle it. There's no need to take action, or don't do anything unnecessary. There was a wall between the old city and the main city, hundreds of meters high, with no end in sight. Those without identity credentials or with criminal records were all isolated outside. Su Bai piloted his mecha towards the Star Lord's mansion. He was stopped at the isolation wall. At this moment, a group of hundreds of mechas led by a gray-blue mecha stood ready. Huang Zhishao, piloting the breaker, took a step forward. The mecha hovered in midair, and 2 pillars of flame shot out from its feet, stirring up vast clouds of dust. I am Huang Zhishao of the White-clad Star Mecha Corps, acting on the orders of the Star Lord to apprehend the fugitive Su Bai. If you surrender, I can spare your life. Behind him, hundreds of Changning standard mechas stepped forward in unison, loudly echoing surrender. Su Bai did not respond. The ghostly fire in his eyes surged, and he resolutely drew his sword. Unrepentant. Huang Zhishao snorted coldly and waved his hand, saying, fire coverage. The Mecha Corps moved in unison. A symphony of mechanical sounds rang out as the shoulder cannons were readied, their lights flickering. Fire. Boom. A torrential barrage of energy cannons erupted. Even the sun in the sky dimmed in comparison to this scene. In an instant, Su Bai was engulfed by the energy cannons. Continue. Huang Zhishao ordered. Having piloted the breaker, he deeply felt the power of the star-level mecha. With just 1 round of shooting, wanting to shatter that skeletal mecha was akin to dreaming. Boom. Another round of fire was unleashed. Before the previous energy cannons had dissipated, new ones surged forth. Just as Huang Zhishao was about to order a 3rd round of fire, a sound of bones grinding emerged from the center of the energy explosion. Have you shot enough? A dark blade of light cleaved through the chaotic energy, and a mecha exuding black flames charged out. Next, it's my turn. Little deer, maximize power and charge. The energy system of the Yin soldier surged dramatically, and the engine erupted with a circular jet, producing a sharp sonic boom. In the next moment, Su Bai piloted the Yin soldier, dashing into the Chongning mecha camp like lightning. The orderly mecha corps was instantly thrown into disarray. Su Bai naturally would not pass up such a good opportunity. He wielded his sword with both hands, lacking any form, but seeking efficiency as he cut through them. That rusted, seemingly fragile big sword now resembled a divine weapon. Not a single mecha could survive under its blade. Among these standard mechas, even star-level ones were rare. They were utterly unworthy in front of Su Bai. By the time Huang Zhishao reacted, Su Bai had already shattered more than 50 mechas. Stop! Huang Zhishao roared in fury. The mecha corps were his men, and every loss made his heart bleed. You little beast, are you tired of living? He maneuvered the breaker to charge forward. The right hand of the breaker transformed, becoming a drill, spinning wildly, with tremendous penetrating power, targeting Su Bai. All troops retreat 3,000 meters. Lock down the battlefield. Su Bai hurriedly turned to defend. He raised his big sword, meeting the drill with the blade. The tremendous impact forced Su Bai to continuously retreat. It was only when he hit the isolation wall, creating a deep pit in the wall, that he finally stopped. Su Bai gritted his teeth, his arms bulging with veins. He mobilized his golden core with golden energy surging into his body. When the timing was right, he subtly moved his wrist, disengaging the blade from the drill. With inertia, the breaker's drill continued forward, stabbing towards the isolation wall. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bai dodged sideways and then turned to strike. The big sword struck the armor on the back of the breaker, creating a shower of sparks. "Hey kid, you've got some skill." Huang Zhishao laughed instead of getting angry after being slashed, feeling a long-lost thrill of battle. He had fought his way out from the border troops resisting golden beasts. Yet he had been forced to remain in the peaceful environment of the White-clad Star for many years. A thrilling battle that he had longed for. Breaker battle mode. Full firepower. The gray-blue breaker expanded, and 2 cannon barrels extended from the slots on its back, harboring terrifying energy. Then the left arm disappeared, replaced by a massive metal hammerhead. The drill on the right arm rotated even faster in battle mode, increasing its power significantly. Su Bai's expression turned serious. So this is a true star level. He glanced at the virtual screen. A big sword with a small chip broken off floated with tiny words below it. Weapon system, saber damage level 1. 6. A single strike from the breaker's normal form had already chipped the sword. If this continues, he would surely lose. Eat my hammer. The breaker appeared clumsy, but its speed was not slow. The stabbing hammer came crashing down with the force of a shattered mountain. Su Bai knew he could not meet it heat and retreated. Bang! With a loud bang, the hammer hit the ground, sending debris flying. The ground immediately cracked with numerous fissures radiating from the point of impact. Huang Zhixiao pressed the advantage, offering Su Bai no chance to catch his breath. 2 missiles roared out from the double-barreled cannon. Su Bai dodged for a while, but no matter how he evaded, the missiles relentlessly pursued him. He had no choice but to face them heat. He estimated the distance and swung his sword down. However, the 2 missiles detonated 30 meters away from him. A mushroom cloud rose. The shockwave from the simultaneous explosion of the 2 missiles directly knocked the Yin soldier away. Warning! Warning! Armor damaged. Damage level 7. 2. The mythic mecha was linked to its pilot, and Su Bai in the cockpit felt a dull pain in his chest. Before he could steady himself, the breaker's drill tore through the fire curtain from the explosion, viciously stabbing into the Yin soldier's chest. The Yin soldier was knocked down without any resistance. The breaker's drill pressed against the Yin soldier's chest armor, pushing down into the ground. As dirt and stones flew, the Yin soldier was pressed into the earth for dozens of meters. Under the drilling of the drill, cracks continuously appeared in the Yin soldier's chest armor, while energy from the mecha core kept repairing it. The mecha core surrounding the lockdown area felt excited seeing this scene. Those useless folks in the security bureau. As soon as the commander takes action, he captures this kid. Of course, we're the most elite mecha unit of the white-clad star. Those stinky fish and rotten shrimp can't compare to us. Tisk, that kid is dead for sure. Surrendering sooner would be better. He might save his life. These people spoke with disdain, yet they did not mention the scene of Su Bai's massacre before. In midair, thousands of meters high, the wind blew, faintly revealing the outline of a mecha. Yet to the naked eye, nothing was visible. Inside, the mysterious mecha Kong Yun and a middle-aged man were observing the scene before them. The scene displayed was the combat area beneath the isolation wall. Uncle Emo, isn't this a one-sided beating? Kong Yun questioned, his expression puzzled. Although the Yin soldiers were not particularly remarkable within the mythological affiliated mechas, they still should be formidable enough for a third-level gene user like Su Bai to land a few blows. Old Mo's keen eyes quickly discerned the problem. Second young master, the person fighting against Su Bai has a wealth of combat experience, and from the very beginning they gave Su Bai no opportunity to retaliate. Now it depends on whether Su Bai can find a chance to counterattack. Otherwise, if he remains under the opponent's attacking rhythm, defeat is inevitable. Defeat is inevitable. Kong Yun remained noncommittal. He hadn't forgotten what his elder brother Kong Chen had said, that Su Bai could handle it. This was just one stellar-level mecha, the second one hadn't even moved yet. Kid, is this all you've got? Huang Zhixiao felt somewhat disappointed, the fighting spirit he had once ignited beginning to fade. During the previous assault, he discovered that the mecha Su Bai was piloting simply did not reach stellar-level strength. The Star Master granting him the rights to pilot the breaker was indeed a waste. In his view, using his own planetary-level mecha would suffice to take down Su Bai. Su Bai remained silent, appearing to have given up the fight. Huang Zhixiao, losing interest, ceased his attack. Come out and come with me peacefully. Su Bai still did not respond, merely huddling inside the mecha. Huang Zhixiao frowned, restoring the breaker to its normal form, grabbing the Yin soldier with both hands, increasing the engine's power, and flying the damaged Yin soldier out of the pit. Whether he came out or not was unimportant. Bringing this kid back would mean the mission was complete. Bang! After flying out of the pit, he threw the Yin soldier to the ground and ordered, gather the team. Drag him back to the base. Yes. Chains bound the Yin soldier's limbs as the Chongning standard mecha dragged him upwards, flying towards the Star Master's residence. During this time, Su Bai showed no signs of resistance. He closed his eyes, recovering his strength. No one noticed that the cracks in the Yin soldier's armor were gradually healing. Old Town. A group of people gathered watching Su Bai being taken away, all wearing expressions of anger. This bastard, how could he be caught? It would have been better if we had captured him ourselves. How heartless. Even the people from Old Town don't care to look after us. Damn it. I remember he saved a woman this morning. Wasn't there another person with him yesterday? I remember too. Let's go find them. If he won't let us profit, we'll take our anger out on his brother. A group of people linked arms and set off to find Lu Zi and Zhang Lele. Uncle Emo, kill him. Yes, second young master. Suddenly a fine rain began to fall from the sky. In an instant, that group of people turned into a puddle of goo, no longer existing. Star Master's residence. Chen Xiao walked out of the room looking refreshed, and upon exiting saw Liang Hao waiting respectfully at the door. Liang Xingzhu, what's the matter? Liang Hao replied respectfully, Chen Xiao, do you remember the female teacher among your 5 blood vials? How dare you even bring it up? You don't even know how to handle things properly, letting that bitch send out a distress signal. If this reaches my father's political enemies, they won't spare him from criticism. You won't have good results then. Chen Xiao, please calm down. It's my fault for not handling things well. Liang Hao hurriedly smiled. A kid came looking for her, and I've already had him captured. Do you want him killed directly, or? Oh, a hint of mockery flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. Go bring that woman over, let's see her together. The base of the white-clad Star Mecha Corps is located in the deep mountains due to frequent mecha training. When the Mecha Corps returned escorting Su Bai, Liang Hao and Chen Xiao had been waiting for a long time. The two stood on a high platform with several attendants guarding a square object covered in black cloth behind them. Star Master, I haven't let you down. Huang Zhixiao emerged from the breaker, and as soon as he exited the cockpit, he felt the temporary piloting rights of the breaker had been revoked. Good. As expected of my most capable general, you solved the problem as soon as you acted. Liang Hao looked down with satisfaction. A skeletal mecha clad in armor was bound tightly by chains, motionless as if dead. What's going on? Didn't we say to capture him alive? Huang Zhixiao replied, Star Master, this kid isn't dead. He's hiding inside and won't come out. I'm afraid that forcibly breaking open the mecha might accidentally kill him, so I could only bring him back like this. Not coming out. Chen Xiao sneered. Interesting. He took a megaphone. Are you the bitches? Call for help. The Yin soldier's head turned, and his eyes blazing with ghostly flames fixed on Chen Xiao. What did you say? What? Didn't hear clearly. I'll say it again, you are that bitch. Looking for death. Crack. Su Bai suddenly exerted force, shattering the chains that bound his mecha. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was merely 3,000 meters. This distance was insignificant to Su Bai, who could cover it in an instant. As long as he rushed over and seized the two, the entire situation on the field would be under his control. Be careful. Star Master Chen Xiao, retreat quickly. Huang Zhixiao summoned his mecha to intercept. However, Chen Xiao showed no intention of retreating, still wearing a provoking smile as he stood his ground. Seeing this, Su Bai's vigilance heightened. But with the arrow on the string, retreat was impossible at this moment, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed Huang Zhixiao to capture him. In the midst of his charge, Su Bai suddenly felt his pupils constrict. The man behind Chen Xiao disappeared. A slender mecha adorned with light blue patterns charged at him. Due to the proximity, he didn't even have time to assume a defensive posture before being sent flying. Chen Xiao stood atop the platform and spoke arrogantly. Let me introduce you. This is the latest stellar speed type mecha developed by Chongning Heavy Industries, the Wind Chaser. Su Bai warily drew his blade. Chen Xiao seemed to think of something and exchanged glances with his attendants. Almost forgot. Take a look at this. Is this the person you were looking for? Su Bai looked over in response, and the scene on the high platform magnified in the Yin soldier's view. Teacher Lawn. He saw a woman, emaciated and skin stretched over, bones collapsed on the ground inside a transparent glass enclosure. Years of interaction allowed Su Bai to recognize at a glance that this wretched woman was Lan Qin Shui. Though he had only been away for less than a month, Lan Qin Shui had already changed to this state. It was easy to imagine how torturous her time had been during this period. I will kill you. Su Bai's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and his face contorted with rage as an uncontrollable fury rapidly consumed his reason. Kill me. Ha ha. Chen Xiao laughed heartily. What do you have to kill me with? Your mouth. He ordered someone to open the soundproof barrier, enclosing Lan Qin Shui. I'm right here waiting for you to kill me. He then placed his foot on Lan Qin Shui's head. Get your filthy foot off me. Su Bai roared as the golden core within him surged forth like a dam, bursting golden energy flooding into his limbs and bones. The driver grew stronger. The Yin soldier would not be outdone, black flames rising around him, emanating a wildly dangerous aura. Su Bai's foot stomped fiercely, propelling his machine high into the air. The large sword, cloaked in black flames, shed its rust as it struck down with the force of splitting Mount Hua aimed at Zhufeng. However, as a speed-type mech, Zhufeng was not so easily struck. Before Su Bai's sword even reached him, Zhufeng had already dodged. The sword landed on the ground, sinking into the specially designed surface as if cutting through tofu. This strike allowed Su Bai to calm down a bit. Due to his own limitations, the overall strength of the Yin soldier was slightly inferior to Zhufeng, making it difficult to land a hit. In light of this, Su Bai disregarded Zhufeng and charged straight towards the high platform. Run. If you have the capability, then keep running. Zhufeng's mission was to protect young Master Chen. He was very clear about Su Bai's intentions. However, he had no choice but to intercept. As he watched Zhufeng charging towards him, a glint of triumph flashed in Su Bai's eyes. Now prepared, the previous scene could not repeat itself. Zhufeng's close combat capabilities were weak, which meant that its combat power relied entirely on its firepower system. The pilot of Zhufeng controlled the mech and retrieved 2 machine guns from the weapon slots. The The gun barrels emitted a beast-like roar, quickly turning red. Bullets burst forth from the flames, charging straight at the Een soldier. The special material bullets struck the Een soldier's body, creating a cacophony of impacts. The Een soldier, which had previously emerged unscathed from hundreds of energy cannons, now bore countless small dents. Deploy the energy shield. Su Bai quickly reacted, issuing commands as the machine's intelligent control system loyally executed them. The black flames covering the surface of the Een soldier rapidly expanded. It stopped expanding 3 meters away. Bullets struck the curtain of black flames, sending ripples through it before losing their force and dropping down. Su Bai charged forward against the energy drain. The battlefield display showed that the distance between him and Zhu Feng was gradually decreasing. 30 meters. Su Bai's eyes lit up as he entered the attack range. He halted, gripping the large sword tightly, and unleashed a slash at Zhu Feng. This intricate maneuver was completed in an instant. The 20-meter-long arc of black flame sliced fiercely into Zhu Feng. The pale blue patterns on Zhu Feng's body were sharply severed. The remaining blue areas flickered, seemingly unstable. The dense rain of bullets was interrupted, and Su Bai seized the opportunity, erupting with terrifying speed to close the gap with Zhu Feng. With audacity, the black flames concentrated on the blade as a basic upward slash landed on Zhu Feng's leg. Zhu Feng's protective armor was surprisingly pierced, with the blade sinking half a meter into its leg, exposing the mechanical components within. Trash! Young Master Chen cursed angrily upon seeing this. The pilot of Zhu Feng also had grievances to express. Zhu Feng had only been developed by Chongning Heavy Industries for 2 months. Moreover, to accompany young Master Chen, this mech had been put into use before it was fully complete. The defensive armor had not even been installed, and the energy transmission nodes were completely exposed, making it essentially a half-finished product. Previously, they thought that within the territory of the Chongning Federation, nothing significant would occur. Even if they encountered enemies, their strength would not be formidable. Although Zhu Feng was a half-finished product, it was still a star-level mech with adequate material strength. Ordinary planet-level mechs, and those below, could not breach its defenses. Yet unexpectedly, they encountered Su Bai piloting a star-level mech and fell into a predicament. The slash he had just received had interrupted the energy transmission. The entire mech fell into a state of rigidity, though otherwise it would not have been able to avoid the second blow. With a huff, after enduring 2 slashes, the backup transmission system activated, pulling away from Su Bai's attack range. Seeing the chance, Su Bai did not pursue and turned back towards the high platform. Damn! The pilot of Zhu Feng felt extremely frustrated. He couldn't win in close combat, and for long-range attacks, Su Bai was too close to the high platform. A large area of high-damage attack would definitely endanger young Master Chen. But ordinary attacks were ineffective against Su Bai. In his life, he had never fought such a frustrating battle. Liang Xingzhu, help me. Zhu Feng had no choice but to seek assistance. His greatest advantage was restricted, and someone had to confront Su Bai hidden. Liang Hao slightly bowed to young Master Chen. Young Master Chen, please see. Young Master Chen snorted coldly. Go finish this quickly. His bodyguard, who had come from Chongning Star, was now asking for help. This made him feel extremely embarrassed. Understood. Liang Hao stepped off the high platform, descending. City Breaker. The City Breaker, which had been standing nearby, flew over as the cockpit opened, and Liang Hao fell into it. The members of the mech squad were instantly elated upon seeing this. Liang Xingzhu is up. That kid is definitely dead. City Breaker is the strongest mech of the White Robe Star. Previously, he was completely helpless against the City Breaker piloted by the squad leader. Now that the Star Master is piloting it himself, does he still have any chance? Any chance? You are underestimating the Star Master. If he can come out with a whole body, that would be a miracle for that kid's life. Bitch, get up and watch. The one coming to save you is about to die. Young Master Chen seized Blue Qinxue by the neck, lifting her up. The frail Blue Qinxue hung limply like a puppet. Her pupils dilated and deathly energy enveloped her. The Een soldier became trapped between the City Breaker, and Zhu Feng bombarded relentlessly. The thunderous explosions failed to stir even a ripple in her heart. Young Master Chen observed Su Bai, who was becoming increasingly disadvantaged, and spoke to himself. I've never seen such a young star-level pilot. It's a pity he's about to die. A glimmer of hidden jealousy flashed in his eyes. How wonderful it would be if this talent belonged to him. Piloting a star-level mech, one must at least be a third-level gene user. That strong and healthy physique was something he could only dream of. Now he could only rely on exchanging others' blood to extend his life. Moreover, star-level mechs were the core power of the Chongning Federation. If he were to push it to the limit, he could only last until his 20s. Such a genius, if he were an enemy, must be eliminated. Otherwise, in 2 years, the consequences would be unimaginable. He suddenly chuckled, the cold aura dissipating. After all, he was about to die. Oh, why think so much? With this thought, he felt cheerful and pushed the loudspeaker in front of Blue Qinxue. Speaking of this, Su, what was his name again? It seems he was your student. Let me show some kindness and let you two reminisce. Su. Blue Qinxue finally reacted for the first time, her pupils slowly focusing. Su Bai. Her voice was slightly hoarse. If it weren't for young Master Chen being so close, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hear. Yes, 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 that's the name. With a confirmed answer, the deathly energy in Blue Kingshu's eyes lessened, as if a hint of life was sprouting within. Immediately, she became extremely anxious, glancing towards the battlefield. Combining the situation on the field, she instantly deduced that the skeleton mech, which had been knocked down countless times, was piloted by Su Bai. The armor of the Yin soldier was largely shattered. In an instant, the spike hammer of the city breaker smashed into the shoulder armor of the Yin soldier. Zufeng's artillery fire followed closely. Boom. A deafening roar engulfed the Yin soldier in flames. This time, the speed at which he emerged from the explosion was noticeably slower than before. Alarm! Alarm! Armor damage at 91. The armor of the Yin soldier was nearly completely shattered, and the metallic sheen of its bones displayed numerous cracks, with one eye socket's ghost flame extinguished completely, appearing extremely tragic. Under the siege of 2-star-level mechs, he ultimately fell far short. Su Bai's complexion was pale, the rotation speed of the golden core slowed, and his energy was nearing depletion. He instinctively glanced towards the high platform. Just then, Blue Kingshu's voice came through the loudspeaker. Su Bai, run. Quickly escape. Then it turned into a desperate scream. It's my fault that I harmed you. I'm sorry. I was too selfish. I should have just died directly. If I hadn't sent out a distress signal, you wouldn't have come. There wouldn't be any danger. It's all my fault, all my fault. In the vast sky, Kong Yun furrowed his brow and asked, does Su Bai still have a chance to turn the tide? Mo Laosen shook his head resolutely. Don't say that. In his current state, even at his peak, he wouldn't have a chance. Kong Yun contacted Kong Chun and shared the current scene with him. Brother, can he really resolve this by himself? It looks like he's about to fail soon. It shouldn't be the case. Could I be mistaken? Kong Chun murmured to himself, pondering for a moment before sighing, his tone tinged with regret. Forget it. Having a good pilot for a mythological auxiliary mech isn't bad either. Xiao Yun, have Uncle Mo ready at all times so he can save him when he's about to die. Alright, I understand. Remember, it must be when he's about to die before you save him. Young Master Chen instructed someone to silence Lan Qinxue and took the megaphone. Su Bai, you're about to die. After you die, you'll drain her blood and send her down to accompany you. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a chance to say your last words, so cherish it. Teacher Lan, wait for me. I will definitely save you. Su Bai withdrew his gaze, ignoring young Master Chen, and turned to the destroyer, speaking as if to Liang Hao, or perhaps to himself. I grew up on Bai Yixing, and I am grateful for the support I received from Bai Yixing. I also love every blade of grass and every tree here. This is my homeland, the place where I grew up. Previously, I respected you deeply, as did the majority of citizens on Bai Yixing. You were a protector, a banner. But now, do you not feel any guilt for what you've done? Do you deserve the trust of the citizens of Bai Yixing? You've changed, and Bai Yixing has rotted as well. From top to bottom, it's completely rotten. With these words, the destroyer piloted by Liang Hao froze. Facing Su Bai, the boy who was born and raised on Bai Yixing, the voice of condemnation rang in his ears. He didn't know how to respond. Do you feel guilt? There must be some. Young Master Chen had sent countless people to Bai Yixing during his time there. Those people were either tortured or killed by young Master Chen, or toyed with until death. Bai Yixing, due to the Bai statue, was hardly attacked by golden beasts. But this planet can avoid the harassment of space pirates and slave fleets, keeping its people from living in fear. He played an undeniable role in that. Those people had once revered him as a deity. Every time he closed his eyes, the desperate and resentful gazes of those individuals would emerge in his mind. Silent resentment is the most painful. Liang Hao, what are you dazed about? Seeing the situation slipping out of control, young Master Chen threatened immediately. If you don't kill this kid, don't think you can stay on Bai Yixing. Liang Hao's face twisted in rage. There was no turning back now. If this matter were to be exposed, his standing in the hearts of Bai Yixing's citizens would plummet. He shouted at Su Bai, defending himself. What do you know? I've had enough. I clearly have the ability to rise higher. Yet because I offended a powerful figure, I was pushed out of the core circle of the Chongning Federation and have been stuck here for decades. Decades? Bai Yixing sounds good, a tourist planet with a developed economy. But what good is that? It's just a lonely star on the edge of the Chongning Federation. Every time I went to Chongning Star, I had to endure the disdain of those powerful figures, treated like a dog. I don't want to either, but there's no other way. Su Bai fell silent. Over the past few days, he had become thoroughly disappointed with Bai Yixing from top to bottom, just as he had said. It's completely rotten. From the roots, it has rotted. Huh. Su Bai let out a long sigh, feeling relieved. Star Master, do you remember why it's called Bai Yixing? The topic suddenly shifted, and Liang Hao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively answering. Because of the Bai statue at the center of the planet, said to be a mythological mech. Su Bai then asked young Master Chen, do you know my mech? What? Are you stalling for time as you face death? Do you know it? What's it to you if I let you stall for a bit? Young Master Chen sneered, I don't know it. I bet you just got lucky and picked up an incomplete star-level mech from somewhere. Otherwise, how could you afford a star-level mech? Huh. Star-level mechs are exceedingly expensive, and their selling price is even higher. The Chongning Federation is a 3-star federation with 7 habitable planets, 23 mineral planets, and over 100 resource planets, as well as countless dead stars. Even gathering the entire Federation's strength, only a little over a dozen star-level mechs have been produced. A native of Bai Yixing like Su Bai could never afford one even after a lifetime of hard work. Picked up eh? Su Bai laughed. What you said does make some sense. Young Master Chen had a look on his face that said he already knew it would be like this. Now let me introduce you. The mech is named Yin Bing, and it's not some so-called star-level mech. Rather it is a mythological auxiliary mech. Mythological auxiliary. What is that? Sounds quite prestigious. I've never heard of it. This kid might just be bragging. Even young Master Chen and Liang Hao looked confused. Mythological mechs are beyond their reach. People typically don't bother to learn about things they cannot touch. They barely knew that mythological mechs existed. Oh, as for detailed understanding, forget it. You see, during the Zhenyuan assessment on the star Yin Bing made its debut, but only a few recognized it. The Zhenyuan assessment was open to the entire universe. In the finals, if you randomly picked someone, their backing would at least be a powerful faction. They hadn't recognized it at that time, let alone a bumpkin from a 3-star federation like Chongning. Young Master Chen was still pondering in his mind. The old fox Liang Hao had already opened the star network, searching for the term mythological auxiliary mech. Star network entry. Mythological auxiliary mechs are derivative mechs of mythological mechs with an undefined number of auxiliary mechs per mythological mech and no upper limit. Mythological auxiliary mechs possess some characteristics of mythological mechs, such as not requiring energy sources, the ability to absorb energy from the universe for charging, self-repair after damage, and growth potential that enhances alongside the pilot, etc. Liang Hao silently sent the entry to young Master Chen. So the auxiliary mech of the mythological mech. Young Master Chen was a bit confused, but after Liang Hao's prompt, he also opened the star network. If I remember correctly, Su Bai previously said that one was called Yin Bing, right? Star network entry Yin Bing, a mythological auxiliary mech exclusive to the underworld mythological mech. Young Master Chen broke into a cold sweat instantly. He needed to sort out the relationship between mythological mechs and mythological auxiliaries. But he realized a crucial issue. Su Bai was connected to the underworld divine domain. That was a top-tier divine domain spanning several star regions guarded by mythological mechs, second only to the 5 great divine kingdoms. His pride, the Chongning Federation, was hardly stronger than an ant in its presence. That, Su Gu. Young Master Chen forced a smile that looked worse than crying. I think we might have a small misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Bai could tell from his expression what he was thinking and retorted sarcastically. I have nothing to do with the underworld divine domain. There is no misunderstanding between us. No connection. Then where does your mech come from? Did it fall from the sky? Young Master Chen didn't believe him at all. Just then Liang Hao received a message, and the words were filled with panic. Dad, the Bai statue is gone. It suddenly disappeared. Young Master Chen, I must urgently attend to a matter. After reading the message, Liang Hao hurriedly flew to young Master Chen's side. Whether Counselor Chen would promote him remained uncertain. With that outcome still unclear, Bai Star was his stronghold. Absolutely no mishap could be tolerated. Just as young Master Chen trembled in fear, convinced he had offended the netherworld divine realm, he saw Liang Hao attempting to flee, and instantly roared in fury. No matter how grave the matter, set it aside. This is paramount. Fail to handle it properly, and we shall all perish. Star-Lord, why the haste? Could this be what you're searching for? Liang Hao instinctively turned his gaze. There Su Bai retracted his shadow soldiers, and behind him a towering mecha materialized from thin air, its form dominated by pristine white. It resembled less a war machine than a jade scholar statue carved from flawless, white marble, long hair bound, with an ornamental hairpin, flowing white robes, tall boots, hands clasped behind his back. So lifelike that were it not utterly devoid of vital essence, one might mistake it for a living being. The white robe statue. How can it possibly be here? Liang Hao shrieked as if seeing a specter. Then a preposterous possibility struck him. He gaped, stammering in terror, no. Impossible, impossible. Su Bai's thought flickered, and he vanished. Light blazed forth from the statue's eyes. With a subtle motion, fragments of stone crumbled from its surface. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the hem of the white robes. It awakened fully, transforming into a 100-meter colossus. Snow-white hair billowed in the wind, its pupils, sharp black against pure white, slowly rotated. Su Bai felt the immense, crushing pressure, far heavier than that exerted by his shadow soldiers, and consciously regulated his breathing. He flexed his limbs, gradually acclimating to the weight. Within moments, having fully adapted, he summoned Yu, his intelligent assistant companion for countless years. Yu appeared upon the tactical holographic interface, a gorgeously rendered ancient style, made in her features, so exquisitely sculpted they seemed divinely wrought, motionless awaiting Su Bai's command. Integrate into the mythic mecha's control system. Retain all prior configurations. Affirmative. The voice rang clear and icy, utterly devoid of emotion. Su Bai murmured softly, Xiao Lu, you shall soon awaken. Ordinary AI assistants upon integration with a mythic mecha undergo purification by the divine core, thereby attaining sentience and self-awareness. Like the turtle and snake of the mythic Xuanwu, fully autonomous, intelligent life forms. Integration offers two paths for the AI assistant. First, spontaneous morphing into the form most harmonious with the mythic mecha. Second, preserving all original parameters. Choosing the first path eliminates adaptation time, enabling immediate mastery of the mecha's full potential. Indeed, it even permits direct combat control. Virtually all mythic mecha pilots choose this option. But Su Bai refused. He was deeply sentimental, unwilling to part with Yu who had stood beside him since childhood. Though before integration, Yu had been merely a soulless program. Mythic mecha control integration 100 complete. Success. Externally, the mecha's lips curled upward in a delighted smile. Then from nowhere it produced a tall cylindrical hat, emblazoned with 4 bold characters. Fortune at first sight. Simultaneously, a mandatory notification erupted across the stellar net imposed upon every sentient being in the cosmos. Universal celebration. Mythic Mecha by Wu Chang has joined the stellar net. The announcement ignited immediate attention across all major powers. Each mythic mecha represented staggering strategic and economic value. Even an ordinary federation, if anchored by a mythic mecha and guided by a maturing pilot, would qualify for ascension to divine realm status. And even established divine realms, already hosting mythic mechas, could leverage newly recruited pilots to ascend to higher echelons. This was not mere elevation in rank. It promised access to unimaginable resources. Luanhui Star, the capital world of the netherworld divine realm nestled at the heart of the Yuming star system. Locate the pilot of Bai Wu Chang and extend an invitation for him to join the netherworld divine realm. Your Majesty Yama, what if he refuses? Refuses? Ha ha ha. Yama Wang spoke with supreme confidence. Among the 5 mythic mechas currently housed within the netherworld divine realm is held the highest rank and greatest power. As de facto sovereign of the netherworld divine realm, he had long cultivated an aura of absolute dominion. Every outcome already foreseen and controlled. Bai Wu Chang belongs to the netherworld lineage of mythic mechas. His return warrants our finest resources. No sacrifice too great, no effort spared in his cultivation. Who else could match such commitment? Other factions would never devote their full strength to nurturing an outsider's mecha lineage. In a hidden domain, the apex of the cosmos' most formidable intelligence network, Tianluo Di Wang, its senior leadership convened via holographic projection. Have we confirmed it yet? Reporting to Grand Tianluo, our field agents have acquired preliminary intelligence. We are verifying now with confirmation expected within 1 hour. Excellent. Organize a public stellar net auction. Openly sell the pilot's identity for Mythic by Wu Chang. Understood. Also, this auction expressly forbids participation by the Heretic God Assembly, the Beast God Sect, and the Hunter Gods Consortium. Why? Does Tianluo Di Wang not uphold the same principle as the Credit Guild, welcoming all patrons without exception? Grand Tianluo's voice hardened. The Jinsho Dominion grows ever more formidable. Humanity requires new generations of strength. Mythic mechas must remain secure. Our foundation lies with humanity, not with the Jinsho. Zhenyuan Academy, Dean's Office. Xuanwu, having witnessed the forced broadcast, received Tianluo Di Wang's formal invitation immediately thereafter. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned Ning Kai, director of the Academy's finance department. Spare no expense. Acquire the pilot's identity at auction. Then deploy the Academy's full authority to seal all related information. Why would our Academy bid on this? Ning Kai suddenly recalled something and cautiously gestured upward. Is this a directive from the Divine Kingdom? No, this is my own decision. He frowned. This intelligence would certainly command an exorbitant price. Though Zhenyuan was wealthy beyond measure, such expenditure seemed reckless. Could it be for recruiting him as faculty? Preposterous. Exceptional potential does not equate to pedagogical skill. Proceed as instructed. Zhenyuan's hierarchy left no room for dissent. Ning Kai departed brimming with unanswered questions to prepare for the auction. After he left, Xuanwu pulled up Su Bai's dossier. On his enrollment file stamped boldly in crimson withdrawn. He relinquished his place at Zhenyuan to save his mentor, a rare act of devotion. After brief reflection, Xuanwu reached his decision. A new mythic mecha pilot, so profoundly loyal and righteous, demands exceptional handling. Instantly, he erased the word withdrawn and affixed his personal dean's seal. Dean's special approval, admission granted. Since he is now a Zhenyuan student, Zhenyuan shall shield him. High above Bai Star, 10,000 meters in the sky, Kong Yun and Mo Laosen stared at each other, shock etched plainly across both faces. What the A? That's a mythic mecha. Kong Yun stammered in ecstatic disbelief. Umo Lao Sen remained marginally calmer, but scarcely more composed. They had seen mythic mechas before. Such rarities were not unknown to men of their stature. Yet witnessing a native they'd just been humiliating suddenly produce one was like watching a beggar, who moments earlier had been pleading for alms, suddenly revealed as the wealthiest sovereign in existence. The sheer ineffable dissonance left them breathless, reeling for minutes before regaining composure. Kong Yun immediately initiated comlinks with his elder siblings. Kong Qing did not respond, likely immersed in intensive training. Kong Chun answered almost instantly. Brother, did you see the Stellar Net bulletin? Let me tell you. It's Su Bai, isn't it? You already knew? Kong Chun smiled, relieved his intuition had proven correct. Rarely playful, he indulged in gentle irony. How else could I be your brother? Kong Yun severed the connection crestfallen. He'd finally seized a chance to impress his elder brother, only to discover the secret had long been known. Frustration coiled tight within his chest. He felt physically wounded. Across the cosmos, reactions varied wildly. This revelation set unseen currents churning beneath the surface of galactic politics. Orders surged forth from every faction. Regardless of creed or alignment, their purpose unified. Mythic Mecha by Wu Chang. Liang Hao felt a deep regret in his gut. He originally had the opportunity to befriend Su Bai. As the Star Master of the White Robe Star with the mythic mecha also located there, Su Bai was a native citizen of White Robe Star. With such connections, once Su Bai succeeded in the future, he could easily lift him up. Wouldn't that mean soaring? At that time, the Chongning Federation would be insignificant. Yet such a golden opportunity was ruined by his own hands. Fate played a cruel joke. Young Master Chun was shocked, his pupils trembling. He had thought of Su Bai's connection to the underworld divine domain. Having befriended a big shot inside, he was granted a mythic auxiliary mecha. Or perhaps Su Bai himself was from the underworld divine domain thrown into the inner circle to grow. But he never imagined that Su Bai was the pilot of the mythic mecha. It was too unbelievable. Young Master Chin forced a smile and fawned. Brother Su, please don't hold a grudge against me for being petty. Isn't it just a woman? There's no need to escalate things to this level. How about this'll send you as many women as you want? Su Bai coldly stared at him, not responding. Young Master Chen continued. Anything else is fine. As long as I have it, I'll give you whatever you want without batting an eye. As long as you don't hold it against me, I'll provide money, resources, women, mecha, starships. He'll give it all. Still he received no response. Young Master Chen's expression darkened. You really can't let me go. Let you go. Su Bai looked at young Master Chun with disgust. Ask those you have persecuted if they are willing to let you go. Ask Teacher Lan if she is willing to let you go. Today it's either you die or I die. It's just a lowly stinking bitch. It's her honor to have her blood flow in my body. Young Master Chen shouted angrily at Liang Hao and Zhu Feng. Go kill him. If you don't leave me a way out, then don't expect to live either. He knew very well that this was the only opportunity to kill Su Bai. From the Star Network broadcast until now, it had only been a few minutes. There were still countless powerful forces that made invitations to Su Bai their conditions so favorable that it made him envious. Most crucially, Su Bai could join any one of them at will. Young Master Chen believed that Su Bai could have those people kill him, even annihilate the Chongning Federation. Those forces wouldn't even bother to negotiate. Liang Hao hesitated a bit. Seeing this, young Master Chun immediately shouted, Star Master Liang, don't forget that this Teacher Lan was sent by you. Everyone was involved, though no one had a way out. Right now, the only way to avoid being pursued is to kill him. Damn it. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Liang Hao shouted angrily at Su Bai. If you had told me earlier that you were the mythic mecha pilot, how could I have ended up like this? He controlled the city breaker, charging directly at Bai Wuchang with all his might. Zhu Feng combined 2 machine guns into a massive long cannon. He frantically channeled the energy from Zhu Feng's core into the cannon, the brilliant energy light flickering as it continuously charged and compressed. Su Bai commanded Xiao Lu combat mode. Xiao Lu obeys. On the battle screen, and Yu dressed in military attire saluted. Her voice was lively and crisp, and even though her delicate face wore a serious expression, it was incredibly cute. The visage of the mythic Bai Wuchang faded away. Yet the metallic face still smiled a grin that was unsettling. The white robe on it shrank. Its humanoid skin transformed into a metallic shell. The transformation was completed in an instant. The human-like Bai Wuchang instantly turned into a mecha, filled with mechanical beauty. Just then the city breaker charged at them. Su Bai's thoughts stirred, and a vast number of deep chains flew out from behind, intertwining to form a protective net. Clang! The piercing hammer struck the chain, net only producing a rattling sound as it dissipated all the force. Star Master Liang, haven't you eaten? Liang Hao angrily hammered the chains with the piercing hammer. Enraged by the remark, he turned and activated the drill on his right arm, the drill spinning rapidly, causing a whirlwind. In the end, the city breaker also began to spin. Liang Hao maximized the engine's energy supply and aimed the drill at the gaps in the chains. Wind energy ion cannon fully charged, ready to fire. The light in the cannon of Zhu Feng grew even more brilliant. As the strongest strike of a stellar-level mecha, it truly possessed the power to annihilate stars. This strike drained nearly 4/5 of Zhu Feng's energy reserves. A hint of madness flashed in the mecha pilot's eyes. Locking onto Bai Wuchang as the target, he didn't care how wide the blast radius would be. At this time, who cares about young Master Chun? It's most important that I stay alive. He even wished that all these people would die. That way no one would know that Bai Wuchang was destroyed at his hands. Target locked fire. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering sound, just like a gentle breeze. The brilliant energy beam shot out. Warning. Mecha has been locked. Danger. Inside Bai Wuchang's cockpit, red lights flashed and alarms blared. The battle screen clearly marked a point of attack. Su Bai's hair stood on end, instinctively wanting to flee. Though the mythic mecha was powerful, it was still limited by his bodish strength and could not exceed the stellar-level range. Facing a full power shot from the equally stellar-level Zhu Feng, he could not underestimate it. Su Bai reacted swiftly. He first manipulated the chains, causing the chain net to suddenly spread out, allowing the city breaker to charge in. But how far could it go? The spreading chain net quickly retracted, trapping it like a dumpling. Having dealt with the city breaker, Su Bai shifted his focus to the energy beam. The energy beam moved at incredible speed. The mere dissipating energy cracked the ground, and young Master Chun and the others on the platform could barely stand, clinging to the ground to avoid being blown away. The reason why the mythic mecha is called mythic is that it is stronger than you can imagine. Su Bai murmured, then took out a morning staff and struck the chain ball with force, shouting loudly. Soul shock. The morning staff collided with the chain ball, producing an extremely strange frequency. That invisible frequency shot toward Zhu Feng, enveloping its pilot in a bizarre magnetic field, causing him to fall into a stupor. Without a pilot, Zhu Feng began to plummet downward. However, this did not change the fact that the wind energy ion cannon had already been fired. Su Bai once again struck the chain ball, which, carrying the bizarre magnetic field, collided with the energy beam. The energy beam pierced one side of the chain ball, and the remaining chains swiftly spread to fill the gap. The energy beam trapped within became unstable, flailing wildly. Seeing this, Su Bai immediately summoned chains several times more than before to bind the chain ball. With the subsequent chains reinforcing it, the ball grew larger, more than 10 times the initial size. The city breaker trapped within bore the brunt of the massive energy beam. Liang Hao struggled to resist, but it was futile. In the confined space, the erratic energy beam struck the city breaker's core. The two collided, erupting in an exceptionally violent explosion. The explosion was equivalent to a stellar-level mecha's energy core as a bomb. The city breaker was at the forefront, and it could only hold out for a moment before turning to ashes. The intense explosion unleashed its power recklessly. Layers of chains shattered. Boom! In an instant, the world lost its color. The light screen device failed directly under the explosion. Earthquakes and tsunamis followed. The white-robed star fell into utter darkness, as if it were the end of the world. In a moment of crisis, Su Bai could only move in a certain direction. He shielded the high platform, where Lan Qinxue was located, behind him. A mass of chain fragments turned into the sharpest blades, shooting toward them. The newly unveiled mythic mecha Bai Wuchang was instantly riddled with holes. Its body was covered in pits, a sight too gruesome to behold. In the vast sky, amidst the chilling gusts of wind, there exists a tranquil zone. This is Bai Yixing, the only area untouched by any disturbances. It is solely due to the presence of a super high-tier mech. Kong Yin looked at the struggling Su Bai and said, "Uncle Mo, should we step in to save him?" Mo Laosen shook his head with a smile. "No need, he is the pilot of the legendary mech. This minor explosion poses no threat to him." Xiaolu defend. Faced with the energy storm generated by the explosion at close range, Su Bai could only brace himself, unable to perform any other actions. At this moment, and Yu's presence became crucial. Under her control, chains flew out, intertwining before Bai Wuchang to form a shield. However, as soon as the shield was formed, it was destroyed by the energy storm. And Yu had anticipated this. The energy within the core was depleting rapidly as the chains continued to output. Layer upon layer of chain shields clashed against the energy storm. Su Bai activated the golden core, enhancing his body with golden energy, attempting to further unlock Bai Wuchang's power. As expected, with the increase in his body's strength, the burden imposed by Bai Wuchang grew ever stronger. The most obvious phenomenon of this action was that the output chains deepened in color, and the time the formed shield could sustain itself was significantly extended. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sky suddenly brightened. The sky curtain device developed by the Morningstar Research Institute completed its self-repair and resumed operation. Looking at the sky, one felt peace and harmony. The warm sunlight and the white clouds made everything seem so beautiful. Yet the ground was a scene of devastation. Tornadoes swept through everything, and the earth cracked like a spider's web. The cities were reduced to ruins, and as far as the eye could see, there were corpses strewn about with cries of sorrow echoing endlessly. After several hours, the impact of the explosion had diminished significantly. Alarm! Bai Wuchang's core energy reserves are critically low. Remaining reserves 3. Ultimately, it was the strongest strike of a star-class mech compounded by the explosion of another star-class mech's energy core. The energy generated by both nearly exhausted Bai Wuchang's fully charged core energy reserves barely allowing him to withstand it. In the first moment after the explosion source dissipated, Su Bai hurriedly turned around, and upon seeing that the platform where Lan Qinxue was located remained intact, he sighed in relief. At this point, Bai Wuchang could not even maintain battle form and had reverted to his original appearance. However, compared to before, he now appeared disheveled and covered in dirt. Su Bai surveyed his surroundings. The Bai Yixing mech team's base had been completely destroyed. Oh no, wait, there was still one platform. The members of the mech team had not a single survivor. He looked down and was astonished to find himself seemingly in midair. The ground had transformed into a chasm under the erosion of the energy storm. Amongst it, one could faintly see red lava flowing. The alarm of energy depletion continued incessantly. Su Bai redirected his attention and flew towards the platform. On the platform, several attendants huddled together. Chen Xiao was clutching Lan Qinxue, his expression one of terror. Chen Xiao, are you going to kill me? Su Bai hovered in front of the platform with Bai Wuchang's head level with the platform. Now what are you going to use to kill me? The immense pressure brought by Bai Wuchang made Chen Xiao's liver and gallbladder quake with fear. He also had a mech, but it was merely a planetary class. One summoning it before Bai Wuchang was just inviting ridicule. Chen Xiao suddenly grabbed Lan Qinxue's long hair and yanked her up. With a flick of his wrist, a laser knife extended from the bracelet on his wrist. He pressed the laser knife against Lan Qinxue's neck, applying slight pressure. A cut instantly appeared on Lan Qinxue's neck. However, due to most of her blood being drained, not a single drop of blood oozed out from the wound. Stop! Su Bai shouted sternly, directly exiting the cockpit. With his calf muscles tensed, he suddenly exerted force, leaping onto the platform and rushing towards Chen Xiao. Stop! Chen Xiao shouted fiercely, his bravado faltering. If you take another step, I will kill her. Su Bai hurriedly halted, stopping 20 meters away. Let go of Teacher Lan, and you can state your demands. Let her go. If I do, I'll be the one dead in the next second. Then what are you going to do? Hand over the ownership of the legendary mech, and I will let her go. Su Bai, don't give it to him. Lan Qinxue shouted after knocking off the gag in her mouth. Don't worry about me, kill him. Slap. Chen Xiao harshly slapped her. A rapidly reddening palm print appeared on Lan Qinxue's cheek. You dirty whore. Shut up. He covered Lan Qinxue's mouth, threatening. Su Bai, think carefully, you have 1 minute. If you don't hand over the ownership of the legendary mech, I will kill her. Su Bai looked at him coldly. You think that just because I give it to you, you can pilot it. Don't dream. Now let Teacher Lan go, and I guarantee your safe passage. Chen Xiao, now driven mad, completely disbelieved him. If a lowly commoner can pilot the legendary mech, why can't I? He must be lying to me. Chen Xiao twisted his wrist, stabbing the knife into Lan Qinxue's shoulder blade, then drawing it out to press against her neck once more. Don't fool me. 30 seconds left. If you don't hand it over, she dies. MMM. Lan Qinxue shook her head frantically, tears shimmering in her eyes. All right, I'll give it to you. Su Bai maintained a composed expression and had Yu retrieve the mech imprint. 1 hand for the imprint, 1 hand for her release. Chen Xiao looked at the mech imprint, greed clearly displayed on his face. With this, he could pilot the legendary mech and become a revered mech master. With this identity, he could go to the celestial domain and use the best healing potions to restore his body. From then on, he would rise effortlessly, commanding the winds and rains. In the universe, where could he not go? What could he not obtain? Su Bai watched, mocking his ignorance. The legendary mech has a unique bonding mechanism. Without Su Bai's permission, the moment he steps into Bai Wuchang's cockpit, the mech's self-defense mechanism will automatically activate. That power does not originate from the mech master, but truly belongs to the gods. Only a god can withstand the power of a god. Under that power, let alone Chen Xiao, even a powerhouse capable of physically resisting spatial rifts would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Enjoy the last revelry of your life. Su Bai whispered softly, instructing Yu to approach Chen Xiao with the mech imprint. Teacher Lan, you will be safe soon. He consoled Lan Qinxue. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she blinked as if trying to say something. The tears fell onto Chen Xiao's palm, causing a slight itch, prompting him to unconsciously release his left hand and rub it against his body. At that moment, Lan Qinxue seized Chen Xiao's hand that held the laser knife and thrust it towards her heart. What would be the consequence of the laser knife coming into contact with flesh? Without a doubt, by the time Su Bai sensed something was wrong, it was too late. Teacher, at a distance of 20 meters with the strength of a level 3 gene warrior, he leaped forward. Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. Lan Qinxue was dead, and his only trump card was gone. He quickly reacted, lunging towards Yu, who held the mech imprint. Mech, legendary mech. Mine. But Yu had no physical form, her silhouette suddenly fading and disappearing from sight. In moments of life and death, one's potential is limitless. Seeing the legendary mech vanish, Chen Xiao's eyes turned fierce as he lunged at Su Bai with the laser knife. Die for me. Su Bai did not even glance at Chen Xiao. Bai Wuchang swiftly shot out a chain, ensnaring Chen Xiao. He embraced the about-to-fall Lan Qinxue, feeling an indescribable sorrow in his heart. The laser knife was not an ordinary steel product. The moment it pierced the heart, it completely destroyed her vitality. There was no possibility of survival. A faint smile curved on Lan Qingxue's lips. Her body had withered due to the loss of blood, her skin slack. Her cheeks were particularly pronounced. Despite this, when she smiled, it remained so gentle. Lan Qinxue raised her hand, caressing Su Bai's face. Perhaps it was a final flicker of life. At the last moment, she spoke fluently, her tone surprisingly cheerful. Teacher's body has already lost its ability to produce blood. There's no saving it. It's all thanks to the injected nutrient solution that I could last until now. I will not allow that beast to use my dying self to threaten you. Before dying, being able to see you made me very happy. Su Bai, you must live well. The universe is so vast, and you must go see it for me. As she spoke her last words, her voice grew weary and her gaze towards Su Bai was one of hazy liberation. Son, have you waited long? Mommy can finally come to find you. With that, her hand fell limply. Advance notice: this chapter has sufficient word count, and there is no suspicion of padding the word count. Note for those who ignored the advice at the end of chapter 23 and insisted on reading this part of the plot, let me clarify. First, I acknowledge that this segment does not fit the template of a satisfying happy ending. However, please consider the characters' actions within their current circumstances. There aren't any significant logical errors. Lan Qingxue's death was inevitable. If I were to force her to live, I would have to deliberately add plot elements that elevate her to an important role or make all the villains foolish enough to overlook such a major weakness in Su Bai. Otherwise, the subsequent plot development would always have such a loophole. Finally, I apologize to those who feel that this segment of the plot is unsatisfactory. You're Su Bai, right? From now on, I'll be your teacher. How pitiful. You've lost both parents at such a young age. How about calling me Mom? I'll raise you. If my son were still alive, he'd be just your age. This child is so stubborn. Still remember to come eat at teacher's place whenever you can. You've been accepted into Zhenyuan Academy. Wonderful. I'll apply to teach there immediately. I'll continue guiding you. I heard you're enrolling in Zhenyuan College. This is all the money I have. A basic starship ticket from here to Zhenyuan College costs 58,000 credits, and once you arrive, you'll need funds to survive. How could you manage without money? Keep pushing forward. Let me one day boast of having taught a student who entered one of the 5 S-class academies. Agony clenched his heart like a giant hand, twisting and crushing it relentlessly. Su Bai threw back his head and roared toward the heavens. As if only through that raw guttural cry could he find fleeting relief. Yuan Bao scrambled onto his shoulder and extended its tiny pink tongue, gently licking away the tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. On the other side, Yu stood motionless, her expression blank. Emotions had only recently awakened within her. Grief and sorrow remained alien concepts. Yet she was Su Bai's intelligent control assistant, bound to him since the moment of her inception. Every moment Su Bai had endured was meticulously recorded by her. Lan Qinxue was no exception. Gazing upon Lan Qinxue's lifeless form, an unfamiliar surge of emotion welled up within her. She wanted to weep. After a long silence, Su Bai lowered his head and carefully smoothed Lan Qinxue's withered, brittle hair. He closed her eyes and wiped the blood staining the corner of her mouth. Lan Qinxue looked as though she were merely sleeping, lost in a gentle, beautiful dream, her expression serene and peaceful. When he finished, he laid her body gently flat, rose, and strode toward Chen Xiao, who remained trapped. That gaze, cold, hollow, and utterly devoid of mercy, sent chills crawling up Chen Xiao's spine. As Su Bai drew near, a sharp, acrid stench wafted into the air. It's not my fault. Truly, not my fault. Chen Xiao shrieked in terror. She killed herself? I didn't lay a hand on her. Oh, Su Bai replied, voice flat and detached. Chen Xiao's face lit up with desperate hope. I knew you'd see reason. Before he could finish, the restraints snapped back, and Su Bai seized his throat, hoisting him high into the air. Chen Xiao clawed frantically at Su Bai's iron grip, kicking wildly, his face swelling crimson with suffocation. With his free hand, Su Bai seized Chen Xiao's left arm and twisted. Ryup. Arg. A piercing scream tore through the air as Chen Xiao's left arm tore clean off at the shoulder, exposing jagged ivory-white bone and blood gushing forth in violent arcs. Su Bai flung him into the cluster of terrified underlings. His footsteps echoed like the hushed tread of death himself as he advanced, determined to return inch by excruciating inch every shred of despair Lan Qinxue had suffered. Spare me. Please spare me. Chen Xiao's face turned ashen. He collapsed, pounding his forehead against the ground in frantic supplication. I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Without expression, Su Bai stepped forward and crushed Chen Xiao's left foot beneath his boot. Another unearthly shriek split the air. His foot disintegrated into pulped flesh, bones pulverized to dust beneath the relentless pressure. The surrounding underlings clamped hands over their mouths, too terrified even to draw breath. You can't kill me. My father is a senator of the Chongning Federation. Seeing his pleas ignored, Chun Xiao bellowed. I've already sent for reinforcements. They'll be here any moment. Kill me, and you won't live to see sunrise. Oh, Su Bai shifted his weight and pressed down slowly, deliberately onto Chun Xiao's left calf, grinding upward. The high platform reverberated with unceasing, soul-chilling screams. At 10,000 meters above, Mo Laosen shuddered involuntarily. Killing a man takes but a single stroke. Yet this youth, his cruelty, knows no bounds. Kong Yun's voice carried a tremor of fear. I'm not insane. I'd never provoke him. That would be suicide. He understood well his elder brother Kong Chen's nature, cold, calculating, and utterly devoted to self-interest. To antagonize a myth-class mech pilot for Kong Yun's sake clearly ran counter to the Kong family's interests. Without the Kong family's backing, Kong Yun wouldn't dare lift a finger against Su Bai, even if given 8 lives. Big Bai, a starship, is approaching. Energy signature confirmed, stellar class. Estimated arrival confirmed. It's here. A cascade of luminous data flickered across in Yu Yu's bright, intelligent eyes. Above the platform, space itself tore open, a vast circular rift yawning wide. Through it glided a starship, its hull bearing the most ubiquitous design in the cosmos. Its length stretched nearly 2 kilometers. Dozens of weapon emplacements bristled along its flanks. This was no mere transport vessel, but a battle-hardened warship. By now Chun Xiao's limbs had been reduced to shapeless pulp. The unbearable agony finally overwhelmed him. He slumped into unconsciousness. Su Bai drove his boot hard into Chun Xiao's left thigh stump. The searing pain jolted Chun Xiao awake. His first sight, blurred, dazed, was the colossal starship looming overhead. Emblazoned boldly on its hull was the insignia of the Chongming Federation, unmistakable, authoritative, omnipresent. For the first time in his life, Chun Xiao felt genuine warmth, even affection, toward that symbol. Save me! Save me! I'm here! He screamed desperately, just as Su Bai planted his foot squarely atop Chun Xiao's skull. Before he could press down, 2 Mechs descended from the starship. The lead unit was an old acquaintance, the Zhenfeng. But this was no battered relic. It gleamed with fully integrated armor, upgraded systems, and lethal precision. Hold your foot. Spare his head. Hurry, save me. He's the pilot of the myth-class mech, by Wu Chang broadcast across the stellar net. Hanging on the razor's edge of death, Chun Xiao's mind fractured. Suddenly he burst into manic laughter. Ha! Su Bai, release me now. My saviors have arrived. You've absorbed countless blows already. You're spent. Let me go, or face a full-strength stellar-class mech. You're finished. Teacher Lan is dead. Go join her in the grave. Crunch. Su Bai stomped down. Chun Xiao's skull exploded like a shattered watermelon, gore splattering across the floor. Su Bai lifted his gaze to Zhenfeng and asked, voice calm, almost bored, what did you say? The Zhenfeng pilot recoiled as if swallowing something foul. Then fury ignited in his chest. Boy, you seek death. Su Bai hesitated. As Chun Xiao had claimed, Bai Wuchang's energy reserves were critically low, not merely depleted but constrained by his own physical limits. The divine core within him could only channel so much power. That detail mattered little. What mattered was this: facing a complete operational stellar-class mech, Zhenfeng. In combat he stood little chance of survival. Su Bai chose deception over defiance, wielding authority like a shield. I am a cadet of Zhenyuan College. I stand here openly. Dare you strike me down? Inside he added silently, former cadet, but cadet remains technically accurate. After all, official enrollment lists wouldn't be published until training concluded. No risk of exposure. The word struck home. The Zhenfeng pilot faltered, hesitation flickering across his visor. In their private squad channel he conferred urgently with his comrade, a Zhenyuan cadet. Could this brat be bluffing? Who dares impersonate a Zhenyuan cadet? That's suicide. True enough, so what do we do? Kill him. Are you mad? Would you slaughter a Zhenyuan cadet? No witnesses. Zhenyuan will never know. If we don't, how do we explain this to Senator Chan? His son died before our very eyes. Their decision crystallized. The Zhenfeng pilot raised his main cannon, voice ringing with grim conviction. What does it matter if he's from Zhenyuan? Blood demands blood. Justice is absolute. Su Bai's brow furrowed slightly. In one fluid motion he retreated, vanishing back into Bai Wuchang's cockpit, ready to fight to the last breath. Chongming Federation. What is that supposed to be? A voice echoed in this space. Who? The Zhufeng mechanic became alert, scanning left and right using radar, yet unable to find the source of the voice. Inside the cockpit of the Bai Wuchang, and Yu Yu quickly pinpointed the location of the sound. Su Bai looked at the spot marked on the battle display. It was merely 100 meters away. Alert. The mecha has been locked on. Oh, truly it is a legendary mecha, Mo Laosen exclaimed, no longer hiding as ripples of water spread out, revealing the previously concealed mecha. I protected Su Bai, you all can leave now. The Zhufeng mechanic's expression darkened. After Mo Laosen's mecha was revealed, he immediately assessed its strength. Though both were at the stellar level, this one was undoubtedly much stronger. There are classifications even among stellar mechas. Zhufeng was merely the lowest tier. You are on the territory of my Chongming Federation interfering with our affairs. Are you not underestimating the Chongming Federation? Indeed, I truly do not take it seriously. Mo Laosan said honestly, the members of the Credibility Chamber of Commerce from the Kong family still need to heed the opinion of a 3-star federation. Trust. The Credibility Chamber of Commerce. As the largest commercial organization in the universe, there is none other. The name of the Credibility Chamber of Commerce is known to all, consisting of 5 family powers. Each generation's president is elected by a candidate from each family undergoing rigorous assessments. This generation's president of the Credibility Chamber of Commerce has the surname Kong. The Zhufeng mechanic immediately felt intimidated but still unwillingly asked, "Isn't the Credibility Chamber of Commerce supposed to remain neutral in the affairs of any faction? What you are doing goes against the Chamber's regulations. Do I need to consult you for my affairs?" Mo Laosan suddenly realized there was some truth to what he said, so he added, "Moreover, I do not represent the Credibility Chamber of Commerce, but the Kong family." "All right, then I'll leave right away." The Zhufeng mechanic took another person onto the starship and flew away, without hesitation, even neglecting Chun Xiao's corpse. On the starship. "Aren't you afraid he is a fraud?" The Zhufeng mechanic adopted a lecturing pose. "You don't understand, and we can't defeat him anyway. Whatever he says is what it is. It's just right to return and have an explanation in front of Counselor Chun. We can't go against the Kong family of the Credibility Chamber of Commerce. We had no choice but to leave. Ginger is still hot. It's truly impressive. Sigh, it's all just words of experience not worth mentioning." Su Bai emerged from the cockpit, walked to Lan Qinxue, and lifted her gently, as light as a piece of paper. He then turned his head to look at the few trembling subordinates 10 meters away. "To assist in wickedness, let everything go to accompany teacher Lan to the grave." Yuan Bao. "Owl." Yuan Bao with a low growl flashed its sharp claws and charged forward. After several screams, Yuan Bao, with its golden fur stained red, returned and lay low whimpering against Lan Qingshu's abdomen. At this moment, Kong Yuan emerged from the mecha with Mo Laosan following closely behind. Su Bai bowed in gratitude to the two. "Thank you." Kong Yuan felt somewhat guilty. Although Mo Laosan had told him that Lan Qinxue had resolved herself to die, even if she were saved, she would still commit suicide. Kong Yuan still believed that had he acted sooner, Lan Qinxue might not have died. "It's just a small effort. What are your plans next?" Kong Yuan changed the topic, extending an olive branch to Su Bai. "You should be aware that it is highly unlikely you can return to Zhenyuan Academy. Since Zhenyuan was established, there has never been a case of someone leaving during the training period and re-enrolling. Why not join the Kong family? The Kong family has the backing of the Credibility Chamber of Commerce, and resources will certainly not be lacking. I guarantee you will at least enjoy the same treatment as me. Consider it." "I will think about it," Su Bai replied perfunctorily. He had no intention of joining any faction, at least not for the time being. "Gentlemen, I apologize, I have a few matters to attend to." He glanced down at Lan Qinxue, and Kong Yuan, being perceptive, said, "The dead are the most important. You prioritize your matters. The door of the Kong family is always open to you." "All right, I understand." September 26th. It was auspicious for burial and relocation. The grave of teacher Lan Qinxue, her husband Yang Jun, and her son Yang Ning. Su Bai stands. "Teacher, I have sent those despicable ones down. Rest in peace." Su Bai touched the photo of Lan Qinxue on the gravestone. "Now you can see your son, right? A family reunion, quite nice." He just stood there staring at the familiar yet silent face in the photo, lost in thought. Chongming Star. Federation Council. I propose a bounty on Su Bai, including, but not limited to, the Chongming Federation territory. I disagree. Su Bai is someone the Kong family intends to protect. Counselor Chun, do you wish to offend the Kong family for your son, making the entire Federation pay for his mistakes? Exactly. Your son's issues are trivial. He deserves to die 800 times. You should have taken better care of your son. Now he has ended up like this. He deserves it. Let me tell you, stop dreaming. The Chongming Federation is not yours alone, and no one will accompany you in your madness. For the stability of the Federation, I propose to revoke Chun Wei's position as a member of the Federation Council. All in favor, raise your hands. Swish, swish, swish. Unanimously approved, the proposal passes. Chun Wei, this is not a place for you to please leave. On the left side, a seat where Chun Wei, who had just endured the pain of losing his son, was backstabbed by former colleagues, causing blood to surge, and he spat out blood, fainting immediately. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in his bed at home. Beside the bed, a woman was crying. Seeing him awake, she immediately began to wail. "Oh, my poor son. Chun, you must avenge our son. He cannot die in vain. We must capture that little beast surnamed Su and make him pay with his life." "Stop shouting. I have lost my position as a counselor." Chun Wei flipped over his wife, shouting angrily, "Get out. If it weren't for you pampering him, would he have ended up like this? You were yelling at me." The woman widened her eyes, then covered her face and sat on the ground crying, muttering phrases like ungrateful and incompetent, and I'm so unfortunate, and my son was killed, but I dare not seek revenge. Chun Wei's head ached. His wife's state was one he could neither hit nor scold. After a long time he sighed. You go out first, let me think of a way alone. Ooh, I won't let our son die in vain. After the woman left, Chun Wei lit a cigarette. The pain of losing a son made him feel as if he had aged 10 years. He opened a video, watching it repeatedly. It was the onboard video of the Zhufeng mecha from the previous rescue of Qin Xiao. He did not dare to show this video to his wife. The last tragic moments of his son's life were distressing enough for him, let alone for his wife. As he watched, he suddenly noticed something amiss. He adjusted to the moment when the Zhufeng descended from the starship. He turned the volume to the maximum and zoomed in on the video. Quick, save me. He is the driver of the legendary mecha by Wu Chang, reported by the Star Network. After listening multiple times, Chun Wei came to a definitive conclusion. Su Bai is the driver of the legendary mecha by Wu Chang. This news was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline. Chun Wei became agitated. On the Star Network, the news of the auction for the Bai Wu Chang pilot was causing a stir. It explicitly stated that the cult of the evil god, the Beast God sect, and the divine hunters were prohibited from participating. The purpose was clear: to protect this newborn legendary pilot. He had a conflicted expression, thinking for a long time. To go. The legendary pilot too. The safety of humanity. Killing my son means he must pay with his life. Chun Wei dug out a contact number he had obtained by chance years ago. Hello. That cold voice made his anxious heart settle. He was able to make contact. Chun Wei spoke in an extremely humble tone. Sir, I know who the pilot of the legendary mecha by Wu Chang is. Dubai, are you sure you want to take Bai Wu Chang away? On the starship, and Yu glanced at the devastated Bai star, which no longer resembled a cultured planet, but was instead filled with ruins. Wandering survivors like wild men. The Bai star's white figure, which is the mythical mecha by Wu Chang, emits a magnetic field pressure that deters the gold beasts passing through, preventing them from invading. If we take him away, given the current state of Bai star, it would be difficult to sustain against the invasion of the gold beasts. Su Bai spoke with a calm expression, countering the statement. Do they deserve the protection of the mythical mecha? He was never one to act selflessly. If it weren't for the existence of Lan Qinxue and Liu Zi, he wouldn't have brought back only a mythical subordinate, the Yin soldier, when he went to the Zhenyuan assessment. Now that Lan Qinxue was dead and Liu Zi was taken by Kong Yin, currently still soaking in the healing potion in the medical cabin, there was no one left in Bai star that he cared about. Naturally, there was no reason for Bai Wu Chang to remain. Alright then. And Yu did not refute Su Bai's decision, whether right or wrong. Let's set off. Understood, my captain. And Yu, wearing a sailor outfit, happily saluted and began to operate the starship. This is the terrifying aspect of intelligent life. She could even control mythical mechas. Piloting a planet-class miniature starship was a trivial task. If conditions allowed, she could even pilot a super-large starship on her own. On her first time piloting a starship, and Yu was thrilled, navigating freely through the cosmos. After 2 hours, she suddenly remembered that they were aimlessly drifting. Captain, your helmsman, and Yu has a problem. What's wrong? What is the destination? This question caught Su Bai off guard. At that moment, he was only thinking of leaving Bai star without considering where to go next. But as the captain, could he make such a basic mistake? Absolutely not. Su Bai racked his brain for an answer. Let's go to the Shuguang Military Academy. Received. Su Bai recalled the relevant information about the Shuguang Military Academy. It was the nearest level academy to Bai star. Graduates would be directly assigned to the border forces to resist the gold beasts. Since it was highly unlikely he could attend Zhenyuan, going to an A-level academy was undoubtedly a good choice. He needed tremendous military merit to save his parents. Hunting gold beasts was one of the fastest ways to accumulate merit. Going to the Shuguang Military Academy was just a lower starting point with a more difficult process. Sanghu location. I am in the Yalu Federation. Sang-Shi's cold voice paused for a moment as he searched for the location of the Yalu Federation, seeing that it was right next to the Chongning Federation. Immediately head to the Chongning Federation, there's prey. I have already sent Sang Nyo, Sang Tu, Sang Ho, and Sang Zhu there. You are closest, take the lead, and the rest will follow. Sang Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pray. This was the first time he received such an order since joining the God Hunters. With a stellar level strength, he was neither too high nor too low. Every mythical mecha pilot was immensely powerful. The organization's higher-ups went hunting. He had no part in those high-end affairs. He thought that only by growing to a higher level could he participate in hunting mythical mecha pilots. He didn't expect it to come so soon. Suddenly a doubt arose in his mind. Sang-Shi and our Sang team, only the captain is Nebula level. How could such a task be assigned to us? The higher-ups have their eyes on a big fish and can't spare personnel. Hiss, big fish. Before Sang Hu could continue asking Sang, she added, the beast god cult will send a high-star gold beast to cooperate with our actions. No need to ask further. After saying that, he cut off the communication. As the brains of the Sang team, and with the higher-ups intentionally nurturing him, he was able to access some confidential information. As for the others, forget it. They were not intelligent and easily let things slip. Kong family. In a conference room, Kong Chun was discussing business with someone. If there were outsiders present, they would surely recognize the person sitting opposite Kong Chun as one of the wanted God Hunters. But in the Kong family in the territory of the Credit Merchants Association, let alone God Hunters, even seeing a semi-formed gold beast would not be surprising. The reason the Credit Merchants Association could establish itself in the universe was that there were no competitors to rival it. This was mainly because it maintained a good balance, achieving relative neutrality. They did business with humans. They also did business with gold beasts. The reason the Credit Merchants Association could do business with both the evil factions and gold beasts yet still be tolerated by the Divine Kingdom was primarily because it had its principles. They were very well aware of what could be sold and what could not. Just like a net this time, regarding the information about mythical mechas, they directly removed the auction rights from the evil faction's forces. I wonder what brings Mr. Charlie here. Kong Chun raised his glass as Charlie was the representative of the God Hunters in transactions with the Credit Merchants Association and he should be given due respect. Charlie said directly, I heard your brother is protecting the pilot of the mythical mecha by Wu Chang. So what? He did not deny it. Since the other party asked directly, it meant they had already grasped the relevant information and denying it was meaningless. Tell your brother to give up the protection and leave him. Otherwise, when we take action, if he gets hurt, it may sever our friendship and disturb the peace. Oh, Kong Chin put down his glass, his smile fading somewhat. Are you threatening me? No. Seeing that Kong Chun was a bit angry, Charlie immediately corrected his posture. The God Hunters were constantly facing extermination from the Divine Kingdom and the Divine Domain, unable to sustain themselves, and still relied on the Credit Merchants Association for supplies. But he understood the Credit Merchants Association even better, as well as Kong Chun. How about a mining star? Not enough. Kong Chun replied expressionlessly, turning his ring. What if there's gold or inside? Oh, tests show that there are about 1,000 tons of gold, or with a margin of error of no more than 10 tons, and a gold content of at least 70 ton. A smile quickly appeared on Kong Chun's face as he extended his hand to Charlie. Deal. After Charlie left, Kong Chun contacted Kong Yun. What's wrong, brother? The God Hunters are targeting Su Bai. Then, we are in the business. Mythical mecha pilots are not indispensable to us. And the price they offered is very high. I understand. Kong Yun glanced at the two medical cabins. Zhang Lele was on the left, only her head visible. According to data, her injuries had healed, but she had not yet awoken. On the right, Liu's severed arm had already regrown the bone with flesh writhing on it, looking particularly disgusting and unsettling. Kong Yun sent a message to Su Bai's starship via an anonymous channel murmuring, I have no choice, I can only help you this much. Emos and Shu, let's go home. Yes. Ding. You have new messages, please check as soon as possible. Su Bai was planning what to do after entering the Shuguang Military Academy. He was abruptly interrupted by a message notification. He reached out to tap, and the email icon on the virtual screen unfolded. Sender anonymous content, God Hunters are coming, be careful. Name. Su Bai. What is this? A cute little kitten. Su Bai poked Yuanbao gently. Go on, meow twice. Mew mew. Yuanbao rolled his large expressive eyes and obediently meowed twice. Uncannily intelligent. Why does it look so much like a golden beast? After a moment's thoughtful silence, Su Bai replied, perhaps its ancestors strayed from the bloodline. The Longning Federation's border inspection officer slowly typed 3 question marks. He asked no further questions and cleared Su Bai's planetary-class microstarship for departure. Once Su Bai vanished beyond visual range, the officer composed and sent a message. Target has exited Longning Federation airspace and is en route to the Huangshe Federation. A pause of several seconds. Beep. Your account has been credited with 500 Federation credits. Longning Border Defense Command. Hey Brother Chun, Su Bai has crossed out of Longning Federation territory. I've sent you his coordinates. Thanks. When you're back, I'll treat you to dinner, old friend. Oh, come now. Brother Chin, you're too formal. The Longning Border Defense Director offered a courteous smile. The higher-ups have explicitly ordered no pursuit of Su Bai, but assisting you still carries considerable risk on my end. My memory fails me again. Last time I promised drinks for the brothers, and completely forgot. Beep. Your account has been credited with 500 Federation credits. Brother Chin, you really, never mind. Just don't do this again. I'll thank you on behalf of everyone else. He terminated the transmission, then immediately forwarded the coordinates to the designated contact. Su Bai's location passed through layer upon layer of intermediaries, until it finally reached Sang Hu. Brothers, we found him. Sang Hu grinned broadly. Beside him, 3 men and 1 woman erupted in exhilaration. A starship moored in the inky void of deep space ignited its engines and shot forward, cleaving the darkness. A single minuscule vessel sailed across the infinite expanse of the cosmos, profoundly, achingly alone. Su Bai stared unblinkingly at the stellar navigation chart. Within radar range, no other vessels registered. Yet an acute gnawing sense of peril coiled tightly around his heart. That disquiet had intensified steadily since crossing Longning Federation's borders. Xiao Lu, full speed ahead. How long until we reach Dawn Military Academy? And Yu projected a virtual steering wheel tailored to her size, and mimed turning it with theatrical flair. Upon hearing Su Bai's query, she ran a rapid calculation. At best, 3 days. What about initiating spatial jumps? And Yu spread her tiny hands in a gesture of helplessness, her cheeks dimpling with mild frustration. My dear Captain, this starship has reached its absolute limit. Spatial jump would tear it apart instantly in the turbulent currents of folded space. Su Bai's brow furrowed deeply. The urgency thrumming in his veins told him plainly 3 days were not enough. Not if that anonymous email was telling the truth. That dread likely emanated from the gods' hunters, a name whispered across star systems with equal parts awe and terror. According to official records, they had successfully slain 27 Mythic-class pilots. Their most legendary engagement remains unmatched. 7 Stellar Realm Mechs augmented by 2 Stellar Core Mechs and 5 Planetary Core Mechs deployed in coordinated suicide strikes, cornered and annihilated the reigning God King of the Pyramid Divine Kingdom at the very edge of known space. Note: Stellar Core and Planetary Core Mechs lie outside conventional classification tiers. They are powered by live stellar cores or planetary cores, harvested from healthy stars or planets. Advantages: unparalleled combat potency, catastrophic destructive yield. Disadvantages: near impossible to fabricate. Failure rates are staggering. Energy sources are non-renewable and irrevocably depleted after use. Piloting inflicts irreversible physiological damage. Historical data shows fewer than 1 in 100 pilots survive operating a planetary core mech, due to the profound cosmic violation inherent in their creation, each requiring the deliberate destruction of countless thriving celestial bodies. They are universally banned under interstellar law. In that battle, Mythic Shu perished. His divine core vanished without trace. No derivative mythic statue has ever been recovered. The Pyramid Divine Kingdom suffered such catastrophic losses it nearly fell from the ranks of the 5 great divine kingdoms. Facing the gods' hunters, Su Bai admitted, honestly, to himself, he held not a single shred of confidence. No, I cannot wait passively for doom. Beep. Slave hunting fleet detected, 30000 kilometers away. Scanning. Scan complete. Low-tier slave hunting fleet, 1 planetary-class starship, severely dilapidated, 2 satellite-class starships, battle-worn and heavily scarred. Threat index 7. 6. At the alert's chime, Su Bai's eyes lit up. Inspiration struck. On a cluttered, uneven deck, Lao Lang counted a thick stack of Federation credits. Beside him sat a large crate overflowing with cash. Nearby, DeFei's eyes gleamed with unrestrained excitement. Boss Wolf, we've struck gold. Look at you, so easily impressed. This is barely the beginning, Lao Lang chuckled darkly. There are plenty more natives on that primitive planet, enough to sustain us for quite some time. And the profits will keep rolling in. Soon we'll buy ourselves a brand new planetary-class starship and rise to dominance. Boss Wolf's wisdom is unmatched. DeFei flattered, then frowned curiously. But why do they need so many natives? Just think, the sheer volume of food required to feed them each day. You know nothing. They resell them at tenfold profit. We lack the channels, but if we did, our earnings would multiply several times over. These natives are hot commodities, among medical conglomerates and black markets alike. With no sovereign protection, they're used for clinical trials, underground death matches, organ harvesting. The applications are grimly endless. DeFei shuddered involuntarily, silently thanking fate he'd been born elsewhere. Then, sharp-eyed as ever, he spotted something drifting nearby. A closer look confirmed it, a human figure. Boss Wolf, look. Lao Lang followed his gaze. There, adrift in vacuum, floated a man clad in a tattered spacesuit, unconscious, clutching a sheet of corrugated metal. Retrieve him. Years spent hunting slaves had made Lao Lang intimately familiar with such scenes. They were invariably natives from undeveloped worlds, whose crude technology could barely scrape the sky, yet whose ambition dared the stars. They cobbled together rickety vessels and launched themselves blindly into the void. Did they imagine space was safe? Countless such contraptions failed catastrophically mid-flight, leaving survivors clinging to wreckage, drifting helplessly. The lucky ones were captured by slavers and sold into bondage. The unlucky ones simply waited for oblivion. Boss Wolf, why bother? DeFei asked, puzzled. There are legions of natives on that planet. We hardly need this one. You fool. Even a mosquito carries blood. And if we can pry his homeworld's coordinates from his lips, that's another entire planet of captives waiting for us. Still the wisest among us, Boss Wolf. DeFei gave a thumbs up and hurried to deploy a retrieval rig. Within moments, the man was hauled onto the deck. Is this guy insane? Nearly dead, and still cradling a cat. DeFei laid the man down and noticed nestled in his arms a golden-furred kitten. Even stranger, the kitten wore a miniature spacesuit. Lao Lang waved DeFei aside and drew a vial of substandard regenerative serum, carefully administering it into the man's mouth. Within moments, the man's eyelids fluttered open. His gaze brimmed with raw, unmistakable wariness and fear. Lao Lang handed DeFei a Bluetooth ERP-shaped device and inserted it into the man's ear, a universal real-time neural translator capable of decoding speech via cerebral wave patterns and rendering it in galactic common tongue. Then Lao Lang shifted his expression, softening into the warm, kindly smile of a simple rustic grandfather. Young man, what's your name? Where do you hail from? I remember nothing. What? You remember nothing? Lao Lang's face darkened instantly, his benevolent mask crumbling into irritation. Wasted a dose of healing serum on you. Take him below and lock him up. A small windowless room of roughly 5 square meters. The space was entirely sealed, monolithic and seamless, its silvery metallic walls revealing no joints or fissures. Su Bai ran his fingers along the smooth wall, cold to the touch. He clenched his fist and struck. A distinct dent appeared in the surface. Reassured, he leaned back against the wall and settled down at ease. They won't find me now. Indeed, this had been Su Bai's plan. The persistent sense of peril lingering in his mind suggested his pursuers likely possessed precise coordinates of his location. He instructed in Yu to activate autonomous navigation, directing the vessel onward toward Zhenyuan Military Academy. Meanwhile, he infiltrated a slaver fleet and drifted with it for an indeterminate time. Su Bai himself had no idea where he would end up, and doubted even the divine hunters could track him down. He removed Yuanbao's tiny helmet, broke off a piece of gold, and fed it to the creature. After finishing the morsel, Yuanbao rolled over contentedly, exposing its belly for Su Bai to stroke. Then Su Bai projected a film using his stellar projector. He stroked Yuanbao's soft belly while watching the film, utterly serene. A bag of chips and a fizzy drink would have made it perfect. After an unknown span of time, Su Bai's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he drifted into drowsy slumber. Boom. Beep. 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 First came a deafening crash, followed instantly by a frenzied alarm. Even within Su Bai's chamber, the lights flickered violently, bathing the room in pulsing crimson. Su Bai jolted awake, disoriented and uncertain of what had occurred. A tremor of anxiety tightened his chest. Had they truly found him? Were the divine hunters scent hounds? I've even abandoned my starship. Did they sniff me out? The alarm blared sharply, then ceased just as abruptly. Su Bai estimated less than 10 minutes had passed before the external shuddering and clamor subsided. Perhaps the starship's severe damage had compromised its power grid. The chamber plunged into absolute darkness. Clack! A metallic sound echoed from the wall. A hairline crack split the wall open, spilling light inward. Su Bai held his breath, muscles coiled and ready. His Yin troops, nearly shattered, were temporarily useless. Though Bai Wuchang's energy reserves remained incompletely restored, it retained enough strength for battle. The fissure widened further, flooding the chamber with brilliant light. Su Bai's eyes, unaccustomed to the sudden glare, squinted instinctively. He could only make out a figure clad in combat gear and wearing a helmet. Her striking silhouette was accentuated perfectly by the form-fitting suit. From beneath her helmet cascaded raven black hair, braided neatly down to her waist. The figure glanced leftward, to a shadowed corner untouched by the light, where a vague silhouette stood. Her helmet retracted silently, revealing delicate features. Slender willow leaf eyebrows framed large eyes, their pale violet irises radiating warmth rather than aloofness. Beneath a finely arched nose, her lips curved faintly, as if perpetually smiling. Hey, you're rescued. Lu Shi. Two voices overlapped, one bright and playful, the other startled and incredulous. Su Bai stepped forward from the shadows. Su Bai, what are you doing here? They spoke in unison as though rehearsed. They stared at each other wide-eyed and speechless for a full 2 minutes. Su Bai raised a hand first. You go first. Lu Shi didn't hesitate. Her brows snapped upward in exasperation. Why did you flee the induction training? What happened that you ended up captured here? On the day of training, she'd even planned to meet Su Bai at assembly, only to learn he'd vanished without a trace. Su Bai spread his hands helplessly. I didn't want to run, but my leave request was denied. As for why I'm here, well, it all began like this. And so on, and that's how it happened. He summarized his recent ordeal. Lu Shi listened, her expression darkening with indignation. No, we're returning immediately. I'll plead with the dean myself. We'll see. Su Bai felt a flicker of hope. Returning to Zhenyuan would be ideal. Yet he feared he might not even gain entry unless escorted. With Lu Shi guiding him, everything changed. By the way, how did you get here? Isn't this still the training period? He eyed her suspiciously. Did you run away too? Do you take me for you? This is phase 2 of training. I've been assigned to a fleet tasked with clearing slavers from this sector. Her pale violet eyes rolled playfully. And, well, here you are? Rescued. Xiao Shi. Is there anyone inside? A gruff voice interrupted their banter. Yes, one person. Lu Shi called back, then turned to Su Bai. Stay with me for now. Once my training concludes, I'll escort you back. Sounds good. Oh, and our instructor emphasized strict confidentiality. Revealing your affiliation with Zhenyuan during this phase counts as failure and incurs academic penalties. For now, pretend we've never met. You're simply a civilian rescue. Avoid complications. Across the void, a fleet of 5 starships, each encased in shimmering energy shields, raced forward like streaks of light carving through the heavens. Rows of colossal mechs resembling steel leviathans stood aligned on the deck, while cannon barrels extended from the hulls. Leaning against the wall, Su Bai gazed absently at the girl nearby, lost in thought. Yuanbao, Ao, don't you think Lu Shi has the perfect aura to be your mother? Ao. All love begins with attraction born of beauty. Su Bai didn't deny it. Lu Shi happened to embody his ideal. Kind-hearted and radiant. What soul wouldn't cherish such a girl? Beside a crimson-hued mech, Lu Shi meticulously inspected its outer plating for signs of wear. A girl with a cherubic face pointed towards Su Bai. Xiaoxi, look. Ever since he was rescued, he hasn't taken his eyes off you. Not once. They're practically glued to you. Lu Shi pushed off lightly from the floor, vaulting onto the mech's arm to examine its upper frame. Without glancing up, she replied coolly, let him look. Eyes belong to him. I can't forbid it. Born to extraordinary lineage, gifted with both breathtaking beauty and peerless talent, she had long grown accustomed to admirers crowding her path. Her prodigious aptitude, amplified by privileged access to elite resources, enabled her to break through the second genetic lock at a tender age. Within her petite frame raged the power of a primordial beast. Paired with a planetary-class mech, she stood unrivaled among her peers. Lu Shi's reasoning was simple: those who couldn't surpass her had no right to claim guardianship over her. Yet, she paused. Su Bai could probably subdue her single-handedly. As Su Bai drifted in reverie, a middle-aged man in combat fatigues approached and clapped him playfully on the shoulder. Kid, you've got taste. Smitten with Xiaoxi already. Startled from his daze, Su Bai flinched. Then remembering Lu Shi's warning, feigned ignorance. She's called Xiaoxi. The man sidestepped the question. Don't let her gentle demeanor fool you. She's fiercely proud. Only men who match or exceed her strength earn her regard. I recall her test results just 2 days ago. Her maximum strike output neared 1 teraton. And you kid, huh? That slim frame of yours. Doubtful. 1 teraton. Su Bai said nothing. Slipping a marble from his pocket, he transmuted it into gold. The golden sphere liquefied in his palms, seeping through his pores, coursing along his veins until reaching his heart, and then surging into the golden core space overlapping it. There a radiant golden core pulsed with brilliance. As streams of absorbed energy converged upon it, Su Bai sensed his body grow subtly stronger. At the very least, I should double that. Lu Shi finished inspecting the mecha and returned to her quarters. Su Bai withdrew his gaze and began chatting casually with the man. One asked with intent, the other spoke without guard. Su Bai swiftly pieced together the situation. This fleet belonged to the Cirque Federation, tasked with suppressing space pirates, slave-hunting squads, and apprehending unauthorized interstellar migrants. Brother Su, what's that over there? Amid their conversation, Su Bai learned the man's name was Su Li, a veteran crewman of the fleet. Su Li followed Su Bai's pointing finger toward the distance, where several faint lights shimmered far away. Likely just drifting asteroids, or perhaps another fleet. Su Bai squinted, studying the glimmering specks. Though, they look oddly like living creatures. Su Li stiffened. Slowly turning his head, he locked his gaze onto the lights. You're certain? My eyesight has always been exceptional. I'm positive these aren't asteroids or fleet vessels. Wait, gold beasts. The lights drew steadily closer. Su Bai now saw them clearly, colossal figures slashing through the void with razor-sharp claws, his tone unwavering, absolute. Su Li suddenly slammed a hand onto his earpiece and roared, battle stations. Battle stations. Gold beasts sighted. Then without another glance at Su Bai, he sprinted toward the mecha array on the deck. Beep, beep, beep. Within seconds, a piercing alarm shrieked across the starship. Its interior lights flared crimson. Moments later, the 4 surrounding vessels pulsed in unison with the same urgent red. Yuanbao, why must our luck be so wretched? Whimper. Nestled inside Su Bai's collar, Yuanbao rolled onto its side and let out 2 soft, mournful whines. Su Bai sighed and retreated back into the ship's interior. At present, he was merely an unremarkable survivor, rescued, unassuming, ordinary. His persona must remain intact. Lingering on the open deck now would shatter that illusion entirely. Inside the cabin, idle and curious, Su Bai wandered aimlessly, searching for a room with a view, hoping to gauge the unfolding crisis. He made his way upward, reasoning the upper decks would offer the clearest vantage. Perhaps all crew had rushed to battle stations. Along the entire route, he encountered not a single soul. Unaware that every step he took was being watched from the command center, he moved freely, until a voice murmured, "Captain, shall we detain these 2?" A man clad in a rigid trench coat adorned with metallic ornaments paused in thought, then turned to Lu Shi beside him. Xiaoxi, the people you rescued, you handle them. An unwritten law governed the cosmos. When a fleet defeated pirates or slavers, those rescued became the property of their saviors. Encounter kindness, and one might be set free. But misfortune could render one's fate no better, and sometimes worse, than capture by pirates. Lu Shi silently cursed Su Bai's inability to stay still, then strode out. Tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic cadence echoed down the silent corridor, the sharp, resonant tread of combat boots striking metal plating. Su Bai darted into the nearest room. He'd just realized his behavior bordered on rudeness, if not outright suspicion. To wander freely through a warship's interior during combat bore all the hallmarks of espionage. The footsteps drew nearer, then halted precisely outside the door. "Come out." Su Bai raised an eyebrow, exhaling softly in relief. It was Lu Shi's voice. "Xiaoxi, what a coincidence." Su Bai stepped out wearing his most affable grin. "Coincidence?" She regarded him with a half-smile, half-squint. "Yes, coincidence so precise that your every stray step was captured live on the captain's surveillance feed." Her smile vanished. Turning, she strode forward on long, elegant legs. "Follow me. By cosmic custom, you are now my ward. Behave yourself." Su Bai offered an awkward chuckle, glancing up at the ceiling-mounted camera. "This girl plays her part convincingly," he mused. Lu Shi led him to don a full combat suit. Without achieving divine physique, no human body could survive unaided in the vacuum of space. Su Bai stretched, frowning slightly at the snug, skin-tight suit. "Xiaoxi, where exactly are we headed?" "Just follow. No questions." Moments later, they stood before a towering crimson mecha, nearly 25 meters high. Lu Shi tapped her wrist display, the chest plating split open, revealing the cockpit. With knees bent and effortless grace, Lu Shi leapt upward and landed lightly inside the cockpit. As she turned to lower the access platform, Su Bai vaulted up beside her. She paused mid-motion and sealed the chest armor. Inside the cockpit, only a faint humanoid silhouette, cast in soft ambient light, illuminated the space. "You've seen my mecha before. Qiang, a planetary-class unit," Lu Shi told him. "I'll now initiate startup. You'll occupy the co-pilot seat linked via neural interface." "I know. I've piloted Shan Yo's mecha before," Su Bai replied, stepping into the co-pilot position. "Grant me operational authority." Lu Shi hesitated only a moment, then granted him secondary control rights. With a mere thought, artificial gravity dissolved. They floated weightlessly. Then two helmets descended. She handed one to Su Bai. As he fastened it, countless beams of light lanced forth from every corner of the cockpit. "I've configured the co-pilot interface to grant external visibility only until I reach exhaustion. This is still my training. Once I falter, you'll assume full control." "Agreed." "Agreed." The visor darkened momentarily upon sealing, then flooded with brilliant panoramic clarity. A synthesized voice chimed within the cockpit. "Beep. Systems self-check complete. Energy reserves 97. 21. Drive systems nominal. Sensor suite nominal. Armor integrity nominal. Weapon systems nominal. Diagnostic report concluded." Lu Shi exhaled deeply, lifted her leg, and stepped forward. Simultaneously, Su Bai felt the mecha surge into motion, his field of vision sweeping ahead. On the launch deck, dozens of standard-issue mechas stood poised, optical sensors glowing blood red. Along both flanks of the starship, energy cannons hummed, with lethal charge fully primed. Through the mecha's enhanced optics, Su Bai finally beheld the glowing specks in stark, chilling detail. 3 titanic monsters carved paths across the starfield. Scales gleaming cold and metallic, swarmed by countless smaller kin, an endless seething tide. So many gold beasts. Su Bai sucked in a sharp breath. Even having witnessed grand spectacles on the trial planet, this sight struck him with visceral awe. Their sheer concentration dwarfed anything he'd seen during the trials. Vast, overwhelming, sublime. Each time he beheld gold beasts, Yuanbao inevitably sprang to mind. Both fed upon metallic gold, yet Yuanbao's nature remained utterly distinct. Instinctively, he reached into his collar and pulled Yuanbao free. "Ow!" Drowsy and disoriented, the creature rubbed its sleepy eyes with tiny paws, bewildered as to why its peaceful slumber had been so abruptly interrupted. Was it mealtime? It extended a delicate pink tongue and gently licked Su Bai's hand. Gazing at Yuanbao's guileless, harmless face, Su Bai chuckled softly. "I've truly overthought this." This gentle fool shared not a single trait with the ferocious, savage gold beasts. Were all gold beasts, thus the cosmos would long since have known peace. With that, he tucked Yuanbao back into his chest and surreptitiously transmuted a glass marble into pure gold, slipping it into his inner pocket. Feeling the warm, gentle wriggle against his chest, he inwardly mocked himself. "I am human, yet I too absorb gold matter. If Yuanbao were truly a gold beast, I'd devour this entire mecha myself." In the captain's quarters, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. The hierarchy of the golden beasts was far simpler compared to that of humans. At this moment, 3 colossal figures became visible to the naked eye, their massive size showcasing their strength. 4-star golden beasts equivalent to the human stellar level. Only this flagship in the fleet had reached the stellar level in combat capability, while the Mechs on the 5-star ships were merely planetary level at best. Faced with 3 4-star golden beasts, there was no chance of victory, especially with those lower-level golden beasts lurking. Gulp, the vice captain swallowed hard, producing a dry sound. "Captain, what should we do?" The captain fixed his gaze on the approaching golden beasts, his eyes gradually sharpening. "What to do? The fleet's reserves of golden materials are insufficient. We can only fight." But those mech warriors are precious assets of the Federation. They cannot all die. He shook his cloak and walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass, his resolute voice resounding. Torai, issue the captain's order. A young man with a standard Western appearance rushed to a device and nodded. Soon the captain's voice echoed in every corner of the 5-star ships. Everyone, it has been confirmed that there are 3 4-star golden beasts ahead. As soon as these words were spoken, the crew members who had been gearing up instantly panicked, thinking it was just a small group of golden beasts. Inside the blaze mech, Lu's beautiful eyes narrowed. 3 4 stars. Su Bai's expression turned grave. 4-star golden beasts corresponded to the stellar level. He fought against 2 stellar mechs simultaneously at the White Star, nearly losing his life. If it weren't for the incompetence of his teammate Zhu Feng, who delivered a powerful blow that defeated the city breaker, the outcome would have been dire. Lu Shi pointed at the golden beast, which already revealed its fangs, and said, "Only this ship we are on is stellar level, and there isn't a single stellar level mech among us." In a scenario where 3 face off against 1 at the same level, the outcome is obvious. The captain's steady voice resonated again, infused with a calming power. "This battle is destined to fail, but you are all invaluable assets of the Federation, so I ask you after the battle begins to leave on your own while I stay behind to buy time." After a few seconds of silence, a resounding voice emerged. "For the Federation." The 4 words acted like a shot of adrenaline, with each mech emitting a spirited roar dispelling the earlier despondency. "For the Federation. For the Federation." In the captain's quarters, the vice captain watched the scene outside and excitedly said, "Captain, your strategy of retreating to advance is brilliant. They will surely fight with everything they've got now." "Moi." The captain shot him a cold glance. "Retreating to advance." The vice captain was taken aback, revealing an awkward smile. "You don't really intend to stay back to buy them time, do you?" "I, Kong Yulong, would never deign to trade a soldier's life for my own." But, the vice captain pointed at Kong Yulong, his face reddening. "We are nobles, most of them are commoners. So what? If you want to run, go ahead. I won't stop you." Kong Yulong no longer looked at him, turning to sit in the command chair, where translucent blue panels rose, presenting the entire starship in detail before him. Behind him, the vice captain pointed at him, unable to say a word for a long time, ultimately fleeing in disgrace under the disdainful gaze of the captain's assistant Tori. "Crazy. I don't want to die with you all." The fleet halted. Energy from the high-energy particle cannons converged to their limits. With a slap from Kong Yulong, they erupted forth. Boom. Boom. The particle beams sliced through the void, exploding among the golden beasts. The golden beast horde was instantly enveloped in blinding light. However, not a single person on the starship relaxed their guard. If this could annihilate the golden beasts, then the 4 stars would be too weak. Sure enough, within seconds, the 3 colossal figures charged out. The bombardment from the high-energy particle cannons only eliminated a few lower-level golden beasts. Not only did it fail to threaten the 3 4-star golden beasts, but it also made them even more furious. "Retreat." The loudspeaker echoed with Kong Yulong's shout. None of the Mechs on the deck moved, all their gazes fixated intensely ahead. "Captain's order. Retreat. Your mission is to protect the Selk Federation, to pursue star pirates and smugglers, not to throw away your lives to the golden beasts." The starship's cannons continued to fire incessantly as a disk device rose from the ceiling of the cabin, harboring even more terrifying energy. After an undetermined amount of time, some gradually lowered their heads. They understood that dying here was meaningless. If their deaths caused issues in this defense zone, even more lives would be lost. Their fervor began to wane. A mech saluted in the direction of the captain's quarters and charged in the opposite direction. With the first one gone, the rest no longer hesitated, saluting the captain's quarters before swiftly departing. Once they decided to leave, they would not waste any more time. Kong Yulong looked at the empty deck and smiled with relief. He feared most that these warriors would be inflexible and fight to the death. He even had the worst plans in mind, but fortunately the outcome was good. "Torai, you should go too. There are still some mechs in the mech bay. Although they are all industrial types, they are at least satellite level. With me buying time, there is still hope for escape." "No, Captain." Torai, seeing Kong Yulong about to persuade him, spoke firmly first. "The first rule of the assistant manual is the captain's assistant is the captain's right hand, always by the captain's side. Since you chose me at the academy, it is my honor to share life and death with you." Kong Yulong turned to look at Taurus' resolute eyes. That was faith. "Good lad, go gather the remaining non-combat personnel in the fleet onto the Mog, set it to return on its own, and then take over the armaments of the other 3 starships, feeding all the energy to those beasts." "Understood." In the cockpit of the Blaze Lu, she glanced at the captain's quarters. Through the large observation window, she could clearly see the determination on Kong Yulong's face. Quickly, she set aside her inexplicable emotions, maneuvering the Blaze, resolutely flying towards the rear of the fleet. "Is this how you leave? What else can we do?" Lu, she piloted the mech without glancing aside. "I know you have the strength to contend with 4-star golden beasts, but you mentioned that the God Hunters are looking for you. At this moment, showing off alongside a stellar-level starship might lead to a turnaround, but losses in Mechs, injuries, and exposure would be inevitable. If the God Hunters came, then my strength would not be enough to protect you, and you would surely perish. After saying this, she turned to look at Su Bai. So are you willing to gamble both our lives by staying? Su Bai shrugged, remaining silent. He admired Kong Yulong's decision, but would not risk his life out of respect. At the same time, he held an even higher opinion of Lu Shi, calm in the face of trouble, kind-hearted yet not overly naive. In the universe, holding a saintly heart won't let one live long. In the cockpit of the Blaze, Su Bai cleared his throat enthusiastically. Wasn't that joke just now funny? Don't worry, I have more. Let me tell you another one. Shut up. Lu Shi glared at Su Bai, her light purple eyes ablaze with anger, her temples throbbing. Not long after leaving the starship, Su Bai began telling her some painfully cold jokes. She didn't laugh, but it was Su Bai who was grinning from ear to ear. Lu Shi promised that if given another chance, she would definitely stay. Oh. Su Bai replied awkwardly. He noticed Lu Shi was in a bad mood and kindly tried to lighten it with jokes, which were clearly funny, yet she didn't laugh. Unable to pilot the mech or tell jokes after a while, Su Bai felt a bit bored. He looked outside through the neural connection device. A few minutes later, he let out a light gasp, his eyes widening. Xiao Shi, if you dare tell that damn cold joke again, I'll turn back. However, what followed made Lu's eyes' fiery rage dissipate instantly. No, look to the left, isn't that a golden beast? In the magnificent starry sky, countless golden beasts were gnawing at a massive milky white light sphere within which floated 4 starships. Captain, the energy is almost depleted and we can no longer attack. Tori pointed to the enormous light shield outside. If the 4 starships connect their defensive shields, they might hold out for another 2 minutes. What should we do now? How long have we been holding on? 3 hours and 28 minutes. 3.5 hours is enough for them to run far away. Isn't it strange why the main ship depletes energy faster than the other 3? Tori showed a look of confusion. He had been controlling the firepower system all along, yet the Stellar-class starship exhausted its energy even earlier than the other 3. He tentatively replied, is the main ship's energy not full? Kong Yulong pressed a button in front of him, causing the ceiling of the captain's room to retract. He turned to look at the disk device that had been gathering energy since the first wave of attack. It's all there. At the top of the main ship, within a 3-meter diameter disk device, a basketball-sized pitch-black light sphere trembled, continuously drawing energy from the bottom of the disk. The fluctuations emitted by the light sphere distorted the space, and as the compressing sphere reached its peak, it was bound to unleash a cataclysmic rebound. Tori, I will give you one last lesson. Kong Yulong took control of the 4 starships, madness gleaming in his eyes. Who said that when energy is depleted, one cannot attack? The strongest trump card has yet to be played. The leftmost starship cut off its energy supply to the defensive shield, the energy gauge on the instrument instantly hitting empty as it surged out of the shield and plunged into the swarm of golden beasts. Boom! The explosive firelight was brighter than the combined defensive shields of several starships, and the violent explosion, accompanied by wreckage, shredded a large number of golden beasts like a meat grinder. Caught off guard, even the 3 4-star golden beasts sustained injuries. Following that, the 2nd and 3rd starships charged in one after another. Amidst the raging flames, the golden beasts twisted and struggled. Tori had never witnessed such a scene. He was frozen in place since the 1st starship's suicidal charge. As seconds ticked by, the flames gradually subsided. The once vast swarm of golden beasts was reduced to a mere few dozen, with only 3 4-star ones remaining. The lower-tier golden beasts had all perished in the explosion. Kong Yulong stood atop the starship, gazing across the starry sky at the 3 golden beasts. In the face of these massive creatures, which dwarfed him 100-fold, he showed no sign of fear. Without the protective shield, the gale generated by the explosion caused the captain's cloak to flap vigorously. Tori suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed solely on the towering figure before him. Go! Attack! To the left. Bang! A golden beast's sharp claw struck, leaving 3 deep gashes on the waist of the Chihua. Inside the mech, Lu's eyes face turned pale. The nerve connection device allowed the pilot to feel the damage sustained by the mech, which, though somewhat weakened, was still excruciatingly painful. Are you okay? Su Bai asked with concern, his focus unwavering. He was in the co-pilot seat, constantly monitoring the area around the Chihua and anticipating any threats. I'm fine. Lu Shi gripped a beam of light and swung it forward. The Chihua, wielding a large blade, slashed, creating a half circle of fire that cleaved the golden beast in front of it in half. In close combat, cold weapons proved more effective than hot ones. The death of one golden beast did not deter the others, as 7 or 8 uniquely shaped golden beasts surrounded the Chihua. Su Bai's expression grew serious as his gaze remained fixed on the perimeter of the encirclement. A massive creature comparable in size to the 3 golden beasts from earlier loomed in midair. 4-star. In comparison to the 100-meter-long 4-star golden beast, the Chihua appeared as a mere toy. Since their encounter with the golden beasts hours ago, only 7 had survived after the initial onslaught, and the Chihua was now heavily damaged. During this time, the 4-star golden beast had not made a move, and Su Bai sensed that these remaining 7 were significantly stronger than those encountered previously. It was using the Chihua as a sharpening stone. Clang! The Chihua's blade clashed against the golden beast's scales, sparks flying. Like a signal, the other 6 quickly moved in. The 7 golden beasts coordinated their attacks from 7 different angles. The Chihua instantly deployed a protective shield, yet it only lasted half a second before being torn apart. Whoosh! The large blade swiped upwards, flames erupting. Then the Chihua's left hand contracted, revealing a hole through which energy surged, launching an attack in an instant. The 4 golden beasts in front were forced back, but there was no escaping the assault from behind. 3 attacks struck the Chihua without any cover. Warning! Warning! Back armor damaged. We're level at 67. Puffed. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson-stained lips and her pale face caused Su Bai to feel a pang of heartache. Shall she let me take over? She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze resolute. Wait until I reach my limit, then you can take over. She was well aware that the Chihua was being used as a grindstone. But with Su Bai behind her, wasn't she also using these golden beasts as a sharpening stone? Shaking her dazed head, the prolonged high-intensity battle was pushing her to her limits. Piloting a mech not only required the body to endure the load imposed by the mech, but also drained mental energy at an alarming rate. Roar! The Chihua's reaction was recognized by the golden beasts. Knowing that their enemy was nearing defeat, they let out a ferocious roar. The 7 golden beasts scattered, circling the Chihua slowly. Suddenly, a golden beast lunged from behind. Behind! Su Bai warned, instinctively reacting. Surprisingly, the Chihua made a corresponding movement. A powerful kick sent the beast flying. Before Su Bai could react, the burdens came surging from all directions. He quickly glanced aside. She had already fainted, her body floating motionless in midair, her helmet inexplicably missing her braided hair, cascading down as she hung her head, obscuring her face. Su Bai took a deep breath and moved his limbs. First, he needed to deal with the golden beasts in front of him. The 7 golden beasts were bewildered by the Chihua's swift counterattack. Weren't they supposed to be on the verge of collapse? Why were they reacting so quickly? Seizing the moment of confusion among the golden beasts, Su Bai quickly adapted to the load imposed by the mech. The load of a planetary-class mech seems to have no effect on me anymore. The instant he connected with the mech, it felt as though his instinct for battle ingrained in his bones, and the muscle memory of years of rigorous training were awakening. Gripping the large blade, he felt an urge to strike, his gaze fixed on the golden beasts as he unleashed his blade. Everything unfolded as if planned. The angle and force of his strikes left the 7 golden beasts defenseless. At this moment, the flames spewing from the blade were no longer the previous pillars of fire, but slender lines of fire, more solid, less detectable, and far more deadly. With one strike after another, like antlers of an antelope, they were imperceptible, creating a vast expanse of fireline. The 7 golden beasts were momentarily stunned. Had they been playing with them all along? Seconds later, Su Bai sheathed his blade. The Chihua stood with its back to the golden beasts, quietly awaiting something. Bang! The sky full of firelines erupted, and with it the 7 golden beasts were obliterated. Su Bai was savoring the sensation from just moments ago. Roar! A furious roar snapped Su Bai back to reality. Damn, I forgot there was still a big one. The 4-star golden beast was equally bewildered, contemplating sharpening its offspring. The survival of the golden beast relied on a strategy of nurturing and survival. As long as a few remained, it was sufficient. Who could have anticipated that a moment's distraction would lead to the slaughter of all its young? Whoosh! A crimson streak of light cut through the darkness. Behind him, a 100-meter giant beast relentlessly pursued. An eye seemed to grow on Su Bai's back, halting his forward momentum as he began to plummet downward. The giant claw of the golden beast grazed past the head of the blazing flame, appearing perilously close, but the golden beast grew even angrier. This was not the first time. Each time it came that close. Su Bai adjusted his posture and continued to dash forward. He wondered if the divine hunters had some special method to locate Bai Wuchang's position. Otherwise, how could he explain the persistent sense of crisis in his heart? After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Forget it, just to be safe, it's better to keep Bai Wuchang hidden until it's absolutely necessary. He suppressed the impulse to take out Bai Wuchang and engage the golden beast behind him, deciding to endure for now and continue his escape journey aboard the blazing flame. The Lone Wolf Star Pirate Group. Boss, we haven't made a move in 3 months. We must strike it rich this time. The one-eyed star pirate browsed the star network and said, I have insider information. The Lick Merchants Association has a resource ship passing through here. Let's rob it. The surrounding star pirates grew excited, each chiming in with their thoughts. At that moment, one of them spotted a red light in the distance and exclaimed, Boss, look at that. The one-eyed star pirate looked over and exclaimed joyfully, It might be a small meteorite. Perhaps it contains minerals. He promptly turned the starship towards the red light. As they drew closer, someone noticed something amiss. Boss, that seems like a mecha. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed star pirate rushed to the observation deck using a high-precision telescope to confirm it was indeed a mecha, feeling a bit disappointed. A mecha is still a mecha. Send a messenger to inform them they are surrounded by the lone wolf star pirate group. Yes. The messenger quickly ran to the equipment and began to relay the message. Ding. Incoming call request. Would you like to connect? A call A. At this moment, Su Bai had already spotted the starship ahead. Could it be they've found me? He became vigilant, ready to activate by Wu Chang's mecha space at any moment. Connect. Beep. 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 Connection successful. Red mecha, listen up. We are the Lone Wolf Star Pirate Group, and you are now captured. Our starship is equipped with Z3 class cruise cannons, so we advise you not to resist foolishly. Upon hearing this, Su Bai halted his action of retrieving by Wu Chang to escape. Star pirates. Damn, that startled me. The blazing flame transformed into a streak of light charging straight into the Lone Wolf Star Pirate Group. Boss, look. That person seems to be sensible. They know they can't escape and are coming here themselves. Of course. The one-eyed pirate was pleased, believing that their pirate group's reputation in this area had grown again. No, no, no. What do you mean no? Straighten your tongue and speak. It's bad. Boss, look behind him. A subordinate rushed from the cabin and handed the one-eyed pirate a telescope. Though it was not as high precision as the one on the observation deck, it was sufficient, as Su Bai had already covered quite a distance. Damn, the one-eyed pirate exclaimed in panic. Behind the red mecha was a colossal golden beast. Quick, turn the starship around. Send. Send the order. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Ding. Incoming call request. Would you like to connect? Connect. Hey, big brother, change your direction. I was wrong. Su Bai dodged the golden beast's giant claw again and said slowly, aren't you here to catch me? I'm coming to you myself. The one-eyed pirate was almost in tears. You're followed by a 100-meter golden beast which looks absolutely like a 4-star. Am I crazy to still want to catch you? Don't. Big brother, I'm actually a good person. I'm just pretending to be a pirate. Yes, I'm a good person, just pretending. Please change your direction. Oh, I really am a good person. Hee, but a sly smile crept across Su Bai's face. I'm not a good person. With that, he cut off the call. Damn it. WCNMLGB. Hearing the notification of the call being cut off, the one-eyed pirate cursed angrily. Just then, a red light swept past the starship, and the one-eyed pirate inadvertently caught a glimpse, seemingly seeing the mecha waving at him. Boom. Su Bai heard a loud noise behind him, but did not slow down, continuing to flee. The golden beast, having failed to catch Su Bai numerous times, was exceptionally irate. Seeing a starship dare to approach, it wasn't that a blatant provocation. It immediately vented its anger on the starship, not stopping until it was reduced to fragments, then accelerated to continue the chase. Su Bai noticed movement beside him and turned to look at Lu Shi. You're awake, are you alright? What is this? Sudden unconsciousness caused her brain to short-circuit, leaving her somewhat disoriented. She had not regained control of the mecha, as it was common sense. If the co-pilot was engaged in battle, taking over control rashly would lead to major errors. With a thought, the helmet that had disappeared earlier reappeared. After Lu Shi put it on, the external scene came into view. Where are the golden beasts? Where are the 7 massive golden beasts? She vaguely remembered battling the 7 golden beasts before losing consciousness, and now none were in sight. Filled with confusion, she began to view the panoramic perspective. Upon seeing behind her, her pretty face suddenly stiffened. At that moment, the 4-star golden beast swung its claw again. Lu's eyes' light purple pupils constricted sharply. Just as she thought she was going to die, the blazing flame dodged at an incredible angle. She widened her eyes. Did it dodge? But the next moment, the golden beast struck again, and Lu Shi hurriedly exclaimed, "Focus on piloting the mecha, do not get distracted." Su Bai nonchalantly replied, "It's quite safe right now." Safe? Do you think the blazing flame is a mythological subordinate like Yinbing, or a mythological mecha like Bai Wu Chang? The blazing flame is just a planet-class mecha. You're being chased by a 4-star golden beast. Tell me how this is safe. Lu Shi almost lost her composure as a lady. Yeah, it's quite safe. That big guy can't hit me out. It's been chasing me for a long time, and I'm still fine. Su Bai looked down on the opponent strategically, yet tactically did not dare to underestimate them, always paying attention to the golden beast's movements. After all, that last hit, when he lost focus, really hurt like hell. Lu Shi glared at Su Bai in annoyance, choosing not to speak further. She clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Disturbing him now could lead to being caught by the 4-star golden beast. If he couldn't summon Bai Wu Chang in time, both of them would be doomed. A woo. Su Bai felt the yuan bao on his chest wake up, still calling out continuously. He immediately took it out, gaining an additional perspective. He saw the yuan bao lying on his hand, continuously calling out in one direction. Do you want to go that way, eh? A woo. Su Bai thought for a moment and flew in that direction. After all, he didn't know the way, and wherever he ran was fine. Since the yuan bao wanted to go, he might as well check it out. Blazing flame, Lu Shi silently thought. Bring up the mecha data, recording images. Yes. The primary authority of the blazing flame ultimately belonged to Lu Shi, allowing her to bypass the current operator to view everything about the mecha. Lu Shi focused her attention on the images displayed directly onto her retina. I want to see just how big the gap between us really is. At the border of the Huangshi Federation, a miniature starship sped forward at full throttle. Suddenly, a net of energy descended, ensnaring it. In the darkness, a much larger starship emerged. Several figures stood on the deck, waiting for the small starship to be pulled over. They were the members of the God Hunters, led by Sang Hu. Brother, who did we really catch it? It feels like hitting cotton with a punch, barely any effort, and it's done. This should be it. The news from the Chongning Federation said it was this starship. They wouldn't dare deceive us. Before long, the small starship was pulled up, and the group forcefully opened the hatch. Inside, it was completely empty. No one. Damn it, we've been played. Brother, who, what should we do? Sang Hu slammed his fist against the hull in anger, cursing, and then contacted Sang Shi using his star device. Hey, we found the starship. It was set to autopilot, and there's no one inside. No one. Sang Shi frowned. Without coordinates, finding someone in space is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. After thinking for a while, he said, you all stay put for now. He'll request assistance from the higher-ups to have the Myth Council's mythic pilots use their technology to forcibly locate it. This is Chihua. The image froze at the moment Chihua sheathed his sword, one hand hanging down while the other gripped the hilt as the shattered remains of the golden beast exploded in a rain of blood behind him. Lu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Instantly killing 7 golden beasts of the same level had exceeded her understanding of Chihua. That exquisite sword technique with the ability to weave flames into threads was far beyond her capabilities. Su Bai, what? You've been hiding quite well. Lu Shi directly projected the image. She had seen Su Bai wielding the golden powder rose of Kong Qing during the assessment on the star. But the visual impact of facing it directly was incomparably different. Back then he seemed like a genius of swordsmanship. Now he could be called a grandmaster. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and spoke up. You found me out. In Bai Star, who doesn't know the name of the mad swordsman Su? He didn't claim that swordsmanship was innate. That would be too far-fetched. Lu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, showing no signs of doubt, as this explanation made sense. In her mind, the image of Su Bai transformed into that of a peerless swordsmanship genius who had trained diligently through summer's heat and winter's chill. At that moment, Yu jumped out from Su Bai's star device. Her expression was serious, with faint red lights flickering around her. Bai, it's bad. Bai Wuchang has been located. What? Damn it, what should we do? Su Bai was momentarily flustered. He couldn't think of anyone besides the God Hunters who would track Bai Wuchang. He forced himself to calm down, or in times like these, he couldn't lose his composure. How did they locate us? I even threw away the starship. Using the permissions of the mythic intelligence, and Yu explained quickly. The star network is unknown. The mythic intelligence can access some permissions of the star network. When the mythic mech by Wuchang was created, it was already connected to the star network, and the information is stored in the star network database. They forcibly locked onto Bai Wuchang's coordinates through the star network database. Although I am also a mythic intelligence, I was born not long ago, and the other side has 3 mythic intelligences acting simultaneously. I couldn't intercept them. After saying this, she lowered her head, guilt evident on her face. It's not your fault. Su Bai carefully dodged the attacks from the golden beasts behind him while contemplating a strategy. Fighting was definitely not an option. With Bai Wuchang's coordinates locked, fleeing was also. Wait, you said the coordinates locked were for Bai Wuchang, right? Yes. And Yu realized his thoughts and proactively took on the task. Just like with the previous starship, I can pilot Bai Wuchang in the opposite direction to draw them away. But you. Su Bai had some concerns. There's no but about it. Besides, you am the only one who can control Bai Wuchang. And Yu smiled brightly. Don't worry, I am an intelligent life form existing in the star network, and I can return to your star device at any time. However, this means Bai Wuchang will most likely be lost. It's fine, but it's just a mech. Your safety is the most important thing. Su Bai felt relieved. For others, a mythic mech was a lifelong dream that was hard to attain. But for him, Su Bai didn't care at all. Did he really think he obtained the mech imprint of Bai Wuchang through normal means? The ability to turn matter into gold was unimaginably useful. Time is of the essence. Every second wasted makes it more dangerous. Bai, bring out Bai Wuchang. Okay, mythic mech Bai Wuchang. Su Bai focused, connecting his brainwaves to the mech space. Bai Wuchang appeared among the stars. The suddenly appearing colossal mech left the 4 golden beasts stunned. The size of the mech was not much smaller than theirs. For a moment, they were unsure whether to continue the chase. And Yu merged into Bai Wuchang. She controlled Bai Wuchang, casting a reluctant glance at Chihua, as if she could see Su Bai in the cockpit through layers of protection. I'm sorry, Bai, I lied to you. I am an intelligent life form born from Bai Wuchang's core. If Bai Wuchang is lost, I will revert to my previous state of program without thought or emotion. She murmured softly, suppressing her reluctance, and resolutely flew into the distance. Su Bai's life would always be her top priority. Suddenly Su Bai felt an emptiness in his heart. At that moment the golden beast, seeing the large mech fleeing, became emboldened and charged at Zhenyuan once more. Without Bai Wuchang to protect him, Su Bai became much more cautious, suppressing his inexplicable feelings and carefully dodging. He half-jokingly, half-seriously asked Lu Shi, who had been silent. "The god hunters are hunting me, aren't you afraid of getting caught up in this?" Su Bai observed Lu Zai's expression, ready to leave if he saw even a hint of dissatisfaction. Without Bai Wuchang, he still had the Yin soldiers. Although the Yin soldiers were severely damaged, they should suffice for a brief escape. Kong Qing was not mistaken. The pride deeply rooted in this young man's bones wouldn't allow him to drag Lu Shi into this for his own safety. Lu Shi shot him a glance. "Just drive your mech well, a stop with the nonsense." Su Bai smiled, feeling warmth in his heart, and chose not to say more. Not long after. Shall she look ahead? Lu Zai's expression stiffened. If she remembered correctly, Su Bai had mentioned this before, and they had then encountered the golden beast swarm. Now there was also a 4-star golden beast behind them. If another one appeared in front. "Let's hide on that planet." "Who?" Lu Shi let out a long breath, but turned out he meant a planet. Su Bai locked onto the coordinates of the planet ahead and shared them with Lu Shi. Along the way he had encountered many planets, but none had life. The planet ahead didn't seem like a life planet either. Su Bai asked about it simply because Yuan Bao wanted to go there. Moreover, as they got closer, he felt an inexplicable attraction to that planet. Lu Shi looked at the designated planet. It was gray. This was her first reaction. The completely gray planet showed no signs of artificial modification, confirming that it was the most common dead star in the universe of no value whatsoever. "Shall we go up and hide for a bit?" Lu Shi glanced at the relentless golden beast behind them and nodded. Continuing to run was not a solution. They were too obvious in space. Perhaps if they hid on the planet for a while, the golden beast would give up. Seeing Lu Shi nod, Su Bai piloted Zhenyuan straight toward the gray planet. Gray, gray, still gray. The blazing flame plunged headlong into the realm of the gray planet, and all that met the eye was a sea of gray. Su Bai was not flustered. Instead, he felt a sense of joy. The fact that he could not see the path meant that the golden beast behind him could not see him either. They were like headless flies, neither could fare better than the other. The blazing flame changed direction several times in the murky gray gas, and then descended straight down. After what felt like an eternity, the monotonous gray made Su Bai feel as though he hadn't moved at all. As time passed, watching the gray lighten a bit, Su Bai's heart leaped with joy. Almost there. Lu Shi focused her attention, and through the faint gray mist, she could vaguely see the scene below. She widened her eyes, straining to look down, faint movements visible in various colors on the surface. This made her waver. Could it be that this was not a dead star, but a life-bearing planet? Suddenly a roar echoed from the gray mist, and Su Bai's expression changed as he hurriedly tried to dodge. But with no vantage point, where could he hide? A giant claw pierced through the murky gray mist and struck fiercely. The blazing flame was hit squarely and instantly sent flying. Damn! The pain in his back made Su Bai curse. What a persistent ghost. Su Bai. Lu Zai's trembling voice sounded. The golden beast swatted the blazing flame out of the gray mist, and Lu Shi saw clearly what lay below. A mining planet. A mining planet is the most precious type of celestial body in the universe, more valuable than a life-bearing planet in this age of planetary transformation. A mining planet signifies resources, wealth, and a bright future. Su Bai looked down. Colorful ores were exposed directly on the surface with a hint of gold among them. Ordinary people would be exceptionally delighted to see such a vast treasure of ores, let alone such a large mining planet. However, at this moment, neither Su Bai nor Lu Shi felt the slightest bit happy. The surface was swarming with golden beasts devouring the gold mines, the ground riddled with holes. This was a mining planet discovered by the golden beasts. For golden beasts that fed on golden materials, the allure of such a large mining planet was fatal. Lu Zai's doubts were resolved. No wonder this star system, where golden beasts were seldom seen, had encountered 3 4-star beasts, and then another one. It was all due to this mining planet attracting them. Roar! Another loud roar echoed, and Su Bai had no time to think further as he flew downward. Right behind him was the 4-star golden beast, and there was no escaping. Though there were many golden beasts below, including 4-star ones, they only consumed gold mines, and the areas with other ores were relatively safe, with few golden beasts. As he ran further away, the pursuing 4-star golden beasts gazed at the red flame, their eyes drawn to the gold mines. A human-like conflict flickered in their beastly eyes. In the end, they could not resist the temptation of golden materials, abandoning the pursuit of Su Bai. Seeing this, Su Bai hesitated whether to take the chance and turned to escape. Just as the thought arose, the gray mist churned, accompanied by the roars of beasts. He saw more golden beasts emerging behind him. He hurriedly flew downward, seeking a nearby hollow with few golden beasts. A deep blue mining cave. The blazing flame hid within. After achieving temporary safety, she took over the control. Blazing flame, send a distress signal to the Academy. Distress signal sending. Beep. Beep. Transmission failed. Severe magnetic interference signal cannot be sent. Lu's eyes expression changed. She had forgotten that this was a mining planet with chaotic magnetic fields where most communication devices were inoperable. With the signal unable to go out, it was practically impossible for anyone to discover this mining planet, which appeared just like a dead star from the outside. Rather than placing hope on that, it was more practical to wish for all the golden beasts to choke to death. Hearing the failed transmission, Su Bai fell into silence. Outside, the golden beasts were innumerable, like ants that could kill an elephant. Even if there was Bai Wuchang with him, he wouldn't dare to guarantee an escape. Moreover, he was no longer around. Open the mecha. I'm going out to take a look. She silently opened the cockpit door. The moment the door opened, both of their helmets expanded fully, enclosing their heads. The gas composition on the gray planet was unknown. Whether the environment could support life was uncertain. Everything was a mystery. Given their current strength, it was better to be cautious. Suddenly, Su Bai thought of something and hurriedly pulled out Yuan Bao from his pocket. Looking at Yuan Bao, who showed no signs of discomfort and blinked its big eyes adorably, Su Bai sighed in relief. It was fine. This little creature had encountered many peculiar places since childhood, and he had long grown accustomed to it. Now that it could live without oxygen, one more oddity didn't matter. Look at the place you brought us to. I really believed your nonsense. You tricked me once on the assessment star, and I still haven't learned my lesson. Su Bai's temper flared as he glared at Yuan Bao. Rebellious kid. You can't wait for me to kick the bucket, can you? Ying, don't whine. Yuan Bao silenced its cries, its big eyes rolling around. Then it shrank its neck and jumped down from Su Bai's hand, darting outside. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Bao vanished around the corner. Su Bai hurriedly chased after it. Yuan Bao, Yuan Bao. Behind a massive rock, Su Bai poked his head out, lowering his voice and beckoning to Yuan Bao. 5 meters away, on a bare gold mine, 3 small golden beasts were clawing at the gold or greedily gulping it down. The kitten's eyes. Yuan Bao ignored Su Bai and ran towards the gold mine. Su Bai's heart raced to his throat, fearing that the 3 golden beasts would casually smash Yuan Bao into a pulp. He nervously fixed his gaze ahead, his muscles tensed, leaning forward, ready to charge at any sign of trouble. Closer. Drip. A drop of sweat fell inside the helmet. Su Bai didn't dare to blink. Yuan Bao waved its limbs, its petite body leaping among the rubble, exceptionally agile. Roar. The 3 golden beasts noticed Yuan Bao lifting their heads to look this way, letting out a cautious roar. Su Bai drew his combat suit's sidearm, gripping a dagger in the other hand. But the next scene left him wide-eyed with astonishment. The 3 golden beasts merely roared once. Perhaps they mistook Yuan Bao with its golden fur for one of their own. For whatever reason, they made no further move and continued to bury their heads in eating. Yuan Bao evidently anticipated this outcome, its feet not stopping as it ran over to join in. In the mining cave, she calmed down. Giving up in the face of adversity was not her nature, even though it was a deadlock. Su Bai. She prepared to discuss what to do with Su Bai, suddenly recalling that he had gone outside. After waiting for a while, she grew a bit worried. The outside was filled with golden beasts, and Su Bai hadn't returned for quite some time. He wouldn't have run into trouble, would he? She decided to go out to check. Taking a knife from the mecha's storage space, she jumped down from the mecha. The cockpit of the blazing flame closed, the camouflage system activated, and the fired mecha color transformed until it blended seamlessly with the deep blue ores. She gripped the knife sheath in her left hand, holding the knife handle in her right, cautiously feeling her way outside. Su Bai held the golden ingot, continuously poking its soft little belly. The innocent look in the ingot's big, watery eyes was striking. Su Bai felt a bit of existential doubt as he personally witnessed the palm-sized ingot devour a gold mine many times its size in just a few minutes. Are you the Doraemon ingot? Is there a bag of treasures in your belly? Not only Su Bai, but the 3 little golden beasts not far away were also bewildered. Such a vast area just disappeared. She followed the tracking device on her battlesuit to find Su Bai. At first, when she saw Su Bai's position not moving, she thought he was already done for. With a heart full of hope to take a look, she was surprised to see Su Bai with a silly expression poking the golden little beast. Su Bai. She called out, but when she saw no response, she walked over asking, "What are you doing here, Su Bai?" Su Bai came to his senses, flicked the ingot on its head, and said, "I told you not to run around." After stuffing the ingot back into his arms, he made a shushing gesture to Shi. Understanding she cautiously approached. Unfortunately, as she jumped from one large rock to another, things didn't go as planned. A piece of rubble fell. The 3 little golden beasts were attracted by the sound. If they had still been eating gold, or they surely wouldn't have cared about such noise, but now that all the gold or had been consumed by that little creature. Su Bai and Shi exchanged glances and ran towards the direction they had come from without hesitation. The little golden beasts chased relentlessly behind them. What should we do? Su Bai glanced back at the 3 golden beasts, which were not much larger than him, and the distance between them was increasing. Well, take them down. Su Bai slowed his pace, slightly, saying, "Lead them into the hole where the mech is." I saw that area when we came down. There's no gold or there, so there shouldn't be any golden beasts. All right. 5 minutes later, She was the first to enter the cave, followed by Su Bai. The 3 golden beasts stopped at the entrance, whining as an eerie blue light emerged from within the cave, making them uneasy. Seeing that the golden beasts didn't follow and Su Bai turned back, and thinking about why they weren't coming in, he picked up a piece of rock and turned it into gold. Estimating that the purity reached 14K, he stopped. 14K gold was far more enticing than gold or mixed with impurities, and the 3 golden beasts no longer hesitated to pounce towards Su Bai. Su Bai chuckled to himself, oh, after all, a beast is a beast. He tossed the gold nugget to the ingot and ran into the cave. Seeing that the gold nugget had vanished, the golden beast's eyes turned red, and they sped up. Xiao am coming. Upon reaching the open area where the Mechs were parked, Su Bai drew his dagger and turned to counterattack, transforming from prey to predator, taking advantage of the golden beast's momentary confusion to strike. Just as Shi was about to throw the large sword to Su Bai, she saw him charging in with a dagger, stunned for a moment before grabbing the large sword to help. Clang! The dagger clashed with the golden beast's sharp claws, producing a metallic sound. Su Bai landed a punch on the waist of the golden beast on the right, leaving one for Shi while he fought 2 golden beasts alone. The last golden beast attempted to attack Su Bai. Shi arrived in time, striking down with her large sword to intercept it. Hang in there, I'll finish it and come to help you. Without listening to Lu Zai's words, Su Bai focused on the 2 golden beasts in front of him, his dagger dancing nimbly at his fingertips. Under the reflection of the alloy blade of the dagger glimmered with cold light in the air. Roar! The golden beast crouched low, growling. Both beasts charged forward simultaneously. As the dagger paused, Su Bai reversed his grip on it and rushed forward. Clang! Another crisp sound echoed. Seizing the moment, Su Bai drew a pistol from his waist, aiming at another golden beast, and pulled the trigger. A flash of fire burst from the muzzle, and the bullet shot towards the golden beast that was mere inches away. But it missed. Su Bai twitched his mouth. How could it go astray? It must be a problem with the gun, probably a counterfeit product due to kickbacks. Having missed the golden beast, he saw it about to bite him from half a meter away. He dropped the gun, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and leaped into the air. The golden beast lunged forward, but missed. On the other side, Shi clashed with the golden beast once more, her delicate brows furrowed. She recalled Su Bai's extraordinary knife techniques from her memory and unconsciously tried to mimic them. However, with each clash, she found it increasingly difficult. Those profound knife techniques were beyond her level. By the time she realized it, she had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Su Bai glanced over and quickened his movements, noticing that she was not in a good state. I'm done playing with you guys. For him, a Fuss-star golden beast posed no pressure at all. The golden beast lunged at him again, one leaping up with exposed fangs while the other charged from the side. Su Bai executed a sliding kick, raising his dagger, which slid directly beneath the leaping golden beast, piercing its body as easily as cutting tofu. One fell forward, the other fell back, and the dagger instantly ripped it open. The golden beast dropped without even having the chance to scream, its innards spilling onto the ground. At that moment, another golden beast charged over. Su Bai seized its left forelimb, smashing his elbow into its face. Then, holding the dagger horizontally, he stabbed into its neck again and again until the blood gushed forth, shimmering with gold, until it breathed its last. Suddenly, Su Bai felt a craving sensation from his cells. It was like the instinct of a hungry person wanting to eat. He stopped and looked at the golden beast. Having not absorbed golden energy for a while, his golden core was somewhat reluctant. The desire within him grew stronger. Su Bai reached out, pressing his hand against the wound of the golden beast, but there was no reaction. After pondering for a moment, he used the dagger to cut open the sleeve of his battle suit, exposing his palm, and pressed it against the golden beast's wound once more. The golden light in the golden beast's blood began to gather, flowing into Su Bai's bare skin. In the blink of an eye, the blood flowing from the golden beast lost its golden hue. Following the same method, Su Bai absorbed the energy from the blood of another golden beast. After finishing, he prepared to help Shi. Roar! A loud roar startled Su Bai. Looking in the direction of the sound, the last remaining golden beast had discovered the situation here. Roar! It let out another earth-shattering roar far louder than the previous, one causing Su Bai's face to change drastically. This is bad. This beast was signaling for help. Shall she get to the mech? Flame! Shi reacted quickly. The mech materialized, the cockpit opened, and she turned and jumped back into the mech. Su Bai took over the battle with the golden beast, jumping onto its back from behind the dagger, plunging down directly into the golden beast's head. As he twisted the dagger, the golden beast's body went limp. Su Bai felt the ground tremble slightly beneath him. He didn't even have time to absorb the golden energy from the golden beast's blood lightly tapping his toes. He grabbed Lu Zai's hand, reaching out from the cockpit, and returned to the cockpit. Run inside. At this moment, the only option was to run inside. There might be a chance for survival. The golden beasts outside had already been attracted by the little golden beast's roar, and going out would be akin to seeking death. Fortunately, the cave was spacious and the 10-meter-high flame could move freely. Guided by the faint glow emitted by the oars, the flame ran deeper into the cave. Bang! Just after they started running, a loud explosion echoed from outside. The ground began to shake violently, and debris fell from the top of the mine. The clattering sounds hitting the machine made Su Bai and Lu Shi feel tense. We cannot let it collapse. Perhaps their prayers had worked. After running for a while, the tremors subsided, and the mine returned to calm. Lu Shi felt a bit guilty. I got distracted and didn't kill it quickly enough. It's okay, Su Bai replied, keeping his attention on the surroundings, not taking Lu Shi's words to heart. Now was not the time to assign blame. If they were to do so, had he not absorbed the golden energy and quickly killed that golden beast, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Setting aside his thoughts, Su Bai shifted his focus back to the outside. Xiaoxi, do you see that the ore has changed? Lu Shi had been focused on running inward and hadn't paid attention to her surroundings. Hearing Su Bai's words, she looked around. The originally pure dark blue, or now mixed with some red iron ore. The Zhenyuan mecha was made primarily from red iron alloy. The mecha's steps gradually slowed as more red appeared before them. Such a large quantity of the rare red iron ore was present here. Su Bai couldn't help but think of a bad idea. The lower mine wouldn't be connected, would it? Pitter-patter. As he contemplated whether to stop here, the sound of the golden beast's frantic footsteps echoed from the mine passage behind them. Lu Shi contemplated for a moment and handed over the control of the mecha to Su Bai. Under his control, the Zhenyuan felt completely different from when it was under her command. Su Bai didn't refuse. After taking control, he continued running deeper. As they went further in, the branching paths in the mine increased. The ore around them changed repeatedly. Each time he spotted a hint of gold, Su Bai immediately dashed towards another fork. An hour passed. Su Bai stopped at a crack and listened carefully. There was no sound coming from the mine passage, and he let out a sigh of relief. We should have shaken it off, right? We did shake it off, Lu Shi said quietly, but I think you won't be able to find your way back now. Su Bai's relieved expression stiffened, realizing. Yes. While running, he had only focused on avoiding the forks with gold ore and hadn't paid attention to much else. Right. Su Bai suddenly recalled the previous images. The mecha should have recorded it. It even captured the images from the previous battle. Unfortunately, it didn't. The special magnetic field fluctuations in the mine interfered with the functions of the Zhenyuan. The planetary-level mecha's onboard imaging system cannot filter out interference. Then, Su Bai was stunned. What should they do now? He couldn't even count how many forks they had passed. Wanting to retrace his steps seemed like a pipe dream. Let's take a chance. Lu Shi also felt helpless, having forgotten to remind him of this. She was completely oblivious to the basic knowledge about the mecha's standard detection equipment. In the cosmos, constantly being aware of the environment is common sense. He had exhausted his mental energy and hadn't recovered, and after resting briefly, this was the result. A dozen golden beasts rushed past in front of them, and the Zhenyuan fell from the top of the mine passage. Su Bai, give me back the control. Lu Shi glared at Su Bai. He chuckled, awkwardly refusing to give up control while constantly arguing. Actually, I usually have pretty good luck. When I buy lottery tickets while others lose heavily, I can still win 20 from 100. Oh, Lu Shi coldly replied. Your luck is indeed good. Encountering 18 waves of golden beasts in 2 hours. Maybe. Perhaps this place is just against me. They'll definitely be more careful from now on. You've said that 13 times already. Lu Shi didn't bring up the control issue again. She had only mentioned it once to Vendu. Otherwise, as the pilot, she could have forcefully regained control. She thought it was okay to have bad luck, as long as they could escape. That was good. If she had faced those previous waves, she wouldn't have escaped at all. Su Bai guided the Zhenyuan close to the wall, cautiously moving forward. Upon reaching a corner, the steps of the Zhenyuan grew lighter. At the corner, a red mecha head cautiously peeked out from behind the wall, exposing only one eye, then quickly retreated. Phew. It's fake. It must be fake. It's all an illusion. After the corner, several golden beasts couldn't turn around. Roar, I. Roar, I. Just then something zipped past. Su Bai, run now. Lu Shi was furious. Once Su Bai spotted the golden beast, she naturally saw it too. 19 times, a full 19 times. Damn it. I'm not running anymore. Just a few one-star golden beasts. Let's see if I can't take them down. Su Bai felt a bit of anger. He had been running all this way and kept encountering golden beasts. This damn place was truly against him. He drew his sword and charged out from the corner. Several golden beasts hadn't reacted yet and were sliced into pieces like vegetables. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of earth-shaking footsteps echoed behind him again. Su Bai turned around, and a massive paw along with an expanding mine passage appeared before him. 4-star. After bravely facing a wave, Su Bai decisively stowed his sword and resumed his escape. Light. Xiaoxi, look, there's light. Only a few forks later, blinding light streamed in from the cave entrance. See, I told you I had good luck. We found the exit. Lu Shi stared at the golden beasts behind them. They seemed oblivious to the Zhenyuan and charged towards another fork. Just as she felt relieved, she heard Su Bai's excited voice. She looked ahead and indeed saw the light. Could it be that his luck had turned? The brightness streamed in from the cave entrance. Hundreds of meters of mine passage quickly came to an end beneath the towering Chihuahua. Standing at the cave entrance and looking outside, the joy on the faces of the two in the cockpit gradually faded. Su Bai, this is fake, right? Lu Shi's voice trembled. Then she suddenly lunged at Su Bai, grabbing his neck and losing her composure as a lady. You have good luck? I thought your luck had turned. Cough, cough, cough. Su Bai rolled his eyes and pulled Lu Shi down. This woman is truly ruthless. He felt hopeless too. What lay before them was indeed an exit, but it was the kind of exit that meant death. Outside was a massive ravine filled with gold, or where there was gold, or golden beasts were sure to follow. The rocky walls on both sides were dotted with dense openings, making it a nightmare for anyone with claustrophobia. Golden beasts continually entered and exited from the openings. The entrance where the Chihuahua was located was at the bottom of the ravine. Lu Shi glared coldly at Su Bai, her light purple pupils twitching with anger. Su Bai could no longer be allowed to pilot the mecha. After encountering 19 waves of golden beasts, they had successfully run into the golden beast's den. She was completely despaired by Su Bai's luck. What did it mean to have no bad luck, only worse luck? This was a perfect example. As she prepared to take control as the main pilot and reclaim driving rights, there was a loud boom. Bang, bang, bang. A thunderous sound erupted from the mine passage behind them as a 100-meter-tall 4-star golden beast squeezed into the several-meter-high mine passage, charging towards them. The passage kept widening under its massive body. Rocks continuously fell, shattered by its giant claws. That one from before is back. Lu Shi was momentarily flustered. Su Bai forced himself to calm down, his mind racing as he searched for a glimmer of hope in the ravine. The mine passage behind them was filled with golden beasts. Facing a 4-star golden beast in the mine passage, the outcome was something that didn't even require thought. What to do? What to do? In front lies a den of wolves, and behind a fierce tiger. The blazing fire is caught in the middle, at risk of being torn apart at any moment. The valley not only has a floor full of golden beasts, but the rocky walls on both sides, and even the skies are filled with many golden beasts. Don't even think about rushing forward, or just managing to escape 10 meters would be considered a miracle. Is this how I am meant to die? I truly refuse to accept it. Awoom. Yuan Bao. With the golden beast still 100 meters behind Su Bai, heard Yuan Bao's anxious cries. He sighed and said, "You know it's all over, don't you?" Awo. A hint of human-like urgency appeared on Yuan Bao's small face as it continuously pointed in one direction. Su Bai was taken aback, and looking in that direction, he saw a pure glimmer of gold in the center of the valley. Pure gold. The golden beasts do not even spare impure gold mines. How could there possibly be such pure gold material left uneaten? It's unreasonable, far too unreasonable. Shall she look over there? Lu Shi, not realizing they were about to die, wondered what Su Bai wanted her to see, but she still obediently looked over. Being clever, she quickly noticed something was off. Su Bai fixed his gaze on that glimmer of gold, feeling a gambler's impulse arise. Shall we take a gamble? All right. If there was a path to survival, that peculiar place was the only option. 3,000 meters. The blazing fire accurately stated the distance from here to the center of the valley. Exiting the cave would instantly result in being torn apart by the golden beasts outside. 3,000 meters. How could that be possible? What seemed like an insignificant distance in the universe now felt like an insurmountable chasm. Lu's eyes' flickering hope quickly dissipated. Su Bai glanced back at the 4-star golden beasts, and a mad idea surfaced in his mind. The golden beasts were 50 meters away. Chai, and how much energy is left in the core? 41, that's enough. Su Bai raised his left arm. Chayan's left hand contracted, firing an energy cannon at the golden beast's underbelly. Roar. The golden beast let out an enraged roar and quickened its advance. A normal attack did not cause it any harm, but it provoked the pride of the beast. Then Xiyin turned around, storing 35% of its core energy in its back, quietly waiting. Lu Shi, witnessing everything before her, immediately understood Su Bai's intention. You'll die. Su Bai grinned. I've always had a tough life, you can't easily kill me. Boom. The golden beast had arrived. With a furious strike, it landed on Chayan's back, tearing apart the fiery red armor and exposing the mechanical components beneath. Warning. Warning. Back armor damaged. Damage level at 87. Su Bai's face turned pale, then flushed red. He felt as if his internal organs were thrown into a meat grinder, the intense pain causing his blood to reverse, blood slipping from his tightly pressed lips. He fixed his gaze on the center of the valley. Using the golden beast's enraged strike, Qiyin quickly surged outward. The golden beasts outside hesitated for just a moment, but upon seeing this steel creation that was not one of their kind, they roared angrily, intent on tearing it apart. Lu Shi, her eyes tense, dared not blink. Among the swarm of incoming golden beasts, she spotted at least 3 4-star beasts. As they were about to be surrounded by the golden beasts, Su Bai remained calm. Explode. Boom. The 35% energy stored in the Mech's back suddenly detonated. The self-destructive explosion pushed back the surrounding golden beasts, and the shockwave from the close-range blast accelerated Chian's speed, even further, the cost being the complete destruction of its back armor, revealing a corner of the cockpit. How much energy is 35% of a planet-level mech? He wasn't sure, but it was more intense than taking a furious hit from a 4-star golden beast, giving him a clear understanding. Su Bai felt as if his body was no longer his own, like a grenade had exploded inside him, fragments wildly churning his flesh and organs, the excruciating pain making his mind feel a bit hazy. He trembled as he grasped the dagger, and in the blink of an eye the dagger turned to gold, absorbed by him. The golden material flowed into the void space within his heart, absorbed by the resplendent golden core, and then flowed through his limbs and bones, nourishing his battered body. The nourishing energy allowed Su Bai to catch his breath. There was nothing else in the cockpit, so he shifted his gaze to Lu Zai's large blade. Seizing the moment while Lu Shi was nervously focused on the outside, he grabbed it, performing a series of fluid actions. At last he managed to hold on. After absorbing the golden material, the intense pain in his body was alleviated. The ruptured blood vessels within him reconnected. The broken bones showed signs of healing. Su Bai secretly rejoiced, glad that nothing went wrong, everything was going according to plan. Being able to absorb golden material to restore his body was the capital that allowed him to act so boldly. Otherwise, he would have preferred to turn back and face the 4-star golden beasts in the mining tunnel. Boom! Qian fell onto the golden hill, shattering upon impact, debris scattering everywhere. The shattered back of the mech constantly flickered with sparks, as if it were about to be scrapped at any moment. Strangely, despite such a violent impact, the golden hill showed no signs of damage, not even a dent. The hardness of this golden material is astonishing. The small hill, about 100 meters in diameter, appeared like a forbidden zone. The golden beasts halted outside, fearful to take another step. Su Bai gazed at the golden beasts outside with a bright smile. I did it. I didn't die. I actually survived. Lu Shi stared at Su Bai, whose complexion was pale and whose mouth was bleeding, murmuring, "Madman, you're truly a madman. Was I cool just now?" Su Bai, suppressing the pain, got up and extended his hand towards Lu Shi with a smile. Lu Shi regained her senses, shot him a glance with her beautiful eyes, and took his hand to rise. Su Bai paid no mind, opening the cockpit door and stepping out. "I'll go check the situation first." "Wait." Lu Shi called out to him, retrieving a syringe from the storage compartment. "This is the Holy Domain serum developed by the Heaven's Divine Domain." Saying so, she jabbed it towards Su Bai. Su Bai looked at the thick syringe, inhaling sharply, and tightly shut his eyes. Lu Shi teased, "You're not afraid of so many golden beasts, but you're scared of getting a shot." Su Bai remained silent, gritting his teeth, his mouth twitching. Revenge. It must be deliberate revenge. The Holy Domain serum that Kong Yun took out clearly looked like something to drink. How did it turn into a syringe here? He felt a sharp pain in his forearm, followed by a warm sensation spreading throughout his body, slowly easing the pain inside him. Although it couldn't compare to the effect of absorbing golden material, it was better than nothing. All done. Lu Shi pulled out the syringe and turned to look for something. "Where's my sword? Did you see my sword?" Still immersed in the shadow of the needle, Su Bai's expression stiffened, and he evasively replied, "What sword?" "I didn't see it. Su Bai never touched swords." Lu Shi cast him a suspicious glance. Her sixth sense as a woman told her that this guy had something to hide. Such a large sword. This is truly bizarre. But unable to find evidence that Su Bai had hidden the sword, she reluctantly gave up, thinking that he must have tossed it aside in the panic of getting into the mech. "Hey Xiaoxi, I'm going out to take a look first." Su Bai quickly ran out of the cockpit, fearing he would be asked more questions. At the bottom of the valley, which spanned thousands of meters, stood a small golden mountain. Within 100 meters of this small golden mountain, there was not a single golden beast. Su Bai stepped out of the blazing flames, picked up a piece of golden material, and examined it. Strange, it's not a gold mine. Its purity must be around 20K. He threw a piece of golden material forcefully upwards. As soon as it left the 100-meter range, it was swallowed whole by a golden beast circling above. He picked up another piece of golden material from the other side and threw it straight down. It too was eaten as soon as it left the designated area. Lu Shi, having seen Su Bai's actions, asked, "Did you find anything?" "A little bit," Su Bai replied while toying with the golden material. "The golden material is not the problem. It's not afraid of this. I threw out 2 pieces and the golden beasts ate them without incident." Lu Shi was puzzled and said, "I'll go check over there." Just as she turned around, the sight of the charred back of the blazing flames caught her eye, causing her pupils to constrict. Such severe injuries, while the damage to the mech is reduced when transmitted to the pilot, it shouldn't result in the mech's back being nearly destroyed. Su Bai still acted as if nothing was wrong. She remained silent and walked to the other side. Everyone has their own secrets as long as they are fine. "Oh whoa." Yuan Bao clawed at Su Bai's chest, barking excitedly. "I almost forgot about you, little hero." Su Bai chuckled, picking up a fist-sized piece of golden material, purifying it to 24K, and stuffing it into his pocket. Yuan Bao immediately cheered and began to eat eagerly. For it the taste of high-purity golden material was far better and more beneficial, akin to comparing a radish and ginseng. Both are edible, but the latter is infinitely more nutritious. Su Bai picked up another piece of golden material, a hint of confusion flashing across his brow. If I'm not mistaken, is it easier for me to goldify items now? The mental energy consumed is also less. No, wait, my mental energy has increased. Could it be that absorbing the golden material from the small golden mountain healed my injuries? Absorbing this bit of golden material is far more effective than absorbing so much golden energy from the golden beasts on the assessment star. This small golden mountain is quite intriguing. Su Bai Lushi quickly completed a circle within the 100-meter range and said, I didn't find anything. It's all the same as this. Feeling somewhat dejected, she realized that not finding out why the golden beasts were afraid meant they were trapped here. It's not like they could carry the golden mountain and fly away. With such a strong physique, they wouldn't starve in the short term, but over time, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Su Bai spread his hands. Let's rest for now. After all, the golden beasts dare not come in. Let's regain our spirits first. All right. Both turned back towards the cockpit. Before entering the cabin, Yuan Bao jumped out of Su Bai's arms. Su Bai warned, stay close and play nearby. Don't wander off. Yuan Bao nodded, eagerly clutching a ball of golden material and happily frolicking. The next day, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. Yesterday, while Lu Shi was not paying attention, he absorbed more golden material and felt that the pain in his body had almost disappeared. If he could, he would even want to absorb the entire small golden mountain. Unfortunately, that isn't possible. He had tried before. There's a limit to his body. Each time he absorbs a certain amount of golden material, there must be a digestion phase for his body to gradually strengthen. If he forced the absorption, the golden energy would clog up inside, which would be counterproductive. Su Bai got up. She was already awake. Conditions were not suitable, so she quickly freshened up, combing her hair in front of a mirror. She didn't even know where it came from. Su Bai looked at Lu Shi as she combed her hair and teased, Little Shi, what kind of boyfriend are you planning to find in the future? Lu Shi paused in her movements and replied, someone of the same generation, stronger than me. Is that all? At least he shouldn't be too ugly. Su Bai grew happier with each word. Look at me, I fit the bill perfectly. We'd make a great pair. You? Lu Shi opened her mouth, but the rebuttal never came out. She knew she wasn't stronger than Su Bai. And not only was he not ugly, he was somewhat handsome. But at home. She stared at Su Bai for a while, and under his expectant gaze half-jokingly said, status and identity draw an unbridgeable chasm between people. My family is also quite reputable in the ancient demon domain. You'd have to pass the test of my family first. Su Bai grasped the key point, so that means you have no objections. I didn't mean it that way. Lu's cheeks turned red. Since they met, Su Bai had held a high rating in her heart, especially after their escape from peril, which stirred her emotions. After stuttering for a while, she finally said, let's talk about it when we get out alive. Su Bai watched Lu's retreating figure with delight, raising an eyebrow. As long as Little She didn't oppose it, that was enough. As for status, identity, and her parents, having some ability to transmute materials into gold means one does not lack resources. Once his strength increases, bringing a mythical mech to propose will be irresistible, right? Su Bai considered himself very lucky, believing he wouldn't perish before he could grow. Of course, while thinking this, he unconsciously overlooked the fact that he had encountered golden beasts 19 times and had run into their lair. 30 years in the east of the universe, 30 years in the west. From now on, I shall be called Su Bai. Time flew by. The mining star had no concept of night. The chaotic magnetic field caused the time recorded by the blazing flames to freeze at the moment they entered. Lu Shi could only rely on waking up a few times to estimate how much time had passed. This was already the 8th time she had opened her eyes from sleep, but far more than 8 days had passed. Having unlocked her secondary genetic lock, she was more energetic than normal. If not for the forced sleep, she could have endured even without sleep for 8 days. Gulyalu Lu Shi held a bottle, gently sipping a small mouthful to moisten her dry lips. In the mirror, her originally light purple eyes were veiled in a layer of gray mist, her long black hair slightly dry at the ends. She didn't know how long it would take to find a way to escape, so she had to cherish every bit of resource. Little Shi, you're awake, huh? Su Bai walked in from outside. Lu Shi looked at the spirited Su Bai, somewhat doubting her life. He had given all his resources to her, yet after such a long time his body was getting better and better. Not just him, but also the golden little beast named Yuan Bao. Each one seemed more energetic than the last. Seeing Lu Shi's condition gradually deteriorate, Su Bai felt a sense of urgency. When he was hungry, he absorbed a piece of golden material. When thirsty, he absorbed another. Yuan Bao did the same, eating even better than he did. There wasn't much else at the bottom of the valley, but there was plenty of golden material. Even without the golden material, he could still transmute stones and similar items to sustain himself. Starving to death? That's out of the question. He could even sneak to the edges to catch a little golden beast to absorb the golden energy in its blood. Compared to Lu Shi, his body was improving day by day. The golden core reserves were increasing and his mental energy was continually growing. His life was exceptionally comfortable. Now the golden beasts were further away from the small golden mountain. It wasn't that the area of the small golden mountain had expanded, but rather that it was making Su Bai feel nauseous. Hunting golden beasts within a safe range made them furious, but they couldn't do anything about him. Reluctantly, they could only retreat further, creating a buffer zone. Beside the scorching flame mecha, Su Bai unloaded all supplies and took inventory. Stock was nearly depleted. Before the golden beasts breached the perimeter, she would starve. Oh right. He recalled the golden beasts he had hunted down. I've slain several. Would you eat their flesh? This situation can't continue indefinitely. She no longer bothered with braiding her hair. She simply gathered it and tied it loosely at the end. Golden beast flesh carries golden toxicity. Until the toxin fully dissipates, humans who consume it suffer anything from violent nausea and diarrhea to immediate fatal collapse. Gold deposits here are exceptionally dense. So much so that even after death, golden toxicity lingers within the carcasses for an extended time. On the assessment planet, trainees consumed golden beast flesh only after rigorous processing, not raw, and the beasts there were uniformly low rank. Environmental factors further accelerated toxin dissipation. After Su Bai absorbed residual golden energy from the corpses, others assumed the toxicity had vanished entirely. Here, however, golden energy saturates the air, causing the toxin to coalesce and persist. Only Su Bai's unique constitution can safely neutralize it before consumption. Golden toxicity. It permeates every fiber of a golden beast's body, a byproduct of metabolizing gold-rich matter. Beneficial to them, lethal to us. Su Bai paused, startled. Was this golden energy? How fortuitous. He could absorb it effortlessly. With that thought, he dashed out of the cockpit. He sprinted to a marked line, the boundary of his empirically determined safe zone, etched deliberately to prevent accidental overstep during moments of recklessness. Picking up a shard of raw gold matter, he tossed it beyond the line and gestured toward a golden beast several meters away. Yet instead of surging forward, the beast stared coldly, throat rumbling with a low, wary growl. Low-tier golden beasts may lack sophistication, but they are not mindless. They had watched again and again kin lured to slaughter in precisely this manner. Trust had been irrevocably broken. After a long pause, seeing no movement, Su Bai sighed wistfully. They've grown cunning. Pity there's no fresh meat left. He turned and hauled the carcass of a golden beast slain days earlier. Depleted of golden energy, its corpse had lost structural integrity. Su Bai tore off a slab of flesh with ease. Clutching the meat, he strode back toward the cockpit, pausing en route to pat Yuan Bao's plump round belly. I believe this is edible. She glanced at the crimson, blood-dripping slab. This desolate gold mine held no other source of meat. So because I refuse to be your girlfriend, you're trying to poison me? No. Su Bai launched into a deadpan fabrication. This specimen was hand-selected from millions, a royal bloodline among golden beasts. Observe, utterly free of golden toxicity. Royal bloodline. She laughed bitterly. I've never heard such nonsense in my life. Not even an interstellar primary education. You might be its sole dropout, but I am not. Before she could retort, Su Bai stunned her, biting deep into the raw flesh. Crimson fibers tore free, blood welled at his lips with each powerful chew. Spit it out now. She lunged forward, prying at his jaws. Her dust-streaked face flushed with panic. During their confinement in the little gold mountain, their bond had deepened. His quiet care, steadfast and unspoken, had not gone unnoticed or unremembered. Gulp. Su Bai opened his mouth, teeth stained scarlet, maw empty and hollow. Lucy's heart sank into despair. Irk. He collapsed, clutching his abdomen, contorting in agony, cries tearing from his throat. Su Bai, wait. I'll find medicine. There must be something. Just hold on. Her voice cracked with tears. His suffering shattered her composure. She snatched a fistful of syringes from the medkit and rushed back. Su Bai's expression shifted abruptly. He seized her wrist. Cough. Xiaoxi. I'm failing. Don't waste the meds. With his other hand, he produced, as if conjured, a gleaming golden necklace radiant under the cockpit's soft light. Could you grant me one final wish before I pass? Yes, anything. Say it, I swear it. Will you be my girlfriend? He raised the necklace, voice frail, yet trembling with hope. Tears brimming, she clasped his hand and whispered her assent, voice trembling. Huh. Yuan Bao had slipped in unnoticed, plopped beside the hatch, tilting his head in bewilderment. She said yes. Joy flared across Su Bai's brow. She'd truly agreed. You swore it yourself. No taking it back. He sprang upright, voice booming, vitality restored as if death had never brushed him. She froze. Her mind momentarily stalled, unable to recalibrate. Su Bai fastened the golden necklace around her neck, stepped before her, cradled her chin, and studied her closely, then nodded satisfied. The exquisite gold gleamed against her slender alabaster throat. Su Bai. Realization struck like lightning. She'd been duped. Her delicate features darkened instantly, 2 syllables hissed through clenched teeth. The venom in her voice made him flinch, eyes darting wildly. He snatched Yuanbao mid-gawk and bolted, strategy number 36 flight. As he fled, he shouted over his shoulder, "You promised, you can't renege. And the meat is perfectly safe. Don't forget to eat it." Yip yip. Yippee yip. Su Bai. She flushed crimson, glaring at his retreating figure. Had she not cared so deeply, she'd never have fallen for such transparent theatrics. Minutes passed before her fury ebbed. She returned the syringes to the medkit, then stood before the mirror, staring silently at the golden necklace resting upon her throat. Pure gold concealed a subtle, almost imperceptible violet hue. Suspended beneath it hung a crude golden willow leaf, rough-hewn, unrefined. Then slowly she smiled, a blossom unfurling on sheer cliffs, breathtaking in its sudden radiant beauty. Had Su Bai witnessed it, he'd surely lament having missed such splendor. She tucked the willow leaf into her combat suit, nestling it deep within the swell of her bosom. Then she picked up the meat. Water was scarce, and its precious moisture vital. Without hesitation, she took small, deliberate bites, even though Su Bai had tasted it first. Her parched, flaking lips bloomed anew with rich, vivid color, striking sensual alive. Days later, Su Bai stood behind the safety line, brow furrowed in grave contemplation. "What are you staring at?" With sustenance secured, Luxi's vitality had visibly revived. She approached from behind, curious. She'd noticed for days how often he stood here, gazing intently at nothing apparent. "Come see." He pointed to the line etched in the earth. "When I drew it, it aligned perfectly with the valley floor. Now it stands a full inch above ground level." Luxi knelt beside him, measuring with her fingers. The line indeed rose approximately 1 inch higher than the surrounding terrain. She glanced dismissively at the golden beasts beyond the little gold mountain. They've been feasting constantly. Of course the ground's sinking. Nothing extraordinary. Was it truly normal? Su Bai gazed into the valley where gold veins dwindled steadily, exposing ever more gray, barren stone. A deep, unsettling premonition tightening in his chest. "We must uncover why the golden beasts refuse to enter the little gold mountain. Hopefully, I'm overthinking this." He turned and walked away. Luxi watched his retreating silhouette, felt the weight of his anxiety, and her own resolve hardened, silent and solemn. "This is 14K. This is lower, only 10K. This is a bit higher at 18K. Su Bai took a step and stopped, feeling the texture of the golden substance beneath his feet to gauge its purity. After searching for so long, he found no issues on the surface of the small golden mountain, which meant the problem must lie within. He had tried to dig down, but the hardness of the golden substance here far exceeded his expectations. This completely overturned his understanding that the higher the purity of the golden substance, the softer it would be. After a considerable effort, he had only managed to chip off a few fragments. Having abandoned this method, he could only try to find the spot on the small golden mountain with the highest purity of gold, hoping to make a discovery. Under Su Bai's thorough search, 3 more days passed. Luxi furrowed her brows tightly, now understanding what Su Bai was worried about. The gold mine at the valley bottom was becoming increasingly scarce due to countless golden beasts devouring it, and in the past few days golden beasts had been circling the small golden mountain restlessly. Previously, Su Bai had told her that when hunting golden beasts he had captured a few, and there were no adverse reactions from the golden beasts nor any response from the small golden mountain. This meant that the golden beasts were merely cautious of this place and unwilling to step in rather than being unable to enter. As long as the gold mine was not depleted, they could hold back, but once it was finished, the small golden mountain would be the last remaining source of gold in the gorge, and she could not guarantee that their instincts wouldn't override their reason. She had a premonition that when the gold mine at the valley bottom was completely consumed, that would be the moment the golden beasts charged into the small golden mountain. No, how could this be? Could my guess be wrong? Su Bai had been tirelessly exploring for 3 days without rest, and despite his robust physique, he had developed dark circles under his eyes. The blood vessels in his eyes, his messy hair, made him appear even worse than Luxi had in her previous state. A fleeting pain crossed Luxi's eyes. She had asked Su Bai repeatedly over the past few days what he was looking for, but had never received an answer. She understood that Su Bai did not want to burden her, and chose to silently bear everything alone. If Su Bai knew what she was thinking, he would surely say she was being overly sentimental. At such a time, 2 people would surely search faster than one, and he wasn't foolish. However, the strength of the golden substance here defied logic, and without professional instruments, it was impossible to measure the purity with the naked eye. Of course, the above did not include Su Bai. He had the ability to turn objects into gold, and once he had the golden substance in his hands, he could easily determine its purity. Just like a seasoned electrician could tell if a wire was live by just a touch, it was a professional skill. He refrained from telling Luxi partly because he genuinely did not want her to worry. The main reason was that even if he explained to her, she wouldn't be able to help, and he would have to go through the trouble of explaining why he could measure the purity of the gold. Wait, why isn't there any? Clearly there are others. Why isn't there 24K? Su Bai sat down despondently, mumbling to himself. Despite asking many times without an answer, she did not give up and tried asking again, "To buy what exactly are you looking for? Please tell me, okay." Su Bai looked up and saw the concern overflowing in Lu Zai's light purple eyes. He gave a wry smile, since he couldn't find it anyway there was no need to hide it. Purity, the spot with the highest purity on the small golden mountain, may hold the key, but after searching inch by inch for 3 days, the highest purity I found is only 22K. Lucy was taken aback, not expecting this answer. She did not doubt Su Bai's ability to detect the purity of gold with his body. Instead, she slowly said, "No, there is one place you haven't searched." "One place I haven't searched? Impossible." Su Bai glanced where Lucy pointed, his words trailing off. He saw the huge body of the blazing flame lying flat on the small golden mountain, not having moved since arriving here. Su Bai's expression shifted from confusion to delight. He was truly riding a donkey while looking for a donkey in such a vast area, he had actually forgotten. Smack! Su Bai suddenly kissed Lu Shi on the cheek. "You are truly my lucky star." Then he quickly ran into the cockpit to move the blazing flame. Lu Shi stood stunned for a minute before finally processing what had just happened. Did Bai just kiss her? During this time, their relationship had progressed significantly, especially after the incident where Su Bai pretended to be dead, subtly causing her to refer to Su Bai more affectionately. But it had not reached this level. A blush rapidly rose from her delicate neck to her head. "Aunt!" The shrill scream startled Su Bai, who had just exited the cockpit, causing him to shiver. He then pretended not to hear and casually walked over to where the blazing flame had been lying, inspecting it closely. With her face flushed, Lu Shi watched Su Bai busying himself, standing in place at a loss, unsure whether to approach or stay back. 22K. 20K. Su Bai squatted down, inching forward, keeping his palm pressed against the ground, not missing every inch. The purity of this area of golden substance was much higher than in other places, with the lowest being 20K. In the distance, Yuan Bao also dropped the golden substance in its arms and pounced toward this side. Before it could land, Su Bai caught it and threw it aside. "Eat less, look at your belly, it's round." Yuan Bao's 2 round ears drooped down, whining pitifully, even though it hadn't gained any weight. Su Bai ignored it and once again pressed his hand against the ground. As soon as his fingertips touched the ground, he paused, a look of uncontrollable excitement appearing on his face. "This is..." The surprise came too suddenly. He pressed his palm fully against the golden ground, confirming it several times, and exclaimed, "Found it! 24K purity." Lu Shi heard and ran over, seeing Su Bai about to press down again. She shot him a fierce glare. Su Bai instantly chuckled awkwardly and pulled back, studying what was different about this spot. After looking for a long time, he frowned. Aside from the brighter color and denser gold, it seemed not much different. Could it be that he had wasted 3 days? At that moment, Lu Shi extended her fair finger, poking that spot in front of Su Bai's astonished gaze. A fingerprint. She actually left a fingerprint. Su Bai knew how hard the golden substance here was. Without using his ability to turn objects into gold, he couldn't even chip off a fragment of 14K gold. How could Lu Shi leave a fingerprint on 24K gold? Had this little girl been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Whenever they argued, he was always the one getting hit. Thoughts flashed through Su Bai's mind, and his face turned pale. Lu Shi reached out to touch his forehead, wondering if he had a fever. Seeing Lu Zai's fair hand reach over, Su Bai recalled the fingerprint on the golden substance and quickly shrank back. As he retreated, his palm pressed against the golden ground, and coincidentally, that spot was precisely the area of 24K purity gold. Soft. Su Bai was stunned. This area was actually soft. On the small golden mountain, a young man sat on the ground, his hands propping him up, displaying a dazed expression. Opposite him, a girl bent forward, extending her delicate white hand, paused in midair, and the atmosphere became eerily tense. "Are you okay?" Su Bai recalled the thoughts that had crossed his mind earlier, his face flushing red and pale. Shame, it was definitely shame. Did I just fear being scolded by my wife? I, Su Bai, have never been weaker than others in my life. How could those thoughts just now have been mine? It must have been a powerful entity that temporarily seized my body and brought forth these thoughts. He shook his head vigorously, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. It's fine, it's fine. We found the place. Look outside, the small golden mountain seems fine. It has to be inside. Let me check. Lu Shi did not press further. Su Bai sighed in relief and shifted his focus to the ground. After measuring, the diameter of the area with 24K gold material was 10 centimeters, forming a perfectly standard circle. Su Bai stroked his chin and said, "How about we dig a bit?" Lu Shi hesitated for a moment. With no other options, she nodded. Without hesitation, Su Bai clawed with his right hand, digging into the ground with his bare hands. There was no obstruction as he plunged in. Then, as he pulled up, a large clump of gold material was unearthed. Su Bai tossed the gold material aside, and the eager Yuan Bao lunged at it, catching the gold material, letting out a joyous cry, and ran off happily. Yuan Bao actually likes gold material. That's quite special. Lu Shi curiously stared at Yuan Bao, but the next scene caused her to widen her eyes in shock. It ate. This little kitty actually took a bite. In the universe, only gold beasts consume gold material. That's common knowledge. It's a gold beast. Bida actually had a gold beast. Just thinking about how I had been sleeping so carelessly beside a gold beast these past few days made cold sweat break out. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, grasping Yuan Bao and pointing at the gold beast outside the small golden mountain, saying, "How is that possible? Look how cute it is. Which part resembles a gold beast? It is definitely a gold beast." Lu Shi was not fooled by Yuan Bao's seemingly harmless appearance. Someone had once raised a gold beast cub, but after all, a gold beast is a gold beast. The inherent ferocity and brutality cannot be softened by mere humans. I saw it eat gold material with my own eyes. Don't be deceived. Su Bai shot a subtle glare at Yuan Bao, who was eating without regard for others. He then snatched the clump of gold material from Yuan Bao's little paw and handed it to Lu Shi. "Look, it's just like before. You must have seen it wrong. I've raised Yuan Bao for many years. It's just a cute little kitty." "A little kitty. Meow meow." Lu Shi took the clump of gold material, dumbfounded, staring at it repeatedly. Su Bai's fingerprints were still on it with no signs of damage. She felt deceived, but had no evidence. Am I really seeing things? Su Bai turned around and continued, digging a smirk on his face. Just as he handed it over, he filled in the missing spot, and if Lu Shi noticed, it would be a miracle. Yuan Bao realized it had made a mistake and did not run off, obediently curling up in Su Bai's arms. Have we reached the end? After digging for a while, when his entire forearm was inside, he suddenly felt unable to dig further. Shall she come take a look? Lu Shi was dazed, still contemplating whether Yuan Bao was a gold beast. Stop thinking about it. Yuan Bao is definitely not a gold beast. I've raised it for so many years, how could I not know? If it were a gold beast, I would have eaten that clump of gold material. Su Bai spoke to dispel Lu Zai's doubts. Gold beasts are absolute antagonists in the universe, and Yuan Bao must never be associated with them. Lu Shi suppressed her doubts. She trusted her eyes. Since she couldn't convince Bida, she would secretly keep an eye on Yuan Bao to find evidence. On the golden mountain, the two of them lay on the ground, examining the hole before them. Although it was only as deep as a forearm, looking inside was a pitch-black void. Su Bai had already dug out all the gold material he could find inside. The bottom felt smooth like jade. Apart from that, no further discoveries. His intuition told him that something was definitely amiss beneath. When he withdrew his hand, Lu Shi reached in to feel around. Her 10-centimeter round palm could not lay flat, only her fingertips could touch the bottom. Su Bai frowned, pondering where the problem lay. Lu Shi let out a soft exclamation, quickly withdrawing her hand. Her delicate fingertips had been pricked by something, and droplets of blood began to seep from it. Something down there pricked me. Something down there. Su Bai was taken aback. He had felt around very carefully. If there was something, how could he have missed it? He extended his hand again. It was still a smooth surface. He felt around, and even Lu Zai's dripping blood did not touch anything. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his fingertip. What is that? Su Bai quickly withdrew his hand, a bead of blood emerging from the tip of his middle finger, just like Lu Shi. At that moment, the small golden mountain suddenly trembled, emitting a series of rumbling sounds. Boom! The golden mountain slowly rose, and the gold beasts in the crevice began to stir uneasily, as if something was about to emerge. The golden mountain is disappearing, Lu Shi exclaimed in shock. The base of the mountain was rising while the top continued to melt away. Su Bai held Lu Shi close, maintaining balance amidst the shaking. If they fell now, they would be greeted by a swarm of gold beasts. The golden mountain rose faster and faster. The top completely melted away, revealing a pure white glow. Su Bai was relieved that only the gold material was dissolving. Otherwise, if such a strong gold material could dissolve human flesh, would be even less of a challenge. The two stood on the jade-like white surface, and the object beneath them rose to the center of the crevice, ceasing its ascent, and the tremors disappeared. Don't let go yet, Lu Shi scolded, blushing slightly. Su Bai's hand had not yet released, and a series of increasingly intense sounds rang out. Boom! Bang! The stone walls on both sides of the crevice continuously collapsed, debris flying. Strangely, despite the violent tremors of the crevice, the white surface beneath them remained completely unaffected. It was as if they existed in different dimensions. Something surged up from the bottom of the crevice. Roar! A woo! Dust from the collapsing crevice swirled in the air. The cries of the gold beasts echoed incessantly. Tap! Su Bai touched his face, stained with golden blood. It was from the gold beasts. The dust in the air was thick, obscuring what was happening. A drop of blood fell like a signal, and it began to rain flesh and blood from the sky, all fragments of gold beast corpses. Su Bai tightly shielded Lu Shi beneath him, and the white surface beneath them suddenly rose to form a barrier. The torrential blood rain was blocked outside the barrier. Lu Shi looked up, staring blankly at the scene, before her suddenly bending over to retch. The pale white barrier was completely stained red, with countless pieces of flesh and blood crashing down upon it, sliding down the outer wall like a waterfall of blood and flesh. Su Bai gazed at the apocalyptic scene, feeling no fluctuations in his heart, even giving rise to a hunger for consumption. Unfortunately, it was obviously impossible to rush out at this moment. Suppressing the thought, he gently stroked Lu Zai's back, comforting her. After 5 full minutes, she stopped retching, having not vomited anything. She closed her eyes, leaning against Su Bai, still feeling a wave of contractions in her stomach. At this moment, the sky stopped raining blood, and the dust in the air was also suppressed. Then a pale white barrier rose beneath them again. With a wave, the outer layer of blood-red barrier suddenly shattered, and light shone upon the fragments, revealing an eerie beauty. "Shall she look?" After the pale white barrier disappeared, Su Bai exclaimed at the scene, as if the world had transformed. She opened her eyes, mesmerized. The once vast area of gold beasts and the oppressive cliffs on both sides had entirely vanished. As far as the eye could see, purple golden bamboo swayed in the wind, filling the air with a fresh fragrance. Everything was so beautiful. Ding ding ding. A gentle breeze brushed by. The collision of the purple gold bamboo leaves produced a clear ringing sound. Su Bai took a few steps forward, reaching out to touch the bamboo leaves. It turned out to be metallic. With a gentle tug, the purple gold bamboo leaf was effortlessly pulled down. He closed his hand, silently feeling it. After a long while, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Su Bai's eyes. He opened his palm, revealing a purple gold bamboo leaf with a corner missing. At the same time, a trace of purple metallic substance flowed into the mysterious space's golden core. He understood the direction of future evolution into gold. There's some bad news. Su Bai turned around. Wasn't the golden beast all gone? What other bad news could there be? She continued, the blazing flame is gone. The blazing flame is gone. Su Bai looked around, and indeed there was no trace of the blazing flame. This was really bad news. When the golden substance melted before, he was too busy stabilizing himself and and had no energy to care about the blazing flame. It might have fallen down, I suppose. The two of them hurried to the edge, looking downwards, trying to find any trace of the blazing flame. Compared to the scene of standing above and gazing out, the gentle breeze blew and the purple gold bamboo forest rang softly. Below was a hellish scene with severed limbs floating in a blood-red ocean, and the still intact heads of golden beasts were frozen in terror. She looked down from the side, her gaze sharpening. Is that a hand? Below, 2 enormous white jade hands were visible, one thumb and index finger connected, raised in front of a chest, while the other hand, palm flat, should have been holding something, but now was empty. Suddenly she thought of something, and an indescribable joy burst forth in her violet eyes. Hurry over. Roar! Roar! At that moment, several ferocious roars erupted, followed by an endless number of weaker roars. The tranquil environment instantly became chaotic. The murky gray mist enveloping the mining star surged wildly. For massive creatures emerged from the gray fog, followed by a swarm of golden beasts revealing themselves. Su Bai's face turned pale. When the purple gold bamboo burst through the ground, it pierced countless golden beasts, but some had escaped. Now they were back. Up. The roar of the golden beast made Shi lose her footing and start to fall. Su Bai hurried to the spot where Shi had been seeing her plummeting figure. Shao Sheik. Without a second thought, he jumped down. In midair, Su Bai reached out his hand, but the distance felt extraordinarily far despite only having fallen a few seconds earlier. He no longer hid his power. The energy within the golden core surged forth like a tidal wave. Starting from his heart, his body was gradually stained with gold. The energy from the golden core rampaged through his veins, and he felt the sensation of his body being torn apart again. The intense pain was accompanied by extraordinarily gratifying effects, and his body weight skyrocketed. The distance between the two was decreasing. 30 meters. 20 meters, 10 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. That's enough. Su Bai spread his arms wide and pulled Shi into his embrace. Shi stared blankly at the boy who had resolutely jumped down, her heart racing. At that moment, she felt no fear. So it turns out, when someone says they will accompany me to death, it is true. As their bodies flipped in the air, Su Bai did not let the golden transformation dissipate. Although this would cause them to fall faster, it was the only way he could think of to survive. Below was a sea of flesh and blood, which would provide some cushioning as long as the body was strong enough to withstand the moment of impact with the surface of the blood. They could survive. Why did you jump down? Veins bulged on Su Bai's forehead, and his eyes were turning golden as he blurted out, could it be that I was just going to watch you die? But it might lead to death. I told you I have a tough life since I was young. Shi pursed her lips, no longer speaking, curling up in Su Bai's embrace, feeling what might be their last warmth. Ow! The squeezed Yuan Bao was unhappy and wriggled out of Su Bai's arms, nudging Zai's head. It felt that its territory had been invaded and kept barking. But Su Bai and she had no time to pay attention to it. Is this the limit? The golden core conveyed the message of exhaustion. His eyes had completely turned golden, and even through his skin one could see the flowing veins filled not with blood, but with golden substance. At this moment, Su Bai was less of a human and more of a golden statue wrapped in human skin. Not enough, still not enough. He could already smell the rich scent of blood, and falling from several thousand meters high wasn't enough with his current strength. Su Bai squeezed every bit of energy from the golden core, and his heart in sync with the golden core, began to beat violently. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid and intense sound of his heartbeat drowned out the noise of the rapid descent and the air friction. Each sound was louder than the last, and Su Bai's consciousness blurred, leaving nothing else in sight. Only a golden core tinged with a hint of purple remained. The gold began to contract and expand with the heartbeat. With each cycle, a bit of gold energy was squeezed out. The faster the heart beat, the quicker the contraction and expansion. And with each contraction, the volume of expansion was slightly larger than before. She noticed Su Bai's abnormality. The sound of his heartbeat was too loud, and she wasn't deaf lying against his heart. She wanted to raise her head, but Su Bai's grip was too tight, his arms like steel bars firmly holding her. Die bye. Her calling was instantly drowned out by the wind, not reaching Su Bai's ears. In fact, Su Bai had already regained his senses by now. The contraction and expansion of the golden core was an irreversible process. It was too late to stop it now, and he could only be a spectator. Bang, bang. The frequency of the heartbeat was still accelerating, and the intensity was increasing. The air became increasingly humid as they approached the sea of blood, and the atmosphere was filled with the scent of blood. Bang, bang. Finally, the heart beat, and the golden core also contracted to its limit. Everything came to a halt, waiting for the stiffened Su Bai to make a decision. In that instant, Su Bai thought of many things: the past, the present, and the future. He did not know the consequences of making this decision, but he knew that without making this decision he would die. The heart fell silently. Bang. The golden core was not gentle, it suddenly expanded. No. It exploded. The void also shattered. Golden core fragments overlapped with the heart, but how could the heart withstand the energy of the golden core's explosion even if it had turned golden? Bang. Another loud bang. Su Bai's mind went blank and the sounds around him fell silent. She panicked, her ear pressed against Su Bai's chest, could not hear the sound of his heartbeat. Everyone understood what this meant. The wind stopped, the descent stopped. The golden beasts falling downward stopped, and Lu's eyes movements also halted. Time froze at this moment. The only thing still active was Su Bai's consciousness. He felt confused, incredibly confused, overwhelmingly confused. So did I just blow up my own heart? My name is Su Bai, 20 years old, just found a girlfriend, unmarried, and raising a small cat that seems to be a golden beast, but has never grown. Well, that's not the key issue. The key is the heart is gone. What should I do? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. A golden world. Dozens of fragmentary pieces hovered motionless in midair. The consciousness of Su Bai stared intently at the scene before him. To be more precise, this was within his body, and the fragments were the remnants of the exploded golden core mixed with heart matter. He couldn't recall how long he had been staring. It won't just stay like this forever, right? Su Bai shook his head. If it continued like this, he would rather die. Sigh, if only these could come back together. Suddenly a flash of golden light appeared, and Su Bai froze quickly, rubbing his eyes. What the hell? Did a piece really come back? At that moment, a golden fragment appeared in the empty cavity of the heart, mimicking the rhythm of a heartbeat, becoming one of the only two moving things in the stilled world. He looked at a golden fragment and cautiously asked, "Come back." With a whoosh, another flash of golden light occurred, and the fragment at the heart grew slightly larger. Su Bai no longer hesitated, staring at the fragments one by one. "Come back. You come back too." Soon, however, a problem arose. The heart and the golden core both had the same color, but the two exploded fragments were now mixed together, and he couldn't distinguish them. Su Bai fell into deep thought. What to do? After a while, a thought emerged. If worst comes to worst, should he mix them together? Su Bai praised his own cleverness and began to mumble as he pieced things together. Come back. Several minutes later, Su Bai looked at the heart before him. Perhaps due to his lack of understanding of physiology, the heart he assembled, according to his thoughts, was just this. Might. Perhaps. Should work the same way. Right. His tone was uncertain, because after assembling it aside from the heart before him beating, there were no other changes. At that moment, a hint of purple entered his vision in the golden world. Su Bai recalled that when he absorbed the purple gold bamboo leaves, a touch of purple seemed to flow into the golden core. Holding on to the last bit of hope, he said to the sesame-sized purple fragment, "Come back." The return speed of the purple gold fragment was much slower than that of the golden fragment. The trajectory could be clearly seen with the naked eye. When the purple gold landed at the very center of the heart, bang, bang, the heart surged, producing a deafening sound. Su Bai stared at it, fearing that this abstract heart would explode again. Fortunately, it only thumped violently twice before returning to normal. He breathed a sigh of relief. It looked a bit strange, but it didn't matter since others couldn't see it inside his body as long as it worked. Then everything went black before his eyes, and when his vision returned, everything in the outside world started moving again. Su Bai instantly reacted and instinctively squeezed the golden core. But the golden core was gone. Instead, the heart began to channel golden energy outward. In this wave of golden energy, a hint of purple mixed and rushing toward his limbs in the blink of an eye. A touch of purple appeared deep within his golden pupils, the purple of the purple gold bamboo. He could feel that his physical strength was stronger than before, already at his current limit. Even if the heart exploded again, it would be impossible to enhance further. Man proposes, God disposes. I've done everything I can, the rest is up to fate. Su Bai closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the impending impact. Puff, the imagined violent impact did not occur. There was no dislocation of internal organs or bodily destruction. His body felt as if it had sunk into a cotton ball, extraordinarily soft. Su Bai opened his eyes in surprise, finding himself and Lu Shi enveloped in a white mist, murmuring, "Could it be that the impact crushed me to death? Have I reached heaven?" Lu Shi ignored him, leaning on his chest, carefully listening to the heartbeat. The sudden absence of the heartbeat earlier had frightened her, and upon confirming it had returned, she broke free from Su Bai's embrace and stood up. "You scared me to death. Why did the heartbeat disappear just now?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai replied, "Aren't I impressive, Lu Shi?" His flippant remark dissolved her anxious feelings. She gently kicked Su Bai, "Speak properly." Su Bai curled his lip. They weren't even married yet, and she dared to kick him. What would happen if they were married? Thinking this in his heart, he still obediently performed. The heart now seemed fake. As soon as Su Bai thought of it, it stopped moving, yet it had no effect on his body. Lu Shi examined it repeatedly, showing a ghost-like expression. "How did you do this?" "It's innate, you can't replicate it." Saying this, Su Bai began to survey their surroundings. "Do you know where this place is, eh?" He didn't see, but Lu Shi could see clearly, saying, "We were caught by a large hand just as we were about to fall into the sea of blood." A large hand. Confusion crossed Su Bai's face. At that moment, the soft white around them dissipated, and he stared blankly at his surroundings. It really is a large hand. The two were standing on a flattened palm. The hand was made of a material like white jade. Even 20 more people standing on it would be fine. Su Bai looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Guanyin." Previously, he had only thought about how to survive when falling, not noticing what it was. A gigantic body, resembling a real person despite being viewed from this death angle below, the features were still so exquisite. Another hand formed a seal with a hint of red between the brows, the head draped in white silk. The spot where it stood before falling was likely the top of Guanyin's head. He ran to the edge of the palm to look. Guanyin was seated on a lotus throne, which was also entirely a soft white color. The immense statue of Guanyin floated in the air. No wonder it was unaffected when the cliff crumbled. Mythical mecha, mythical Guanyin. There were rumors that mythical mechas possessed their own consciousness. I had never believed it. After all, a mecha is still a mecha. How could it have consciousness? Yet just now it had saved us without anyone piloting it. Lu Shi looked shocked, murmuring to herself, "The blissful Buddha domain has been searching for the mythical statue of Guanyin for many years, offering a heavy reward, but to no avail. I never expected it to be buried in this mining star all along." Selling this news to the blissful Buddha domain could demand that they act for free once. Even asking the domain's lord to personally intervene would be fine. Does one have to go to the blissful Buddha domain to become the pilot of the mythical Guanyin? Not necessarily, Lu Shi replied. Once you become the pilot of the mythical Guanyin, you'll be welcomed wherever you go. However, the resources obtained from the blissful Buddha domain are greater since Guanyin belongs to their home system of mechas. There are also mythical mecha pilots who prefer not to be bound, wandering the universe alone, establishing their own divine realm and declaring themselves king. With a mythical mecha of star domain level combat power station, one can establish a low-level divine realm. Even if one doesn't create their own realm, joining any faction makes one a distinguished guest. With this thought, Lu Shi couldn't help but glance at Su Bai with regret. If it weren't for the relentless pursuit of the divine hunters, he could have enjoyed such treatment. Su Bai thought the same when he obtained the mythical by Wuchang earlier. The underworld divine realm did not forcibly make him join. They merely extended an extremely tempting olive branch. He was not someone who liked to be bound. Rather than joining a faction and listening to orders, he preferred to be free, enjoying life wherever he went. The sky darkened. A swarm of golden beasts hovered in the air, 1,000 strong, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Su Bai looked up calmly, even seizing the opportunity to hold Lu Zai's hand. With the purple gold bamboo forest here, they cannot come down. But Lu Shi pointed stiffly into the distance. What if the purple gold bamboo forest is gone? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Gone. If it were gone, they would just wait to die. What else could they do? In the next moment, he retracted his head, stunned. The purple gold bamboo forest sprawling across the mining star was continuously dissipating from afar. The stalks of purple gold bamboo began to vanish from the top, leaving no trace behind. Only the countless holes in the ground proved their existence. The roars of the golden beasts grew louder, all fiercely fixating on Su Bai and Lu Shi. Aside from Su Bai and Lu Shi, there were no other living creatures on the mining star, so the swarm of golden beasts naturally blamed the death of their kin on the two of them. "We might be taking the blame for the myth of Guanyin," Su Bai said with a grim expression, not expecting the purple gold bamboo forest to be a mere facade that collapses at a touch. Just thinking that waiting to die was the only option when the moment truly arrived. Waiting to die was not his style. Su Bai turned his gaze towards the statue of the myth of Guanyin. Now that the blazing flames were gone and the shadow soldiers were powerless, relying on their physical bodies to fight the golden beasts was simply a fool's dream. Only by piloting the myth of Guanyin did they have a chance to survive. There's no hope. No hope. Lu Shi murmured in a daze. Xiao Sheik. Su Bai pressed down on her shoulder, gazing directly into her faint purple eyes with determination. We survived so many times before, we won't die this time. Once I become the myth of Guanyin's pilot, the current crisis will be nothing to worry about. Lu's eyes gaze slowly regained focus, offering a bitter smile. I don't want to give up either, but myth mechas always choose their own masters, and no one knows their conditions for recognition. You were fortunate to gain the recognition of the myth of Bai Wuchang, but now. In the universe, it had never been heard of anyone gaining recognition from multiple myth mechas. The purple gold bamboo forest continued to dissipate, and within just a few minutes, a third of the purple gold bamboo on the entire planet was gone. The golden beasts grew increasingly furious. When the purple gold bamboo forest completely vanished, they would undoubtedly charge down and tear Su Bai and Lu Shi apart. Su Bai smiled confidently. The so-called recognition mechanism of myth mechas was merely a way to discern whether they shared the same origin. Rather than saying the myth mechas recognized their master, it was more accurate to say that the core of the mecha, that divine core, was the one recognizing. Talent, combat power, resources. In front of myth mechas, none of these mattered, only those of the same origin could qualify. Previously, the Guanyin statue had acted to save the two. This indicated that at least one of them shared the same origin with her, otherwise the Guanyin statue wouldn't have acted for no reason. To note, the white statue transformed from Bai Wuchang had stood at the center of Bai Star for so many years with countless visitors and worshippers, yet it showed no sign of movement. Of course, Su Bai did not believe that this person of the same origin was himself. After all, he hadn't done anything yet. Xiaoxi, do you remember how it came out? How did it come out? Lu Shi pondered briefly, then exclaimed in delight. Blood, our blood dripped into the cave of the little gold mountain, and that's when there was a reaction. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Their blood had a reaction, and afterwards it even acted to save them. If they were not related, why would the Guanyin statue react? It's very likely. Give it a try. Lu Shi drew a dagger and made a cut on her fingertip. Blood dripped from her fingertip onto the pristine palm of Guanyin. Her blood gathered at her feet. Time passed second by second. The excitement in Lu's eyes expression faded. The myth of Guanyin showed no response. Su Bai frowned. Could it be that it wasn't Lu's eyes' fault? Was it because of himself? But he hadn't even started operating yet. What was going on? Su Bai replayed everything he had experienced since coming here in his mind. Little Gold Mountain. The appearance of Guanyin. The collapse of the ravine. The emergence of the purple gold bamboo forest, and the massive deaths of the golden beasts. Then the two fell. The divine core and heart exploded, and Guanyin acted to save them. If there was anything strange, it was that my heart exploded. Could it be that the myth of Guanyin took a liking to my pretty little heart? No. Su Bai shook his head, convinced that there was some detail he was overlooking. Ding-ling-a-ling. A large number of bamboo leaves fell from the bamboo stalks, swirling in the air, producing a crisp sound upon collision before turning into light spots and vanishing. Su Bai had no mood to appreciate the beautiful scene, until a bamboo leaf floated toward him, its sharp edge effortlessly cutting his cheek, leaving a trail of blood before dissipating. Su Bai stared at the glowing points before him, his eyes gradually brightening. Purple gold bamboo. The only possibility. He remembered having absorbed some purple gold bamboo leaves before, which had already imbued him with some of the aura of the myth of Guanyin. No wonder she acted to save them. He patted his pocket. The bit of purple gold bamboo leaf he had absorbed earlier had already dissipated. The amount absorbed was too little. The purity is not enough. The speed of the purple gold bamboo forest dissipation was accelerating. The swarm of golden beasts had already descended to a height of 1,000 meters directly above them. Time was of the essence. Su Bai pulled out a yuan bao, handed it to Lu Shi with a grin. You stay here, you'll definitely be fine, you'll definitely survive. Lu Shi hadn't yet reacted to what he was saying when Su Bai turned and dashed toward the edge of the palm. The nearest purple gold bamboo was still over 100 meters away. As Su Bai sprinted, his heart began to surge, golden energy pouring forth, transforming his body into gold. Under deliberate control, while his body strength surged, his weight lightened. As his foot struck down heavily, his body leaped up suddenly. There was no place to leverage, in the air beneath him was a sea of blood. After jumping, there was no way back. At this moment, Su Bai's gaze was fixed solely on the swaying purple gold bamboo. That was the only chance for survival. Lu Shi stood on the white jade palm with the yuan bao lying at her feet, nervously covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound. She didn't understand why Su Bai had to jump out. All she could do was ensure she didn't interfere with him. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushed past her ears, and the distance to the purple gold bamboo grew closer. Su Bai focused his mind, not daring to be the slightest bit distracted. This was the only solitary bamboo. If he missed it, there would be no second chance. Closer. Su Bai adjusted his posture, spreading his limbs. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The purple-gold bamboo swaying with the wind felt like a solid wall when Su Bai collided with it. A red mark split him in two, a large bump rapidly swelling on his forehead. The moment he grabbed the purple-gold bamboo, Su Bai's first sensation was not pain, but slipperiness. The bamboo stalk was as if oiled his body, sliding uncontrollably downward. The sharp bamboo leaves cut Su Bai to shreds. In a moment of crisis, he hurriedly raised his rear. He could accept being cut elsewhere, but not there. His combat suit had turned into rags, golden blood flowing from numerous wounds, instantly dyeing him into a golden blood gourd. Stop for me. Su Bai roared, sharp spikes appearing in his palms, but the strength of the purple-gold bamboo was beyond his imagination, or it was simply impossible for the golden spikes to penetrate. The golden energy bursting forth from his heart continually repaired his broken body. Just as it was repaired, the bamboo leaves cut him open again, a cycle that would not cease. On the giant white jade hand of the Guanyin statue Lu, she gazed at Su Bai, drenched in golden blood, momentarily stunned, before being overwhelmed by anxiety. She seemed to feel the excruciating pain that Su Bai was enduring, causing her whole body to tremble with heartache. Yuan Bao stood at the tip of Guanyin's finger, looking at Su Bai, lost in thought. Su Bai could no longer feel his hands, the intense pain rendering him somewhat dazed. The flesh in his palms had been completely stripped away, revealing deep gashes on the bones. Lu's eyes, heart leaped to her throat, unable to suppress herself any longer after a dull sound of splashing water. Su Bai. Perhaps due to the purple-gold bamboo, Su Bai fell into the sea of blood without making much noise. Half a minute later, golden droplets of blood slid down the bamboo pole, and the sea of blood returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Lu, she sat limply, her long hair cascading to the ground, staring blankly below. She couldn't believe that Su Bai had died just like that, yet the blood sea didn't even produce a single bubble, eerily calm. Ow! Yuan Bao let out a low growl, ready to jump down. Lu, she quickly grabbed Yuan Bao's tail, lifting it up. Su Bai must not be dead, as she had to keep an eye on Yuan Bao and wait for him to come back. In the sea of blood, Su Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. Pain! 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 A strong burning sensation pierced through every inch of his skin as the vast sea of blood, composed of the corpses of golden beasts, contained an extremely rich golden energy. After the golden beasts died, the golden energy floated in the sea of blood, gradually dissipating into the air until Su Bai fell into the blood sea, changing everything. Normally, if Su Bai did not actively absorb it, the golden energy would not enter his body. But now, apart from the areas he deliberately protected, his body was covered in wounds cut by the purple-gold bamboo leaves, with even large chunks of flesh missing, exposing stark white bones. The golden energy surged into these areas, violently impacting every inch of his flesh. Su Bai's eyes widened in agony, filled with blood that glimmered with golden light. The intense smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, and the only good news was that his currently unidentifiable body felt no sense of suffocation. Under the overwhelming influx of golden energy, his body could not possibly withstand it. The outcome was already predictable. His body would burst under the torrent of golden energy. I must find a way. His brain, stimulated by the excruciating pain, was more active than ever. In a fleeting moment of thought, Su Bai found a way out. Purple gold bamboo. The bamboo he held in his hand and had not released until now. He had previously absorbed a bit of purple gold bamboo leaves, and that bit of golden energy occupied the very center of his heart. The part of the purple gold bamboo in the sea of blood had no golden light around it. The blood within a few centimeters was pure crimson. All of this indicated that the golden energy derived from the purple gold bamboo was of a higher grade. Moreover, to deceive the myth of Guanyin, he had to become someone whose divine core shared the same origin as hers. Using his talent to transmute matter into gold, he would absorb the purple gold bamboo, converting it into his own energy. The purple gold bamboo was indeed a derivative of Guanyin's divine core. By absorbing it, he would naturally share a common source with the myth of Guanyin. Without further hesitation, Su Bai gripped the bamboo pole, a mysterious energy rising from his palm as he slowly transformed the purple gold bamboo into golden energy, absorbing it into his body. At the same time, the skin on the surface of his damaged body began to heal little by little. He had to repair the wounds on the surface of his body before the golden energy exploded him, cutting off its entry. Lu Shi looked on with hopeful eyes, wishing to see any reaction from the sea of blood, even if it was just a few bubbles. As time passed, the light in her eyes dimmed, her body stiffening and remaining motionless. Yuan Bao, since being caught just now, had been pressed against the ground by Lu Shi, with one hand continuously yapping. Roar! A golden beast could not contain itself, charging towards the few remaining purple gold bamboos. Although it was of little use, it was still bleeding from the sharp purple gold bamboo leaves. However, the continuous dissipation of the purple gold bamboo was a stark reality, and looking around, only about 100 stalks remained. The remaining purple gold bamboo forest resembled a safety zone within a poison circle, now reduced to the smallest patch, with no one knowing when the last safety zone would disappear. Time trickled away. Finally, the last safety zone began to dissipate the stalks of purple gold bamboo, turning into dazzling specks of light from the top down. The golden beast drew closer, and Lu Shi, sitting on Guanyin's palm, was oblivious to everything around her. Memories of her time spent with Su Bai replayed in her mind. From the fool who heard "Hey, you are saved," to the hero who resolutely jumped down to save her. Strong, brave, clever, unafraid of death, unwilling to yield, refusing to accept fate. It was just unfortunate luck. Pucci Lu Shi suddenly smiled, standing up on Guanyin's fingertip. The gale created by the rampaging golden beasts blew her lightly flowing long hair. 100 meters away were the clawing golden beasts, eager to charge forward. She did not take a step back, her gaze devoid of sadness or joy. These past days Su Bai had shone so brightly that she felt overshadowed. Little did she know that in the divine realm, she was also worthy of being called a genius. Yuan Bao. Ow. Let's go find him. With that, Lu Shi leaped in the direction of Su Bai, just like when Su Bai jumped down to save her. What she didn't notice was that all the other purple gold bamboos were dissipating from top to bottom, whereas the solitary bamboo in front of her was dissipating from both ends simultaneously. At the moment Lu Shi jumped down, the golden beast stared at Guanyin's empty palm, frozen in place, speechless. Both of them were gone. Who would they seek vengeance upon? Could they attack the enormous Guanyin statue? Don't joke around. That would be purely looking for trouble. They had refrained from approaching the small golden mountain because they feared the myth of Guanyin, let alone actively attacking it. Most of the golden beasts looked to the front, where the highest-ranking Quasi-Vester golden beast awaited its next command. Should they advance? Or should they wait? The leader of the golden beasts glanced at the myth of Guanyin with trepidation, a fear rooted in its very bones. It then looked at the girl who had not yet fallen into the sea of blood and decided to wait a little longer. The higher the level of the golden beasts, the more intelligent they became. The hierarchical system among high-ranking golden beasts was even stricter than that among humans. As a 5-star golden beast, its experiences in the first half of its life made it acutely aware of the cunning nature of humans. Only after witnessing that the person below was inactive would they feel at ease. Su Bai opened his eyes with no visible scars on his body. The newly regenerated skin was speckled with golden light, and the most striking feature was his purple golden eyes. If Lu Zai's pale purple eyes were magnificent and stunning, then the deep purple in Su Bai's eyes at this moment exuded a noble pressure. He could feel that his body was still severely damaged. Many internal organs were displaced, the meridians tangled together, and large amounts of golden energy had solidified, filling various parts of his body. Su Bai sighed, knowing that the solidified golden energy would have to wait to melt away slowly in the future. He glanced at the golden specks around him, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. Once an immense sea of golden energy lay before me, and I did not cherish it. By the time I lost. No, I haven't lost it yet, but I already feel immense pain. Given his current physical condition, he could not even think of absorbing it. Su Bai was certain that even a slight absorption would lead to an explosion. If he exploded this time, he couldn't guarantee he could piece his heart back together like he did when it was protected by the golden core. Finally, he reluctantly savored the essence of the ocean of golden energy. Then his body moved, swimming upward. Splash! As Su Bai emerged from the sea of blood, he saw Lu Shi falling from above. Without a moment to waste, he quickly swam towards her. She had no protection from the purple gold bamboo. Falling from such a height, the impact upon hitting the sea of blood would be enough to kill her. Even if she miraculously survived the initial fall, plunging into the sea of blood filled with golden energy would leave her with no hope of survival. For Su Bai, golden energy was a tremendous tonic, but for an ordinary person, it was akin to poison. Xiaoxi, spread your body, Su Bai shouted. In midair, Lu Shi thought she had imagined it, but instinctively opened her eyes. Su Bai was still alive. A moment of joy filled her heart. Lu Shi spread her limbs, trying to slow her descent. But this only made it harder for Yuan Bao. Her tail was caught in Lu Zai's grip, and due to her weight, Lu Shi fell faster, pulling Yuan Bao's entire body into a straight line in the air. The golden energy surged in the sea of blood, propelling Su Bai forward until he was just below Lu Shi. At that moment, the purple gold bamboo completely dissipated, and their commotion attracted the attention of the golden beast. The leader of the golden beasts let out an excited roar and charged downwards. It said that humans were cunning, but thankfully it had waited a while. Su Bai climbed onto a golden beast's corpse, focusing on the rapidly descending Lu Shi. He bent his legs, and the violent golden energy poured out his body, springing up like a compressed spring that had just been released. The two were rapidly approaching in midair. Lu Zai's soft body carried immense force, crashing down on Su Bai. Su Bai tightly embraced Lu Shi with the sea of blood beneath them and the golden beast above. He remained unflustered, and his purple gold eyes shone brightly. Guanyin. A petal from a white jade lotus fell soaring with the wind. It appeared to drift slowly, yet it arrived in an instant, enveloping the two and landing on the vast white jade palm of the mythical Guanyin. It was the same soft white material as before when she was saved. Lu Shi clearly witnessed what had just transpired, staring at Su Bai in disbelief, her mouth opening to say something. Just as you guessed, I told you we wouldn't die. Su Bai's lips curled into a smile, wild and unrestrained. The purple gold in his eyes deepened, and the white jade material of the guanyin behind him rippled like water, as if something were about to emerge. The golden beasts noticed the movement of the white jade guanyin and halted their advance. Namo Rina Dalaya, Namo Aliyajian, Saga Labijiana, Yohala Jada Tagadaya. A mysterious mantra echoed through the heavens, seemingly rising from the mist. As the sound entered his ears, Su Bai felt his body lighten, the tension in his nerves easing. In contrast, the golden beasts were on high alert, some even turning to flee out of fear. Lu Shi secretly glanced at Yuan Bao, her doubts about it being a golden beast still lingering. But Yuan Bao showed no reaction, continuously licking its ruffled fur, trying to smooth it out, leading her to wonder if Yuan Bao was truly not a golden beast. Yuan Bao sensed her furtive gaze, and seeing the culprit responsible for its ruffled golden fur still staring at it, immediately became furious. Owl! Owl! Su Bai looked over at the sound and burst into laughter. He had long known that Yuan Bao's fur was not short, it just appeared that way because it usually kept it close to its body. Being tugged by Lu Zai's grip, the strong wind in the air exposed Yuan Bao completely. True fluffed fur. Hearing Su Bai's laughter, Yuan Bao became even angrier and increased its reprimands towards Lu Shi. Naturally, Lu Shi wouldn't bother with it and pretended not to hear. Coughed mainly because she felt guilty. She was fixated on the center point of the rippling white jade guanyin. The mythical mecha holds a unique significance in the hearts of every cosmic citizen. The followers of the Buddha from the blissful Buddhist realm are spread throughout the universe. The name of guanyin has spread far and wide, known to all. She never imagined that one day she would see the true form of the mythical guanyin. The lotus seat floating in midair began to dissolve. No, it was condensing. The white jade guanyin also began to condense, and the mantra in the heavens intensified. A multitude of golden beasts aimlessly fled into the distance, with the leader of the golden beasts howling at the sky, yet no sound emerged. Not good. Lu Zai's expression changed. The golden beasts can emit a unique wave to attract their kin. It's calling for help. Su Bai furrowed his brows, a sense of urgency rising within him. He knew his own body was merely a wax-headed silver spear. Now they were entirely relying on the mythical guanyin's wave to intimidate the golden beasts. He felt the waves within the white jade guanyin growing tighter, the purple gold in his pupils spreading outward, tracing mysterious patterns at the corners of his eyes. Dabayu. I still can't fully control the energy within my body, causing some changes in my appearance. Lu Shi stopped asking, burying her doubts deep inside. Although the mythical pilots were unique, they were fundamentally still human, with blood as bright red as anyone else's. She had not forgotten how Su Bai's entire body was covered in golden blood while on the purple gold bamboo. From the perspective of his beggar-style battlesuit, there wasn't a single wound where his body had been cut by the purple gold bamboo leaves. His skin was smoother than her own. In such a short time, his body healed completely, something even the pilot of the mythical Isis could not achieve. Dabai, make sure no one sees you when you're injured. If your golden blood is discovered, it will be a problem. Su Bai felt relieved. The presence of golden blood and the disappearance of wounds would be obvious to anyone, let alone Xiaoxi. Worried about how to explain it, it was convenient that she brought it up herself. What if someone sees? Lu Zai's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. Kill them. Oh, Su Bai teased, but you saw it too. Lu Shi tilted her head, revealing her snow-white neck, her light purple eyes echoing the purple gold in Su Bai's. You can take my life at any time. Her tone was exceptionally firm. In the universe, there was no belief in goodness. If Su Bai wanted to kill her, it would be entirely normal. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Lu Zai's reaction was somewhat unexpected. Will you speak of it? I won't. I trust you. After a pause, he asked, don't you want to know anything? Will you harm me? I won't. I trust you too. Su Bai smiled. He knew his decision was impulsive and understood that killing Lu Shi was the most rational choice. However, one must always consider the consequences. Oh, what meaning does living hold otherwise? Lu Zai's words reminded him that it was time to carefully examine this issue. His body had greatly increased in strength after turning golden. Blood would turn to gold and injuries would be discovered. But not turning golden would mean his power would not be fully realized in battle, a lose-lose situation. This question would have puzzled him for a long time earlier, but now it was different. After absorbing some of the purple gold bamboo, he discovered that the energy from it was of a higher grade. Its color also changed, and he could manifest purple gold, albeit in very small quantities. As long as he mastered the method, it wasn't impossible to maintain the color of his blood while turning golden. As his thoughts flowed, the gigantic white jade guanyin shrank considerably. The palm on which they stood gradually lost its jade-like luster, revealing a cold metallic feel. Under his gaze, the last layer of jade was absorbed. The mantra resonated without any concealment, echoing throughout the heavens. The mythical guanyin has emerged. In a school on a life planet, a classroom is in session. The The girl who was just called upon to answer suddenly froze. The shackles of sealed memories were triggered, and the ancient years in her mind unfolded like a curtain. A grand and heroic epic slowly revealed itself. Her gaze shifted from confusion and disbelief to surprise and anger. After a moment, the girl, her delicate face filled with determination, turned and walked out of the classroom, where a highly technological mech hovered beside the teaching building waiting for her arrival. "Stop, Nian Jinger," a teacher shouted from behind. "Is there no discipline? We're in class. Where do you think you're going? Return to your seat and continue class, or I'll call your parents." Nian Jinger leaped into the cockpit without looking back, and as the cockpit closed, the mech soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the Star Network forcefully inserted a message as if the white impermanence had appeared. Universal celebration. Mythical mech Guanyin connected to the Star Network. In the canyon of the mining star, a steel lotus seat floated in midair. Layers of lotus leaves spun and intertwined, their sharp edges glinting coldly in the light. On the lotus seat sat a nearly 100-meter tall figure, its exquisite features smiling, draped in white gauze that danced with the wind. One hand held a flower while the other was spread out. Su Bai gazed at the mythical Guanyin. "Though I've seen the white impermanence, witnessing Guanyin again is still astonishing. From any angle, apart from being magnified dozens of times, it was indistinguishable from a living person." Lu Shi recalled the description of the mythical Mech's appearance from the data. It resembled a human form, indistinguishable from a distance. But it was too similar. Su Bai crouched down and gently traced the lines on the massive palm, even seeing the veins within. Suddenly, he clenched his right fist and struck down hard. Bang! Su Bai's expression changed drastically. The blow that could pierce steel left no mark on the palm, as white as jade, and the powerful recoil caused cracks to appear in his finger bones. Golden energy wrapped around his finger bones, repairing the cracks. Cough, cough. He awkwardly cleared his throat, stood up, and surveyed the mythical Guanyin, pondering how to enter. There was no passage. Wait! Su Bai's expression gradually became strange as he glanced toward an indescribable area. At that moment, the mythical Guanyin seemed to sense his thoughts, raising its palm and bringing the two of them before it. Two beams of purple-gold light shot from the eyes of the mythical Guanyin, piercing Su Bai's eyes. Su Bai felt as if he were rooted to the spot, the purple-gold light scanning his body back and forth, verifying something. In an instant, the light vanished. Authentication passed. "Welcome back, driver." The gentle female voice contained no emotion. "Back." These two words are quite interesting. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, holding the Yuan Bao, and pulled Lu Shi as they stepped into the vortex that appeared out of thin air before them. Roar! Roar! The golden beasts watched as Su Bai entered the Guanyin mech. None dared to step forward. Although they had hardly seen the mythical mech, and a mythical mech without a pilot was merely a lifeless object. But the fear engraved in their bones, passed down through their bloodlines, was enough to deter them from taking a step closer. However, for them to withdraw just like that was impossible for the violent golden beast. Thus, under the leadership of a near 5-star golden beast, they once again issued a distress signal. Previously, due to the self-protective mechanism of the mythical Guanyin isolating the signals from the mining star, now that Guanyin had emerged, the protective mechanism was lifted, and the mining star was immediately exposed with the magnetic field that had blocked the signals also disappearing. Golden beasts are extremely sensitive to golden materials. Even when there was a blocking magnetic field, they could barely find this star system, let alone now, when there isn't one. Moreover, with a large number of golden beasts sending distress signals, the mining star was like a beacon in the night. A massive group of golden beasts rushed towards it, as if they had caught a whiff of blood. In the distant starry sky, the group, led by Sang, who piloted their starship at high speed. "Brother, who that little brat can really run." Sang, who looked at the shortening distance on the light screen and curled his lips. "What use is running? He's just a newbie at the stellar level. He can be caught up in half a day's time." Beep. Beep. "A communication request has been received. Do you wish to accept?" Sang Tu glanced and said, "Brother, who it's someone from the Beast God Council. Don't accept it. Oh, we will catch him soon. There's no way we are letting them take a share now." Within the territory of the Huangshi Federation, a golden beast about 90 meters in size was following a small starship. Inside the starship, a man frowned as he canceled the communication requests that had gone unanswered 3 times in a row. Helping you out of kindness, and yet you are so ungrateful." At that moment, the golden beast outside the starship seemed to sense something, let out a roar, and abandoned the starship as it left. "Captain, not good. The golden beast has run away." The man's expression changed and he shouted, "Why aren't you going after it?" But, the person who reported back had a bitter face. "I don't know which direction it went." Useless. Useless. The darkness flashed and vanished. The scene before him brightened again, now from a different perspective. Countless golden beasts wandered on the opposite shore with a sea of blood surging beneath them, and above them loomed a dark cloud of golden beasts. Su Bai raised his arm, waved it in front of him, and poked his face. Everything felt so natural and real, as if he himself were the mech. "By the way, where is Xiaoxi?" "Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi." The voice coming from the Guanyin mech was surprisingly female, causing Su Bai to freeze for a moment as Lu Zai's voice rang in his ears. I'm fine. Lu Shi paused before adding, Yuan Bao is with me. Ow. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she was okay. He shifted his attention back to the mech, instinctively wanting to summon In Yu to join the Mech's intelligence control. But he suddenly realized that In Yu was piloting the white impermanence and was now nowhere to be found. What to do now? Should I call her back? By now little dear should have led those people far away, right? Without hesitation, Su Bai used the star instrument to call In Yu. Soon a small and exquisite figure appeared on the light screen. Before Su Bai could speak, In Yu cheerfully said, first, Bai, be careful. I've already distracted those divine hunters, so you don't need to worry about me. After saying that, she cut off the communication. Su Bai stared blankly at the light screen that had lost its figure, feeling a bit uneasy. In the Atlanta Turbulence Zone, located in the unclaimed territory between the Isai Federation and the Longer Federation, the space here is unstable, filled with shattered stars and remnants of war. The major interstellar navigation groups deliberately bypassed this area, and even star pirates and slavers were reluctant to visit this place, a desolate land that had long been abandoned. Today it welcomed a rather disheveled guest. A mech somewhat damaged charged in with an extremely aggressive posture. He held a soul-restraining rod, wore a tall cylindrical hat, and charged forward without looking back. Behind the mech, a starship trailed slowly, occasionally firing a beam to attack the fleeing mech. The mech was none other than the white impermanence controlled by In Yu. After cutting off the communication, In Yu's expression suddenly became serious. She was not Su Bai, she didn't even have a physical body. The energy from the divine core she could tap into was limited. Although there had been no direct combat during this long escape, she had still endured quite a few attacks. The energy of the white impermanence was on the verge of depletion. 8 days and 21 hours, I did my best. I've run so far, if they want, find you now. And Yu suddenly stopped, her charming smile brightening. Her petite figure became even more radiant, a series of mysterious codes flickering in and out of visibility. The divine core of the white impermanence, at the cost of In Yu overextending her essence, was extracted to provide pure energy to fill the Mech's energy void. Then she put away her smile and turned to look at the starship. At least I can take two with me. The gray mining star. Su Bai, unable to successfully summon, and Yu had to seek another way. He recalled that gentle voice from before. Myth Guanyin seemed different from Bai Wuchang. When he obtained Bai Wuchang on the white robe star, the mecha itself did not have intelligent control. It certainly did not welcome anything. He pondered for a moment and tentatively inquired. Intelligent control. Assistant. As expected, the emotionless, gentle female voice sounded again. Pilot, I am here. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Bai's eyes, but it was not the time to delve deeper, so he temporarily suppressed it. Call me Su Bai, and give me an overview of the mecha's general status. Certainly, Su Bai. I am the mythic intelligence of Myth Guanyin Zhenyu. Myth Guanyin is connected to the star network. Current status: the body is 89. 7 meters tall, with a normal net weight of 2914 T. Energy: core, divine core. Affiliated mechas: Shankai Tongzi and the pearl-holding dragon lady still present in the space of Myth Guanyin. The mecha's actions align with the operator, and its functions are controlled by consciousness. The rest is for you to explore yourself. Su Bai instantly felt the mythic intelligence of the mecha and the difference from the later installed intelligence. No wonder so many mythic mecha pilots choose to let their intelligence take the form of a mythic mecha. It's so convenient. What is the upper limit of the mythic mecha? It depends on how far the mythic mecha pilot can grow. However, regarding the lower limit, some mythic mechas are indeed stronger. Having piloted 2 mythic mechas, Su Bai felt this statement was quite accurate. Just speaking of affiliated mechas alone, the 2 affiliated mechas of Myth Guanyin, both in quantity and quality, are stronger than the single ghost soldier of Myth Bai Wuchang. Buy one get 2 free, a pleasant surprise. Su Bai resisted the urge to check the mecha's space as he concentrated. A 3D blueprint of the mecha appeared before his eyes. He saw his position within the head of Myth Guanyin, and in the abdomen there was a space where Lu Shi and Yuan Bao were. Corresponding to the energy source, the divine core located at the position of the human heart, supplying energy to various parts of the body. He glanced around, probing the mecha's information in his mind, and stood up, placing himself on the lotus seat. Not knowing when the golden beast that received the distress signal would arrive, he decided to leave first. As the speed of the lotus petals increased, the steel lotus seat ascended. The seemingly light white gauze on Myth Guanyin emitted a glowing white light, shielding against the raging winds. Roar! The leader of the golden beasts would not allow him to leave. Upon seeing Su Bai trying to escape, they could no longer hold back, driving the pack of golden beasts forward to block his path. As long as they could delay until reinforcements arrived, they could definitely kill Su Bai. It must be said that the golden beast tribe shares a highly similar trait with humans. When there are no external enemies, even a dog's brain can be functional, but once an external enemy appears, they will unite against it, terrifyingly cohesive. In this regard, the golden beasts are even more so than humans. The human upper echelons often have to weigh pros and cons. The golden beasts only have 4 words: just do it. Myth Guanyin was blocked by the golden beasts, and Su Bai frowned slightly as data flashed like a waterfall in his vision, trying to find a sliver of a gap, but the golden beasts surrounded him too tightly. At the moment the lotus rose, the mecha entered an activation state. The burden of Myth Guanyin instantly fell upon him, far heavier than by Wuchang. There are no weak mythic mechas, only weak mythic pilots. It was clear that Su Bai was one of them. His body was already injured with his meridians blocked by golden energy, and his mental strength was constantly being consumed. At this moment, how much power he could exert was uncertain. It seems I can't leave without a fight. Su Bai surveyed the area and coldly said, Zhenyu, switch to combat mode. Su Bai, you can do this yourself. Zhenyu replied, yet still obediently executed the command. Obeying the pilot's orders was her most core and highest priority program instruction. Isn't this finding you something to do? Why must I do everything? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? Su Bai muttered as he watched the changes in the mecha's body. As the mechanical sounds rang out, the true appearance of Myth Guanyin dissolved, and a hollow gaze shone with purple-golden light. The white gauze on her body also disappeared. The humanoid skin transformed into a silvery white metallic shell. The entire transformation was completed in an instant. The originally exquisitely beautiful giant woman instantly became a slender silver mecha. Beasts, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Su Bai's cold voice passing through Myth Guanyin turned into a gentle female voice somewhat similar to Zhenyu. Lu Shi, unable to see outside, could only guess from the voice. Hearing the voice beside her, she asked, Su Bai, is someone coming to rescue us? No one is coming. I clearly heard a woman's voice speaking. Su Bai, who had been filled with killing intent, had all his ferocity dissipate. After hesitating for a while, he replied, that was me. Who knows why the mecha's voice comes out as a female voice? Lu Shi had a strange expression. According to the voice, it should clearly be an image of a gentle big sister, but instead it was Su Bai. At this moment her eyes lit up as Su Bai shared his vision with her. In the dim environment, the silver-white mecha emitted a faint glow surrounded by a pack of ferocious golden beasts. Look carefully and learn well. Su Bai lightly stepped on the lotus seat, which shrank and transformed into a long staff. Then the lotus leaves floated up, swirling around the staff, one by one adhering to the shaft. 3 seconds later, the lotus leaves disappeared. A peculiar staff appeared, its metallic body covered with numerous small, pristine lotus leaves stuck on. It resembled a bone-scraping knife growing on the staff, its sharp, cold gleam leaving no doubt that with a gentle stroke against the body, it could scrape off chunks of flesh. Su Bai reached out to grasp the staff, and the lotus leaves seemed to have a consciousness of their own, immediately sticking to the staff, where he held it. He swung it a couple of times, creating gusts of wind. Since it transformed from a lotus, I'll call you the lotus staff. He was quite satisfied with the lotus staff. Of course, the main reason was that his mental strength and physical strength were insufficient to support combat with the lotus seat's main body. And the image of wielding the lotus seat to smash someone was too beautiful. This was the only option, but it was still pretty good. Su Bai, 3 million kilometers away, fluctuations of 5-star golden beasts have been detected, along with a considerable number of golden beasts expected to arrive in 18 minutes and 26 seconds. Whoosh! Su Bai's expression tightened, holding the staff in both hands, and charged forward first. Myth Guanyin, carrying its own pressure, instilled fear in the golden beasts. Facing the charging mecha, they did not even dare to make contact, scattering without hesitation. Su Bai found himself grasping at air, the situation before him leaving him somewhat confused. But after just a moment of surprise, he turned and ran. If he didn't run now, when would he? Did he really intend to wait for the golden beast reinforcements to come and wrap him up? The silver-white mecha transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting towards the clouds. He completely merged with the mecha. The faster the mecha moved, the greater the burden it endured. Su Bai clenched his teeth, his heart pounding, forcefully mobilizing the golden energy within him. Enduring the sharp pain as if glass shards were sliding through his veins, he continuously reinforced his body, repairing his cracked skin. He knew that the golden beasts had been frightened by the mecha's pressure, and such a good opportunity would not come again next time. The mecha was strong, but it could not withstand his weakness. Purely a paper tiger. Su Bai shouted, "Don't speak yet," as he maneuvered the mech, deftly weaving through the scattered golden beasts above his head, plunging into the gray mist. The vast gray mist was even thicker than before, perhaps due to the emergence of the Guanyin, accompanied by the purple bamboo forest, which had destroyed many mines. The purifying aura of the purple bamboo forest prevented dust from settling, thus all of it converged here. Whoosh! A golden beast about 40 meters in size leaped out. Su Bai's heart tightened, and he instinctively swung his staff. The lotus staff swept through the mist with a whooshing sound, striking the golden beast on the head with precision. Bang! The 3-star golden beast had no time to react before its head exploded. The lotus leaves on the staff swayed rhythmically as if breathing. A faint white mist emanated, cleansing the corpse of the golden beast. Wherever the mist passed, the golden energy within the beast's body rapidly dissolved. Su Bai felt a pang of regret and suddenly found himself disliking the myth of Guanyin. The golden beast that was killed by Guanyin had all its golden energy dissolved, leaving him with nothing to absorb. This was clearly bad news for Su Bai, who relied on absorbing golden energy to enhance himself. He angrily swung the lotus staff a couple of times and continued to charge upward. Until the gray mist grew lighter, he did not encounter a single 4-star golden beast. Only a few clueless 3-star and 2-star golden beasts appeared, all of which he effortlessly smashed. He thought proudly to himself, "I told you my luck was good. It's just that this place is at odds with me. As soon as I leave, everything will change for the better." She shared Su Bai's perspective, a bad premonition rising in her heart. The experiences underground made her firmly disbelieve in Su Bai's so-called good luck. However, she believed in the saying, "A bad omen paves the way for a good one." Conversely, after a period of good luck, greater misfortune was bound to come. Especially concerning Su Bai, she was utterly convinced. The further he went, the slower Su Bai's pace became. The visibility in the gray mist was extremely limited, and he did not wish to make a mistake here. Hiss! At that moment, the star device on his wrist suddenly became scalding hot, catching him off guard and making him cry out. Su Bai felt a bad omen. The last time this happened, he had received a distress signal from Lan Qinxue. He stopped, activated the stealth function, and Guanyin's figure became faint, slowly merging with the gray mist. Strange, why is there nothing? Su Bai examined the star device. Perhaps it was due to nearing the gray mine star that he could connect to the star network here. However, aside from still being hot, the star device did not receive any information. Could it be broken? Normally, Su Bai might not care about the star device, but his increasingly urgent bad premonition made him uncomfortable. "Zhenyu, I'm here. Do you know what's going on?" Su Bai raised the star device, thinking that as a mythic intelligence, "Jin, you must know more about this than he did." "This is a warning of imminent danger for your intelligent assistant," Zhenyu said with concern. Mythic intelligent beings have their own thoughts. From the perspective of either her own or Su Bai's interests, she wished for Su Bai's original intelligent assistant to perish. First, Jin, you would not have to bear the risk of being replaced. Second, Guanyin could only provide Su Bai with the greatest assistance when she was in her mythic intelligent state. But all of this was under the most ideal circumstances. After all, Zhenyu was loyal to the mythic pilot, and under circumstances not involving the pilot's safety, she could not refuse any of their commands. Just like now. If Su Bai did not ask, she would never volunteer information. Since Su Bai asked, now she had to respond. At the same time, Zhenyu felt a hint of doubt. How could a program without consciousness be in danger? It was too strange. Unless she was also a mythic intelligence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhenyu shook her head vigorously, trying to expel the absurd thought. How could anyone possess 2 mythic mechs? She understood too well what the essence of a mythic mech was. Yet this thought lingered in her mind like a deep-rooted weed. What do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, Su Bai's heart instantly sank. How could Xiao Lu be in danger? She said she exists within the star network. Even if the mythic by Wu Chang she controls is destroyed, she can still return. Is it the mythic mech by Wu Chang? What else could it be? Zhen's expression changed dramatically. This was bizarre. How could 2 different, even dissimilar divine cores recognize the same person? Even a true god could not do that. Intelligent beings have their own advantages. Zhenyu forcefully suppressed her shock. Your mythic intelligence did not deceive you. She can indeed return. But what comes back is merely an emotionless program. Mythic intelligence is born from divine cores. When the mythic mech is destroyed, the divine core recedes and goes silent, and the divinity that the mythic intelligence infused will naturally dissipate, returning to its original form. Then what about you? Su Bai noticed a blind spot. The mythic Guanyin should have been reborn from the divine core, meaning you should have perished along with the last mythic Guanyin's fall. Why would Guanyin, just freed from the mythic statue, possess mythic intelligence, while Bai Wu Chang did not? Zhenyu gave him a meaningful glance. Bai Wu Chang's true spirit abandoned reincarnation, but Guanyin did not. Su Bai did not quite understand and had no interest in asking further. How can we get Xiao Lu back now? After Bai Wu Chang's destruction, she will naturally return. Don't beat around the bush with me, you know what I mean. Zhenyu fell into hesitation. If the other party was a mythic intelligence, then indeed there was no need to worry about the situation where one of them must die. What she was worried about was forcibly bringing An Yu back and wanting to preserve her consciousness under the condition that the mythic Bai Wu Chang was destroyed, which would require using the power of the Guanyin divine core. Su Bai's current situation was already precarious, and this would only increase the risk. The safety of the mythic pilot was always the first priority for mythic intelligence. Thinking this, she resolutely refused. I'm sorry, but for your safety I cannot tell you. Tell me how. Su Bai stared at Zhenyu, speaking each word deliberately. I'm sorry, Su Bai, your safety is the most important. Right now you must ensure the integrity of the power you can wield. Me? Tell me. Do you not understand? Su Bai suddenly roared, extending his hand, the energy core of the mythic Guanyin, the divine core, falling into his palm. The divine core, containing world-destroying power, now resembled a normal, glowing diamond stone, extraordinarily calm. A hint of mockery flashed in Zhenyuan's eyes, not aimed at Su Bai, but entirely a subconscious reaction. Do you really want to threaten me with the divine core? Give it up, the divine core. Stop. Halfway through her words, Zhenyuan suddenly panicked, sensing that the indestructible divine core was missing a sliver. That trivial missing piece was enough to prove that Su Bai possessed the power to destroy the divine core. This was the first time she felt genuine fear since her creation. Su Bai said coldly, "I'll say this one last time, tell me." Zhenyuan replied dejectedly. "I can forcibly pull her back through the star network, and then use the power of the divine core to stabilize her dissipating consciousness until it is fully secured. This portion of power comes from what you can wield, meaning your strength cannot be fully exerted during this time. You should be aware of your current situation. Incomplete strength is dangerous." Zhenyuan ceased to speak. A lotus flower floated out from within her, traversing through the star network, defying both space and time, and burrowing towards a certain location. Su Bai stared anxiously at Zhenyuan. From her eyes, he could see scenes flashing by, as if searching for something. Soon a familiar figure appeared in Zhenyuan's pupils. Bai Wuchang. In a stretch of starry sky, Bai Wuchang's official hat was half-severed, kicked around by 3 mechas, as if they were playing with a sandbag. Nearby, 2 mecha wreckages floated along with a shattered starship. Before Su Bai could take a closer look, the lotus dove into Bai Wuchang's body, heading straight for the cockpit. And Yu appeared, dazed, her form flickering in and out of existence. Just as she prepared to make a desperate stand, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Little dear, don't resist. I'm coming to save you. Zhenyuan, act now." "Yes." And Yu instinctively halted her movements, enveloped by a lotus, and swiftly retreated. The unmanned Bai Wuchang ceased all movement. In an instant, several attacks simultaneously struck him. Bai Wuchang, without even activating his defensive measures, was instantly shattered. From the wreckage of the mecha, Bai Wuchang's divine core transformed into a stream of light, breaking through space, ready to burrow in. It sought a suitable place to nurture a new mythical statue, quietly waiting for the next mythical pilot to arrive. But at the last moment, a colossal creature flashed by, swallowing both the divine core and the spatial passage, disappearing without a trace. This scene occurred so swiftly that even the nearby Sangzi team failed to notice anything unusual. Meanwhile, a message on the star network shocked everyone. Mythical mecha Bai Wuchang fallen. In the cockpit of the mythical Guanyin, Su Bai gazed at the girl sleeping within the lotus, a glimmer of pity flashing in his eyes. "This grudge shall be avenged." Then Zhenyuan applied to use the power of the divine core, which Su Bai consented to. The energy of the divine core enveloped the lotus, concealing it from sight. Su Bai instantly felt the strength of the mythical Guanyin diminish slightly. He did not dwell on it, and looked up, through the thin gray mist. He could already see the pitch-black starry sky. At this moment, with a poof, a golden beast suddenly appeared. The golden beast halted several meters away, not charging recklessly like the previous golden beasts. Su Bai had to split his strength to maintain Yu's stability. Unable to exert his full strength, he proceeded with increased caution. He observed the golden beast, which was about 90 meters in size. Within 10 meters was a 1-star beast, within several meters was a 2-star, while those up to 100 meters were 3-star, and those exceeding 100 meters were 4-star. This beast should be a 3-star. The intelligence of a 3-star golden beast is not high. It observed the mythical Guanyin, and surprisingly did not flee. Nor did it charge recklessly. This was indeed peculiar. The two locked eyes for several seconds, and Su Bai thought that perhaps there were fools even among golden beasts. He then clenched his right fist and swung it forward without any technique. Within a few meters, an 80-meter-long stick was utterly useless. "Be careful." Lu Shi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. It was too late. Su Bai's fist was already in front of the golden beast, yet it remained standing still, foolishly unmoving. Lu Shi nervously stared at the golden beast, wondering if she had overthought it. Su Bai's punch, carrying immense force, seemed aimed at releasing all his frustrations from the mining star, crafting a perfect conclusion to his journey on the mining star. Yet this confident punch was caught. There was not a sound. It felt as though he had struck barehanded against rubber. It was neither painful nor itchy, and he couldn't penetrate even a fraction. Su Bai was dumbfounded. He acknowledged his lack of strength and injuries. But surely with the mythical mecha, a full-force strike should not be caught by a 3-star golden beast. The golden beast opposite him was also stunned, staring blankly at the caught mecha fist. It had prepared thoroughly for the mythical Guanyin, yet the result was just this. The golden beast lifted its head, meeting the pair of eyes shining with purple gold light. It seemed capable of seeing Su Bai inside through the mechanical eyes. The two maintained eye contact for a while, and unlike last time, Su Bai was now forced into this situation. After a moment, the golden beast grinned in a human-like manner. Its sharp fangs bared its blood-red eyes, gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Bang! It flickered, and the silver-white mecha was sent flying backward. Puff so fast. Su Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. He only caught a glimpse of a shadow before feeling an immense force strike him. The mecha was knocked back several hundred meters before halting its flight. Not a 3-star? No. Not. Lu Shi's shocked eyes trembled slightly. It's a 5-star. A 4-star golden beast grows in size. Upon reaching 5-star, it becomes peak, and beyond that its body becomes more refined, making the 5-star golden beast and the 3-star appear almost similar in size. Su Bai instantly broke out in a cold sweat 5-star, symbolizing a nebula-level 5-star golden beast. If the Beast God Council were present, they would surely recognize this as the 5-star golden beast that had suddenly fled. It was originally meant to cooperate with the Divine Hunters to eliminate Su Bai. However, it unexpectedly went off on its own and accidentally encountered Su Bai first. Zhenyuan, why didn't you warn me about the 5-star golden beast? 18 minutes and 31 seconds ago, I mentioned that a 5-star golden beast had descended through the spatial passage nearby. You said you. Su Bai halted mid-sentence. The first reason was that he remembered Zhenyuan had tried to speak not long ago, but was interrupted while focused on escaping. The second reason was that the 5-star golden beast was coming again. Ziz. A screeching sound of friction. The golden beast's sharp claws raked 3 scratches across the body of the mythical Guanyin. Warning. Mecha damage. Chest armor damage at 31. Su Bai's face turned pale, blood gushing out as if it were free. Is the mythical mecha really this fragile? In just under 2 minutes, the silver-white mecha's surface was already covered in scars. He felt that the strength of the mythical Guanyin's body was even inferior to that of the purple gold bamboo. Zhenyuan explained, it's not that the mythical mecha is weak, but that you are too weak. The mythical mecha perfectly aligns with its pilot. The strength of the mecha is closely related to the pilot's physical quality and spiritual strength, which in terms of the star network corresponds to what is known as a growth-type treasure in games. Moreover, as long as the divine core is intact, no matter how damaged the mecha becomes, it will automatically repair itself. And the divine core, no one can destroy it. Except you. Su Bai's face darkened as Zhenyuan's cold voice articulated a harsh truth. The mythical Guanyin under his control was far from a match for the 5-star golden beast. He was merely a level 3 gene user, and while he could once fight 4 stars with the advantage of a mecha, that was all there was to it. The 5-star golden beast was an insurmountable barrier for him at present. Eventually, the golden beast would destroy the mecha and tear him from the cockpit. The indestructible divine core would then quiet down in a manner he could not comprehend, recondensing into the mythical Guanyin statue awaiting the arrival of the next fated person. No wonder Lu Shi mentioned that only powerful mythical pilots are renowned in the universe. Those with weak abilities dare not expose themselves otherwise before they have even grown. The deterrence of the mythical mecha is not as great as imagined, and there are plenty of people who would come to kill them. Su Bai maneuvered the mecha back into the thick gray mist. He remained tense, wary of the golden beast that might emerge at any moment. He held the lotus staff horizontally across his chest with petals having fallen off in several places. The gray mist swirled around him, yet the golden beast's figure remained elusive. He knew the golden beast was lurking in the gray mist, watching him. The intelligence of a 5-star golden beast was nearly akin to that of a human youth. It was toying with Su Bai. Zhenyuan, is there any way to enhance my strength in a short period? Su Bai asked, ever vigilant of his surroundings. However, there is a risk of mental collapse under the strain of overload. The colloquial term for accelerated cell division is essentially exhausting one's lifespan and potential. Zhenyuan has completely given up. In her eyes, Su Bai's survival rate is 0. Otherwise, she wouldn't disclose the overload function to him. The cost of overload is too high, not to mention the risk of mental collapse. Exhausting the body will undoubtedly lead to diminished future achievements. As the intelligence control system of the mythic Guanyin, she has her own honor to protect. She does not wish for the mythic pilot to be a failure, tarnishing the reputation of the mythic Guanyin across the universe. Most crucially, she has realized that Su Bai does not seem to be the person she has been waiting for. She had her suspicions since learning that Su Bai possessed another mythic intelligence. She carefully reviewed that Su Bai's recognition through the mythic Guanyin's core was too peculiar. It doesn't matter anymore. After all, Su Bai is about to die. Su Bai heard Zhenyuan's words and smiled. He was fully confident in his ability to withstand pressure. Previously, he endured countless tortures from the purple gold bamboo without letting go. A little mental strain was nothing. Moreover, he did not regard exhausting his body as a significant issue. After turning into gold, he was essentially a small golden man. With his cells being composed of golden material, he could afford to exhaust himself, not to mention overexerting. Even draining a couple of tubes would be fine. The overload function was practically tailor-made for him. Come on. The jade-like divine core lit up, enveloped in a layer of red light. Strange energies surged into Su Bai's body through the energy transmission nodes of the mech. Su Bai felt that what was rushing in was not energy but magma. The intense burning sensation spread within his body, and he clearly sensed the cells dividing as his body expanded. The cells within his body increased rapidly, and from his heart streams of golden energy surged forth, gilding the newly divided cells and steadily providing energy for his body. The only good news was that he felt the golden energy blocking the meridians gradually dissolving under this flow of energy. The powerful force that accompanied it was the throbbing pain in his brain akin to being pricked by needles. His mental strength was like a balloon inflating continuously while being pricked by needles, yet it couldn't burst. Waves of pain surged in like a tide. The piercing pain that reached deep into his soul made him increasingly alert. The outside world. The mythic Guanyin rose several meters, appearing more elongated with the scars on its body slowly healing, the metallic silver-white Mech strength becoming denser and its color deepening. Su Bai exhaled the pain in his brain, causing his eyelids to twitch slightly. The golden beast in the gray mist sensed the changes in the mythic Guanyin and felt something was amiss. It immediately charged out of the gray mist, its claws aimed at the Mech's head. Clang! This time he was not crushed backward, but retreated several dozen meters, managing to block the attack. The long lotus staff split into two, with Su Bai holding one in each hand. Layer upon layer of lotus leaves unfurled outward, and the 80-meter-long lotus staff instantly transformed into two 40-meter-long great swords. I've been attacking for a while, now it's my turn. Su Bai grinned, blocking the golden beast's claws with his left sword while striking upward with his right sword. After all, the 5-star golden beast was still a 5-star golden beast. Seeing its attack blocked, it immediately ceased, underestimating Su Bai, and pressed its hind paw against the other sword. The overwhelming force transmitted through the blade caused Su Bai's right arm to go numb, almost making him lose grip on the sword. I won't play with you anymore. The violent force from the great sword made Su Bai realize that even with overload, he would not be a match for the 5-star golden beast. Moreover, the deepening pain in his brain was also telling him that the duration of the overload would not last long. You deploy the illusion. Su Bai crossed his swords and slashed forward, forcing the golden beast back before immediately retreating into the gray mist. The golden beast was about to pursue. However, at that moment, a dozen silver-white Mechs suddenly appeared and charged in different directions. The golden beast was bewildered, not knowing which one to chase. After hesitating for a moment, it went after the closest one. In less than 10 seconds, it had caught up to the silver-white Mech. With a swipe of its claw, the silver-white Mech's afterimage shattered. Roar! The golden beast roared, and a massive pressure surged out, causing the gray mist to swirl violently. While it was chasing the afterimage of that Mech, the others disappeared without a trace. The little bug that had scurried away from its view made it extremely furious. After roaring for a while, the golden beast calmed down. Looking at the thick gray mist, it suddenly opened its mouth. Its wide maw, like a vacuum cleaner, violently sucked in the mist. The other golden beasts in the gray mist, including the one that was originally a near 5-star golden beast on the Mind Star, seemed to receive a signal and frantically devoured the surrounding gray mist. The dense gray mist faded at a visible speed until it disappeared. Without the gray mist, the Mind Star was left completely exposed in the universe. The 5-star golden beast closed its mouth and rapidly dashed through the air, searching for traces of the silver-white Mechs. However, there was nothing else in the sky except for the golden beast. Days passed by. After 10 days, the gold mines on the Mind Star had nearly been depleted due to the massive consumption by the golden beasts. The remaining golden beasts lingering on the Mind Star were mostly 1 or 2 stars, foraging through the remnants of the high-level golden beasts' leftover gold. A gentle breeze blew, moving a few scattered stones on the ground toward a nearby mine. The ethereal blue stones adorned the dark mine, creating a stunning sight. Thump! A large stone was pushed out, revealing a hollow space of several square meters that was completely concealed beneath the large stone. After a while, hearing no movement outside, a small golden beast wobbled out and walked away. After a little longer, the small beast reached the entrance and howled twice. Su Bai poked his head out cautiously, observing the outside. After a while, confirming there was no danger, he turned back and said, "Xiaoxi, it's safe, come out. Hurry and show me." Lucy rolled her eyes at him. "What's the rush? Hee, haven't you seen it before?" Though she said she was not in a hurry, she was actually quite anxious inside. Raising her right hand, a red string appeared on her wrist, unbeknownst to her. A pure white bead hung from the red string, resembling a pearl, but far more beautiful. The bead emitted a faint glow, and a Mech suddenly appeared in the spot where the mythic Guanyin had been hovering. It was a dragon. The red and white scales covered its body, and the 2 menacing horns on its forehead exuded a dangerous aura, its whiskers fluttering in the wind, and its limbs armed with indestructible claws. Su Bai envisioned a future scene and murmured, "I will be a dragon knight in the future." Lu's eyes face flushed upon hearing this, and she slapped him on the back of the head. "You're dreaming." The mechanical giant dragon, measuring several hundred meters in length, swayed its form. Lucy jumped onto its back. Subsequently, the giant dragon coiled into a ball, emitting a blinding light, prompting Su Bai to instinctively close his eyes. As the light faded, he opened his eyes. The giant dragon had vanished, replaced by a humanoid mech with a bun hairstyle and horns atop its head. It still bore the red and white color scheme, standing noticeably shorter than the Guanyin mech. What drew the most attention was the orb it cradled in its hands, made of an unknown material that shimmered with divine light, containing boundless power. The dragon maiden holding the orb is far more beautiful in dragon form. Su Bai mused, clicking his tongue in regret. And one can ride it flying on a dragon is incredibly cool. After hiding it, he had granted Lu Shi the authority over the subordinate mech of mythology Guanyin. Now upon seeing the dragon, he felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had given her the Bodhisattva's mech instead, for the dragon truly is magnificent. Bang! Lu Shi raised her hand and threw the orb. The orb soared with the wind, killing a golden beast that had just emerged before shrinking and returning. Lu Shi stored the mech and approached, saying, "The mythology mechs are indeed extraordinary. The level of the subordinate mech feels worthy of being a mythology mech, although it lacks the process of self-recognition, with all authority resting with the main mech." Su Bai dispelled his feelings of regret. Once something was given away, he felt too embarrassed to ask for it back. He then shifted the topic, asking, "What is the use of that orb?" He recalled that in mythology, the orb held by the dragon maiden contained the 3,000 great worlds, which sounded extraordinary. That orb is called the Rui Pearl. Lu Shi pinched the small orb on her right wrist, saying, "One pearl reveals the shadows of 10,000 pearls. Within the 10,000 pearls lies one pearl. One is all and all is one. It seems there is something inside. It must be spatial technology. I can't quite grasp it, but it definitely surpasses current technology. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can only use it as a brick." Su Bai curiously examined the Rui Pearl and summoned mythology Guanyin. The space rippled like a water surface, and the ethereal figure of Guanyin sitting on a lotus appeared in the air, gradually solidifying. "In 10 days, those golden beasts should have all moved on. We should also be leaving." Lu Shi nodded, keeping pace with Su Bai, realizing they had lingered for too long. With the communication device damaged, the Academy could not detect her location for a long time. If they misunderstood that she had given up on enrollment, it would be troublesome. Mythology Guanyin sat cross-legged on the lotus seat. Flames spouted from the bottom of the lotus. Su Bai simply felt that any vehicle without a tail flame wasn't a good vehicle. It was merely a projection he created. During this time, there was no shortage of banter with Zhenyu, who thought it was too vulgar. It tarnished the reputation of mythology Guanyin. Of course, the final victory undoubtedly belonged to Su Bai, the authority dog. The fall of mythology by Wu Chang caused quite a stir. As soon as the news broke, the hunters of the gods came out to admit they were responsible for it. It is said that the beings of the underworld have been pursuing the tracks of the god hunters during this time. Strangely, there has been no news. While the god hunters are good at hiding, they shouldn't be impossible to find. Lu Shi felt puzzled, and as she shifted the topic, she brought up another matter. "This time you've witnessed how dangerous it is to be a mythology pilot. The emergence of mythology Guanyin will likely soon attract the attention of that group of madmen, the god hunters. You should find a strong backing. Well, I think the blissful Buddha domain is a good place to go. They're not to mention how many resources you can obtain. Just being safe alone is worth it. If you don't want to go, other divine domains or even divine nations are also good choices." During this time, Su Bai had learned quite a bit about mythology Guanyin. He handed over the piloting authority to Zhenyu, smiling as he watched Lu Shi earnestly plan his future path. Lu Shi noticed Su Bai's demeanor and paused, saying, "Did you not hear what I said? I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to Zhenyuan first. They might go easy on me since I left before my training due to circumstances." Su Bai had his own thoughts about the future. Joining any faction would mean being controlled. Even hunting golden beasts for merit would face obstacles. He had a bit of the Midas touch, able to absorb gold material to strengthen his body, meaning he wouldn't need to rely on any major faction for resources. Absorbing the golden energy from the blood of golden beasts enhanced his Midas ability, increasing his mental strength, which determined that he would only grow stronger through battles with golden beasts. Moreover, his experiences in obtaining the mythology Mechs twice had given him a bold idea to collect mythology Mechs, extensively relying on his Midas ability. He would find a way to grant others the use of mythology Mechs, as the main control would remain with him, allowing him to reclaim it at any time. If the above plan works, it would mean he could fully establish a faction of his own. A force centered around mythology Mechs with a large number of mythology subordinate Mechs as its outer layer. To achieve this goal, freedom becomes even more crucial. Joining any faction will impose significant restrictions. Lu Shi did not understand. Clearly, joining a major faction provides support, resources, and safety. Su Bai did not give her a chance to continue persuading, smiling as he asked, "Can I gain their recognition now? What qualifications do you have?" Lu Shi paused, then remembered something, her crystal-clear earlobes reddening instantly. Hey, you aren't trying to back out of this, are you?" Su Bai was displeased. "I have the capital, the strength, I look good, and am bringing the dragon maiden mech as a dowry. You accepted it, you can't go back on your word. Who knows when I might die?" "Zhenyu, shut up." Lu Shi lowered her head, hesitating for a long time before whispering, Wait. Wait until we get out. You can ask yourself. Su Bai was delighted. Go ask herself. Perfect, doesn't that mean she wants to take me home? Girls are sensitive about their image. I understand. Inside the warm white cabin, Su Bai rested his head on Lu Zai's lap. The mental pressure generated from overloading 10 days ago still caused a dull ache in his head. Su Bai, haven't I silenced you? You speak. Su Bai suddenly sat up, his expression serious. After last time's experience, he had set the danger alert to the highest priority. Detected fluctuations from the golden beast. The intensity of the fluctuations is still unclear. Zhenyu reported projecting a virtual panel. On the light blue virtual panel, there were 2 light spots, one green, representing the Mechs location, and the other red, indicating the golden beast. At this moment, the green light spot was rapidly flying toward the stationary red light spot. Just one. As soon as he spoke, the red light spot on the panel suddenly surged, densely filling the entire panel. The green light spot resembled a lone knight charging into enemy territory. Reckless. What nonsense. Su Bai's expression changed drastically as he vanished from the cabin, seizing control of the mech. The sky was no longer obscured by gray fog. He easily saw the scene outside the mining star. Countless golden beasts loomed in the void, led by that 5-star golden beast. The imposing presence of a 1,000,000-strong army bore down on them. Damn, we've been ambushed. Mythical Guanyin instantly shifted into combat mode. In the air, it executed a perfect drift, changing direction. The 5-star golden beast let out a jubilant roar. That day, searching in vain on the mining star and around the starry sky took quite some time. It was certain that at its speed, Su Bai could not escape. After calming down, the target was again locked onto the mining star. Accompanied by a group of golden beasts that lay in wait amidst the stars. If Su Bai was piloting another mech, it was unaware that he was the target of this mission. Perhaps it would leave in 2 days, but the issue lay with the mythical mech. Low-level golden beasts fear the mythical mech as they lack intelligence, while high-level golden beasts encountering the mythical mech would inevitably lead to a deadly confrontation. Roar! The 5-star golden beast would not allow Su Bai to escape, ordering the golden beasts to spread out and encircle the mining star while it fixed its gaze on the silver-white mech and charged forward. The sonic boom behind made Su Bai's heart tighten. He suddenly stopped, the mech spun, and the great sword in his hand swung back fiercely. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing filled the air. Under the furious blow of the golden beast, both swords flew from Su Bai's hands, and he was pushed back with no power to resist. Overload. But you. Su Bai's eyes turned crimson as he shouted angrily, If I don't overload, I will surely die. Alright. The overload mode of the mythical mech causes immense harm to the pilot's body and spirit, especially the irreversible strain on the body. Thus, such dangerous functions must undergo a confirmation procedure by the mythical intelligence. Although Zhenyu was extremely reluctant to allow the pilot to use the overload function, she understood that it was Su Bai's only hope. Familiar pain and a sense of tearing overwhelmed him. Su Bai grinned, his heart raced, his pupils tinted with purple gold, and his expression turned manic. Even if I die, I will take you with me. Zhenyu. Daba. After acquiring the Pearl Dragon Maiden Lu, she also gained the privilege to communicate with Zhenyu. She looked at Su Bai, her expression filled with concern. The spiritual energy that was exhausted from the last overload has not yet recovered. Being squeezed again in such a short time could leave his consciousness somewhat unclear. Under overload, the mythical Guanyin can barely contend with the 5-star golden beast. It is only a matter of time before defeat becomes evident to anyone with clear sight. 2 blades swung wildly, and under Su Bai's superb technique, the blade light was impenetrable. The great sword struck the scales of the golden beast, producing a continuous ding-ding sound, like a beautiful melody being played. Su Bai was completely consumed, and the purple-gold pupils could not conceal the hint of crimson. Under overload, his spiritual energy was pushed to the limit. Zhenyu could not help, but most pilots could not even withstand the overload once, yet Su Bai was already on his second attempt, and still had not collapsed. Thinking about it, she felt regretful. Such a resilient will, if only the body had not been exhausted, could survive. The mythical Guanyin would surely shine brightly in the universe in the future. And as the mythical intelligence of the mythical Guanyin, she could also share in the glory, even contend for. That position. Lu Shi, through Su Bai's perspective, watched the external battle. The glint of cunning that flashed in the golden beast's eyes was captured by her. The golden beast was exhausting Su Bai. Such a sudden burst of power would not last long. Once the silver-white mech was drained, it could easily tear him apart. Lu Shi lowered her head, her hair falling beside her cheeks, her pale, purple eyes flickering. Zhenyu, I want to go out. She made up her mind, her tone filled with unspoken determination. You can see it too, right? Daba's blade is a bit erratic. The overload won't last much longer. We all know the outcome. I want to go out and help him. Kalen Ku star system. A small starship drifted aimlessly. Nian Jinger sat alone on the deck, swinging her legs, her expression dazed. Two streams of memory continuously merged in her mind. After a long while she sighed, her gaze turning calm as a deep well. Another lifetime. She lay down, her eyes reflecting the brilliant galaxy. As long as the gods do not die, humanity will persist, but it's truly exhausting. After guarding through lifetimes, she had become somewhat indifferent. The golden beast invaded the gods, protected humanity, yet one must not forget the essence of the gods is also humanity. The path went astray when humanity placed all its hopes on technology, mechs, and starships, neglecting their essence. There would never be a new god born, and if one day the old gods willingly dissipated, they would not enter the cycle. If the mythical mech based on the divine core cannot be piloted, then humanity's end would come. No. Suddenly, she thought of something, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Someone can pilot the mythical Guanyin, how interesting. At first she was extremely angry that her mech was stolen. After some time to calm down, she found it to be good news. At least for her it was. In the endless years, the ultimate glory had become a burden. She wished for someone to pilot the mythical Guanyin. The only reason for seeking it out now was to see who could pilot the mech centered around her divine core. It would be best to find a way, as besides herself many gods also hoped for liberation. At that moment, Nian Jing'er suddenly sensed something. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with light as she turned her head to focus on a direction, her sharp gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the endless universe, spotting the silver-white mech. Has it appeared? Returning to the cockpit, she adjusted the starship's course. After completing everything, she pondered for a moment and laughed aloud. The arrow of youth should let the young handle it. I truly hope this ends soon. She then closed her eyes. After a moment, when she opened them again, her gaze was playful and lively. Little thief, just wait, I finally found you. In the blissful Buddha domain, Ling Mountain Star System, Pure Land Star. As the center of power in the blissful Buddha domain, it is the holy land for all Buddhists. The Buddhist atmosphere on Pure Land Star is very strong. Advanced future technology and mysterious ancient Buddhist teachings intertwine perfectly on Pure Land Star. Great Hero Hall. Everything here maintains the most ancient appearance without a trace of modern technology. Incense wafts around the Buddha statues within the hall. The sound of wooden fish striking echoes endlessly. In the center of the hall, several monks clad in robes sit cross-legged on cushions. Is there any news about Guanyin? The elderly monk at the front closed his eyes, his weathered voice calm, like a still pool of water. Behind him, a monk replied, Ba, no news of Guanyin has been received. Sigh. Ba paused his actions, and the sound of the wooden fish abruptly ceased as he murmured, Do you not wish to return either? Shakyamuni has not returned. The burning lamp's true spirit has fallen into reincarnation, and the remaining few Buddhas have disappeared without a trace. Only an old monk and two arhats remain in the blissful Buddha domain. Difficult, difficult, difficult. He opened his eyes, gazing at the Buddha statues in the hall, his expression unable to hide the pain. Clang. The great sword was once again deflected. The crimson hue in Su Bai's eyes grew ever more intense, even threatening to eclipse the golden purple shade. His current body was entirely driven by instinct, with reason nearly lost. A beast-like roar erupted as he swung both swords again and charged forward. You calculated through big data that Su Bai's movements were now 1/10 slower than before. The energy triggered beyond its capacity was gradually decreasing. At this rate, she fell silently expelling Lu Shi from the mech, leaving only Yuan Bao to quietly watch the scene before them inside the warm white cabin. Although Su Bai had promised to protect Lu Shi in the mind of the mythic intelligence, the life of the mythic pilot came first. Under the premise of ensuring the driver's safety, sacrificing a few people, even if it meant violating orders, was something to be done without hesitation. And all of this went unnoticed by the frenzied Su Bai, whose gaze was consumed solely by the golden beast before him, as he mechanically unleashed a series of exquisite sword strikes. Kill it. It must be killed. After being released, Lu Shi did not immediately summon the Pearl Dragon Maiden, but instead fell downwards, catching the golden beast's attention with just a fleeting glance. Just an ordinary human not worth paying attention to. She fell from an unknown height until both the golden beast and Su Bai were out of sight. She summoned the Pearl Dragon Maiden, entering combat mode directly. The crimson horn's pitch-black eyes and the distinctly silver-white coating matching the tone of mythic Avalokiteshvara. Yet the exquisite mech paled in comparison to the pearl in her palm. The divine light flowed within the ruby pearl, seemingly containing myriad worlds. Overload. Lu Shi exclaimed, realizing that the intelligence of the mythic auxiliary mech control system was merely a program unlike Zhenyuan, which possessed its own consciousness. After a quick confirmation, she entered overload mode. Lu Shi understood that she was far inferior to Su Bai, and if she wanted to intervene in the battle, overload was the only way. Pain, excruciating pain. Her body felt like it was being flayed, and her mind was like a blender churning the ultimate pain from soul to flesh, nearly causing her to collapse. Zhenyuan's voice rang in her ears. It hurts, doesn't it? The excruciating pain brought by the mythic Mech's overload is at least several times that of yours. For him to endure 2 overloads in a short time and persist until now is truly a miracle. Her pupils constricted as she could not imagine the torment Su Bai was enduring far exceeding her own. Lu Zai's body went limp, gritting her teeth, drenched in sweat. She could not even manage normal mech control as the out-of-control Pearl Dragon Maiden plummeted straight down. Bang! The Pearl Dragon Maiden fell from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact. Yet She found it difficult to move even an inch. A wave of helplessness surged in her heart. She felt like a useless burden, always hiding behind Su Bai, unable to help at all. Tears gathered in her eyes. She was just a girl in her early 20s. The repression of so many days exploded in an instant, drowning her in a tide of despair. Have you resigned yourself to fate? Just lying there waiting to die? She asked herself, recalling how Su Bai had rescued her time and again from danger, surviving through so many life-threatening situations. Even now, facing the 5-star golden beast, which equated to human nebula-level combat power, he had not given up. The boy's resilience, refusal to submit, and unyielding spirit. She did not understand why a boy from a primordial star could be so strong, so fearless, when she herself had only lived in the universe for 20 years. Now facing pain, she was about to fall. After experiencing several protections, she had become accustomed to it, as if it was only natural. No way. Some unknown strength supported her to endure the excruciating pain, wiping away her tears before they fell. I am Lu Shi, the proud daughter of the Lu family in the ancient demon god realm. How could I be defeated by a mere bit of pain? Trembling, she rose. The swaying mech seemed like it would fall with a single touch. But she steadied herself. Lu Shi looked up as the Pearl Dragon Maiden transformed into dragon form, holding the Rui Pearl in its mouth, soaring into the air. The 5-star golden beast caught her silver great sword, with its claws grinning wickedly. It could sense that the power and speed of the silver-white mech were declining in all aspects. The attacks landing on it were even weaker. So what if your sword is fast? The angles are tricky. Even if I can't block it, what good is it? You can't even cut off a hair of mine. What's the use? Though it said so, it had been pressed down and sliced for quite some time. No normal person could endure this, let alone the naturally irritable golden beast. Roar! The golden beast held the great sword while the frenzied Su Bai, unaware of the anomaly, swung the other sword in a reckless attack. The blade struck the golden beast, sparking a shower of flames. The sharp, shrill sound of friction irritated the golden beast. It tilted its head and opened its massive jaws. It bit down on the left arm of the mech. Its sharp teeth actually pierced straight through the mech's left arm. With a savage yank, it tore off a large chunk of the mysterious material of the body. The expelled piece of the mech fell downwards, precisely landing on the Pearl Dragon Maiden in dragon form. Lu Shi instinctively caught it, glancing at the silver-white mech where sparks still flickered from the missing section. Big White. Her expression tensed as she dropped the piece of the mech from the dragon's claw, accelerating upwards. The discarded piece fell again, and before it could touch the ground, it suddenly vanished, just like the dissipating purple-gold bamboo. Damn it! The sudden excruciating pain prompted a curse. On Su Bai's left arm, a similar wound appeared, exposing the bone inside, while golden blood dripped from the gap, showing no signs of healing. The perfect synchronization of the mythic mech with its pilot was not just a saying, it truly was a perfect match. Any damage to the mech would be mirrored on the pilot's body. Yet there were benefits as well. As long as one withdrew from battle, the divine core would repair the mech and in turn heal the pilot's injuries. However, this healing only applied to injuries, not a cure-all for every ailment. Each time his body was torn apart, the places healed by the divine core would become exceptionally fragile. The crimson in Su Bai's eyes completely suppressed the golden purple, and the last shred of reason was drowned. The dual swords vanished, transforming into 2 clawed fists, directly engaging the golden beast in melee combat. Bang! 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 Su Bai's fists relentlessly struck the golden beast's body. By condensing the massive lotus seed into 2 clawed fists, reducing the size, while enhancing the quality, he inadvertently managed to inflict some damage on the golden beast. The irrational Su Bai abandoned defense, casting aside all technique. The mythic mech and the 5-star golden beast grappled together, tumbling through the air, attacking each other like 2 street thugs brawling without any rules. While the clawed fists may sound small, on the massive body of mythic Avalokiteshvara, the protruding spikes were still a meter long. The sharp, glimmering 4 spikes pierced through the scales of the golden beast, which had remained unharmed by the great sword. As Su Bai withdrew his fists, 4 streams of blood mixed with golden fluorescence spewed forth from the wounds inflicted by the clawed fists. The golden beast howled in pain, its ferocity triggered as its strong muscles twitched, clenching the wound to stem the gushing blood. A mere ant actually wounded itself. Unforgivable. The golden beast roared, employing its old tricks once more. Its sharp teeth and claws boasted greater attacking power as it lunged at the left shoulder of Guanyin, repeatedly slashing with its claws, leaving deep gashes on the armor. Blood poured from Su Bai's left shoulder. The intense, tearing sensation felt as if his arm would be wrenched off. He could even hear the distressed cries of his bones under the strain. His body grew weaker, yet his eyes became increasingly red. The heart acting as the golden core gradually withered, its rhythm weakening significantly, and the rate of golden energy output fell far behind the speed of consumption. He swung his right fist wildly, the sharp spikes of the clawed gauntlet piercing into the side of the golden beast, each strike erupting in a spout of blood. The golden beast, undeterred, tensed its muscles to clamp down on the wound. Its hind legs pushed against the mech, its massive jaws biting down hard on the left shoulder blade of the armor, exerting force backward. They were locked in a stalemate for an indeterminate time. Suddenly a dragon, swaying as if drunk, flew up. Lu's Ai's lower lip was already bleeding from being bitten. Upon seeing Su Bai and the golden beast, her relief was short-lived, as the next scene caused her heart to stop. The golden beast suddenly exerted force with its hind legs, and the left arm of the silver mech could no longer hold on, snapping off at the shoulder and being torn away. Oh! The pain of having a shoulder forcibly torn off manifested more directly in Su Bai's body. The exposed bone at the break was chilling. Blood gushed forth farther than the golden beast's wound, and amidst the irregular flesh, remnants of shattered meridians were visible. As the heart ceased supplying golden energy to the body, all flowed to the left shoulder, forming a layer of flesh membrane in the blink of an eye. He could only staunch the bleeding for now, otherwise the loss of blood alone would cause him to faint. Dubai. Lucy snapped out of her daze, the dragon's body moving as a pair of dragon horns charged towards the golden beast. The golden beast, seeing the unfamiliar dragon, chose to evade rather than engage. Huffing and puffing, Su Bai gasped for air. Lu's Ai's appearance caused the red glow in his eyes to fade slightly. Yet the intense pain radiating from his shoulders swallowed the slight recovery in his sanity. He did not look at Lucy, his gaze firmly locked on the golden beast. Once again he charged recklessly at it, even if it meant relying on just one shoulder. Even as the power from overexertion began to fade, even as his mental strength was on the verge of being drained, even as, no matter what, he had to kill it. A trace of disdain flickered in the golden beast's eyes. Such an arrogant human. It glanced at the dragon-shaped mech, feeling annoyed by its previous retreat. Lu's Ai's speed made it realize that this too was merely a weakling, even inferior to the one before it. The golden beast pressed Su Bai down with one paw, its claws piercing into the armor, flinging him away. Even in its peak overload mode, it posed no threat to itself, let alone in a weakened state. As long as it was cautious and did not engage in close combat, it was no problem at all. Lucy transformed into human form, her dragon body faster, but lacking in training, she still appeared a bit weary in battle. The Rui Pearl was the most powerful attack method of the Pearl Dragon Maiden. She hurled the Rui Pearl at the golden beast. The beast, observing the slow-moving pearl, casually dodged it. Unexpectedly, the pearl suddenly turned back, striking it with immense force on its head. Caught off guard by the return attack, its body spun several times in the air before stabilizing. Roar! The golden beast shook its head, feeling dizzy, and with a furious roar it abandoned the injured Su Bai and charged at Lu Shi. Su Bai could not keep up with its speed, and Lu Shi was even less likely to. As she blinked, she felt an excruciating pain above her head. The golden beast yanked hard, ripping off one of her dragon horns. With her body already under great strain, the dual assault of the pain from her head overwhelmed Lu Shi, forcing her to exit the overload state. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The Pearl Dragon Maiden's mech plummeted, and the golden beast disdainfully tossed the dragon horn towards Su Bai. He caught at his body, jolting his gaze, struggling as the clear purple gold and the frenzied red fought for dominance. Xiao! Xiao Shi! Xiao Shi! At this moment his body was also nearing its limits. The pilot protection mechanism was triggered, and the core ceased stimulating energy. As the drained spirit relaxed, the red in his eyes rapidly faded. Regaining clarity, Su Bai disregarded the pain in his body and the golden beast rushing straight towards Lu Shi. The golden beast, seeing this, swiped a paw at him. He paid no heed. Instead, he used the beast's strength to accelerate even more. In just a few seconds, he embraced the Pearl Dragon Maiden, using the main Mech's authority to forcibly retract her into the frame space, and then pulled Lu Shi back into the mech. Lu Shi, still unconscious, frowned, the blood at the corner of her mouth stark against her pale face. Su Bai growled, "Zhenyu, why did Xiao Shi go out? Didn't I tell you to protect her?" Zhenyuan's voice remained gentle, devoid of emotion. In a critical moment, the safety of the pilot is paramount. She can help. Help it. Anger surged within Su Bai. Help to die. Helping the pilot block a blow is also helping. Zhenyuan's words barely suppressed the rage within Su Bai, yet he knew that from an absolutely rational standpoint, Zhenyu had not done anything wrong. But he could not accept it. He could not accept a woman taking a blow for him. Staring at the charging golden beast, he darkly remarked, "If I survive, I'll settle the score with you. Good luck." Half an hour later, the battle had shifted from the sky to the ground. Lu Shi had awakened, watching outside, crying out, her voice hoarse. "Let me out. Hurry and let me out. I can help you. Cough cough. Su Bai knelt on one knee, having lost 3 limbs, with one right leg supporting his entire body. Even so, he continued to glare fiercely at the golden beast, his menacing gaze more beast-like than that of the golden beast. The 5-star golden beast's scales were stained with blood, its expression wary. Su Bai's madness made it feel fear. It could not imagine how terribly it would die if Su Bai were on the same level. No, even if he were 1 level lower. But he had no more chances left. With this thought, it sighed with relief, eagerly wanting to shred him apart, even without the mythical mech. This child cannot be spared. Jean. Cough cough. Zhenyu. Su Bai coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. After hours of fierce battle, the golden energy in his heart was drained completely. Su Bai, am here. Su Bai's perseverance earned Zhenyuan's respect. He was one of the few whom she admired from the bottom of her heart since her inception. Overload. Su Bai's voice was barely audible, yet it bore an undeniable determination. He could still move, still fight. She wept uncontrollably, weakly pounding on the inner wall of the mech. She watched helplessly as Su Bai's arms and legs were torn apart, his body riddled with wounds, while she could only survive under his protection. Yuan Bao lay beside her, staring at the light screen, its black gemstone-like eyes occasionally flashing with golden light, clearly not as calm as it appeared. I said, cough cough. Overload. Zhenyu activated the overload program. She did not stop it, nor had any reason to. She had simulated the current scenario countless times, with data ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Survival rate infinitely close to 0. Obeying Su Bai's orders was her final respect for him. Ingwa Star Nebula. Ripples distorted the fabric of space as a starship emerged from the void. Inside the cockpit, Nian Jinger's body was suddenly seized by an alien consciousness. What is happening? This fluctuation, dangerous. Her brows knitted tightly, she closed her eyes and summoned the divine core of the myth Guanyin with her true spirit. Though her current vessel lacked strength, the divine core remained hers. Its power hers to wield, even if only subtly and sparingly. On the gray mineral planet, the myth Guanyin's divine core dimmed into shadow, yet faintly shimmered with ethereal light. Zhenyu, who had remained in the cockpit, sensed the shift instantly. Abandoning Su Bai, she rushed to the divine core and stood there in quiet, hopeful anticipation. Moments later, a translucent figure manifested. Guan, my name is Nian Jinger. Cool. In the cockpit, Su Bai's temples throbbed with bulging veins, guttural, indistinct sounds rose from his throat. He was too weak even to cry out in pain. An overloaded program channeled the last vestige of divine core energy he could command. Strength surged anew through his limbs. He pushed off with his foot and lunged toward the golden beast. The golden beast recoiled swiftly, wary. Su Bai's life-or-death assault had utterly unnerved it. Yet the silver-white mecha advanced only a dozen meters before collapsing in a thunderous crash. Su Bai's body went slack. Without golden energy to reinforce and metallize his flesh, his unenhanced physiology, already pushed beyond its limits, began to disintegrate spontaneously long before the golden beast could strike chunks of flesh sloughed away. The overload was forcibly terminated. He crumpled to the floor, pupils dilated, head tilted sideways as blood streamed freely. Before his fading vision, a girl appeared. No. Not quite. Or was it? He could no longer tell. Her gaze held boundless compassion, like that of a bodhisattva descending to ferry all beings across the sea of suffering. Must not fall. Su Bai's consciousness wavered, his trembling body strained to rise. If I fall, Yuan Bao Xiao Lu Xiao Shi, what will become of them? I must not fall. Must not. Guan. Nian Jinger, what do we do? Zhenyu turned to Nian Jinger, her eyes brimming with unwavering trust. In her heart, her master was omnipotent, a mere 5-star golden beast. She could subdue it with a flick of her wrist. Nian Jinger's spectral form stood quietly beside her. Through Zhenyu, she had grasped the full gravity of the situation. Even her physical presence would be futile now, let alone this fragile projection. Alas, the time is insufficient. His body has already begun to unravel. Given enough time, the divine core's energy could repair both the mecha and his flesh in tandem. But she glanced outward at the 5-star golden beast, her meaning unmistakable. The beast circled the fallen myth Guanyin warily, as if suspecting treachery from this cunning human. Once it realized the truth, it would charge without hesitation to tear the mecha apart piece by piece. It would grant the myth Guanyin no grace, no time to heal itself. Zhenyu's expression fell. Truly no way forward. None. Wait. Nian Jinger let out a soft, surprised murmur as she examined the divine core. Within the core floated a translucent lotus. Peering closer, she saw a delicate ancient-robed maiden seated within its petals, her face etched with sorrow, silently pleading with Nian Jinger. Even on the verge of death, he still diverts part of the divine core's energy to sustain this lotus and stabilize the mythos intelligence within. Fascinating. She paused in quiet contemplation, then stepped forward and merged into the divine core. Young man, you're fortunate. I'll do my utmost. Hold on if you can. Nian Jing'er channeled the divine core's energy to shield and Yu, thereby releasing the portion previously devoted solely to preserving the lotus. Using that very energy, originally under Su Bai's control, as a catalyst, she forcibly unsealed additional reserves of divine core power, unleashing them all at once. This torrent eclipsed even the peak capacity Su Bai himself had ever commanded. Having completed the act, exhaustion shadowed Nian Jing'er's spectral visage. Still taxing, but accomplished. Her phantom form dissolved, her true spirit returning to her corporeal self. The starship was nearing, so long as Su Bai endured until her arrival. Then she would temporarily assume control of the Myth Guanyin, not without combat capability. Vast energies surged through the mecha's neural conduits, flooding outward in every direction. At the Myth Guanyin's fractured joints and shattered plating, the metal stirred, alive, regenerating slowly. Perhaps the influx of divine core energy, far exceeding operational thresholds, had pushed the mecha past a critical threshold. Silently deep within its architecture, transformation began, and a pulse of data flowed through the neural interface into Su Bai's mind. Before Su Bai could process the new information blooming in his thoughts, a fierce, crawling itch erupted along his severed limbs, so intense he nearly scratched. The Myth Guanyin's metamorphosis granted Su Bai a fleeting reprieve. The divine core's energy repaired not only the mecha's frame, but his own ravaged body. Outside, the golden beast tensed, muscles coiling like drawn steel. Ruer. So, the human had tricked him. Lucky he hadn't charged earlier, else he'd have been ambushed. Once his right arm had fully regenerated, Su Bai halted the divine core's healing process. With the Myth Guanyin restored to full capacity, its firepower would overwhelm his unmetallized body. Excessive strain. He risked repeating the prior catastrophe before striking the golden beast. His own frame would shatter under the burden. Having brushed death's threshold, Su Bai's mind grew cold, clear, deliberate. He did not rush headlong into folly. His gaze locked onto the beast, thoughts racing. If only his golden core were replenished. If only he had sufficient golden energy. Oh! A familiar milky cry pierced his ears. He turned his head. Inside the mecha's abdominal chamber, Lu, she wore urgent concern. Beside her, Yuan Bao barked incessantly. Yuan Bao, do you wish to join me? Ooh. With a thought, Su Bai opened a narrow passage linking cockpit and storage bay. Tiny and swift, Yuan Bao darted upward. It bounded to Su Bai's side and spat forth a slender golden chain. This is the one I gave Xiaoxi before. Su Bai blinked, then offered a wry, weary smile. Too little. Of negligible use. He gently stroked Yuan Bao's small head. Don't worry, we'll be fine. I'm hard to kill. Woo-oh. Yuan Bao nudged him affectionately, then whirled and barked fiercely toward a specific direction. That way, oi. Confused, Su Bai followed its gaze. It led to the mecha's heart, the sanctum where the Guanyin divine core resided. Oh. Yuan Bao raised a tiny paw and mimed cradling and devouring something. A spark ignited in Su Bai's mind. You mean? Ruer. Before his words could finish, the five-star golden beast struck, sudden, brutal. Distracted, Su Bai failed to react, taking the blow full force. The Myth Guanyin hurtled backward, slamming into the cavern wall behind it. Tum! A deep hollow boom echoed. This cliff face, already weakened by the purple gold bamboo grove, was brittle as ash. Under such impact, it began to collapse. Boulders rained down. Within seconds, the Myth Guanyin vanished beneath a tide of rubble. Inside the cockpit, Su Bai's face paled. His wounds, just beginning to stabilize, ruptured anew. Blood gushed from his mouth. Cough. Cough, cough. The mecha lay buried. Darkness swallowed his vision. He did not rise. Instead, he activated thermal imaging, scanning the debris field for the golden beast's movements. Simultaneously, he swept his hand, and the Guanyin divine core settled into his palm. Do not disappoint me. He activated his golden core, fused seamlessly with his heart. Earlier, when threatening Zhenyu, he had metallized a sliver of the divine core. At the time, his meridians had been clogged with golden energy, preventing absorption. Now that seemingly insignificant residue became his sole hope for reversal. Boom! The golden energy surged like a flood, pouring forth endlessly. How can there be so much? Su Bai underestimated the terrifying energy contained within the divine core. Even though it was merely a trace of gold energy, it was far more substantial than the energy produced from the emergence of the golden beast's corpses in the purple gold bamboo forest. The divine core was troubled about how to eliminate that trace of foreign substance when it encountered Su Bai coming to its door. At this moment, it was no longer Su Bai absorbing the golden energy, rather the divine core was forcefully injecting the golden energy into Su Bai's body. Su Bai vigorously shook his hand, but the divine core clung to it, stubbornly refusing to let go. His recently recovered right hand, under the onslaught of the violent golden energy, saw its flesh and blood gradually dissipate, revealing the stark, white bones beneath. Countless cracks continuously emerged on the bones, only to be repaired again and again. This was the divine core intentionally allocating energy to maintain the integrity of Su Bai's hand bones. It wasn't out of kindness or sentience from the divine core. It was purely a reaction of instinct. It needed a channel to release the golden energy. Otherwise, Su Bai's bones would fare no better than his flesh. No, if it keeps pouring and it'll explode. The immeasurable golden energy surged along Su Bai's arm bone, rushing into his heart. Buzz! His heart ballooned like a balloon, swelling to twice its size. The pain of expansion left Su Bai breathless. He had a premonition that if his heart exploded this time, he might never have a chance to recover. As he witnessed the golden energy continuously flooding in, a sense of unwillingness surfaced in Su Bai's eyes. Having survived the golden beasts, he found himself trapped in this situation instead. A feeling of frustration arose within him. Within the divine core, and Yu saw Su Bai's suffering expression, a hint of determination appearing on her small face as she resolutely rushed forward. She attempted to use her body to block the outpouring of golden energy. In the outside world, the small heart, bearing the functions of the golden core and heart, had already expanded to its critical point. Su Bai closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the impending bang and the arrival of death. However, just then the golden energy that had been pouring into his body suddenly ceased. The divine core that had been stuck to Su Bai's bone fell away. He opened his eyes in astonishment, momentarily dazed. Before the ecstatic feeling of escaping death could fully register in his mind, the pain in his heart surfaced first. It seemed to remind him that he had not escaped danger. Any slight misstep could lead to a fatal explosion of his heart. Su Bai dared not move, cautiously probing to manipulate the golden energy within his heart. After a moment, a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. It worked. A trace of golden energy was drawn out, flowing through his body, repairing his damaged form. With the first experience under his belt, the subsequent process became much easier. The golden energy was gradually extracted in small amounts. The swollen heart began to contract bit by bit. Within the divine core, and Yu's delicate face was filled with joy and excitement. Yet 2 streaks of tears on her cheeks were strikingly visible. When she rushed to block the outpouring, she had already resigned herself to death. To her surprise, after blocking the outlet, nothing happened. The surging energy within the divine core calmed, as if nothing had occurred. Although Yu had only become a mythical intelligence recently, she had gained a fair amount of knowledge compared to her previous self. Some secrets regarding the mythical mechas had granted her access to higher-level databases in the star network. As for why she had not been harmed by the energy from the divine core, she speculated that it might be due to the energy surrounding her, carrying the aura of that woman. The aura of the master of that divine core, uniquely belonging to a true god. Su Bai extracted nearly 1/3 of the golden energy from his heart. With the vast amount of golden energy his body had already recovered, which also meant that the remaining golden energy had nowhere to go. So much golden energy accumulated in his heart was like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Roar! At this moment, the golden beast let out a roar. In the thermal imaging view, a massive creature slowly approached. Beneath the pile of rubble, Su Bai's eyes flashed with sharp light as he completely released the restrictions on his heart, the golden energy roaring out, causing his entire being to swell in an instant. Crack! Crack! His skin burst open, golden blood oozing out as his bones emitted a mournful cry under the pressure of the golden energy. "I've waited half a day for you." Su Bai gritted his teeth, an excited voice squeezing through his clenched jaws, hinting at extreme madness. The energy transmission nodes on the body of mythical Avalokitesvara operated frantically, a vast amount of energy circulating, nurturing destructive power. A blinding white light radiated from the rubble. The golden beast sensed danger and hesitated to step back, even harboring thoughts of escape. This human seemed like the divine beings recorded in the history of its clan. Indestructible, unkillable. Although it did not want to admit it, it had to acknowledge its fear. Ugh! The golden beast lowered its forepart, emitting a warning growl. Its eyes flickered with ferocity, yet the underlying brutality suppressed the insignificant fear. What right did a mere 3rd-tier genetic being have to make a 5-star golden beast retreat in fear? Self-check completed. Ship status is good. Energy reserves are sufficient, ready for jump. Shall we begin? Yes. Buzz. The starship trembled and disappeared. The next moment it appeared outside a planet shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist. Alarm. High energy readings detected ahead. Moi. Just as she thought she had caught up, Nian Jing'er breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing the alarm her heart immediately tightened. What happened? Jinyu, go take a look. Yes. On the dashboard, Jinyu, who had abandoned Su Bai to follow Nian Jing'er, dove into the star network, returning to mythical Avalokitesvara. As soon as she returned, she felt unwell. The mythical Avalokitesvara was filled with violent energy. In the cockpit, a substantial pressure materialized, forming a dazzling orb of light that enveloped Su Bai. Are you crazy? Stop it now. Jinyu lost her composure, shouting at the orb of light. The minimum usage requirement for the mythical technique is nebula level, and a human body can only barely withstand it at the 5th-tier genetic level. You are nowhere near that. If you don't stop, you will be crushed into meat paste. Zhenyu utilized the permissions of the mythical intelligence, trying to halt the energy flow. However, under Su Bai's forceful push, mythical Avalokitesvara operated like a complex and massive machine, its gears turning relentlessly and unstoppable. Anyone attempting to stop, it would be crushed. Huh. Within the orb of light, Su Bai shed 2 streams of golden blood from the corners of his eyes, waving his hand to expel Zhenyu. The agitated golden energy flowed within him, and his body was constantly reshaped between destruction and rebirth. Of course, it came with suffocating pain. Mythical Avalokitesvara soared into the sky, one arm and one leg raised, appearing extremely tragic. Yet this appearance did not give the golden beast any sense of relief. It sensed a deadly threat on the body of Avalokitesvara. Roar! The roar echoed endlessly, as if to scare off Avalokitesvara or bolster its own courage. At this moment it deeply regretted not escaping earlier. Su Bai grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. His grim expression resembled a beast ready to pounce. You want to kill me? Let me see if you have the capability to do so. Beast, open your eyes wide. I invite you to witness Avalokitesvara. He's gone mad. The starship of Zhenyuan hovered at the edge of the sky. Zhenyu returned to the starship, pointing in the direction of Su Bai, and shouted at Zhenyuan. A mere third-level gene user unaware of the heavens and the earth. Zhenyuan stood on the deck, a hint of confusion flashing across her brow. It's strange, even if I draw upon the energy of the divine core to temporarily make the mech capable of using divine techniques, how is Su Bai able to endure for so long under the load of a Nebula-class mech? Logically, he should have died the moment the divine technique was triggered. There's no way he could have lasted this long. Could it be that Su Bai is already dead and the operation of the divine technique is irreversible, forcing the energy to keep the mech functioning? Impossible. Zhenyuan asked, did you see anything unusual about Su Bai in the cockpit? Zhenyu recalled and shook her head. The load of the Nebula class condensed into a substance, pressing down on Su Bai, even invisible to others. Zhenyuan said nothing, watching the divine technique Guanyin. Seeing this divine technique again, yet it was not wielded by herself. The world has changed. A blazing white light enveloped the divine technique Guanyin. Under the influence of the divine core's energy, its body gradually restored. From the outside, the surface material was closer to jade. Su Bai's golden energy surged wildly, resisting a load that could shatter him to pieces. Mental energy rapidly consumed, pushing the final program of the divine technique to completion. Outside the divine technique, Guanyin sat cross-legged on a lotus seat. Behind him, a phantom of a lotus appeared, surrounded by Sanskrit. White jade-like arms unfolded in a flower-picking posture. The exquisite scene was enchanting, making one feel at ease. In Su Bai's field of vision, the Mech's energy bar plummeted, until 64 arms appeared and came to a halt. The flower-picking jade hands opened. In the palm of each hand, there was a deep, dark hole. An aura of danger emanated from the holes. The numerous holes resembled pairs of eyes staring intently at the golden beast, causing it to feel an instinctive unease. Veins bulged on Su Bai's forehead as he gritted his teeth, pouring all the remaining energy of the divine technique Guanyin through the 64 arms into those eyes. In no time, the Mech's energy was exhausted. Su Bai's body unfolded, floating in the center of the cockpit, letting out a desperate roar. Divine technique, Thousand Hands, Guanyin. The eyes on the arms suddenly burst forth with blinding light. 64 beams of destructive light containing terrifying power shot out. The golden beast, as the target, curled up in a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Facing this attack, it didn't even dare to think of fleeing, hoping only that its hard shell could protect its life. Wherever the beams passed, space cracked, and the dark space turbulence tore at everything it could touch. Just 100 meters away, the beams suddenly struck the golden beast's shell. A light sound. At the cost of exhausting 14 beams of energy, the golden beast's proud shell, which had withstood countless fatal attacks, shattered. Without the shell's protection, its flesh was instantly burned to ashes by the beams, without even a scream. The beams did not stop after killing the golden beast, but continued to descend. At this point, Su Bai no longer cared. The divine technique Guanyin returned to its original form. He collapsed to the ground, overwhelming fatigue flooding his brain, golden energy once again depleted, and his broken skin resembled a porcelain doll glued together with glue. Hey, we won. Su Bai smiled, his head tilted, and he fainted. Next to him, Yuan Bao approached cautiously, gently licking the cracks on Su Bai's body with its pink tongue. Wherever the small tongue licked, those still bleeding cracks oddly healed. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden light shimmered through the pink tongue. In the starry sky, numerous golden beasts guarded one side of the mining star, waiting for the 5-star golden beast to return with Su Bai's head. But they did not wait for the 5-star golden beast. Instead, they welcomed 50 great treasures. 50 beams of light penetrated the mining star, spreading out to completely cover all the golden beasts, then suddenly fell. Boom. Bang. At this moment, the universe was illuminated. One by one the golden beasts were annihilated, leaving no trace behind. The loud noise, accompanied by brilliant divine light, spoke of the power of the divine technique. This earth-shattering strike announced to the world that the divine technique Guanyin had returned. Nian Jing'er, who had exited the mining star earlier, gazed at this grand fireworks display, her eyes dazed. It's still so beautiful. Did he really succeed? Zhenyu was so surprised she stuttered, having seen too many unreasonable things in Su Bai. A thought arose in her mind. Following Su Bai seems to hold more promise. After all, she is the intelligent entity of the divine technique Guanyin, not the intelligent assistant of this world Nian Jing'er. Thinking this, she secretly glanced at Nian Jing'er. Unbeknownst to her, Nian Jing'er was smiling at her. What's wrong? Want to change your master? I am not. Zhenyu am loyal and devoted to you. I would never do such a thing. Zhenyuan's face turned red, pretending to act nonchalant. Su Bai is just a third-level Jin user who got a bit lucky, far inferior to you. Did you see that divine technique, Thousand Hands Guanyin? It's simply degrading for you. Just 64 beams, and the power is so weak, completely not on par with what you used before. Nian Jing'er shook her head with a smile, not exposing her. Alright, that kid forcibly used the divine technique. If he doesn't die, he probably won't last much longer. Come with me, let's see if we can save his life. If not, I'll try to intercept the divine core and reshape the mech. Good. Zhenyu controlled the starship, descending towards the mining star. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Wanting to change masters was just a thought. The loyalty of the divine intelligence is unquestionable. She would be loyal to the divine mech pilot Su Bai, but that was before Nian Jing'er arrived. Hiss, that shouldn't be. What about Su Bai? Is he in danger? Seeing Nian Jing'er stop her actions, She hurriedly asked. Nian Jing'er frowned, her gaze oscillating between Su Bai and the detection chamber and the results displayed on the light screen. Strange, too strange. He has no external injuries on his body, but according to the detection results, he seems to have almost no intact organs inside, with many blood vessels broken. Yet his vitality shows no signs of weakening, as if he were completely fine. It's too strange. Nian Jing'er had seen many cases far more serious than Su Bai's injuries in her numerous reincarnations. For those cases, they almost always resorted to replacing mechanical prosthetics. The most severe ones were left with only their brains surrounded by machines. But Su Bai, Nian Jing'er had never encountered such a case, and was at a loss as to how to proceed. While she was deep in thought, a sound suddenly came from the detection chamber. She instinctively looked over, her expression akin to seeing a ghost. Su Bai seemed to have just woken up, rubbing his eyes and stretching. Given his condition, it's a miracle he's not dead. How can he still wake up? This is no longer a medical miracle. To her, a being of true spirit. It seemed that such a miracle was nothing remarkable. Will you kill me? Why do you ask that? A single body can have only one master. Then why can't that master be you? Because you are a god. A candle flickered in the darkness. Two girls identical in appearance, yet diametrically opposed in aura, sat facing each other. The girl on the left exuded dignity and compassion merely by sitting still. A god. She let out a light laugh. Then with startling informality reclined fully and closed her eyes, concealing the profound exhaustion deep within them. In this life, I was never meant to awaken. You would have lived your life whole and unbroken. My emergence is unjust to you. I will not seize your body. How then could I speak of killing you? Hearing this, the girl on the right, head bowed, shoulders slumped in dejection, jerked her head up, stunned. You have two choices. Return home as if nothing happened and walk your destined path. Or become my disciple, to defend humanity against the golden beasts until your last breath. Nian Jing'er remained silent for a long while, then sank to both knees and bowed deeply. Master, I confess, I had hoped you'd choose the first path. Guanyin sighed softly, then rose. Stay here a little longer. I shall with no small measure of shame go plead for something on your behalf. Nightfall. She had rested. Nian Jing'er opened the infirmary door and stepped inside. At its center, Su Bai lay in a medical pod flooded with regenerative serum, wearing only loose cotton shorts. He absorbed the serum's potency while slowly mending his body with golden energy, but his injuries were too severe, and the forced acceleration of cellular division had rendered progress nearly imperceptible. Full recovery would take considerable time. Nian Jing'er switched on the lights and drained the pod's healing solution. Yuan Bao curled beside the pod, grunted twice at the sight of her, then turned away and resumed sleeping. As the fluid level dropped, Su Bai opened his eyes. Miss Nian, still awake so late. He harbored no fear she might harm him. Had she intended to strike with the asteroid mine, not have been a far more opportune moment. Nian Jing'er smiled warmly and extended her hand, the divine core of Mythos Guanyin materializing in her palm. Your Mythos intelligence has stabilized. I've come to inform you. A lotus bloomed, cradling and Yu as she floated forth, then leapt into Su Bai's stellar instrument. The instant the divine core appeared in Nian Jing'er's hand, Su Bai's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression hardened with sudden gravity. As the designated pilot of Mythos Guanyin, he held the authority to forcibly reclaim the core. Yet what chilled him to the bone was this: Nian Jinger's very ability to summon the divine core of Mythos Guanyin. Just then Yu Yu's voice chimed perfectly in his ear. Su Bai, she is likely Guanyin's reincarnated vessel. Within the Mythos Intelligence's restricted archive, she had cross-referenced ancient records and narrowed it down to a single compelling possibility. Reincarnated vessel. Such concepts lay far beyond Su Bai's former mortal understanding. Ding. Transmission complete. And Yu Yu relayed the data directly into his mind via neural resonance. Su Bai skimmed the opening lines. In the Mythos-era deities forged mecha from divine cores, their true spirits entered the cycle of rebirth to guard humanity across eons. Gulp. He swallowed hard, unbidden dread rising like bile. Stole someone else's divine mecha, and now the original deity had arrived at his doorstep. It felt precisely like being caught in flagrante delicto. HSS. A cold tremor ran through him. Yet in the next moment, a new transmission flooded his vision. Two possible states follow divine spirit reincarnation. One, the divine spirit awakens within the embryo, and upon maturity seeks its destined mythos mecha of its own accord. Two, the reincarnated grows as an ordinary human, until chance brings them into contact with their native mythos mecha, triggering awakening of the divine spirit. In the vast cosmos, encountering the singular mythos statue tied to one's own divinity is near impossible. This scenario is statistically negligible. Most will live, age, die, and re-enter the cycle of rebirth without ever awakening. So, it was my activation of the Mythos Guanyin statue that triggered her awakening. Su Bai's anxiety vanished, replaced by quiet resolve. He stepped out of the medical pod and bowed deeply to Nian Jing. Whether before a savior or a deity incarnate, such reverence was only fitting. This bow carried no pretense. It was owed. Thank you, Miss Nian, for saving my life. He resolved firmly, unless she raised it, he would never utter a word about divinity. Upon reflection, Su Bai had activated Mythos Guanyin, enabling her awakening. Nian Jinger had saved him on the asteroid mine, though death there had not been certain. Who owed whom more? That balance remained elusive. Nian Jinger offered a gentle, knowing smile. No thanks necessary, it was but a simple gesture. She knew, and Yu Yu must have already shared some truths with Su Bai. After living so long, how could she fail to read his intentions? Abandoning subtlety, she spoke plainly. I have awakened. Mythos Guanyin rightfully returns to its source. What say you? Since she had broached the matter openly, Su Bai saw no need for further concealment. I honor you as a deity. Yet were it not for me, you might still wander the cycles of rebirth, let alone claim your mecha. That is true. Nian Jinger nodded, her candor catching Su Bai entirely off guard. What game was this? But, here it came. Always a but. And always trouble follows. Su Bai tensed, ready to sidestep any trap. But you must understand, Mythos Guanyin reaches its fullest power only under my command, offering humanity, now faltering, a vital lifeline. Oh, Su Bai's eyes narrowed. The air thickened with unspoken weight. Even Yuan Bao, still asleep, sensed the shift, slipped behind the medical pod, and kept sleeping. They held each other's gaze. Then Su Bai broke the silence with a quiet laugh. You've misjudged me. Appealing to grand destiny won't sway me. I'm barely scraping by. I can't even afford wedding dowry, let alone shoulder humanity's fate. Moreover, the mecha has bonded. Mythos mecha are unlike any other. No precedent exists for severing such a bond or transferring ownership. Not to mention, if I refused, you'd still need to solve that problem first. Because no co-origin counterpart existed before. Once bound, a mythos mecha cannot be unbound, except by one whose essence resonates with the divine core itself. I don't know how you deceive the core, but this core is mine by origin and thus shares my essence. Granting shared control requires no great effort. Nian Jinger activated the core, awakening the mecha's binding sigil. Su Bai arched a brow. He'd just received a formal request to grant her primary operational authority over Mythos Guanyin. Decline. The request was rejected. Nian Jinger showed no surprise. Had Su Bai agreed so readily, she'd have insisted on a full neurological scan. Enough jesting. I am no tyrant who seizes by force, nor would I demand you surrender a Mythos mecha outright. Yet Mythos Guanyin is indispensable to me. How would you fare exchanging it for 2 Mythos statues? Su Bai hesitated, then leaned toward interest. 2 for 1 was a clear advantage. Truth be told, he'd never truly wanted Mythos Guanyin. Not for lack of power, but because Mythos Guanyin annihilated golden beasts utterly, leaving no golden energy behind in their corpses. It was cutting off his own path to ascension. Unacceptable, absolutely. Weighing all factors, Su Bai reached his decision. You've only just awakened. Do you even possess Mythos statues? Or are you merely testing my gullibility? I do not, but the blissful Buddha realm does. Deal. Statues first, then the mecha. In the infirmary, 2 hands clasped together, reaching a consensus. Nian Jinger proposes another deal. I will add a mythological statue in exchange for your method to activate the mythological mech. How about that? Su Bai shrugged, displaying a helpless expression. There's really nothing I can do. Perhaps my divine affinity is good, and those mythological mechs are willing to accept me. Zhenyuan gave him a profound glance, but did not continue on that topic. Zhenyu, I'm here. Connect to the internal network of the blissful Buddha realm and send a video invitation to the authorities. Yes. In the blissful Buddha realm Ling Mountain Star System Pure Land Star, Great Sacred Hall. The golden Buddha statues surrounded by flickering incense exhibited various expressions. Some were solemn and dignified while others appeared playful and joyous. Suddenly one statue erupted with golden light projecting a screen. An old monk sitting cross-legged and chanting opened his eyes. He initially thought it was news from below. To his surprise, the characters Guanyin on the screen were glaringly bright. He instantly lost his calm demeanor. Quick connect. The brief connection time of less than 2 seconds felt as if it lasted for decades. Soon Zhenyuan's figure appeared on the screen. Amitabha Buddha inquired tentatively, Guanyin. Zhenyuan smiled, pressed her palms together, and bowed slightly. I have seen Amitabha Buddha. Great. It's good to have you back. Amitabha Buddha laughed heartily. Where are you? I will send. No, I will personally come to welcome you. Zhenyuan softly said to Su Bai, please wait a moment. She then walked out, clearly not wanting Su Bai to overhear the upcoming conversation. Su Bai had no objections and quietly waited. A short while later, Zhenyuan returned, waving her hand as 2 three-dimensional projections materialized. They were statues resembling 2 meditating monks. These 2 mythological statues can be exchanged for the mythological Guanyin, and they can be delivered within 3 days. Su Bai examined them closely. I don't recognize them. They were all bald monks in meditation. For someone without any research on this, distinguishing who they were was indeed a bit challenging. However, it wasn't important. Su Bai directly rejected them, sneering. Your calculations are quite clever. Once I activate the mythological statue and awaken the reincarnated deity, you will come looking for me to exchange, right? The most crucial point was that Su Bai did not want the mythological Guanyin because the Mechs that killed the golden beasts would remove the golden energy. Who knew if the other mythological Mechs in the blissful Buddha realm had this function? Seeing that she had been seen through, Zhenyuan was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, this is a win-win collaboration, isn't it? I don't know about a win-win, but I do know that if we do this, I definitely won't live long. Really not considering it. Not considering it, I do not want the mythological statues from the blissful Buddha realm, otherwise the deal is off. Seeing his resolute attitude, Zhenyuan directly proposed another plan. The various divine systems do not accept mythological statues from external divine systems. This is an unspoken rule that everyone acknowledges. If you insist on other mythological statues, the blissful Buddha realm does not have them, but I can provide you with the specific coordinates of the mythological statues for you to retrieve yourself. How does that sound? In that case, 2 won't be enough. Oh, I need to add 1 more. All right. Zhenyuan readily agreed. I will send you the coordinates within 10 days. After saying this, she walked out. Su Bai watched her back and casually remarked, by the way, I hope you keep the matter of me gaining recognition from the mythological mecha secret. What I offered was merely the first right of control over the mythological Guanyin. The ownership still lies with me. If there are any rumors outside, or if someone threatens me because of this, I worry that in a moment of excitement, I might summon the core of the mythological Guanyin and accidentally destroy it, which would be troublesome. Zhenyuan's footsteps paused for a moment. Rest assured, I am not one to gossip recklessly. Had it been before, she certainly would not have taken Su Bai's threat seriously. However, with Zhenyuan's solemn guarantee, plus her own probe of the divine core, she ultimately reached a conclusion. This young man could indeed destroy the divine core. Watching Zhenyuan leave, Su Bai pulled out a piece of gold ingot from behind the medical pod. He turned it into a cup of water and placed it in front of the gold ingot. Heartless, why did you run away? This time he'll make you eat porridge as punishment. Oh, whoa. Ignoring the protests of the gold ingot, Su Bai returned to the medical pod, injected the medicine, and continued to repair his body. He had a premonition that after this breakthrough, once his body recovered, his physical strength would undergo a qualitative leap. The next day, early morning. The injury is truly severe. The cells were overloaded and damaged at the cellular level, resulting in a huge project to repair. So I'll take it slow. Just as Su Bai emerged from the medical pod, he was in the process of getting dressed. The door to the infirmary opened and She excitedly rushed in. Dubai, good news. I contacted the teacher in charge of the training camp. I was just about to discuss your situation. The teacher said the principal has specially approved your admission. Su Bai quickly donned his clothes and his gloomy mood lifted slightly. Really? Why would I lie to you? At that moment, Zhenyuan knocked twice on the door, entering with a meal. On the tray were 4 bowls, 3 large and 1 small, with a mound of golden substance in one of them. As for what it specifically was, even in you couldn't identify it. You are all here, come and eat. Su Bai looked at Zhenyuan and felt something was a bit strange. He couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange at the moment. Little dear, what's going on? She is Nianjing, the real Nianjing. Su Bai showed a thoughtful expression, while Lu Shi hurriedly took the tray thanking her. Thank you very much. No problem, no problem. Nianjing displayed an expectant expression. Quick, try my cooking. Lu Shi finally turned her attention to the unknown substance in the bowl. This can be eaten. Nianjing picked up the smallest bowl and placed it in front of the gold ingot, proudly introducing, "This is my exclusive golden cuisine." Golden. Upon hearing this familiar term, the gold ingot's eyes sparkled, and it abruptly buried its head in the bowl of food. Then, there was no further reaction. Seeing this, Su Bai twitched the corners of his mouth and walked outside. I absorbed healing medicine all night, and am not hungry at all. You all eat, enjoy yourselves. Nianjing looked a bit sad. She cast her hopeful gaze toward the remaining Lu Shi, saying pitifully, "This was meticulously crafted by me, mainly using eggs and potatoes with edible yellow coloring as a supplement carefully developed." In the end, Lu Shi could not withstand it and tearfully finished a large bowl. However, for the next day, Su Bai did not see her at all. On the deck, Su Bai sat cross-legged, absorbing the drifting power in the universe, transforming it into golden energy, slowly filling the golden core. Tap, tap, tap. He heard footsteps and stopped. Looking back, Nianjing happened to walk out of the cabin. "Is your body all right?" "Not really. How about I prepare some medicinal dishes for you?" Cough. "My body is perfectly fine." Nianjing smacked her lips, looking a bit regretful. All right, where are you going?" "My master told me to follow you during this period. After you give me the mech, I will leave." "Your master?" Su Bai was taken aback for a moment before suddenly realizing that aside from Guanyin, there seemed to be no one else. "All right, let's go to Zhenyuan Academy." "Okay." A desolate dead star. Yet within its barren shell lay a hidden marvel. The entire celestial body had been hollowed out, its interior crisscrossed with intricate machinery and labyrinthine corridors teeming with white-coat scientists, a metallic metropolis of precision and purpose. At the heart of this artificial world stood a laboratory, the innermost sanctum, where a figure draped entirely in black robes stepped silently across the threshold. Every scientist within froze mid-motion. An elderly man with chestnut hair hurried forward upon spotting the robed figure. "Any progress?" "Acquired." A synthesized mechanical voice emanated from beneath the hood. A bestial claw emerged, scaled sharp and unervingly sentient, and clutched within its grip a luminous pulsating stone. The divine core of Bai Wu Chang. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." The elder lunged eagerly to seize the core, only for the robed figure to recoil sharply. The man's face contorted in fury. "What is this? Do you intend to renege? Recall your promise. You have yet to fulfill your end of the bargain. I would never deceive you. Hand it over now." Silent, the robed figure did not move. The elder's expression darkened. With a curt gesture, legions of armored mechs surged from every conduit and corridor, encircling the lab like a steel vice. "So, you wish to fight?" The robed figure seemed to chuckle, not in mirth, but in quiet, chilling condescension. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly alarms shrieked through the chamber, shrill and unrelenting. "Critical breach. Outside. The sky. Just look for yourselves." A panicked technician burst in and projected a holographic feed. Within its grainy glow loomed a colossal entity, truly colossal. It hung motionless above the dead star, jaws agape, poised, as if to swallow the entire world in a single silent bite. The elder's face blanched. He rushed forward, bowing deeply, voice slick with forced deference. "Please, do not act rashly. I swear on my honor across the cosmos, only we possess the surgical mastery to perform flawless, consequence-free beast body transplants." The robed figure paused. Then, with a subtle shift of intent, the gargantuan silhouette dissolved into static. Simultaneously, every alarm ceased, leaving only silence. The elder exhaled, shoulders slumping in relief, then bowed again and gestured forward. "This way, please. We shall begin the procedure immediately." Hurry. I've endured this frail human vessel long enough." Meanwhile, on a tranquil resort planet, the Sang squad, renowned hunters of gods, rested after a celebrated triumph. Sang, who noticed Sang, she severing all communications, and hurriedly asked, "Sang Shi, has the reward arrived from command?" "No, it's a summons." "A summons?" Sang Neo frowned, disgruntled. "We just slew a mythic-class mecha. No reward, yet another mission." Sang Shi, pale as cadaver and cold as void, cast a narrow reptilian glance at him. Silent, piercing, utterly devoid of warmth. "The organization has convened all operatives for final drills. We are preparing to strike the great prey." He rose and strode toward the exit. "Attendance is voluntary. Choose wisely." Behind him, the others exchanged glances, tongues flicking over lips, eyes gleaming with feverish pathological exhilaration. Hunting gods was not mere duty. It was their creed, instilled since childhood. Meanwhile, at Suwan's forest villa on Zhenyuan Academy grounds, Nianjing followed Lu Shi, who pushed Su Bai, seated in a wheelchair, while Yuan Bao nestled contentedly in his arms. They disembarked from the academy shuttle and walked toward the villa, Though Su Bai insisted repeatedly he could walk unassisted, Lu Shi ignored him entirely. Even aboard the starship, he'd been restrained by both women and subjected to a full diagnostic scan, results predictably grim. Thus, under Lu Shi's uncompromising insistence, Su Bai acquired a state-of-the-art mobility chair, luxurious, gleaming, and utterly inescapable. Resistance proved futile, so he embraced indulgence instead. As he was wheeled along, basking in envious glances from passers-by, he found himself oddly content, until two crisp chimes rang out. Ding-dong, ding-dong. A door opened. Xiaohua. Her familiar, delicate face startled him into calling her name instinctively. Joy flooded his chest. Reunion after long absence. Warm, disarming, pure. He turned to introduce her to Nian Jing. This is Xiaohua. Clang. The door slammed shut. Su Bai's smile froze rigid as porcelain. Wounded, returned home, and denied entry by an old friend. In front of witnesses. Do I Su Mao have no dignity left? He coughed twice, awkward hollow, to mask the sting. Nian Jinger tilted her head puzzled. Why was the door barred? What just happened? Clearly this Su fellow wasn't faring well. But moments later the door swung open once more, this time revealing Kong Qing. We knew you'd be back. Dinner's ready. Come in quickly. No sooner had Su Bai been wheeled inside than Song Ran murmured softly. There's food for Yuan Bao, but none for him. Everyone knew precisely whom him referred to. Yuan Bao nestled in Su Bai's arms, didn't even blink. Gold matter sustenance only. These scraps. Beneath my notice. Su Bai inwardly labeled him petty, then glanced around. A lavish spread steamed on the dining table. The living room held only Song Ran and Kong Qing, besides the newcomers. Su Wan, the villa's owner, was nowhere to be seen. Where's Wan Jia? She had family matters to attend to. Left 2 days ago. What terrible timing. Enough. Let's eat before it cools. Lu Shi guided Su Bai's chair to the table, then seated Nian Jinger beside her. It had been ages since either of them had shared a proper meal. Their stomachs growled in unison, ravenous and impatient. Su Bai watched eyes wide as Song Ran served rice to everyone, until reaching him. Then, nothing. Huh. Xiaohua, what's the meaning of this? Deliberate revenge. Just wait until I recover. Song Ran shot him a glance, then seized the wheelchair and shoved him into a corner. There sat a medical pod. He hoisted Su Bai inside and pressed the infusion button without hesitation. No rice for you. Lu Shi made it clear your injuries remain severe. Steamed lamb, braised bear paw, stewed deer, tail roasted duck. None are fit for your condition. This is Sister Qing's rare, saintly healing serum. Priceless, potent, painstakingly prepared. Honor her care. Lie still and absorb it. Having finished, Song Ran thoughtfully rotated the pod so its transparent front faced the dining table, then returned to his seat satisfied. Before Su Bai stretched his gaze across the feast. Golden, aromatic, irresistible. Tears slipped helplessly from his mouth, mingling with the serum. Inside the pod, he thrashed wildly. Yet to onlookers, he merely bubbled and frothed, sparking peals of laughter. Frustrated, Su Bai squeezed his eyes shut, out of sight, out of mind. Then he turned his focus inward, drawing every iota of energy from the serum. Warmth bloomed within him, gentle, enveloping, like sinking into a sun-warmed spring. Indeed, its efficacy surpassed ordinary remedies. Yet measured against golden energy regeneration. His verdict functional, but marginal. Just as drowsiness began to pull him under, and Yu, who'd remained mysteriously absent since their return, materialized without warning. Dubai, I've made a discovery. Su Bai opened his eyes, projecting his thoughts. What is it? After returning, Jin Yu and I wove an information defense net around you to prevent future ambushes. While filtering harmful data streams, we uncovered something anomalous. Do you recall how, when departing Chongning Federation, we were detained repeatedly for identity verification? Yes. I wondered why scrutiny was so intense. Were we being targeted? Affirmative. The director of Chongning's border defense sold our real-time coordinates to former Senator Chen Wei for 5 million Federation credits. Chen Wei then colluded with the God Hunters, leaking our identities and exact location. That's why we were exposed so swiftly, and why everything that followed unfolded as it did. Chen Wei. Su Bai drew a blank. Such high-ranking figures existed beyond his orbit in Chongning. A spark ignited in his mind. His eyes narrowed. Chen. Former senator, wasn't it? That young noble slain on Bai Star, Chen Xiao. Yes, he was the senator's son. What should we do to Bai? And Yu flipped her hand and took out a stack of materials. This includes the transaction records and call logs of Chen Wei and the minister of the Chongning Border Defense, as well as his connections with the Divine Hunters and his motivations, among other things. Submit all the materials anonymously to the tribunal. Engaging in collusion with the Divine Hunters and selling out the human camp's mecha pilots, resulting in the destruction of a mecha. These two charges are enough for them to die 10 times over. After pondering for a moment, Su Bai abandoned the thought of confronting them directly. There were quite a few people involved, mostly small fries. Tracking them all down would be troublesome and time-consuming. As for the main culprit, Chen Wei, falling into the hands of the tribunal would undoubtedly be far worse than facing him directly. Have the people who chased us down that day been found? They have been found, or rather there was no need to search. And Yu projected a video onto Su Bai's retinal display. Against the backdrop of the shattered divine mecha by Wuchang the Grim Tiger, and others declared their intent to hunt the divine hunters and slay a mecha. But I can't locate their position, even with Zhenyuan I haven't found them. And Yu looked quite troubled. I suspect they are either dead or trapped in an area completely sealed off by several divine intelligences working together. Su Bai comforted her. It's okay if they're not dead, they will eventually come out. There's no rush. Later at 9 o'clock. Su Bai's room was on the left side of the second floor, next to Song Ran's. Directly outside the window was the villa's front pond, a good location. Back in his room, Su Bai resolutely refused to use the medical pod. That broken device was nowhere near as comfortable as a soft bed. Holding onto his gold ingot, Su Bai lay down intending to enjoy a good sleep, when suddenly knock knock knock. A voice called come in. The trailing sound made it clear the person was quite reluctant. Su Bai turned on the light and propped himself up. When the door opened, Kong Qing walked in and casually closed the door behind her. Su Bai instantly became alert, nervously clutching his small blanket. Late night visit. A solitary man and a woman. What if she forces me? Should I resist symbolically or just give in? Sigh. Having looked slightly inferior to the handsome guys on the screen is quite troublesome. Kong Qing had no idea that this shameless guy had already concocted a scenario in his mind. She came here after deep contemplation. From the Star Network, she learned of the destruction of the divine mecha. She was puzzled as to why Su Bai was unscathed despite the ruins of the mecha. Given Kong Qing's previous nature, Su Bai, without the divine mecha, would have lost his value as a friend. Yet her intuition told her not to act that way. Having already missed one chance, when Su Bai left Zhenyuan, if she missed this one too, there would truly be no opportunity left. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Oh, it turned out it wasn't just about my looks. Su Bai felt a bit disappointed. Suddenly, he shook his head vigorously. How shameless. What am I thinking? I'm a decent person. Well, you helped me last time, and I'm grateful to you. Besides, your brother helped me a lot when I was at Bai Yixing, so there's nothing to apologize for. Though I did ruin that starship, I'll definitely repay you once I have the money. Su Bai harbored some suspicions. The warning email he received back then was likely sent by Kong Yun. If my guess is correct, then Kong Yun essentially saved his life. Forget about the starship, I have plenty of money, it's no big deal. Kong Qing could feel that Su Bai genuinely didn't mind and immediately smiled, speaking in a tone of extravagance. Her lavish attitude shocked the poor Su Bai. It wasn't until Kong Qing left that he snapped back to reality, grabbing the drowsy gold ingot, waking it up, and holding it in his arms as he lay down. Silly girl is just silly, she's really rich, I envy her so much. Forget it, time to sleep. After resting slacking off for a month in the forest villa, Su Bai, who had missed half a semester of classes, was forcibly pushed into the classroom by Lu Shi. In the age of mythology, the golden beasts invaded, and the gods fought back with all their might, while the sinful gods turned traitor. Su Bai. In the classroom, an old man with white hair was lecturing on cosmic history. Unintentionally, he noticed a figure sitting in a wheelchair in the aisle, head drooping and snoring. Oh, I'm here. Su Bai, jolted awake from his dreams, sprang up. The teacher was even angrier upon seeing this. You can stand up, yet you're sitting in a wheelchair. Quite impressive. Su Bai thought the same. However, under the unanimous opposition of the people in the villa, he still couldn't secure the right to walk. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a muscle or bone injury. Not to mention that Su Bai's test results from the detection chamber indicated he was close to being buried. Even with the Saint Healing Serum, it wouldn't be possible to recover completely in just a month. They all believed Su Bai was injured so severely that wanting to get up and walk was merely showing off. The teacher, being an old soldier who had retired from the battlefield, despised those who took shortcuts. Unfortunately for Su Bai, who should have been expelled, but was admitted due to the dean's special approval, he appeared to the teacher as someone who had taken shortcuts. Not only did he take shortcuts, but he also entered 2 months late. This was outrageous. Half a semester had passed, and this was the first time he saw Su Bai. Moreover, the first time he saw him, he was sleeping in his class. Was he stacking negative buffs? He couldn't stand it. He simply couldn't endure it. You came to Zhenyuan just to sleep? I know you are the top new student, but against the golden beast's cosmic warfare, an ignorant brute cannot bear such responsibility. Yes, I was wrong. Su Bai's attitude towards admitting his mistake was excellent and quite prompt. He admitted his fault even before the teacher finished speaking. You are truly ungrateful. The teacher believed Su Bai was provoking him. Let me see how much knowledge you have. If you can't answer 3 questions, don't even think about passing my class. First, what does sinful god mean? What is the outcome? He was certain Su Bai wouldn't be able to answer. Knowledge about sinful gods was prohibited from being disseminated outside of higher academies. Since Su Bai had not attended any classes after entering Zhenyuan, let alone come into contact with related knowledge. During the Golden Beast invasion, some deities turned traitor in the battle, leading to a rout of the human camp that could still hold on. These are the sinful gods. In the aftermath, the human camp adhered to the principle of expelling outsiders must first stabilize the inside, and put all their effort into hunting down the sinful gods, eventually suppressing them. Nonsense. According to records, all sinful gods were exterminated, none survived. Su Bai glanced at the information on his retinal display and asked Yu with his mind. Is this answer wrong? And Yu's little face was filled with grievance. She had consulted a database that could only be accessed through divine intelligence, so how could there be a mistake? He is the one who is wrong. True spirits do not perish and deities do not die. Sinful gods are also gods. As long as they do not wish to die, how could they possibly be killed? Only by suppressing them can they lose the desire to live and disperse their true spirits. At this moment, the teacher's ears perked up and he snorted coldly. Forget it, consider this question past. Next question. What is the difference between sinful gods and evil gods? Su Bai looked outside, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. That seemed to be the head of the Xuanwu Institute. Could it be that they intended to conceal information regarding sinful gods? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Sinful gods are deities that betray humanity, while evil gods are gods whose spirits are twisted in the cycle of reincarnation, wishing to destroy humanity, but not aligning with the golden beasts. Having answered 2 questions in a row, the teacher's face showed signs of losing composure. I won't ask the 3rd question for now. Today I'll let you off the hook. Make sure to attend class properly in the future. Remember, in some places you cannot connect to the star network. Knowledge in your brain is the most reliable. Okay, teacher. And Yu was dissatisfied and put her hands on her hips, raising her little head. He knows nothing. From a certain perspective, divine intelligence is the signal source of the star network. Unless 2 or more divine intelligences simultaneously act to seal me off, how could I not connect to the star network? That's impossible. Class resumed. Su Bai sat more attentively, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, though whether he truly listened remained uncertain. Shall Lu retrieve the data on those 3 mythic statues? Understood. 3 translucent images materialized, visible only to Su Bai. The first depicted an angelic statue face, indistinct, 6 luminous wings unfurled mid-flight. It stood at the boundary between heaven's divine realm and hell's divine realm, on a planet named Vibran. The second showed an ordinary male humanoid figure. Its sole distinguishing feature was an unidentified object clasped in its hand, roughly 2 palm lengths in size. That measurement referred strictly to the statue's own palm, not anything suggestive. It stood upon the sole habitable world of the Inner Federation within the One-Star Federation. The third bore unmistakable traits: a trident gripped in one hand, bare torso, wild seaweed-like hair, and feet planted firmly atop churning waves. Its location was the administrative planet of the sea god domain within the Olympus divine nation. Su Bai rubbed his temples, head throbbing. The bald monks of the Sukhavati Buddha realm might be bald, but their cunning ran deep. Of the 3 mythic statues, the second would prove easiest to acquire. As his thoughts raced, class ended. I'll inform you all now, academic instruction at Zhenyuan Academy concludes here. From this moment forward, your studies shift entirely to practical field training for the next 3.5 years. That concludes today's announcement. The instructor turned to leave, then paused, glancing back at Su Bai. Midterm assessment includes both team-based and individual contests. You may opt out of the team event, but if you miss the individual round, it counts as forfeiture with 0 points awarded. Midterm assessment. Su Bai scratched his head, bewildered. I've barely begun attending classes, and already it's midterm. En route back to the villa aboard Kong Qing's luxurious aerial vehicle, he voiced his confusion. Lu, she replied, calculate carefully. How much time has passed since the Zhenyuan entrance trials? Su Bai counted aloud on his fingers. Bai Star, the mining colony. Then another month of recovery after returning. HSS, a sharp intake of breath. So, it has been quite a while, hasn't it? Then what exactly is this midterm assessment? And what's this about team contests? Shortly after enrollment, the academy required all students to form squads. Minimum 4 members, maximum 8. I thought it over and registered our 4 directly. We then entered the squad ranking tournament. Before you 2 returned, Song Ran and I competed alone, achieving solid results, top 10 overall. As she spoke, Kong Qing cast a wary glance towards Song Ran, whose expression remained utterly impassive. Once you both rejoined us, and Lu Shi joined the squad. Her dragon form mech proved formidable. She single-handedly propelled our squad's cumulative score to first place. Team competition has now concluded, with our squad ranked first. Next comes the individual combat phase. Final scores are aggregated across squad members. Higher-ranked squads receive significant privileges during subsequent field assignments. Such advantages include priority selection of training locations, choice of senior student mentors, and, in cases where the academy arranges placements within external organizations, immediate commissioning into official ranks. Wait, Lu Shi participated in team matches, yet I knew nothing about them. Su Bai felt slighted. Because you were critically injured. Lu Shi finished. Song Ran added bluntly. Even if you'd appeared, it wouldn't have mattered. Su Bai slung an arm around Song Ran's shoulders. Xiaohua, I sense your arrogance rising. Song Rant's sharp eyes flashed, unyielding. At full strength, Su Bai had bested him. Now half-crippled, he dared show no fear. Enough, you two stop bickering. Lu Shi turned Su Bai's head gently. Perhaps consider forfeiting the individual contest. Why? Don't worry. I'm not fully recovered, but defeating mere novices poses no challenge. Su Bai puffed out his chest. After all, he was the one who, aided by Guanyin and a cascade of fortuitous coincidences, had slain a 5-star golden beast. Would he truly withdraw from combat against opponents barely reaching stellar rank? Such cowardice would invite ridicule across the realm. Noticing Lu Shi's lingering concern, Su Bai reassured her, relax, I'll be fine. If anything feels amiss, I'll concede immediately. Very well. By the way, squads can hold up to 8 members, yet we number only 4. Won't our final aggregate scores suffer lacking for contributors? The Academy anticipated this. Understaffed squads receive average scores. Each missing member compensated by bonus points. Back at the forest villa, no sooner had Su Bai been wheeled from the aerial vehicle than a figure dashed toward him. Why are you still here? Nian Jing'er said nothing, only stared, her eyes brimming with such profound grievance it seemed ready to spill over. Hold on, I haven't done anything to you. Stop this. Su Bai winced. Master promised me the coordinates of the mythic statue 2 months ago. I told you, I'll hand over mythic Guanyin once I secure a new mythic mech for myself. Don't I deserve some self-defense? And what if you deceive me? Could I even march to Sukhavati Buddha realm to demand justice? I'll entrust you with 2 mythic auxiliaries right now. Nian Jing'er ignored his pleas entirely. I don't care. Su Bai maneuvered his wheelchair toward the villa entrance, done conversing with her. A cold smile flickered across his mind. He'd been subtly deceived regarding the statue's coordinates. If he surrendered the mech so easily, he wouldn't be Su Bai. In the void dark expanse, Nian Jing'er darted to Guanyin's side, crestfallen. Master, Su Bai broke his word. Sigh, my fault. I'll arrange for you to accompany him directly. Guanyin shook her head, resigned. Indeed, when selecting the mythic statues, she had harbored quiet intentions. Perhaps resentment lingered from Su Bai's earlier threats, or perhaps refusal of her second proposal had stirred quiet indignation. Ultimately, she chose those 3 statues. Only the second posed minimal difficulty. Retrieving the other 2 would prove considerably arduous. Regret washed over her. Too late. Zhenyuan Academy Director's office. Nian Jing'er, or rather Guanyin, sat upon the sofa. Across incalculable eons, deities rarely failed to recognize one another. Generation upon generation, mortals were reborn, gods endured, alone. Their solitude was immeasurable. Some, unable to bear it, willingly dissolved their true spirits, refusing reincarnation. Others fractured inward, twisting into malevolent deities. To them, only those who had persisted since the mythic age were kin. Only they offered the long-lost comfort of belonging. Over a month has passed since your arrival, yet you visit this old friend only now. Ungracious. No time for reminiscence. My reincarnated vessel must enroll at Zhenyuan Academy. Arrange it. Nian Jing'er spoke plainly. Zhenyuan, not Sukhavati Buddha realm. Xuanwu sounded intrigued. With its profound faith traditions, Sukhavati rarely sent disciples to the 5 S-class academies, preferring internal cultivation. Indeed, due to that very faith, every awakened reincarnate from Sukhavati returned bearing a mythic mech, without exception. Circumstances require a temporary stay at Zhenyuan. Agreed. I'll handle it immediately. Xuanwu asked no further details. Among deities, prying into private affairs was ill-mannered. He retrieved the Academy's official seal offering formal congratulations on locating a mythic statue and achieving awakening. There is nothing to congratulate. Nian Jing'er's expression darkened with weary resignation. I did not awaken through contact with the statue. Rather, Su Bai activated my mech. Xuanwu blinked, stunned. Your true spirit remains intact, yet Su Bai activated your mech. Yes. Wait, let me process this. Xuanwu wore the look of a being questioning reality itself. Impossible. Then, a terrifying suspicion surfaced. His gaze locked onto Nian Jing'er, suddenly unnerving. Su Bai, isn't he your... Silence. Nian Jing'er's face flushed crimson with fury. Slamming her palm on the desk, she rose and pointed fiercely. Ancient fossil, cease your slanderous nonsense. Stamp it. She thrust forth a pre-prepared enrollment application, slamming it onto the desk. Clang. The great seal descended. She snatched the form and strode out. After watching Nian Jing'er storm away, Xuanwu tapped his desk pensively. This makes no sense. Besides, siring offspring is hardly shameful. Those bald monks of the Buddha realm truly are rigid traditionalists. Knight. Yuan Bao joyfully carried a small goldfish in its mouth. Su Bai sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, concentrating on using golden energy to heal his body. After a long time, the golden energy was nearly exhausted. What a hassle, Su Bai complained as he opened his eyes. Under the dual effects of the continuous holy healing potion and golden energy, his bodily organs had mostly recovered. However, the cellular level damage could only be repaired gradually with golden energy. At the previous pace, it might take another month. Once crippled, twice paralyzed, thrice in the ashes. This overload was simply not meant for humans. Thankfully, I can repair cellular level damage. Otherwise, I would be doomed sooner or later. With this thought, Su Bai felt much better. I am much stronger than those who are on their third failure. Ding. At that moment, the star device emitted a soft sound. Su Bai raised his wrist. It was an official notification from the academy. The match list for tomorrow's personal battle had been released. It was too long and densely packed. Su Bai couldn't be bothered to read it. Xiaolu, check it. And Yu, busy building a defense network, didn't even show her head. The list suddenly scrolled down and finally stopped at the bottom, where a line of text was enlarged. Gene Class 1 Su Bai Student ID A100001 vs Mecha Class 17 Wang Bin Student ID B10014881. Note: the first letter of the student ID indicates the class: A for Gene Class, B for Mecha Class, C for Starship Class, D for Research Class. The second digit represents the academic year, and the subsequent digits indicate the ranking achieved in the entrance examination. Time tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon. Location: Training Ground No. 88. Type: Match. The Starship and Research classes do not participate in matches, only competing within their own classes. Su Bai took a glance and lost interest. It wasn't that he was arrogant or looked down on his opponents. It was simply that he was facing a second-rate gene user piloting a planetary class mecha, which couldn't pique his interest. Check Xiao Shi Xiao Hua and the silly girls matches. And Yu brought up the match information for the three. Lu Shi and Song Ran both had matches at 9 in the morning, one at Training Ground No. 3 and the other at No. 97. This meant that Su Bai could only watch one match. Kong Qing's was at 10, so he could go see that. Su Bai thought for a moment and decided to go watch Song Ran. Lu Shi had the Pearl Dragon Girl, who could likely dominate this cohort apart from himself. As for Song Ran, he hadn't seen her in action yet, so it was a good opportunity to take a look. The next day at 8:55 in the morning. Training Ground No. 97. A massive structure reminiscent of an arena. The circular seating encircled a nearly 1,000-meter diameter arena. There were thousands of spectators distributed across the stands, making it not feel crowded. Su Bai sat in the front row watching the enormous projection in the arena. A senior acted as the referee, standing between Song Ran and another student. Behind him were 2 simulation pods allowing access to the star network via consciousness. Beep. A prompt sounded. The referee began his duties. Please both sides choose. I concede. Before the referee could finish, the other contestant shouted immediately. You. Concede. The referee was particularly surprised. Anyone who could enter Zhenyuan had some pride. He had seen many with the attitude of the sky is the oldest, the earth is the second, and I am the third. But he had never seen someone concede before the match even started. The referee glanced at Song Ran. Was he trying to impress the girl he liked? He revealed an ambiguous expression. The desire for beauty is universal, which he could understand. However, as a referee, he still asked a question. Are you sure? Sure. The student answered firmly, his expression slightly anxious, looking as if he would run away as soon as the referee announced the end. All right, this match is over. The winner is Gene Class 1 Song Ran Student ID A10000003. Total wins 1 points plus 1. The defeated party Gene Class 3 Long Tao Student ID A1004124. Total losses 1 points minus 1. After saying this, the referee relaxed his grip and Long Tao ran off the field as if a flood of beasts were behind him. After thanking the referee in a soft voice, Song Ran walked off the field. The referee thought this girl was not only beautiful, but also quite polite. He then pulled up the student information and was stunned. A boy. He then developed a sense of respect for Long Tao, thinking, to face a boy heathen, only those who dare to duel are true warriors. So beautiful. It seems unnecessary to be so strict about gender. Song Ran, who easily won the match, exited with a smile, clearly in a good mood. Just outside, she spotted Su Bai, who had become addicted to sitting in a wheelchair. She wanted to share her joy with Su Bai. However, before she could speak, one of Su Bai's words made her face fall. Did you sell your body? Su Bai had a look of heartbreak. Xiao Hua, while being pretty is an advantage, selling your body. Sai, you can't do that in the future. Losing is losing. It doesn't matter to us. Su Bai. Song Ran's pretty face turned red as she lunged forward and grabbed Su Bai's neck. You die. Training Ground No. 15. Song Ran pushed Su Bai inside. This was the venue for Kong Qing's match. The group had made arrangements early in the morning that after Song Ran and Lu Zai's matches, they would come directly here. Su Bai rubbed the red mark on his neck, muttering that this kid still had some strength. You really didn't sell? Cough, cough. Suddenly a chill came from behind, and Su Bai promptly shut his mouth. If I told you it was my brother who helped me. Song Ran's face turned cold, but when she mentioned her brother, a hint of admiration appeared on her face. He must have been afraid I would get hurt and warned the opponent in advance. Your brother is really nice. He openly helped you cheat. Of course. Song Ran became even prouder, raising her head like a proud swan, as if the praise was meant for her. During team battles my brother also helped me, but... Song Ran lowered her head, looking a bit guilty, but he was a bit rough, injuring quite a few people. It's nothing, it's a match, who doesn't get hurt. Su Bai didn't take it to heart. Su Bai? Song Ran. I'm over here. Kong Qing's voice came from the left side of the audience. Su Bai looked over and saw Kong Qing standing and waving at them. Song Ran pushed Su Bai over. Kong Qing looked at the time, it was 9:47. During the personal battles, flying cars and mechas were prohibited from rushing around the training ground. Training ground, no. 9:7 was not close to no. 15. Song Ran pushed Su Bai over from that side, calculating the time, it would take around 40 minutes. Doesn't that mean you left from there just after 9? You guys got over there so quickly. Tisku told me I have a good brother. He probably warned his opponent in advance. Oh, as soon as the referee announced the match began, the other side conceded. The martial arena of the Starship system is unlike any other. The competition method is also vastly different. On both sides of the arena, there are 2 high platforms, one red and one blue. Both parties please ascend to the command platform. The referee commanded. Kong Qing stepped onto the red platform while the other person approached the blue one. Please choose the competition method: Starship Command Battle or 1v1 Starship Battle. 1v1 Starship Battle. 1v1 Starship Battle. Both sides responded in unison. The Starship Command Battle involves a large number of starships, requiring consideration of too many factors, and the skill level of the two is still insufficient. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the larger the scale of the Starship Battle, the higher the mental strength required of its commander. On the battlefield, the situation changes in the blink of an eye. The commander must control the battle situation with their own strength. The mental energy consumed each second is a terrifying number. In contrast, the 1v1 Starship Battle is much simpler. Both parties will pilot starships for a battle. The referee, equipped with a flight backpack, ascended into the air. Starship battles can only be simulated. Please prepare yourselves. He pressed the button in his hand. The command platform opened and Kong Qing and the other person descended, falling into the platform. Kong Qing's consciousness was drawn into the star network. She entered a cockpit. Meanwhile, around the martial arena, a light screen rose, rendering the arena as if it were in the starry sky. The location is ready. 2 scaled-down starship projections, each a few meters in size, appeared. Blue side, Jeff, small planetary-class battleship. No. 1 Noli. Note: starships are a general term subdivided into combat types, transport types, passenger types, etc. The referee routinely introduced. Both parties provide their starships, which must not exceed their matching level and must have a physical entity. No. 1 Noli, a planetary-class battleship. Priced at 15,000 cosmic coins. Red side, Kong Qing, small planetary-class battleship. This is... The referee paused, seemingly seeing something incredible. Thorn rose. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Is that the planetary-class battleship with the highest price from the credibility chamber? Thorn Rose. Thorn Rose's price reaches 1 million cosmic coins, more expensive than a stellar-class battleship. Even if it's expensive, it's hard to find. There are plenty of rich people in the universe. When this starship was released, it attracted a lot of attention due to its artistic appearance. Unfortunately, it is said to have been custom-made by the president of the credibility chamber for his daughter's comingafage gift. Could it be that she... Kong Qing, same name, same surname, and there's no doubt about it. Su Bai reviewed the information on Thorn Rose and the Star Network, stroking his chin, lost in thought. He still underestimated how rich this silly girl was. He regretted not making a windfall during the assessment of stars. If there were a time machine, he would definitely go back to that moment. He would fiercely confront that fool who only asked for 20,000. That idiot with a big nose who wanted 200,000 cosmic coins. The crowd looked at Blue Side Jeff with pity. What's the point of fighting? The equipment crushes everything. When Thorn Rose was created, it was entirely built to stellar-class standards. As for why it wasn't stellar-class, the credibility chamber stated that it was too small, lacking in vision. There are stellar-class ones that are built to nebula-class standards. Once Kong Qing reached the piloting requirements, her family would send it to her. The joy of the rich is something ordinary people can never imagine. The referee controlled the flight backpack to descend, appreciating Thorn Rose up close. He looked at the ship's body, which was said to be carved by hand into the shape of a rose, clicking his tongue in wonder. Truly a work of art. Hey, are we going to start or not? Jeff's face showed signs of losing patience, angrily shouting at the referee. Don't you concede? The referee looked a bit surprised. Concede? Why should I concede? Who knows if this is just for show? Then, I wish you good luck. The referee ascended, issuing the command. The one destroyed or expelled from the arena will be judged as defeated. Now begin. Boom. Just as the words fell, the blue side warship erupted in flames, covering fire. Dozens of cannon tubes roared. The ammunition was launched simultaneously. Jeff understood the might of Thorn Rose better than anyone else. Starship battles are all about financial strength. Is a starship battle about skill? Nonsense. It's about money. Money represents better starships, more advanced equipment, and more abundant firepower. No, one Noli isn't even worthy of holding Thorn Rose's shoes. He had to strike first, catching Kong Qing off guard. This was Jeff's only chance to win. Faced with the cannon fire, Kong Qing remained calm. Her fingertips danced on the combat screen like a pianist playing elegantly. A mysterious artistic aura permeated. Under Kong Qing's control, streams of red energy emerged, filling the rose patterns on the ship's body. In an instant, all the roses lit up. Like blooming red roses, they were extraordinarily beautiful. So beautiful. Thorn Rose is not a battleship. It is a work of art. It should be displayed in a starship museum. I've ground my back teeth to dust. Jeff's shells were racing toward her. The energy charging on the ship's body was complete. If one thinks this only serves an ornamental purpose, they are gravely mistaken. As Kong Qing pressed her palm down, the interconnected forest of roses suddenly expanded, forming a defensive light curtain. All the shells landed on it. The curtain rippled, and the shells exploded. Amidst the flames, one illusionary rose after another bloomed and withered. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Little Meng charged the number 3 cannon, mobilized 20 auxiliary cannons on the left flank to fire. Understood. The virtual intelligence Silver Fox Little Meng mechanically executed Kong Qing's command. Kong Qing was energized, and with a flick of her fingers, the Thorn Rose's engine roared, bursting forth from the flames. The ship's body pulled sideways, aligning the left side with no. 1 Noli. 20 auxiliary cannons fired, and beneath the barrage hidden were streaks of green light. A glint flashed in Kong Qing's eyes. The rose is ready, but the thorns. You haven't seen them yet. Seeing this, Jeff maneuvered no. 1 Noli to evade. He dared not imitate Kong Qing and take it heed. No. 1 Noli was ultimately far inferior. However, at that moment, the green light hidden beneath the Thorn Rose's shells suddenly accelerated. 20 streaks of green light evenly attached to no. 1 Noli. Lock. Kong Qing's lips parted slightly. Those green lights spread rapidly in the blink of an eye, connecting into a mass enveloping no. 1 Noli. On closer inspection, those green things resembled thorns. The thorns pierced into the body of no. 1 Noli, launching interference frequencies. In the cockpit, Jeff was horrified to find that his battleship had lost control. Move. Move. Jeff frantically pounded on the combat screen. Yet the battleship showed no response at all. Floating in the starry sky, it was like a target waiting to be shot. Boom. Boom. 20 shells struck no. 1 Noli. Alarms blared in the cockpit. Alert. Alert. Hull armor damaged. Damage level 36. Ignoring the alarms blaring in his ears, Jeff frantically manipulated the combat screen. Hard work pays off. The thorn net on the hull fell off. Before he could rejoice, a battleship suddenly entered the monitoring range. That battleship had energy surging in the vertically positioned barrels. The alarm rang just in time again. Alert. High-value energy fluctuations detected ahead. Please evade. Jeff abandoned the controls, his body going limp as he slumped in his chair. Thorn Rose. Number 3 cannon charged. Fire. Understood. Boom. A dazzling energy beam lit up the entire starry sky. No. 1 Noli, under the energy beam, transformed into more radiant fireworks. Kong Qing victory. The referee's voice rang out. The red and blue podium cracked open, and Kong Qing and Jeff emerged from within. Kong Qing appeared relaxed and joyful in contrast. Jeff looked far more unwilling and dejected. I lost to your battleship, not to you. Oh, Kong Qing straightforwardly acknowledged, showing no interest in defending herself. Having been defeated in a crushing manner, Jeff's face was already hard to maintain. Seeing Kong Qing's calm and indifferent demeanor ignited his anger. He shouted, "It's unfair. The Academy's rules are unfair. In matches of the same level, we should use the same class of starships." Shut up. The referee barked. Fairness. How naive and ridiculous. The Academy's rule that both sides must use starships of the same class is already the utmost fairness. Otherwise, Miss Kong could bring a stellar-class starship, and with the defense systems activated, she could crash into you and shatter you to pieces. Financial strength and resources are also part of my strength, Kong Qing said lightly. As she left, she didn't even spare him a glance. In the afternoon at 4:50, at the No. 88 training ground, Su Bai reluctantly exited the Star Network world. The Thorn Rose was truly beautiful. If it weren't for the impending match, he could have played inside all day. Hurry up and take the stage, Lu Shi urged. After Kong Qing's match ended in the morning, the group had eaten and arrived early to wait. Su Bai shook the remote control as his wheelchair slid down the aisle. Lu Shi grabbed him. Wait a minute. What? They'll push you down, but remember, don't be stubborn. If you can't do it, admit defeat. The three of us can raise the score without you. You've said that 800 times, don't worry. Lu Shi pushed Su Bai into the arena, not forgetting to pull the lucky charm off him to avoid affecting his battle. Along the way, the two drew quite a bit of attention. Especially when they saw Su Bai being pushed into the arena, they finally realized he was here for a match. Huh. A wheelchair for a match. What's going on? Is the wheelchair high-tech? Can it launch missiles? He is the top student in the freshman entrance exam, still recovering from serious injuries. Then he can't let go of his pride. By ranking, he's the top freshman. If word gets out that he's afraid before the battle, it would be embarrassing. Tisk clinging to pride while suffering, relying on a wheelchair for movement. If he could still win, that'd be a miracle. Wang Bin has really struck gold, gaining a point for free. Wang Bin isn't as lucky as him. Su Bai didn't participate in the team competition at all. He was directly carried by 3 god-tier teammates. Now his team has the top score. Even if he scores nothing in the individual match, their team rank won't be low. I know. So it's him. That lucky guy, 3 beautiful teammates. Chill. Shut up. Don't ruin it for me. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Let me tell you, the one called Song Ran. So you are Su Bai's? Wang Bin looked down at Su Bai's tone, arrogant. The first among freshmen. What good is that? Now he's just a cripple. Isn't he just at my mercy? I heard that you cling to the powerful and managed to grab the top spot in the team competition. Su Bai glanced at him curiously. He needed to report this. Suggested that the academy enhance the medical facilities oversight, especially in neurology. Yeah, I have powerful backing and 3 of them. Jealous. You. Wang Bin was choked with rage. How could he not hear Su Bai's tone mocking him? All right. Just you wait. Time's up, prepare yourself. Su Bai turned his head and realized that the referee for this match was a senior sister. Hiss, this leg is longer than my life. Clearly a professional referee. Senior sister, I'm ready. The polite yet somewhat handsome Su Bai easily garnered people's favor. The senior sister was no exception. She asked with concern, is your body all right? I'm fine, absolutely great. Wang Bin, witnessing this, felt a surge of jealousy. Why does Su Bai's team have so many beautiful women, and even this beautiful senior sister speaks to him in a gentle tone? He lowered his voice, sweetly saying, Senior sister, I'm also ready. Wait a moment. The senior sister didn't even turn to look at him, kindly offering Su Bai advice. Given your physical condition, I suggest choosing virtual combat. That way, whether it's mecha battles or non-mecha battles, you won't be at a disadvantage due to your physical state. What do you think? Senior sister, why don't you ask for my opinion? I'm the referee, it's my prerogative. Wang Bin was enraged by the preferential treatment. Su Bai glanced at Wang Bin, thinking it was best to let it go. Caring for the disabled is everyone's responsibility. Su Bai decided to let Wang Bin have the choice. After all, he would just be beaten by himself, and the method of getting beaten didn't matter. Senior sister let him choose. I'm fine with anything. I choose mecha battle, real combat. Wang Bin, upon hearing this, fearing Su Bai might change his mind, quickly shouted. Seeing the senior sister frowning, he added, Senior sister, as a referee, you cannot interfere with the students' choices, or I will report you to the higher-ups. It's fine, senior sister, I agree. Su Bai smiled. The senior sister could only retreat helplessly. Gene Class 1 Su Bai, Student ID A10000001. Mecha Class 17 Wang Bin, Student ID B10014881. Competitors, take your positions. 1 minute countdown, summon your mechas, and the battle begins. Su Bai, right. Even if you're the top freshman, so what? You're just a cripple now. I'm afraid you'll find it difficult to move your mecha at all. Wang Bin sneered. I'll be stepping on your head in a bit. You talk too much. Even if I can't move, you won't be able to either. Let's see how much longer you can keep talking. Planet Class Mecha Black Warrior. Wang Bin's mecha space expanded, revealing a pitch-black mecha with a fully armored face. Su Bai also communicated with the mecha space using his mind. In the vast mecha space, there were 3 compartments. In the middle, the mythological figure Guanyin looked benevolent. The right compartment was empty with nothing inside. In the end, Su Bai's gaze fell to the left. It was a mecha dominated by the color red. The mecha stood tall, wielding a flame-tipped spear surrounded by swirling flames. Its mythological subordinate, the wealthy boy. Note to avoid being nitpicked, this is specifically stated. This wealthy boy adopts the version of the red boy. A small flame rose behind Su Bai, burning in midair. The ethereal flames expanded rapidly, as if burning a hole in space, forming a massive fire circle. Then a mecha fell from within. The mecha's left arm extended, bringing Su Bai into the cockpit. In the audience, the moment the wealthy boy appeared, Kong Qing's pupils constricted as she murmured softly, mythological subordinate wealthy boy. From the moment she saw Lu Zai's dragon-shaped mecha, she had her suspicions. Now upon seeing the wealthy boy, she was instantly certain. Mythological Guanyin, Su Bai, you've hidden yourself so deeply. Kong Qing couldn't help but feel grateful for the choice she made that night. Being friends with Su Bai was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Looking at the wealthy boy, Wang Bin felt a bit intimidated. His black warrior was only 18 meters tall. In contrast, the wealthy boy appeared to be 3 times taller. Not realizing this was the result of Su Bai's effort to suppress its height. This doesn't look easy to deal with. He racked his brain, but couldn't recognize what kind of mecha it was. Damn, no matter how good the mecha is, if the pilot is useless, it's all in vain. There's a rule for the competition that if the battle requires the use of firepower weapons in order to prevent accidental injury, only virtual combat can be chosen. This also means that in real combat, firepower cannot be used. Regarding this, Wang Bin naturally didn't dare to violate it. He drew out his twin swords from his waist, remaining cautious of Su Bai while looking for his flaws. On the other side, Su Bai glanced at the black warrior, then looked at the wealthy boy from a panoramic perspective, falling into deep thought. This height difference. Why do I feel like it's a father beating his son? Does this count as domestic violence? I feel so guilty. Wang Bin decided to test the waters. Just as he was about to charge, suddenly the wealthy boy put away his fire-tipped spear and sat cross-legged on the ground. What do you mean? He was furious. Although his mech was inferior to yours, it was still not something to be underestimated. Do you look down on me? Yes. Su Bai nodded seriously, uttering a single word. I won't bully you as long as you can break through before the fire curtain covers the entire area. You win. The wealthy boy opened his mouth. The fire serpents surged and erupted. The flames fell to the ground, spreading and rising, transforming into an inverted bowl. Centered on the wealthy boy, it expanded at a speed of 5 meters per second. 100 seconds, let the game begin. Su Bai made a gesture of invitation, then sat down, propping up his chin with one hand, quietly watching Wang Bin's performance. As the fire curtain expanded, the temperature in the arena suddenly rose. The Zhenyuan star perfectly simulated the 4 seasons. It was now deep autumn, and the weather was getting cooler. Yet the people in the arena felt as if they had returned to the scorching summer, still exposed to the blazing sun. Wang Bin, inside the cockpit with a temperature control system, did not feel it. He looked at the thin layer of fire curtain, convinced that Su Bai was merely bluffing. If you think a mere layer of fire curtain can scare me, yeah. Wang Bin pointed his knife at Su Bai. As the fire curtain approached, he smirked contemptuously and slashed down. The scene of the fire curtain shattering as he imagined did not occur. A wisp of white smoke rose. His right hand's knife was reduced to a mere handle. Wang Bin was stunned. At this moment, flames continued to burn upwards along the handle. The right palm of the black warrior was burned off. An ear-piercing alarm sounded from the cockpit, snapping him back to reality. Looking at the flames that were still burning, Wang Bin hurriedly retreated, using the knife in his left hand to chop off the Mech's right palm. What the hell is this? The black warrior, having lost one hand, finally managed to calm down. The black warrior was not some mythical mech capable of self-repair. Thinking about how he would have to spend a fortune to repair the mech after the match, Wang Bin felt a pang of heartache. It hurt. Too much. The fire curtain was still expanding. Wang Bin didn't dare to get close. He shouted at Su Bai, "Are you only capable of hiding in there? In the team match you hid behind a woman, and now you're hiding in there again. If you have the guts, face me in an unknown battle." Su Bai yawned. Unknown battle. Afraid you won't dare. Alas, who told me to be kind? I'll satisfy you. Su Bai opened his mouth, and the wealthy boy swallowed all the flames back. He stood up, extending his right hand. The armor on his right arm rolled back like scales, gathering into the fire-tipped spear in his hand. Wang Bin's mouth curled into a triumphant smile. Foolish, just a provocation, and whoosh. The wealthy boy suddenly threw the fire-tipped spear, then flickered and appeared behind the black warrior. He reached out, grabbing the fire-tipped spear, which then shrank back and covered his right arm. Su Bai retracted the mech, and his wheelchair-bound figure appeared on the ground. A dazzling series of actions, fluid and seamless. Since I said I would satisfy you, I will satisfy you. As the words fell, the black warrior, pierced through the head, fell to the ground with a thud. From the moment the fire-tipped spear was thrown piercing through the black warrior's head to being retrieved by Su Bai, everything happened in an instant. The arena fell into a deathly silence. They seemed unable to believe their eyes. The black warrior was just eliminated like that. Huh. The black warrior was retrieved into the mech space. Wang Bin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his pupils uncontrollably constricting. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat, and he felt a foul odor coming from below. No one knew how terrifying it was for him to be shot in the head by the fire-tipped spear from the first-person perspective. The fear of death surged over him like a tide. Waves of it threatened to consume him. At this moment, he didn't even dare to glance at Su Bai. In simple terms, his courage was shattered. "Hey, senior sister, it's over." Su Bai waved to the dazed referee in the distance. The senior sister jolted and suddenly came back to her senses. That shot was simply stunning. Especially the moment of catching the spear. So suave. Absolutely amazing. "Junior, you're so strong." The senior sister instantly transformed into a fangirl. "Oh, it was just average." Su Bai humbly waved his hand, but inside he was overjoyed. "I deserve 100 points for this act. That shot looked cool. It required quite a bit of skill as well. If he hadn't had extraordinary martial arts, he might not have been able to pull it off. Timing was crucial when catching the spear. If it were off by a bit, whether the spear flew out or was stabbed into his hand, the whole thing would collapse. "Junior, what's your Xingyi account? Let me add you, and next time." "Sorry, his Xingyi is broken, and I haven't had a chance to fix it. I'll let him add you next time if there's a chance." Just as the senior sister was chattering away, she suddenly appeared and politely smiled at her. Then, she pushed Su Bai's wheelchair and walked away without looking back. What a pity, how did he end up taken already? The senior sister compared herself to Lu Shi and gave up on the thought of stealing him. She didn't forget her job and took out the score sheet, adding a point for Su Bai. Winner Su Bai. Cumulative victories 1. Total points 1. Loser. Hey, what was your name again? Above the arena. The mythical Xuanwu concealed his form, and Xuanwu and Nian Jing'er watched the slow-motion footage before them. It was the scene of Su Bai shooting the Black Warrior. What do you think? Xuanwu stroked his chin. Throwing that shot is simple, but catching it is where the difficulty lies. If he had practiced it several times in advance, it wouldn't be surprising. Practice makes perfect. But if he hadn't practiced, that would be something else. It shouldn't have been practiced. Nian Jing'er had Jin Yu pull up a segment of footage revealing Su Bai piloting the mythical Guanyin during the battle against the 5-star golden beast on the mining star. At that time, Su Bai was rational with a clear consciousness. Every move was skillful. After watching Xuanwu exclaimed, "Brilliant." Then he grew puzzled. Why are you showing me this? You don't mean to tell me this kid is a genius, do you? Exactly, there are many skilled teachers at Zhenyuan Academy. You should focus on nurturing him. Su Bai is a student of Zhenyuan. It's understandable for me to help him, but you. Don't tell me you really. Nian Jing'er snorted coldly. I tricked him once, consider it a compensation. Otherwise, with that kid's cunning, he would remember it for a lifetime. Is that senior sister pretty? On the hover bike, Lu Shi gently asked. That depends on who you're comparing her to. Su Bai, desperate for survival, replied with a smile. Compared to you, it's like heaven and earth, she's far behind. Humph. Obviously, Lu Shi was quite pleased with this answer. After dinner, Su Bai returned to his room. The match list for tomorrow was also out. He was scheduled for the first match in the morning at the No. 8 arena. Gene Class 1 Su Bai Student ID A10000001 vs Gene Class 1 Wang Jin Student ID A1030717. Oh, what a coincidence, another person with the surname Wang, and a classmate I've never met in the 2 months since school started. Su Bai smiled, pondering whether he had been at odds with people named Wang lately. While thinking, he picked up the healing potion from the bedside and gulped it down. The burden of the mythical auxiliary mech was not small. The load was both internal and external. He had not fully recovered, and in order to put on a show, cough to satisfy Wang Bin's request, he also wanted to showcase some technical marksmanship to his classmates. Controlling the mech to perform precise movements led to some discomfort in his body. It wasn't serious, just a bit of chest tightness, something a good sleep could fix. I suppose this counts as self-sacrifice, right? Good people have it hard. Hearing Su Bai's lament, Yuan Bao silently shrank his head and covered his ears. Shameless. The east gradually brightened. As the first ray of sunlight quietly climbed onto the balcony, Su Bai opened his eyes on time. Woo-woo. The reluctant cry of Yuan Bao came from the sleepy creature. Su Bai took out a glass ball from his pocket, and at the moment he stuffed it into Yuan Bao's mouth, it transformed into gold. This thing works better than stimulants. Yuan Bao's eyes suddenly opened wide, smacking its lips. Its watery big eyes fixed on Su Bai, displaying a human-like charm. Little greedy cat. Su Bai sighed, wondering what he could do since it was his own cat, and he couldn't help but spoil it. He fed it a few more balls before heading out. Downstairs, the virtuous Song Ran had already prepared breakfast and was sitting on the sofa watching the morning news. You're still young, why do you act like an old man? While eating breakfast, Su Bai teased. Unless there were special circumstances, Song Ran never missed the morning news. Song Ran huffed, ignoring him, focused on the news. This was a habit formed over many years. It wasn't something one could easily change. Su Bai shrugged and continued eating. After finishing quickly, he prepared to head to the training arena. As he stepped out, Lu Shi happened to come down. Bai, where's your wheelchair? Without looking back, Su Bai waved his hand. No more sitting. No more. He firmly stated that his body was fine and he no longer needed the wheelchair. It wasn't because he had seen experts say last night that relying on crutches or wheelchairs for a long time could create a psychological dependency leading to real disabilities. Such sensational nonsense. Did Su Bai believe that? Of course not. It was just that his body was fine, hence he didn't need the wheelchair. Su Bai drove the Shunkai Tongzi to the area outside the training arena, walking to arena number 8. Lu Shi and the others didn't follow. It was truly unnecessary. They had ample confidence in Su Bai's strength. There was no suspense, and it was highly likely that there wouldn't even be a process of fighting. What was there to see in a one-sided crushing? At 7:59, Su Bai walked into the training arena right on time. There weren't many spectators in the morning. Only a few dozen people sat in the audience around. Su Bai spotted the referee and let out a soft gasp. It was an old acquaintance. Teacher Li. Short hair, mechanical left arm. It was none other than Su Wan's teacher Li Cheng. Hurry up, you're going to be late in a minute. I'm watching the time. Su Bai walked quickly to Li Cheng's side just as it turned 8. Su Bai from Gene Class 1 Student ID A1000001. Wang Jun from Gene Class 1 Student ID A1030717. Both sides, please take your positions. Please choose the method of contest. Li Cheng subconsciously looked towards his acquaintance Su Bai. Su Bai remained courteous, thinking to himself that if the other party was going to get hit, then let them choose how to get hit. Wang Jun immediately stated the decision he had long thought out. The scene of Su Bai instantly defeating the Black Warrior had already spread across the Academy's star network. He had studied it carefully and simulated it hundreds of times on the Star Network. There was no way to counter it. Choosing a mech was definitely not an option. Since we are both from the gene department, there's no need for mechs. I choose a non-mech battle real combat. In the virtual battle on the Star Network, both parties were in peak condition. He wouldn't let Su Bai's injury be an advantage that he could exploit. This would bring both sides to the same starting line. I also want to apply for a ban on weapons hand-to-hand combat, Wang Jin added. Yesterday Su Bai had clearly defeated Wang Bin and was obviously a marksmanship expert. Moi. Li Cheng frowned slightly. A ban on weapons. There was no precedent for this in competitions. I agree. Su Bai didn't want to dwell on it too much. Did he think he could win just because weapons were banned? Kid, what a naive thought. Li Cheng didn't want to waste more words and immediately announced the start. She only took 10 steps back before stopping. At the same time, she took out the scoreboard and directly awarded Su Bai a point. A level 1 gene user against a level 3 gene user, and even voluntarily banning weapons. Is your brain sick? Li Cheng had just added the point when a dull sound resonated in front of her, sending dust flying. Su Bai casually walked out from the cloud of dust. Even Yuan Bao, who was perched on his shoulder, didn't move an inch. Teacher, I'm done. Su Bai smiled apologetically at Li Cheng. I didn't quite control my strength, sorry about that. No problem, we have a medical team here. Li Cheng waved her hand, and 2 people carrying a stretcher rushed out from the work passage. At this moment, the dust settled. Wang Jun was seen lying on the ground, his head buried in a deep pit, already unconscious. The staff, unfazed, nimbly placed Wang Jun on the stretcher and swiftly left. Well then, teacher, I'll take my leave. My friend has a match at training arena number 66 later. All right. Li Cheng didn't keep him, she was the referee for the whole day and couldn't spare any time. Su Bai carrying Yuan Bao walked towards training arena number 66. It was Song Ran's match. However, it was still early, only 10 o'clock. On the way, he swayed and passed by another training arena, going in for a quick look. Finally, at 10:05, he stepped into training arena number 66. Why are there so many people? He had entered so many training arenas. Su Bai, a frequent visitor of the training arenas, felt a bit puzzled. The other arenas had only a few thousand people at most. This one had at least 20,000 people. Fortunately, the training arena was built large enough, otherwise they might not even fit. Su Bai glanced around, seeing a sea of black figures. He couldn't find Lu Shi and Kong Qing. He confirmed once again that this was indeed number 66. He then climbed up to the audience seats and found a spot that was a bit less crowded to sit down. Su Bai casually approached someone sitting nearby and curiously asked, "Brother, why are there so many people?" "You don't know?" The person looked at Su Bai as if he were a rare animal, and it wasn't until Su Bai became impatient that he finally said, "There are people who are brave enough to fight this Grim Reaper. Everyone wants to come and see." Grim Reaper? Did he encounter a tough opponent? Su Bai frowned. He didn't believe that the Grim Reaper the person spoke of was Song Ran. Who else could it be besides Song Ran? It must be Song Ran's opponent. Not knowing much about Song Ran's strength, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Su Bai first glanced at the 2 opponents. Gene Class 1 Song Ran vs Mecha Class 1 Su Peng. On the field, 2 mechas were engaged in battle. One mech was broad and held a round shield, clearly a defensive type. The other appeared small and agile, wielding daggers. It was a battle between a meat shield and an assassin. The smaller mech was red in color, unlike the fiery red of Shun Kai Tongzi, but closer to a blood red hue. The crimson mech moved at lightning speed, completely overpowering the meat shield. Each attack left a new wound on the defensive mech. Su Bai frowned tightly. He always believed that Song Ran's mech was the meat shield, which suited Song Ran's character too well, introverted, gentle, and shy. Watching his good brother getting beaten, Su Bai felt a bit upset. I need to train that little flower well, he's too weak. Minutes later, under the relentless assault of the crimson mech, the meat shield gradually faltered. The mech sustained significant damage, and its round shield was half shattered. Seeing the dagger of the crimson mech about to pierce the energy core of the meat shield hurriedly shouted, "I concede." Buzz. The dagger stopped 10 centimeters in front of the meat shield's heart. The referee stepped onto the field. The winner is Gene Class 1 Song Ran. Su Bai, who was about to go and congratulate Song Ran, was taken aback and rubbed his ears. Where did this referee come from? How unprofessional could they be to make such an error? He strongly suggested that the academy replace all referees with the senior sisters from yesterday, who looked so professional. Song Ran. Su Bai stared in astonishment as the crimson mecha dissipated, revealing Song Ran beneath. The figure bore Song Ran's visage, yet only in outward appearance. His demeanor, aura, and every subtle nuance of presence diverged starkly from the Song Ran Su Bai remembered. The Song Ran he knew was a quiet, bashful young man next door. The one standing before him now was ruthless savage, a cold-blooded killer who took lives without hesitation. They were worlds apart. Could this be his elder brother? A sudden chuckle escaped Su Bai. Or perhaps twins. Truly, I wasn't mistaken, a pair of blossoms. Little Flower truly has nerve. Enlisting Big Flower to cheat for him, threatening opponents is one thing, but now stepping onto the arena as a substitute. Su Bai strode toward the competitor exit. When he arrived, Lu Shi and Kong Qing were already there. Kong Qing opened her mouth to speak, but froze as Su Bai waved briskly toward the competitor exit. You must be Big Flower, the elder brother of Little Flower. What a striking contrast in temperament between you two. Kong Qing slapped her forehead in exasperation. She'd meant to tell Su Bai yesterday, but a distraction had slipped her mind. By the way, where's Little Flower? Now that this has been exposed, the Academy will likely disqualify him. Lu Shi remained silent, merely tilting her chin toward Song Ran, who emerged swiftly from the exit, his expression icy and grim. Thud. Su Bai turned at the sound. Their Song Ran collapsed abruptly onto the ground. Su Bai rushed over, only to find him rising calmly the moment he drew near, dusting himself off with an air of quiet pride. Isn't my brother incredible? Huh? Su Bai blinked, momentarily bewildered. Your brother? Yes. I told him not to bother, but he insisted on taking my place. Song Ran's matter-of-fact tone made Su Bai wonder if he'd misjudged him earlier. Incredible. He truly is extraordinary. Of course he is. Lu Shi stepped forward, gently pulling Su Bai aside and whispering, Little Flower suffers from a mental condition. Perfectly lucid outside combat, yet utterly transformed the moment battle begins. Su Bai fell into deep thought and recalled Nian Jing, divine awakening. Dual souls within one vessel. Could Song Ran be the same? Xiao Lu, can you scan whether he's a divine reincarnation? I'll take a look. And Yu emerged from the star chronometer coiled around Su Bai's wrist and drifted toward Song Ran. She circled him several times before returning. No, he's simply suffering from dissociative identity disorder, likely triggered by trauma. When danger arises, his primary self retreats, and the secondary personality emerges to take control. How can you be certain? I've stood close to Guanyin and Xuanwu. I sensed no trace of divine essence upon Song Ran. And Yu rolled her eyes. Besides, divine reincarnations aren't common street corner commodities. How easily do you think one stumbles upon them? Fair point. After Lu Shi and Kong Qing completed their matches, the group returned to the forest villa. Late at night, when silence reigned, Su Bai roused the sleeping Lu Shi and Kong Qing and led them to the living room. What is it? Kong Qing yawned. Don't you know girls need beauty sleep? Lu Shi's hair was tousled. She gazed quietly at Su Bai, awaiting his explanation. Su Bai glanced upstairs, confirming Song Ran was asleep. I've been thinking, what if we pool our funds to help Little Flower seek treatment? A flicker of reluctant pain crossed his eyes as he displayed his balance with solemn conviction. Everything I own, down to the last credit, is here. Not a single coin withheld. Heh. Kong Qing scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Su Bai's balance, 90 cosmic credits. With that sum, you won't even clear the hospital's front gate. Su Bai flushed with embarrassment. Lu Shi continued calmly. There's no need to worry. We've consulted specialists. Medication yields minimal efficacy for Little Flower's condition. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Perhaps quite suddenly he'll heal on his own. Su Bai's eyes lit up, and he instantly withdrew the bank balance displayed on his star chronometer. That settles it. For the next month, Su Bai found himself thoroughly unoccupied. Each day he visited the martial training ground once, then returned to restore his body. Lu Shi, Song Ran, and Kong Qing occasionally fought, but Su Bai did not compete once. No one dared face him. Opponents surrendered the moment he stepped onto the field, swift, decisive, and absolute. One mecha duel, one hand-to-hand bout. Those two victories cemented his legendary reputation across the Academy. Recordings of both matches spread widely across the Academy's stellar network. Who then would dare challenge him? It would no longer be a contest. It would be unilateral punishment. Worse still, punishment yielding zero insight, no growth, no revelation. Merely bruised flesh and shattered pride. A true dimensional annihilation. Su Bai embraced the peace it brought. Within a month his body had fully recovered, reaching its absolute peak. He could feel its heightened density, its refined resilience. Breakthrough through destruction, its effect was unmistakable. He estimated he was nearing the threshold of a level 4 geneticist. In his chamber, Su Bai fortified his physique with golden energy. Only when Lu Shi called him did he pause. Descending the stairs, he spotted a figure seated on the sofa. Huh, didn't you leave? Nian Jing sat in the living room crunching potato chips while watching a drama series. Having seen nothing of her for days, Su Bai assumed she'd departed. Why should I leave? She cast him a sidelong glance. Someone still owes me their mecha. Heh. Su Bai didn't ask where she'd been. He picked up an unopened snack pack from the table and headed out. At the gate, Lu Shi and the others waited for him aboard their hovercraft. The month-long individual tournament concluded today. Each participant fought 30 randomly matched bouts. Some drew fortunate pairings, facing only weak opponents throughout. Others endured cruel odds, repeatedly matched against elite fighters. Many voiced complaints, until the Academy silenced them with a single phrase. Luck is part of strength. Su Bai wholeheartedly agreed. At its core, it came down to one truth: he simply wasn't strong enough yet. Otherwise, why heed rules at all? A path of pure dominance would suffice. Xiao Lu, pull up our squad's current standings. Done. Squad name unnamed. Current rank 1. Team captain Su Bai 30 points. Team member Song Ran 30 points. Team member Kong Qing 30 points. Team member Lu Shi 30 points. 4 vacant slots, filled automatically using the average of the above 4 scores. Individual tournament points 240. Team tournament points 240. Total 480. Song Ran's perfect record came as no surprise. Most of his opponents forfeited outright. Those stubborn enough to fight were swiftly overwhelmed, not by skill but by the lethal instinct of Song Ran's secondary persona. Were Su Bai matched evenly against him, victory would demand considerable effort. Every move Su Bai made flowed from mastery, instinct forged by seamless integration of technique. Song Ran possessed no such artistry, only raw murderous intent. His strikes were vicious, his tactics underhanded. As for Kong Qing and Lu Shi, Kong Qing wielded wealth which translated directly into overwhelming equipment superiority, whether in Starship Command simulations or unknown duels. Her perfect score was expected. Lu Shi, however, required a sliver of fortune. She bore the mythic affiliation Pearl-holding Dragon Maiden, ensuring dominance in mecha combat. The complication lay in the non-mecha combat option. Su Bai had reviewed every one of Lu Shi's recorded matches, and, as predicted, after her first few bouts no opponent chose to face her in mecha combat again. Lu Shi was a level 2 geneticist, formidable yet not invincible. Among her peers, other level 2 geneticists existed. Across her 30 individual matches, she faced 2, and narrowly prevailed. In the end, their squad claimed flawless victory, securing first place overall. Congratulations to the unnamed team for achieving a perfect score and securing first place. Amidst the applause, Su Bai led his 3 teammates onto the stage. The moment the 4 appeared, a stir erupted. People are so envious. His 3 teammates are each more beautiful than the last. One of them is a guy? So what if he's a guy? Are you being gender discriminatory? So beautiful I wouldn't mind if he were a guy. Damn, I've ground my back teeth to dust, so envious. Come on, when he makes a move he could twist your head off. The infirmary still has 2 guys lying there with their kidneys knocked out. The host wore a warm smile on stage. This team clearly looked like the future pillars worthy of befriending. May I ask, Su Bai, why is your team called the unnamed team? Because we haven't named it yet. Su Bai shot him a strange look, questioning why such a simple question needed to be asked. The host's expression stiffened. Not following the script, Kong Qing from a merchant family quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Our team was established before the captain returned, and we planned to let him name it upon his return. After he came back, he was busy with competitions, so the matter of naming the team has been temporarily set aside. Oh, so that's how it is, Su Bai, you really have worked hard. The host flattered him. Hearing his words, the students below couldn't help but twitch. Su Bai worked hard. He barely participated in 2 competitions in a month. The total duration of the 2 competitions was less than 10 minutes. How hard? Even Su Bai with his thick skin felt embarrassed to respond. Seeing the atmosphere cool down, the host immediately asked, so Su Bai, will you name the team here? Su Bai, upon hearing this, became excited. Just as the first word left his mouth, the expressions of the 3 behind him changed instantly, with Lu Shi threateningly placing 2 fingers on his waist. In a month's time, how could he have not even thought of a name? It was just that Su Bai's choice of name was utterly unpresentable. He could come up with all sorts of ridiculous names in an instant. I hope everyone can distinguish that the one who is bad at naming is Su Bai, not me. Under the pressure of the 3's gazes, Su Bai gave the host a wrong smile. The host was at a loss. Just as he was about to find another topic, the tardy award presenter finally arrived. Teacher, it's up to you. With glasses and a scholarly demeanor, Gao Yun stepped onto the stage as the host quickly left. Gao Yun was bewildered. Having spent years in research, he had no interest in figuring out the situation. He just wanted to finish quickly and leave. There were still projects in the lab that needed completion. You are the first place, the unnamed team. Yes. Receiving the answer, Gao Yun began to announce stiffly. The rewards for this first place are as follows. First, each team member receives 100 academic credits. If the team is not fully staffed, the credits for the vacant positions will be evenly distributed among the existing members. Second, during the upcoming practical training period, you can designate a training area. Third, if you choose to go to the human factions forces for training, the academy will communicate with them to ensure you have basic official ranks. Specifics will be negotiated by the academy with the faction. Fourth, you may choose a senior student. This clause is invalidated. The principal has specifically noted that the unnamed team's strength is formidable and does not require a senior to lead. Everything will be self-directed. Fifth, the academy. A lengthy announcement followed. Gao Yun read for several minutes before concluding the rewards for the unnamed team. Su Bai took the reward list, and the 4 of them left the stage. They needed to choose a training area before the closing ceremony ended. They would depart that day and could not linger without reason. Backstage, the 4 gathered closely. Su Bai asked, do you have any ideas about the training location? The other 3 remained silent, with Yuan Bao the first to chirp up. Su Bai expressionlessly pressed Yuan Bao back into his clothing. If I, Su Bai, let you navigate again, I'd be a fool. You are the captain, you make the decision. The three agreed unanimously. All right. Su Bai pulled up the star map, locking onto a patch of starry sky. I want to go here. Here. Still within the course circle. The Nader Federation. Song Ran read out the name seriously and looked it up. It's a one-star federation that has been upgraded for less than 10 years with only one habitable planet, no traces of golden beasts nearby, and the Federation's highest combat power is planetary level. The four exchanged glances, all seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. A newly upgraded one-star federation. Its highest combat power is planetary level, which probably barely reached that standard. Anyone among them could easily sweep through it. And there was no threat from golden beasts nearby. To go to such a place. For training. Don't joke around. Is Su Bai afraid after seeing the choices of the previous first-place teams? They trained in dangerous places with high mortality rates, so are they scared? Su Bai, this place doesn't seem to have any training significance, right? Kong Qing raised a question, genuinely unable to understand. Song Ran displayed a nonchalant attitude. In his first-person state, he was naturally a soft character who avoided conflict. He had no opinions and just followed the captain's lead. Lu Shi's beautiful eyes glimmered with confusion. While she didn't believe Su Bai was afraid of death, she also couldn't understand why he wanted to go to such a remote corner. Planning to enter politics, taking a civilian route. But even then, choosing a higher-level federation would suffice. What could they learn in a newly upgraded one-star federation? They probably didn't even understand it themselves. Hey, you were saying to listen to me earlier. Su Bai had long anticipated their reactions, and he had already thought of a countermeasure. For him, amidst the astonished gazes of the group, the star map vanished, replaced by a projection of a mythical statue. A statue of an unknown deity. Su Bai had planned everything. After all, the location for training was not set in stone. He would retrieve the mythical statue from there and then apply for a transfer. As for telling his teammates about the goal, it was the result of deep consideration. He absolutely trusted Lu Shi. As for the other two, it was unnecessary to keep it a secret. They had spent enough time together in the same team. Su Bai did not deny his intention to win over the two. Everyone has moments when they feel exhausted. In the universe, relying on oneself is never enough. He needed a team. He needed a group of trustworthy and capable teammates. Thinking silently, if they aren't powerful, at least being wealthy would do. Nobody could refuse the god of wealth. On stage, Gao Yan finished announcing all the rewards. Li Cheng took over to do the final tally. The Nader Federation. Li Cheng frowned, finding this place he had never heard of on the star map. Have you thought it through? You should know that with your first place result, even if you go to the Divine Kingdom, the Academy could arrange a small official position for you. I've thought it through, and my teammates all agree. Su Bai said honestly. Behind him, apart from Lu Shi, who looked a bit better, the other two were in a daze. But upon hearing Su Bai mention it, they still expressed their agreement. You don't want to reconsider. Even if you apply for a transfer later, the Academy won't advocate for you. No need to reconsider, I'm sure. Sai, then okay. The Academy respects everyone's wishes and has no right to interfere with Su Bai's choice. When Li Cheng announced it, the audience fell silent for a moment, searching for this place. Slowly, murmurs began to arise. The first place is going to this place. I think they are afraid of death. What use is being powerful if they are cowardly? If others from different academies find out our first year from Zhenyuan, this will be embarrassed too. Quiet. Li Cheng shouted, and the audience fell silent. She said to Su Bai, Su Wan's home is in that star region. If you have time, you can go visit. What a coincidence. It's been a while since I've seen Sister Wan. I will definitely go visit. By the way, there's one more thing. When Li Cheng checked the Nader Federation, she found there was a task related to it at the Academy. Regarding the Nader Federation, there is a task at the Academy. Although it's a small task, since you're going there, you might as well take it on. No problem. Then you can set off now, or the Academy will arrange the relevant appointments for you. In the office of the Academy, head Nian Jinger came to say goodbye. I am leaving. Heading back to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Yes, but not right now. Once you return, please send my regards to Amit Ba. Watching Nian Jinger walk away, Xuanwu retrieved a file on the mythological sculptures of the Nirdo Federation from the Heavenly Court's archives. Is the choice of the Nirdo Federation for him? He pondered for a moment and summoned the mythological intelligence. Erase the record of my data retrieval. Yes. Xuanwu walked to the window, gazing at the target lists chosen by the various teams inside. The mortality rate during practical training remains alarmingly high. Only those who survive the trials of life and death can become the elite that humanity needs. At the docking platform of the Zhenyuan starship, as Su Bai and his companions arrived with their luggage, they heard a voice calling from behind. Su Bai, wait for me. Su Bai's expression changed, and he quickened his pace. I told you to wait for me. The voice behind grew closer. Nian Jinger jumped down from the flying car. Haha, there are too many people, I didn't hear you. Su Bai forced a laugh, feeling unlucky. He had just seen that Nian Jinger was not in the villa and thought he could leave her behind. Nian Jinger huffed and passed her luggage to Song Ran. Then, one on each side, she affectionately hugged the arms of Lu Shi and Kong Qing. I'm going with you. You're not part of our team. Why are you following us? My master said so. Well, then it's fine. With Guanyin accompanying them, it was considered a safety assurance. Su Bai felt much more at ease. Arriving at the boarding entrance, a staff member ran over. "Hello, are you the unnamed team?" "Yes." "Please follow me." "What for?" The staff member wore a professional smile and pulled up the notice issued by the Academy. The unnamed team secured first place, and one of the rewards is a planetary-class starship, which will provide travel services for you all. "No need, thank you." Kong Qing stepped forward, smiling to decline. Being rich and extravagant, how could a wealthy Kong take the Academy's starship? Xiao Ming, unlock the permissions and bring over the Thorny Rose. Please wait. The Zhenyuan Starship docking platform provides storage services for the Academy's starships. In the storage bay of the starship, a hatch opened. The Thorny Rose activated and docked at the boarding entrance. Kong Qing moved her long legs and walked towards the Thorny Rose, followed closely by the others. Only Su Bai remained. "Bro, let's not take that starship. Oh, can you exchange it for cash instead?" "Sorry, sir, that's not possible." "Don't be so rigid." Su Bai hooked his arm around the staff member's shoulder, grinning mischievously. "How about this? You sell it for me, and he'll give you a 2-point commission." "This really won't work." The staff member admitted he was tempted. Nonetheless, he still firmly declined. Violating regulations and getting caught could lead to dismissal. Working at the Zhenyuan Starship docking platform was a hard-earned position. As the saying goes, there are always officials of lower rank in front of ministers. Every year during recruitment, when people come to inquire about news, the tips they casually give are quite a considerable sum. He could distinguish between what was reasonable and unreasonable. The staff member's unyielding demeanor made Su Bai feel exasperated. How clueless could one be? "Give me the key." Su Bai snatched the card from the staff member's hand. It was the access credential for entering the starship. Will the starship need to be stored at the docking platform? When? The storage fee is 10 credits per month. 10 credits equal 100 cosmic coins, which equals 1 million federal coins. What the hell? Why don't you just go rob someone? Of course I want store it. Su Bai angrily walked towards the Thorny Rose, contemplating how to handle the starship. It was too frustrating. He had become so poor that he could barely afford the starship he finally obtained. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. In 3 steps, he jumped onto the Thorny Rose. He handed the key to Kong Qing. "All settled. I owed you a microplanetary starship before, and now I'm returning you something bigger." Kong Qing was momentarily stunned, and then laughed in anger. This was the first time she had seen someone borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha. She said with a hint of annoyance, "You really have your ways." Then she walked to the side of the ship and tossed the key to the staff member below. "Store it, please." "Certainly, Miss Kong." "You?" The Zhenyuan Starship docking platform was built with investments from reputable merchant associations. Su Bai felt a twinge of sadness. Damn rich tycoons. Self-check completed. Energy reserve at 99. 7. Power systems intact. Armor systems intact. Intelligence control normal. Ammunition sufficient. Report complete. Camouflage the starship. Understood, Commander. The Thorny Rose emitted a faint glow enveloping the ship's body. In no time, the artfully designed ship appeared to transform into an unremarkable ordinary starship from the outside. After all, the Thorny Rose was far too famous in the universe. It could be considered a symbol of Kong Qing's identity. Traveling in its original form would be too ostentatious, and the merchant associations did not guarantee they had no enemies. Traveling alone could easily make them a target. Destination Naldo. Star set sail. Understood, Commander. Selecting the optimal route. Estimated travel time 15 days and 23 hours. Countdown in 3 minutes. Entering warp travel mode. Please prepare accordingly. After 3 cosmic days of travel on the Thorny Rose, Su Bai received a letter of appointment from the Academy. The human faction belonging to the Neardo Federation had agreed to arrange an official position, naturally not breaking their promise. Interstellar Rating Bureau Cosmic Interstellar Power Level Assessment Management Bureau Letter of Appointment. Hereby appointing the unnamed team as the rating review team for the Neardo Federation, responsible for reviewing whether the Neardo Federation qualifies to be rated as a 1-star federation. They secured us this position, truly a grand opportunity. Kong Qing leaned in to take a look and laughed. Su Bai humbly asked for advice. Do you know what this position entails? The Interstellar Rating Bureau, as the name implies, is responsible for rating various powers. Although major powers do not care much, this rating is extremely important for federations. To ensure fairness, after the rating they will periodically send review teams to the Federation for reassessment. With this level of identity, if the Neardo Federation doesn't want to be sent back to their native planet, they must treat us like royalty. This position sounds quite good. As a royal, isn't it reasonable to expect some tribute from below? Dreaming of a future of ample resources. Su Bai couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Beside him, Lu, she looked at Su Bai's grin, finding it more and more lewd. She suddenly thought of a possibility, and her brows furrowed. Slap. A hand smacked the back of Su Bai's head. You better not mess around. With that, she stormed out angrily. Song Ran looked at Su Bai and shook his head. He also left with a look of disdain. Su Bai was left bewildered. What the heck? What am I messing around with? I just want to make some money. Is that wrong? At this moment, only Kong Qing remained, showing an understanding expression. She patted Su Bai on the shoulder. Whatever woman you want I can buy for you. From my investigation, the Neardos do not quite align with our aesthetics. Ah, of course. If you have unique tastes, I don't mind. After all, you are the captain. Su Bai. Gallop Nebula. In a remote corner, a starship tore through the fabric of space and emerged. Approaching Nerdo star decelerating. The voice of the Silver Fox came from the starship's main control. The Thorn Rose, measuring 320 meters, slowed down. Inside the cockpit, Su Bai stretched lazily and looked out the window. What caught his eye first was a brilliant star. For a native planet without a sky curtain device, the star was an essential presence. The newly established Nerdo Federation, with only one life-bearing planet, was no exception. Bai, do you see that one? Lucy pointed at a planet with satellites orbiting it. Su Bai followed her gaze to see a somewhat dim planet coming into view. Indeed, the coordinates indicate that one. As the Thorn Rose approached Nerdo star, 2 ships flew over. They were of low rank, merely meteor class, floating around the planet. The other party has sent a communication request. Should we connect? Kong Qing looked at Su Bai, who pondered for a moment. Connect, but do not disclose our identity as the inspection team. Since the Academy has given us positions, we should at least accomplish something. Moreover, we have tasks assigned by the Academy. Let's explore the star first. All right, Xiao Ming, connect the communication channel. This is easy. A crackling sound followed. The communication channel was filled with a cacophony of voices. The few people in the cockpit looked bewildered. Please speak in universal language. There was a moment of silence from the other side, then the voice returned. This time Su Bai and the others understood, albeit it was clearly awkward. It was understandable. After all, the Nerdo Federation had only been connected to the Star Network for 10 years. The universal language had not been widely popularized yet, so it was normal for them to be unfamiliar. You. Hello, I am Lippy from the Nerdo Federation Planetary Guard. Planetary Guard. Su Bai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What a nice name. Lippy's voice continued. May I ask who you are? What brings you here? Su Bai exchanged glances with Kong Qing. Kong Qing replied. We are interstellar travelers passing through this area and would like to rest for a while. Oh, interstellar travelers. What a noble profession. Lippy suddenly became excited. My dream is to roam the stars and seas. On behalf of the Nerdo Federation, I welcome you. Please follow me. The 2 ships flew towards the planet, with the ordinary starship disguised as the Thorn Rose following closely behind. Continuous rain. This was Su Bai's most direct impression upon entering Nerdo star. Thick, dark clouds shrouded the planet, persisting year-round. No wonder it appeared dim from the outside. Nerdo Federation Ship No. 3 Research Base. The people here had received Lippy's message ahead of time. By the time the Thorn Rose landed, a number of people were already waiting below. These were all staff from the Ship No. 3 Research Base. As the Thorn Rose came to a stop, they immediately surrounded it, curiously sizing it up. Just from its exterior, they could tell it was a cosmic spaceship developed by the base, a proud achievement of the Nerdo Federation. In front of the Thorn Rose, it looked like a child's toy. Even though the Thorn Rose was disguised, its hatch opened silently. Su Bai was the first to step out. He wanted to see what the Nerdo people looked like and how much they did not match his aesthetic. Upon seeing them, he realized the Nerdo people had dark skin, generally resembling normal humans. However, the key was that they lacked ears. More precisely, there were no ear flaps, just small holes where the ears should be. This was quite unsettling. Su Bai felt increasingly uncomfortable. It was too awkward. Ahem. Lucy lightly coughed twice and nudged him. Don't stare at them like that. Su Bai came to his senses. It was indeed impolite. He averted his gaze and put on the real-time translation earpiece that Kong Qing handed him. The group exited the starship and the hatch closed. The Nerdo people who had been peeking inside the hatch reluctantly withdrew their gazes. An older man, seemingly the leader, stepped forward. Hello, distant guests. I am the person in charge here, Hating. The Nerdo Federation warmly welcomes your arrival and wishes you a pleasant stay here. Hating thoughtfully handed over a tourist guide. If you need anything, just let me know. Everything regarding food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation on Nerdo Star will be taken care of by us. There will also be professional guides to show you around. The unanticipated warmth made Su Bai and his companions a bit uncomfortable. Were all Nerdo people this hospitable? One should not strike a smiling face. After all, the other party was acting out of goodwill, and Su Bai felt awkward to refuse. He simply replied, There's no need to trouble yourselves. We are used to being free and unrestrained. Having someone follow us would actually be uncomfortable. That's truly regrettable. Kong Qing pointed at the Thorn Rose behind them and said, During our time in your federation, can we leave our starship here? Of course. Hating immediately assured them it would be taken care of. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Su Bai still felt something was off with these people, so he suggested leaving. Hating hesitated for a moment before having someone bring a vehicle. A gasoline-powered manual van. Su Bai had never seen such a thing while in the Bai Star. The faces of the group showed awkward expressions. Hating immediately kindly offered to lend them a driver. After obtaining consent from Su Bai and the others, Hayden called someone over. Lippy, take good care of our guests. Sure, Professor. Lippy was the one who, along with another comrade, piloted the ship to escort the Thorn Rose down. Please, everyone. Lippy took the driver's seat, and Su Bai asked Kong Qing to sit in the passenger seat. He, along with Lu Shisong, ran, and Nian Jinger took their luggage and sat in the back. As Lippy started the vehicle, he asked, "Is there anywhere you would like to go?" "Just take us to the city. Anywhere we can rest will do." "All right." After the van drove off, Hayden took out a tablet and communicated with the Federation's chief. "Chief, they don't seem to be from the rating inspection team. They don't look like it either. How could such an important matter as raiding the Federation be handed to a few kids? Those people claim to be interstellar travelers." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Hayden's eyes. Their ship. Oh no, according to the cosmic terminology, it should be called a starship. Just looking at the technological level of this starship, it is clearly quite advanced. If we could disassemble it, it would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in our technological level. The chief seemed somewhat tempted. After the Federation was upgraded to a one-star Federation and connected to the StarNet, he realized how insignificant his planet was in the universe. If it meant rapidly enhancing the Federation's strength, he would certainly be willing. Will there be any trouble? What if those kids have deep backgrounds? As long as we act cleanly and don't let them send out any information, there will absolutely be no problem. Hayden confidently guaranteed. To be on the safe side, he made a request. "Chief, I hope you can send the Federation's most valiant warrior Titus to assist me." The chief pondered for a long time and ultimately could not resist the temptation of a technological leap, agreeing to Hayden's proposal. "They'll send him over. He'll arrive by tomorrow afternoon. You make the arrangements and be sure to handle it cleanly. You can rest assured." On the way, the excited Li Pai continuously bombarded the self-proclaimed interstellar traveler Kong Qing with questions. Fortunately, Kong Qing, being well-informed, managed to juggle his inquiries. In the back seat, Su Bai wore a smug smile. "Luckily, I had the foresight. When a person filled with curiosity about the stars and the vast ocean encounters a traveler who has wandered the interstellar realm for years, one can easily imagine the outcome." At the Carlo Hotel, a small inn on the outskirts of a city, Li Pai initially intended to take Su Bai and the others to a grand hotel in the city center. However, under Su Bai's strong insistence, he settled for a nearby one. In a room, the five of them gathered together. Kong Qing rubbed her face, which had grown stiff from smiling. She shot a fierce glare at Su Bai. She felt that negotiating a contract worth over 1 billion cosmic coins was not as exhausting as this. Su Bai ignored her. "Don't you think these people are overly enthusiastic?" Lu Shi and Kong Qing exchanged thoughtful looks. Song Ran sat upright, blinking her big eyes. As for Nian Jinger, she was even less reliable. She had already run to the window, curiously gazing at the exotic scenery. Not just that. Su Bai pulled up the task assigned by the Academy. Task Level 1 Star Task Content: Investigate the anomalies on Nerdo Star reported by Kadoli. Location: Nerdo Star. Personal narration: When I returned to the Academy, after completing the task, I passed by Nerdo Star. Due to the lack of energy left in the starship, I intended to replenish here. Upon landing on Nerdo Star, it was perpetually rainy here, and the Nerdo people without ears appeared somewhat dazed. My family has served in the tribunal for generations. Thus, I am particularly sensitive to certain matters. My instincts told me that something was off here. I was about to investigate when a new task arose, so I had no choice but to retreat and report back to the Academy. These 2 words. Su Bai pointed at dazed. He walked to the bedside and unceremoniously pushed the eager Nian Jinger aside. "Su Bai, what? Don't create trouble if you're not going to help." "Oomph." Su Bai opened the window. A cool breeze swept in, and the fine rain fell silently. Perhaps due to the remote location, there weren't many people on the street. Kong and Lu stood on either side of Su Bai, looking for a while before speaking in unison. "It's the same, right?" Su Bai nodded, noticing the few pedestrians with umbrellas whose steps were surprisingly synchronized. Each stride seemed precisely measured, moving in perfect unison. "When I was at the research base, I noticed their enthusiasm had a touch of dullness. Initially, I thought it was due to spending too long in the lab and becoming muddled. Only after coming out and seeing the pedestrians behaving similarly did I connect it to the task content. It seems this place indeed has issues." He looked up, catching a glimpse of a dim yellow halo through the thick clouds. "Let's not think about it for now. Oh, it's still early. Shall we go out for a stroll and grab something to eat?" "Sure." Nian Jinger, who dreamed of being a chef, was the first to agree, eager to see what local delicacies were like, hoping to learn and incorporate them into her own cooking. The others had no objections either. Arriving in a new place without tasting the local cuisine would indeed be a regret. As they were about to head out, Kong Qing's star instrument suddenly lit up. The silver fox, Yao Ming exclaimed. "Miss, the Thorn Rose alarm has been triggered." It projected real-time surveillance around the Thorn Rose. They saw a group of researchers led by Hayden continuously tapping on the Thorn Rose, seemingly trying to figure out how to open the starship. "Ignore them." Kong Qing chuckled lightly, not taking it seriously even without activating the defense system. This group couldn't even crack the Thorn Rose's camouflage function. How could they hope to open the ship's doors? It was a fool's dream. Although Nerdo Star also possessed planetary-level combat power comparable to that of the Thorn Rose, it barely entered the planetary level, lacking significantly in technological sophistication. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. A kindergarten child can figure that out. Yet in the hands of a top mathematician, they could write a whole lot of profound things to prove that 1 + 1 = 2. Currently, the Nerdo Federation is akin to the kindergarten child in the aforementioned example. The Carlo Hotel is a dilapidated old inn. It has a total of 2 floors. Su Bai booked 5 rooms from 201 to 205, lined up in a row. They exited from room 201 and went downstairs. Behind the counter sat an old man reading a newspaper through his reading glasses. To prevent someone from asking how the earless man wears glasses, let me demonstrate. You do this first, then that, and it's simple. The group was unfamiliar with the area. Su Bai approached the counter and politely asked, "Excuse me, elder, could you tell me if there are any places to eat nearby?" The old man put down the newspaper, leaned forward, and squinted his eyes behind the glasses to identify who these people were. After a moment's thought, he recalled they were the new guests who had just checked in. For food, turn left as you go out, walk about 200 meters, then turn right and walk about 100 meters or so. That area has plenty of places to eat. Great, thank you. Grandpa, how much is that umbrella? 31 for one. I want 5. Song Ran took out a bundle of cash, counted out 150 Nerdo dollars, and placed it on the counter. The Nerdo Federation had not yet fully integrated with the Interstellar network. Except for a small number of areas and people, the federal currency and cosmic currency were practically useless. The money in their pockets was exchanged by Li Pai when he brought them here, specially arranged by Li Pai. Li Pai worked in aerospace and was among the earliest to make contact with the interstellar realm. Thus he easily exchanged for cash. Song Ran distributed an umbrella to each person. The 5 pushed open the glass door and stepped outside, a cool breeze brushing against their faces. Fine raindrops landed on their faces, feeling particularly refreshing. Su Bai simply put the umbrella back, pulling out Yuan Bao from his pocket and holding it over his head. After all, Yuan Bao has thick fur and the rain won't soak it through immediately. As long as the rain doesn't drench his face, feeling the fine drizzle is quite pleasant. Su Bai, how come you let Yuan Bao shield you from the rain? What are you talking about? Obviously it enjoys the rain. Su Bai discreetly slipped a golden orb into Yuan Bao's mouth. Yuan Bao puffed up its little cheeks, nodding vigorously. Oh, whoa. Woman, I advise you not to meddle today. Yuan Bao is determined to get soaked in the rain. Lu Shi watched the duo of master and pet, unsure of what to say. Su Bai led the way towards the place the old man had indicated. Soon they arrived at a snack street. The food stalls lining the small street wafted enticing aromas. The one responsible for managing the funds, the only one who exchanged money with Li Pai, was Song Ran, who handed each person $1,000. After receiving the money, Su Bai said, "Let's split up and explore while chatting with people along the way." "Okay, no problem. Let's meet back here in an hour." "I won't." The last voice was Nian Jinger, who pouted, "I'm not part of your team. Why should I help you?" "Oh, almost forgot. Xiaohua, take her money back. Outsiders have no right to spend our team's funds." "I was wrong. Well, I'll go get it now." An hour later, the sun was setting. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dark clouds, casting a dimmer light. At the entrance of the snack street, 5 people gathered. Su Bai frowned. "Let's talk about it later." Passing through the old alley under the rain, they returned to the hotel. Room 201 remained the same. "They'll start first." Su Bai recounted the earlier experience. After parting ways, he casually chose a small stall. On a menu he couldn't understand, he randomly pointed to something. Then he sat down at a table in the back. Next to him was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. This was his target. The young man mechanically scooped the grainy food from his bowl into his mouth. "Hello, brother." Su Bai flashed a friendly smile and initiated the greeting. His words were translated by a real-time translation device into a string of unintelligible sounds. The young man slowly looked up, staring blankly at Su Bai, still chewing the food in his mouth, with 2 grains stuck at the corner of his lips. He seemed to be paused, remaining still for a few seconds. "Hello." The words were muffled by the food in his mouth. After another 2 seconds, a trace of curiosity appeared on his face. Su Bai's skin was notably fair compared to the people of Nairodu. He had never seen anyone so pale, especially someone with ears. In Nairodu, such a sight was practically a rare species. "I'm a tourist from another planet. Can we chat?" "Sure." Su Bai was already accustomed to his slow reaction speed. "Can you tell me about your federation?" The young man displayed an expression of pride. 32 years ago, the great Milady unified the world and established the Nairodu Federation. Then for 22 years, he led the Federation beyond the confines of the planet. At that point, his expression suddenly shifted to anger. Just 10 years ago, a detestable rebellious force emerged. Their appearance displeased the heavens, bringing endless rain for years. "I haven't seen sunlight in ages." A rebellious force. Su Bai noted this in his mind and casually asked a few more questions ranging from simple to complex. In the end, he discovered that apart from some basic knowledge, the young man was tight-lipped about everything else. Su Bai observed his bewildered and dazed expression. It didn't seem like he didn't want to speak, but rather that he had no idea. After finishing his meal, Su Bai moved to several other spots. He asked a total of 4 people with the same results. After Su Bai finished, aside from Yan Jing'er, the other 3 expressed results that were similar to his own inquiries. They all simultaneously turned their gaze to Yan Jing. Yan Jing'er, holding a bag of takeout food, paused for a moment. You didn't ask, did you? It's not my fault. Yan Jing'er retorted loudly. I went to ask, but the first thing that person said when they saw me was, why are you so ugly? How could I ask after that? Su Bai glanced at Kong Qing and Lu Shi along with Song Rand. Their expressions were a bit off. He understood. The people of Nayardu did not align with their aesthetic standards. It seemed they wouldn't agree with the beauty standards of Nayardu either. Su Bai opened his mouth and sighed. Please tell your master that her taste is truly poor. Forget it, let's go back and rest well. We'll talk about it tomorrow. After a few of them left, Su Bai took a shower with the Yuan Bao and lay down on the bed. Rainy days were stifling, but opening the window helped a bit. He stared blankly out the window. The sound of raindrops hitting the ground was crisp and pleasant. Rigid movements, dazed behavior, slow reactions, stagnant thoughts. Su Bai recalled what he had seen and heard earlier. Initially, he thought only the people from the research base were like that. Now seeing it, all the people from the research base seemed much more normal compared to those outside. If it were just 1 or 2, it would be manageable. But all the Nayardu people he had encountered were like this, which was abnormal. The problem was significant. Little dear. Watching Yu Yu dressed in pajamas and looking drowsy appear, Su Bai's eyelid twitched. You still need to sleep. No need. Then what are you doing? And Yu Yu yawned. None of your business. Well, you're the boss. Su Bai chose not to engage in a verbal sparring match with her. Search for information on the Nayardu Federation's network and see if we can discover anything. Wait a moment. Recalling the young man's words, pay special attention to information about the rebellious forces. And Yu Yu gave an okay gesture and disappeared. Though small, the Nayardu Federation was connected to the star network. If it were just the internal network of an indigenous planet, Lu Shi and the others' virtual intelligence could handle infiltration and searching. However, once connected to the star network, it was different. Only in Yu Yu and Jin Yu could accomplish this task here. For divine intelligence, the star network was no different from home. In just a few seconds, Yu Yu completed the task and reappeared. This time, however, she had changed her pajamas into night gear. Dressed in black and masked, she looked sneaky. This federation is really strange, clearly connected to the star network, yet access to the star network is prohibited on the planet, and they still use the internal network. That's quite normal, Su Bai replied. A newly promoted one-star federation usually has the ruling authorities do this. Otherwise, if the Federation's citizens had lived on the planet for so long thinking that humans only existed on their planet, and suddenly learned that the universe was filled with people, that shock wouldn't be something everyone could handle easily, leading to chaos. And Yu Yu nodded her small head, not paying much attention. I went to check the development of the Nayardu Federation. Seems quite normal. It follows the usual history of conquests. A nation unifies and establishes a federation stepping into the starry sky. As for the rebellious forces, that becomes interesting. Through bits and pieces, I found that the leader of the rebellious forces is a man named Rank. The precursor to the Nayardu Federation's planetary guard was the Interstellar Exploration Team. They were the pioneers of the Nayardu Federation. One could say that the advancement from an indigenous planet to a one-star federation owes much to this Interstellar Exploration Team. And Rank was precisely the captain of that Interstellar Exploration Team. Su Bai interrupted, intrigued. Are they abandoning the donkey after it has carried the load? After the Federation's promotion, does the leader want to kill the meritorious officials? No, don't interrupt. And Yu Yu continued. When the Interstellar Exploration Team was to be transitioned into the Planetary Guard, the Federation's leader still appointed him as captain. She displayed a document, which was clearly an appointment letter for the captain of the Planetary Guard, with Rank's name filled in the appointee section. This was found in the archive database of the Nayardu Federation, with the data timestamp being 10 years ago, eliminating the possibility of forgery. The appointment letters had all been issued, but for some unknown reason Rank refused to accept the order and directly led his men to attack the leader's mansion. That battle was widely known and caused quite a stir. There's something strangely curious about this. The exploration team, led by Rank, was under his command, so logically this force could have easily killed the unprepared leader. For some unknown reason, they ultimately failed. After that battle, they disappeared, and not long after, a rebellious force emerged on Nayardu. By the way, when they first appeared, Nayardu was shrouded in constant rain, and under the propaganda of the Federation, the rebellious force became the scapegoat. Su Bai nodded repeatedly as he listened. And then, oi, what do you mean, and then? Didn't the Federation military engage in any battles with the rebellious force, or anything? Just when it was getting interesting, it ended. At least there should be some dramatic struggles in the history of resistance. And Yu Yu rolled her eyes. Do you think you're listening to a story? The rebellious force has hardly made an appearance since its establishment. Su Bai smacked his lips. This rebellious force was far too timid. 10 years without any movement. What are they trying to achieve by not engaging in a revolution? Just to be mice hiding from the Federation's pursuit. Too boring. Su Bai observed the traces of the resistance forces that had emerged in recent years. He had a premonition that rank must know something. If he could find the resistance forces, perhaps the mission would be accomplished. There's also news targeting us. Targeting us. Su Bai was momentarily stunned, thinking had they been targeted just one day after arriving in the Nirdo Federation. While I was searching, I found that hating from Research Base No. 3 was in communication with the Federal Commander planning to take action against us aimed at the Thorn Rose ship. They even dispatched their strongest warrior, named Titus. Do they hold us in such high regard? They send their strongest warrior right away. Su Bai was quite curious. How strong is the strongest? A level 2 genetic user piloting a satellite class. Well, barely counts as a mech. Satellite class. I remember the Nirdo Federation's strongest combat power is planet class. Indeed, it is planet class. And Yu waved her small hand and a model of a spaceship appeared, but it's not a mech, it's a spaceship. The Nirdo ship is 5,800 meters long and 1,030 meters wide, crammed with various flashy weapons, and has a power source with a total of 17 units, just enough to barely lift this massive object into the starry sky. After all, compared to Mechs, the larger starships are easier to manufacture. The planet-class combat power of the Nirdo Federation, the Nirdo ship, relies entirely on sheer numbers. Su Bai was astonished. They were indeed skilled in flashy tactics. Such a large spaceship is only a planet class. In a battle, it's just a live target. One that cannot even run away. Su Bai felt that as long as he reported truthfully, the Nirdo Federation's rating would be pushed back to a primitive planet. This meant that the Nirdo people would no longer be recognized by the cosmos. Simply put, it was equivalent to being expelled from humanity. Su Bai felt a strange sensation rise within him. No wonder so many people are drawn to power. The ability to decide the life and death of people on a planet with a single word is indeed intoxicating. He dispelled the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. To truly indulge in it would lead to destruction. The next day, Su Bai was awakened by a series of clang sounds. The window's opening mechanism had fallen. Outside, the wind and rain raged, causing the window to bang back and forth. He glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock. Did I sleep so soundly? Those few didn't come to wake me. Grabbing Yuan Bao, he washed its face and quickly freshened up. Arriving in front of room 202, which belonged to Song Ran. Knock, 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 little flower. After waiting for 2 minutes, there was finally some movement from inside. The door opened. Song Ran appeared at the door in a light pink nightgown. Her slightly curled hair looked a bit messy. Due to just waking up, her delicate oval face had a layer of mist in her bright large eyes. Her rosy lips slightly parted as she yawned. The bow tie's adorably disheveled appearance nearly made Su Bai's Kuan raise its head in respect. He's a guy who I'm straight. He's a guy who I'm straight. He's a guy who I'm straight. Repeating it 3 times in his mind, Su Bai turned and left. Hurry up and get out of bed and going to wake the others. After calling everyone, Su Bai went downstairs to order 5 breakfasts from the old man. The old man was still reading the newspaper, and he sneakily glanced over. It seemed to be yesterday's edition. As he went upstairs, Su Bai furrowed his brows tightly. The morning news on the Star Network was at 7:30. Little Flower always got up before 7, washed up, and had breakfast. Then he waited for the morning news to start. What's going on today? It's already past 9. And I woke up on my own. Otherwise, I could have easily slept until noon. Tap, tap, tap. The sky was dim, and Su Bai's footsteps echoed in the narrow hallway. Perhaps due to the heavy wind and rain, the old-style light bulb flickered continuously. He passed by his own room, and when he reached 202, the door was open. Song Ran was sitting in a chair projecting images with the star device, watching the missed morning news. Room 203. There was no one in Lu Zai's room. The sound of water could be heard from the bathroom, indicating someone was washing up. Room 204. Kong Qing seemed to be on a call with someone, and from the faint words floating out, it seemed to be about business. Room 205. Nian Jing'e. Is she asleep again? Knock, knock, knock. Su Bai knocked on the door, and Nian Jing'e groggily woke up, propping herself up and rubbing her eyes. What is it? Miss, look at the time. Are you a pig? Still sleeping? Su Bai felt a bit speechless. All right, I'll get up now. Nian Jing'e shook her head, feeling as if she hadn't fully woken up. Half an hour later, the old man came up with 2 plastic bags delivering the breakfast Su Bai had ordered. The money will be deducted from your deposit. Okay. Su Bai took the food and called everyone to room 201. While eating, Su Bai casually asked, did you notice anything unusual while sleeping last night? Unusual? Lu Shi paused her eating, thinking for a moment. If I had to say there was something, it would be that I slept for so long, but still feel so tired. Me too, right? Song Ran gathered her slightly curled shoulder-length black hair behind her head, biting her chopsticks in contemplation. My biological clock is usually very precise, and besides, I didn't do much yesterday. Oh, I don't know why I got up so late today. After hearing what a few people said, Su Bai felt a sense of oppression. Since arriving on the Nirdo star, everything felt strange. Yet he couldn't pinpoint the problem. It was like having an itch on his body, but not being able to find where it was more uncomfortable. The others silently ate their breakfast, clearly not in high spirits. "Miss, the Thorn Rose is under attack." A voice from Xiao Ming rang out, and the surveillance of the Thorn Rose was projected. "In Research Base No. 3. Launch." Hating commanded from the high platform. Below, a soldier armed with a shoulder-mounted missile aimed at the Thorn Rose and pulled the trigger. Shio boom. The missile struck the body of the Thorn Rose, exploding with a loud bang. The Thorn Rose, which was under attack, flickered on its surface like an old television with poor signal. Hating on the high platform, seeing this, assumed the attack had been effective. He hurriedly ran down with the other researchers. He dashed into the smoke produced by the explosion. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the disguise of the Thorn Rose vanished along with it. The disguise system had no defensive capabilities to begin with. Faced with an attack, it immediately lost its function. The Thorn Rose, resembling a magnificent piece of art, was completely revealed before this group of unworldly Neardo people. They gaped in shock, unable to believe their eyes. After studying it for a whole day, they had not found a single problem, yet now it had completely transformed before their eyes. This exceeded their capacity to comprehend. "Oh, this is simply a masterpiece of the heavens. So beautiful. This is the most perfect spaceship I have ever seen." Various exclamations filled the air. Hating came back to his senses, his eyes filled with obsession. "It will soon be ours." He reached out to caress the rose patterns on the hull. At that moment, Hating saw a crack suddenly appear in the outer shell. He was excited, thinking the attack had had an effect, and was about to lean closer. A 320mm caliber naval gun extended out. Kong Qing's silhouette appeared on the surface of the hull. "Remove your filthy hands, if there's a next time you'll die." The emotionless voice under the cold and lethal threat of the naval gun left no one questioning the truth of this statement. They all understood the cost of questioning. As the naval gun retracted and Kong Qing disappeared, Hating, who dared not move, collapsed to the ground as if released from confinement. Cold sweat poured out, and soon his entire body was soaked. Having been held at gunpoint by a barrel larger than his head, he never wanted to experience that again. After a long time, he caught his breath and whispered fiercely, "The Federation's strongest warrior will arrive this afternoon. Even after you die, it will still be mine." Kong Qing regretted threatening Hai Ding after the fact. Under normal circumstances, she would have activated the defense mechanism to push Hai Ding away. Yet she was unsure how it happened. In a moment of impulse, she directly resorted to using force as a threat. This was contrary to the education she had received since childhood. Using force is a sign of a merchant's incompetence. She prided herself on being a competent merchant. However, her performance today was far from satisfactory. Kong Qing reflected on her actions. Su Bai made a decision in secret. He did not forget the purpose of this trip. Tonight, he would first make that mythical statue recognize him as its master. Then he could rest easy to investigate. If something really went wrong, after all the objective had been accomplished, he could simply abandon it and leave. As for the Neardo aliens, it was impossible not to feel some guilt for leaving them behind. Then, before leaving, he would bow in apology. With limited ability, he truly felt sorry for being unable to help. Dim light flooded into the room. Raindrops the size of beans pounded against the glass window. The irregular pattering sound irritated people. Su Bai called out to Yu, asking her to recapitulate what she had investigated last night. As they ate, several people listened to Yu's explanation. Soon Yu finished her report. 10 years ago, Kong Qing pondered, the Neardo Federation had just upgraded to a one-star federation. Should I find someone to consult with the examiner from back then? Sure, Su Bai agreed. This was something only Kong Qing could accomplish through the Credit Merchant Association. Others truly did not have the capability. At least that was what he thought. Song Ran volunteered. They'll go to the library and the shops to see if there are any related paper documents. Su Bai nodded. And Yu could search the internet, but paper documents were out of her reach. Many forces in the universe kept important information off the star network. There would be dedicated storage places guarded by heavy troops. Otherwise, if the enemy united several mythical intelligences, they could forcefully break through and search for information. The losses would be substantial. Shall she let's split up and investigate? All right. After saying that, Su Bai looked at the almost asleep Nian Jing'er, feeling that she was unreliable. You? Stay at home to watch over things. After making the arrangements, the meal was also finished. Su Bai wiped his mouth and stood up. Then let's act. As he walked out, he suddenly remembered something and halted. Oh right, there's a level 2 gene user piloting a satellite-level mech who will probably come to look for trouble with us in the afternoon. Be careful not to be tricked. Satellite-level mech. No problem. Don't worry. What if we run into him? Just kill him, but keep the noise down. Su Bai glanced at the only one who had not responded, Nian Jing'er, who had already fallen asleep. He did not mind. Nian Jing'er had the true spirit of Guanyin within her. Among the 5, she was the safest. There was no need to worry. Do you want chicken or pork today? Su Bai, wearing a dark raincoat, strolled down the street, teasing the Yuan Bao in his arms. Yuan Bao tilted its little head and made a couple of sounds. So you want pork, huh? Su Bai pulled out a small pig pendant from his pocket, turned it into gold, and fed it to Yuan Bao. This was just bought from the roadside. He felt it wasn't right for Yuan Bao to eat beads every day. Occasionally it needed to change its diet, although they were all fundamentally gold substances. But seeing Yuan Bao's expression, it was still very happy. He arrived at the bus station. Just in time a bus came. There were no conductors, it was a self-service coin system. Su Bai boarded the bus and inserted a bill without even looking at its denomination. There was no need to feel pain spending money that wasn't his. Just joking. The main reason was that Nirdo currency couldn't be used outside, and it was better than being waste paper. Before Lu Shi and Kong Qing left, they had Rob Song ran. They split his thick stack of money into 4 parts, taking 1 portion each to go out. Having money on hand makes things easier. After inserting the money, Su Bai glanced around. There weren't many people on the bus, only about a dozen. The seats were empty. He walked straight to the last row by the window and sat down. The bus started. No passengers were talking, it was silent. The only sounds were the rain outside and the bus engine running. Su Bai gently stroked Yuan Bao, turning his head to look out the window. The bus stopped and started with passengers changing over and over again. Each person engaged in only necessary actions without any surplus movements or words. The scenery outside kept changing. From the old city with 3-story buildings to the city center filled with skyscrapers. Ding! The bus reached the terminal, the Lagabu amusement park. Su Bai snapped back to reality. He had no specific destination, so since he reached the terminal, he might as well get off. At this moment, the number of passengers on the bus was few. 7 adults and 5 children. They got off together and walked towards the entrance of the amusement park. They bought tickets and entered. At the No. 3 Spaceship Research Base, Hai Ding was staring blankly at the thorny rose. A subordinate ran over to report on the movements of Su Bai and his group. Professor, the interstellar travelers you asked me to keep an eye on have made a move. Hai Ding turned his head, staring at him for a few seconds. Where did they go? The only male went to Lagabu amusement park. The girl with wavy hair went to Nori Library. The girl with lavender eyes took the bus, and her destination seems to be the cemetery outside the city. Cemetery? What are they going there for? She and that male took buses in opposite directions. Perhaps they didn't know their destination either. Hai Ding asked, what about the other 2? The 2 should still be at the Carlo Hotel. I haven't seen them come out. Alright, I understand. Hai Ding waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to leave. Have they split up? The cemetery outside the city. He thought it would be a good place. Neither the amusement park, the library, nor the hotel in the old city were suitable for making a move. He was still contemplating how to lure Su Bai and the others out when Titus arrived. He did not expect them to act on their own. Splitting up was great. It seemed that even fate was on his side. 50. Su Bai paid. Have fun. He took the entry ticket from the vendor. It took a long time to get in after queuing. This surprised Su Bai. He had thought that with such heavy rain there would be very few people at the amusement park, yet it was surprisingly crowded. He noticed the people coming and going. Their expressions were blank, showing no joy of playing. It was strange. Su Bai walked towards the roller coaster. He spent another 50 to buy a ticket. Coincidentally, he was the last one for this round. Sitting in the back seat, he fastened the safety device. The roller coaster slowly started. Next to him sat a girl who was thin and dark. Her face was youthful and her mouth still had a bit of fuzz. She looked barely of age. It wasn't that Su Bai looked so closely for any other reason. He was simply a level 3 gene user with excellent vision, so it couldn't be helped. A long line of roller coasters. Everyone sat upright, not glancing sideways. Su Bai, looking around, felt like an outlier among them. This level of stimulation from a roller coaster could no longer spark any interest in Su Bai. He had already piloted Mechs drifting through the universe. This was nothing much. What puzzled Su Bai was, he had no reaction and neither did the others. As the roller coaster reached its peak and plunged downwards, a strong gust of wind mixed with the storm blew his raincoat's hood off. Raindrops immediately drenched his face, cold and refreshing. He instinctively squinted his eyes. Glancing inadvertently, he was stunned. The girl beside him had her hair blown back by the wind. Facing the storm, her eyes were wide open, showing no reaction. Su Bai was not stunned because of this. It might just be that she had a carefree nature or a special physique. Rather, it was that the wind had blown her hair away, revealing her ear. Su Bai saw a slight protrusion of her ear. Although it was merely a small point, it was enough to overturn his understanding of the Nirdo people. Perhaps they did not lack ears after all. The roller coaster returned to its original position. The tourists unbuckled their safety devices and began to walk down. Su Bai was about to call out to the girl, but realized she had already exited from the other side. He hurriedly unlatched his safety device and ran down. Su Bai caught sight of the girl's back as he ran and shouted, "Hello, please stop." The surroundings fell silent. This sudden stillness spread like a virus. In a matter of moments, the sound of footsteps in the amusement park faded away. The amusement park, already quiet with no one speaking, became even more silent. Apart from the sounds of mechanical devices and raindrops falling, there was nothing else. Everyone turned to face Su Bai's position, their eyes fixated on him. Under the pressure of so many anxious gazes, Su Bai felt a chill run down his spine. Even with his courage, he could hardly withstand it. Su Bai quickly ran to the girl's side. I'm looking for her, you all continue, don't look at me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone resumed their movements heading towards their original destinations. The girl who had been addressed showed a hint of vitality. Who are you? Do I know you? Su Bai flashed a self-proclaimed charming smile. You're really ugly. Huh. Are you kidding me? I am a well-known handsome guy from 10 miles around. You call me ugly. In that moment, he understood how Lu Shi and the others felt yesterday. Suppressing his desire to comment on the aesthetic tastes of the people around him, Su Bai said, "May I see your ear?" Ear? The girl looked confused, thought for a moment, then brushed aside her hair with the hand that wasn't holding an umbrella. Is this the ear you mean? Yes. Su Bai's tone was filled with delight, having seen it clearly this time. There was indeed a slight protrusion of the ear. Can I touch it? The girl lowered her hair, her gaze turning cautious. Is this person a pervert? Who would ask a stranger on the street if they could touch their ear? Seeing her reaction, Su Bai reached into the waist pouch beneath his raincoat and pulled out a wad of cash, at least 3,000 or 4,000. Just a touch, this is yours. Okay. The girl's expression shifted from viewing him as a pervert to seeing him as a fool. She lifted the umbrella higher, took the money from Su Bai's hand, and once again swept her hair aside to lean in closer. Having money makes things easier. The previous generation did not deceive me. Su Bai extended his hand. It felt slightly firm like cartilage. It seems it really is an ear, not some sort of flesh tumor. All right, thank you. The girl lowered her hair, said no more, held the umbrella up, and walked away, her pace quickening, fearing that the fool might change his mind and ask for the money back. Su Bai watched her retreating figure. After she had walked a short distance, her pace slowed down. Like the people around her, she became stiff as a puppet. Furrowing his brow, Su Bai circled around and quickly ran in front of the girl. He looked closely and saw her eyes vacant, not even blinking. As the girl approached him, she acted as if she didn't know him and passed by without any reaction. Su Bai ran up again and tapped her shoulder. The girl turned around, stared at him blankly for a few seconds, her pupils slightly moving before suddenly becoming alert. What do you want? You're not regretting it, are you? No, I just want to know where the restroom is. Oh, it's over there. The girl pointed in a direction. After Su Bai thanked her, she walked away. Then under Su Bai's gaze, the previous scene replayed. Caliban Hotel, room 204. Kong Qing sent a communication request to the contact information just received from the credibility chamber. Soon the connection was established. Hello, I am Chundan, Minister of the Level 1 Federation Rating Department of the Interstellar Rating Bureau. May I ask who you are? Credibility Chamber. Kong Qing, one of the contemporary 5 sons. Oh, Miss Kong, I just received a notification from above. I've been waiting for your communication. Chundan's tone suddenly became warm. Kong Qing had long grown accustomed to this. The title of the Credibility Chamber was indeed quite useful. To cut a long story short, I need the information on Gallop Nebula's promotion to Level 1 Federation and the details of the examiner at that time. Please hold on, let me check. Kong Qing waited for 10 minutes. A voice came from the other end. Sorry, Miss Kong, for keeping you waiting. Because this information is from 10 years ago, and there are indeed too many Level 1 Federations, it took some time. I apologize first, then let me say we have no record of this information, and the examiner is not one of ours. Moi. Please listen to me. Generally, when a native planet advances to a Level 1 Federation, it is reported by the nearest force, and the preliminary review is also conducted by that force. We will send people for a review later. So Kong Qing understood, as she really did not know much about this aspect. After all, who would take the time to care about how a cat or dog forms a family? Chundan continued, I can send you the information of that force. At that time, it was the 4-Star Federation, the Su family from the Trilu Federation, that reported the Nirdo Federation to us. The initial audit was also conducted by them. According to interstellar law, within 100 years the Nirdo Federation is under the jurisdiction and protection of the Su family. Okay, I understand. After cutting off the communication, Kong Qing immediately contacted the person in charge at the Credibility Chamber in the Trilu Federation. Miss Kong, hello, how may I assist you? Do you know the Su family of the Trilu Federation? Of course, the Trilu Federation is not a parliamentary or presidential system, but a royal one. You can call it the Trilu Empire. The Su family is one of the 3 major families, second only to the Trilu royal family. Connect me to the head of the Su family. I need to speak with him. Sure. Half a minute later, a man's voice came through. Miss Kong, I am Su Zhuan, the head of the Su family. Kong Qing suddenly thought of Su Wan and casually asked, do you know Su Wan, who studies at Zhenyuan Academy? Oh, Miss Kong knows my niece. I am also studying at Zhenyuan. A sister Wan is my senior. Kong Qing got straight to the point. I need the information regarding the promotion of the Nirdo Federation to Level 1 Federation from 10 years ago, as well as the details of the examiner at that time. Is that convenient? Of course, no problem. I will organize it and send it to you. Thank you for the trouble. It is my honor to help, Miss Kong. Nali Library. Song Ran picked up a book and used the translation function of the star device to convert the Nirdo characters into universally recognized text, then projected it into the air. Blood spirits search all the text and filter out the information that does not align with normal development. A drop of blood with 2 eyes and a mouth appeared. This is Song Ran's virtual intelligence blood spirit. Understood. The blood spirit acknowledged and flew towards the dense text to begin filtering. Before long, the amount of text was significantly reduced. However, it was still overwhelming. Song Ran's gaze swiftly scanned through the lines of text, absorbing the information within. The content before him changed again and again. Half an hour later, his brain ached unbearably, forcing him to stop. Song Ran leaned over the table, massaging his temples. He was already in poor spirits, and now it was like adding insult to injury. This highlighted the difference between virtual intelligence and mythic intelligence. If Yu were here, she would definitely come over to comfort Su Bai. But Blood Spirit just hovered in midair, waiting for the next command. Moreover, when Yu searches for information, she filters out the irrelevant, summarizes the remaining information, and reports it to Su Bai. At least details like the Neardo Federation's leader having a preference for beautiful men would not be mentioned. Nor would she bring up matters regarding his father's infertility, adding unnecessary workload for Su Bai. After a while, Song Ran raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had been awake for 10 days straight. He continued to look at the text. Suddenly, he saw a piece of information and instinctively read it out loud. Good news, the tenure reign has stopped. It must be the great leader who has destroyed the resistance forces. The reign only stopped for 10 days before it started again. The vile resistance forces the criminals of the Neardo Federation. On the Ferris wheel, Su Bai gazed down below, having already completed his 5th round. From up high, the view was expansive, allowing him to take in the entire amusement park. The people below seemed no larger than ants. Su Bai couldn't see them clearly, but it was enough to get a general idea. The visitors below had a strong sense of purpose. They finished one attraction and headed straight to the next. Only those who needed to use the restroom paused. There were no visitors at any of the resting facilities. There were no casual conversations or stops along the way. Normal people visit amusement parks to enjoy the process of play. Their goal was simply to have fun, or whether it was enjoyable or not, it didn't matter. Su Bai glanced at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The strongest warrior should have arrived by now. I wonder who he will seek out. In the outskirts cemetery, she held an umbrella standing on a small slope. Amidst the rain, a person came to pay respects to the deceased. He approached the tombstone, laid down offerings, and bowed 3 times. Then he took out 3 incense sticks and a lighter, struggling to light them in the torrential downpour. Without any shelter, trying to ignite the incense was a fool's errand. The incense was soaked from the rain, and the lighter produced no flame. Yet the man remained on his knees persistently, trying to light the incense. She watched him for 20 minutes. He continued to light incense in the rain for 20 minutes. Eventually, she walked over holding the umbrella, but the man seemed oblivious to her approach. His face showed only numbness and daze, devoid of any expression. There was no longing or sorrow for his loved ones, nor any anger that the incense wouldn't light. She bent down, took 3 dry incense sticks from a plastic bag on the ground, and placed them in the incense burner in front of the tombstone. She then took out a lighter. It was a flint lighter, a rare sight in the universe. She had seen it at the night market yesterday, bought it out of interest, and didn't expect it to come in handy now. With a click, a small flame appeared. Shielded by the umbrella, she successfully lit the 3 incense sticks. The man noticed something, raising his head at an odd angle, staring blankly at his lips trembling as he uttered 2 words. Thank you. Without waiting for Lu's reply, he completed his mission and got up to leave the cemetery. She stared at the incense that had been extinguished by the rain, lost in thought. Before this man, there was a burial procession. There were no cries, no sorrow. The coffin was lowered, the soil filled in, 3 bows were given, and they turned to leave. It was as if they were burying a stranger rather than their loved one. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from the sky, the noise of an airplane engine growing louder as it approached. She looked in the direction of the sound as a low-flying transport plane broke through the rain curtain, heading towards the cemetery. As it hovered over the cemetery, the rear cargo door opened. A several meter tall mech was dropped out. The mech descended rapidly, its thrusters igniting 20 meters above the ground, slowing its fall until it hovered 10 meters above the ground. I am Tates, the greatest warrior of the Neardo Federation. The mech's rugged voice echoed, transmitted to she through a real-time translation earpiece. On the orders of the commander, eliminate the intruders. Are they coming after me? She murmured softly, what a stroke of bad luck. Who? As she exhaled, her breath chilled, turning into mist amidst the rain. Mythical subordinate Pearl Dragon Maiden. A large pearl slowly emerged behind The Pearl Dragon Maiden with 2 horns atop her head stepped out from the auspicious pearl. The pearl then shrank and descended. Stepped onto the pearl, slowly rising and entering the mech. It would be bad to disturb the deceased. The Pearl Dragon Maiden raised her hand, and the auspicious pearl spiraled above her. One strike. One strike. Tates burst into uncontrollable laughter. He admitted that the appearance of the Pearl Dragon Maiden was indeed more dazzling than his own. He had never seen anything like it. But Tates didn't think he was without a chance. The Pearl Dragon Maiden was too delicate, as if she were merely a decorative piece. Yet he was the strongest warrior of the Nelder Federation. How could a little brat and a delicate mech compare to him? Put away your arrogance. Boom. The Pearl Dragon maiden locked onto the enemy's cockpit. The auspicious pearl shot out, instantly piercing through it. The strongest warrior of the Nelder Federation had yet to finish his words before he met his demise. Lu Shi truly didn't consider a satellite-level mech a threat. The out-of-control mech plummeted, about to crash down onto a graveyard. The auspicious pearl suddenly shone brightly, swallowing it whole. Meanwhile, a crack opened in the orbit outside the Nelder star. A mech with a hole in its chest was tossed out like garbage. Coincidentally, a satellite was flying along its orbit. It collided with the mech as expected. The result was predictable. Both were destroyed. Lu Shi retracted the mech, leaving the auspicious pearl to play with in her hands. She held an umbrella in one hand and the pearl in the other. Stepping on the bluestone pavement, she walked slowly out of the cemetery. As she exited the gate, she tossed the auspicious pearl upwards. In the air, the pearl accelerated sharply, shooting down a drone that had been monitoring Lu Zai's movements. Tates. Is he dead? At the research base of Spaceship No. 3, Hating sat on the ground staring at the snowflake screen in front of him. The scene of Tates being killed instantly was etched in his mind. He was the greatest warrior of the Federation. Hating. In another video feed, the nearly 70-year-old Commander Melody shouted angrily, "This is what you call foolproof. Tates is a hero of the Nelder Federation. He helped me defeat other nations, and that's how the Nelder Federation came to be today. Because of your greed, he died in such a shabby cemetery. There wasn't even a body left. You are a sinner of the Federation." Hating felt bitterness in his mouth, and even more in his heart. He had no idea that the girl who looked so plain could be this strong. Regarding Tate's death, you can go accompany him in death. Bang. The door to Hating's bedroom was kicked open. Lu Shi flicked her long hair, which was slightly damp from the rain, causing droplets to splash. Since leaving the cemetery, her mood had not been good. Perhaps influenced by the environment, her suppressed emotions brewed again. She understood that continuing like this was not a solution, as she needed a way to vent. Thus, she contacted Su Bai to have an Yu help trace the signal terminal of the drone, leading to this. As Sister Qing said, "Why can't you remember? You made a mistake, didn't you?" Lu Zai's light purple eyes stared indifferently at him, the auspicious pearl spinning at her fingertips, suddenly shooting out and piercing through his head. "I gave you a chance. If you do something wrong, you must pay the price. This is a lesson even a child understands, isn't it?" The auspicious pearl spiraled back. Lu Shi raised her gaze towards Melody in the video. "On behalf of the captain, I officially deliver this notice to you. The Nelder Federation's rating review team will visit in 3 days." Lu Shi turned and opened her umbrella, disappearing into the rain. 3 days. It was the deadline set by Su Bai for himself and the team. If nothing could be discovered, then there was no need to investigate further. A newly promoted individual might soon fall back to being a one-star federation on the native planet. It wasn't worth the hassle. The universe was like that. No one would sacrifice anything of their own for the life or death of others. Not even a trivial amount of time would be an exception. Amusement Park, Animal Exhibition Area. After checking the tickets, Su Bai followed the crowd inside. The variety of animals here is limited. Apart from a tiger, the rest are unique species of the Neardo people that he has never seen before. Among them, the one that intrigued him the most was a creature resembling a donkey, which he estimated to be female, but it had a backward thorn beneath it. Is this to compete on who goes deeper when reproducing? To this, Su Bai could only sigh. The universe is vast and full of wonders. Ultimately, it was his ignorance that limited him. The above is not the key point. The key point is that if Su Bai could not see any signs of life in those animals, he would have thought he had entered a sculpture gallery. The visitors continued to move forward without any pause. The animals lay motionless in their enclosures, resembling sculptures. Soon they passed through the terrestrial creature area and arrived at the marine area. As expected, bizarre marine creatures floated in the aquariums carried by the water currents. They looked dull and lifeless. He walked along, taking pictures to document these sights. Following the flow of people, he exited the animal exhibition area. The amusement park journey ended here. Su Bai arrived at the opposite side of the bus stop, waiting for the return bus. After a short while, the return bus arrived. This was the terminal stop, which was also the starting point. Su Bai was the first to board the bus, inserted his coins, and sat down in the rear row by the window. Many others from the park were approaching this bus. Dozens of people boarded the bus in an orderly fashion without any management. No noise, no pushing or shoving. Each person moved slowly, filling the seats before standing in the aisle. In just a few minutes, the bus was packed. The driver started the engine and the bus slowly moved. Su Bai fed Yuan Bao some golden chicken while contemplating. It seems that not only humans have problems, the animals are also not spared. At 8:30, the sky darkened. A bus stopped in front of the Caro Hotel. Su Bai stepped out of the open bus door. At this moment, there was not a single pedestrian on the street, and there were only a few lights shining from the windows on both sides. Sleeping so early, he murmured as he walked into the hotel. Behind the counter, the old proprietor was still reading the newspaper, as if he had nothing else to do besides reading every day. Su Bai greeted him, not caring whether he would respond, and went straight upstairs. The hallway lights were completely broken. Nirdo was dim during the day, let alone in the evening. In the hallway, it had reached the point where he could not see his hand in front of his face. Su Bai walked up the stairs in the dark. Just as he reached the second floor, he saw the door to room 202 open, with light streaming out. He walked directly into room 202, Song Ran's room. Apart from him, the other four were all present. Nian Jing'er was eating some unknown food. Kong Qing and Lu Shi were looking at the materials in front of them. Song Ran was lying on the bed asleep. Lu Shi smiled gently when she saw Su Bai walk in. "You're back." A casual greeting, like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. She walked over to help Su Bai take off his raincoat and hung it on a wooden rack. "Is Xiaohua asleep?" Lu Shi shook her head and softly said, his mental energy was overly exhausted, so he fainted. When the host fell unconscious, the virtual intelligence triggered a danger alert and sent a distress message to the recent team members. After receiving it, Kong Qing went to the library to bring him back. "Is he all right?" Su Bai walked to the side of the bed, looking at Song Ran's furrowed brow, his tone revealing concern. "It's fine. I gave him a calming injection for his spirit. A good sleep will do him well," Kong Qing said without looking up. "Have you eaten?" "I bought." Lu Shi reached out to get the food she had placed on the table earlier, but the table was empty. Her expression stiffened as she heard chewing sounds. Following the sound, Nian Jing'er was sitting on the sofa, her innocent eyes meeting Lu's eyes gaze, her small mouth constantly nibbling. "Forget it, I'll go buy you another portion. No need to trouble yourself. I ate before I came back." The rain outside was becoming heavier, and Su Bai didn't want Lu Shi to go out. After all, he could eat like Yuan Bao, consuming golden materials, and he could just turn something into gold to fill his stomach later. "All right then." Lu Shi put the umbrella back and sat on the sofa. "How was today?" "Something's not right, not just with the humans, but also with the animals." Su Bai stopped there and glanced at Song Ran, saying, "Forget it, let's wait until Xiaohua wakes up tomorrow. Everyone worked hard today, get some rest early." Kong Qing rubbed her head and blinked her dry eyes. "I haven't finished going through the materials I have here either, I still need to organize them." "Okay then, we'll talk tomorrow," Lu Shi decided, and the group returned to their respective rooms. Su Bai touched Song Ran's head. He didn't have a fever, and he felt relieved before heading back to his own room. At 11 o'clock at night, Su Bai opened the door and just stepped out. The door to room 204 opened immediately after. Kong Qing poked her head out, and upon seeing Su Bai asked in confusion, "What are you doing out so late?" "I have official business." Su Bai looked at her curiously. "Have you forgotten what I came here for? Did you really think it was just to investigate the problems of this federation?" Kong Qing snorted, turned around, and closed the door. How could she forget? That was a mythical statue, and if Su Bai succeeded, it would become a mythical mech. Although she was very curious about where Su Bai got his confidence, she really wanted to follow him to see. But the chances were slim. It's best not to mention it. Kong Qing went back, while Su Bai thought this person was quite perceptive. If Lu Shi proposed to follow, he would agree. As for Kong Qing, forget it. He went downstairs. There was a yellowed, old lamp lit on the counter. The old man was still sitting there reading the newspaper. Su Bai stood in the dark for half a minute. The old man maintained his posture of holding the newspaper, not turning the page for a long time. He felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Could he have passed away? Su Bai hurried over and placed his finger under the old man's nose. There was breath. Boss. He called the old man and gently pushed him. Unexpectedly, the old man slumped backward and fell onto the small bed in the counter. The old man had his eyes closed and was breathing evenly. "Asleep?" Su Bai muttered. "Never mind, the important matters come first." He exited the hotel front door. The streetlights nearby were all broken. In the darkness, the visible range of the street was no more than 5 meters, making it seem incredibly eerie. Su Bai always felt like someone was watching him, and it was not just one person. A gust of cold wind blew past, making him shiver. It's a bit chilly." He looked around. It was dark, yes, still dark. He couldn't see a thing. Even a level 3 gene user could feel the cold and warmth. He tightened his clothing to warm himself a bit. Then he summoned the mythical Guanyin. Entering the mech, he soared into the sky. "Little deer, lock onto the position." "Yes." And Yu shared the location of that mythical statue to Su Bai's vision. The location was in a forest. Before the Nirdo Federation was unified, it was originally a tourist attraction of another country. Later, the Federation was established. That mythical statue was deemed unsuitable for the aesthetic of the Nirdo people. The tourist attractions built around it were also abandoned. The moment Su Bai summoned the mythical Guanyin, Nian Jing'er, who was sleeping in room 205, suddenly opened her eyes. She walked to the window and looked in the direction of the departing mythical Guanyin. "Good luck to you." Since the establishment of the Nirdo Federation, 32 years have passed. 32 years is enough to change many things. For example, the viewing platform of the Divine Statue Mountain has now become a paradise for plants. Divine Statue Mountain was the name given to this mountain by the country before the establishment of the Nirdo Federation. It was named after the indestructible mythical statue. After the establishment of the Neardo Federation, Divine Statue Mountain was abandoned, and this area became an unnamed wild mountain on the map. If it weren't for Yu, it would have been quite difficult for Su Bai to find this place. The mythical machine Guanyin arrived at its destination. Inside the cockpit, Su Bai observed the surroundings below through the Mechs visual interface. The circular viewing platform, approximately 60 to 70 meters in diameter, was overgrown with weeds. In the center stood a 100-meter-tall object entwined with vines obscuring its true nature. However, it was likely the purpose of this trip. The mythical statue was unmistakably there. It was normal for it to become this way after being neglected for years. What surprised Su Bai was that he spotted a tent at the foot of the statue. It was not abandoned. There was light glowing inside the tent. Is there someone here? He donned a raincoat, stowed away the mythical Guanyin, and stood on a lotus as it descended. Upon reaching the ground, he retracted the lotus. Stepping over the weeds, he approached the tent. The night here was eerily quiet. The vegetation was lush, yet there was not a single sound of insects or birds. The rain tonight had lessened, resembling the fine mist that had accompanied him. Su Bai's footsteps on the grass sounded particularly sharp, just as he was about to reach the tent. The tent flap was lifted and a beam of flashlight illuminated Su Bai. Who? Oh, an alien. Hearing the voice, Su Bai was momentarily stunned. The first word was in Neardo language while the rest was in pure universal language. Come in. Blinded by the sudden light, Su Bai's eyes had yet to adjust when the owner of the tent retreated. Su Bai raised his guard slightly and followed inside. He didn't think much of the Neardo Federation. However, this mysterious person who spoke fluent universal language might also be an outsider, so he needed to be cautious. Upon entering the tent, Su Bai discovered a hidden world. The tent was merely a shelter from the rain. The occupant had dug a basement beneath, which was quite spacious. Looking down the hole, he saw that it was stocked with meat and vegetables. It seemed the person had been living here for a while. Su Bai looked at the person sitting on a wooden stump. It was a young man with slightly darker skin, yet much fairer than the Neardo people. His long black hair was tied with vines. On his unremarkable face, a pair of hawk-like eyes gleamed with sharpness. Most importantly, he had a complete pair of ears. While Su Bai scrutinized him, the young man was also staring at Su Bai with a discerning gaze. You are not from the Neardo Federation. Why are you living here? Su Bai initiated the questioning. I am a native Neardo, but because I look different from them, I was expelled and have been living here. The young man said this expressionlessly, making it hard for Su Bai to discern if he was lying. Let's assume that's true. Su Bai shrugged and turned to leave. He was just an inconsequential person not worth worrying about. It was better to quickly finish business and get some sleep. My name is Zhang Yi, and you are not a Neardo. With the Neardo Federation promoted to a one-star federation, the slave-catching teams wouldn't come here, and the Interstellar Rating Bureau wouldn't arrive at this place either. Tourists certainly wouldn't come to such a remote area. Since that's the case, you must have come specifically for the mythical statue outside. Oh, Su Bai paused his steps and turned to look at Zhang Yi. The Neardo people know about the mythical statue. Are you kidding? Zhang Yi did not dodge or evade, and the two exchanged glances for a moment. I advise you not to waste your efforts. How do you know I'm wasting my efforts? If you don't believe it, go ahead and try. Zhang Yi gestured for him to proceed. Su Bai said no more and walked outside. As he reached the base of the mythical statue, and Yu's voice echoed in his ear. Dubai, he gives me the feeling. A bit like Nianjinger. Nianjinger. Su Bai paused in his action of pushing aside the vines and glanced to the side. The tent flap was lifted and Zhang Yi leaned against the door, looking at this side leisurely. Somewhat similar, but, feels purer. Su Bai remained silent. A shadow loomed over his heart as he recalled the two scenarios of divine reincarnation. Nianjinger was the second scenario. Now she coexists with Guanyin. If it were purer than her, there would be no doubt it would be the first scenario. The true spirit of a deity awakens at birth. Su Bai uncontrollably glanced at Zhang Yi. No wonder he knew so much and was so sure that his efforts would be in vain. He quickened his movements, soon clearing the vines in front of him. Touching the jade-like statue, he felt certain. Since it remained in the form of a mythical statue, it indicated that the mythical mech had not yet been activated. That makes things easier. Although it was unclear why Zhang Yi stayed by the mythical statue for so long without activating it. As long as he activated it first and recognized its master, it would be too late for Zhang Yi to regret it. If he planned to threaten with force, he was truly miscalculating. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Bai's eyes. What if he were a deity? Without the mythical mech, there were no resources on Neardo Star. How strong could he really be? At most, he would be a second-level gene user. Confirming that the mythical statue was still there, Su Bai looked around. He wandered around the statue searching for something. He recalled the scene of obtaining the mythical mech before. Acquiring Bai Wuchang had been purely a coincidence. One day the school organized a visit to the Bai Wuchang statue. At that time, Su Bai was broke, and even now he had no money. During the visit, Su Bai was so hungry that he thought about taking advantage of the distraction to goldify something to fill his stomach. He glanced around. The most abundant thing in this area appeared to be the iron chains that looked like fences. Casually, he approached one of the iron chains, placed his hand on it, and goldified a thin layer, immediately absorbing it. Once he finished one, he moved to the next. Each time he absorbed just a little, relying on quantity to prevail. By the end of the day, the iron chains near the Bai Wuchang statue had shrunk a size. After that, Su Bai felt an inexplicable connection with the mythical Bai Wuchang. Since then, he could open the mech space of the mythical Bai Wuchang and summon the mythical subordinate Yinbing. However, to summon the mythical Bai Wuchang, he had to activate the mythical statue first. This was the second time. The mythical Guanyin on the mining star. The gold at time was clearer. He absorbed the purple gold bamboo. This aligned his essence with the divine core of the mythical Guanyin. He deceived the divine core and obtained the mythical Guanyin. As for this time, Su Bai glanced at the viewing platform covered in weeds and vines. He felt a bit of a headache. How could he find anything when he couldn't see a thing? Did he have to first become a gardener and clear all this grass? Wasn't this just pure nonsense? Searching for something, Zhang Yi approached with 2 flashlights, handing one to Su Bai. Do you need help? Su Bai glanced at him. A thought suddenly arose. If he were to turn him into gold, then? No. Su Bai shook his head vigorously. If he really did that, it would be no different from eating a person. At that moment, Zhang Yi's long hair tied with vines caught Su Bai's eye. His mind turned, and he concocted a devious plan. If the whole person is off, then what about that hair? Why does a man keep his hair so long? It's even longer than Xiao's eyes. If he took just a bit off, it should be fine, right? Su Bai wore a warm and friendly smile, casually draping his arm over Zhang Yi's shoulder. Living here with nothing must be pretty troublesome, right? Zhang Yi, caught off guard, instinctively tried to pull away. But just as Su Bai had guessed, in a place like near Duo Star, without resources, how strong could one get relying solely on training? A reincarnation of a divine being, yet even this reincarnation is human, not a god. Su Bai's strength was such that Zhang Yi could not break free. Struggling in vain, Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, unsure of what this person was up to. You'll get used to it. There are plenty of wild beasts in the mountains. Food and drink won't be an issue. Oh, Su Bai replied dismissively, subtly hooking a strand of hair with his finger. Gold transformation absorption. All in one go. Indeed it's. What do you mean, indeed? Nothing. Su Bai released Zhang Yi. After absorbing a strand of hair, he confirmed that Zhang Yi was of the same origin as the mythical statue before him. The reason he let go of Zhang Yi was not due to a sudden pang of conscience about leaving that thick black hair alone, but rather because the amount was too little. Based on the ratio absorbed earlier, even if he absorbed the entire person, it wouldn't be enough. He reached a conclusion. The reincarnation of a divine being returns to the mythic Mech. It's not about the physical body, but rather the true spirit, commonly known as the soul. That is the essence of divinity. The physical form is merely an accessory. Of course, there are exceptions. Like Su Bai the bug forcibly absorbing a rich source of the same origin, causing his body to emanate an aura identical to that of the divine core. This is a bit troublesome. Su Bai paced back and forth. Zhang Yi unhurried stood in the rain with an umbrella, watching with great interest. Humans are social animals. He had been alone here for over 10 years. It's rare to have someone come by, and they weren't even part of that strange near-duo crowd. Though he didn't say so, he felt happy inside. You really don't need help. Then can you help me clear all this grass? Zhang Yi's expression stiffened. You're crazy. It's rare to see a living person, yet this one seems to have a screw loose. Forget it, you can go back now. Su Bai waved him away. Otherwise, in front of the owner, pondering how to steal someone's things felt rather uncomfortable. Zhang Yi yawned and left. At this time of day, he would usually be asleep. No school, no work. His routine was punctual. However, after washing up, he had just laid down on his bed. Thinking about when that fool outside would give up, his expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Has the mythical Mech recognized its master? Zhang Yi didn't even bother to put on his shoes or take the umbrella